It's not complicated. It's just a lot else. I have to follow up with. Okay, so detail number one, what is the future? Remember, the unwritten rule, it's all from every topic for the right purpose. Okay, this mission doesn't have to say like that's kind of obvious. But I think like offered up the topic for the wrong designation, maybe I bet the discussion. And a common sense, however, it does not discard the evolution of the owner. Kind of common sense, two exceptions to this rule. What are they? Katos and Pesach and Katos. However, Pesach is only invalid when offered up on Erev Pesach for the Lord's intention. Katos, all year round. But Matthew says it's not just Katos and Pesach, it's also Ashram. Right, which it says, I mean, there's a why you're including Ashram. It's simple. If it's whatever is going to work for a Katos, or it's going to be true for a Katos, it should also be true for an Ashram. Why? Just like Katos is a sin offering, Ashram is a sin offering, and therefore, again, if I'm not from Mesa, Katos is going to be invalid when offered up Shalom Ishma, so the Ashram should be invalid if offered up on Ishma. Beautiful, that's the Mishnah. Now let's prefer the Mishnah. You'll see that the Kohen orders before it says, and Ishchaton should be based after the Shin Katos, Sudan. You will see that Kohen says that those items, those kavanos that are offered up, the Shin Pesach and the Shin Katos are going to be tossed. I must say, what exactly that means if you actually just think. And Ishchaton Shin Pesach, Kol Shan is spoken. Shin is will be invalid because of the Shin Pesach, or Shin is spoken, Shin Katos before Zman, Sudan. So we'll say, essentially, we also get the whole example like this. The same way that a Pesach or a Chatos, if offered up to the Lord resolution, are invalid, so the reverse is true also. If on Erev Pesach you offer us another carbon, the same carbon Pesach, but during the rest of the year, you offer up another carbon, the same that the raised designation will invalidate the body. So we'll say, just on the same way just happened. According to Shama and Rabbi Eliezer, in general, the rule is if you offer kavanos, for the morning designate, the carbon is still kosher, doesn't count for the owners, but ultimately still kosher. Two exceptions to that rule. What are the exceptions? Two exceptions? Chatos and Pesach. But again, just like the Pesach, you'll see that who is coming along and sin. The same way that Pesach and Chatos are Shalom B'Shema are possible. So too, if on Erev Pesach you offer up another carbon, the Shem Pesach, that carbon is invalidated. And if you offer up another carbon, the Shem Chatos, that carbon is invalid. So this reverse is true as well. Shimon Achi Azariah the older. I want to say this is fascinating. Shimon, the brother of Azariah, said that a very great carbon to it. Shimon ben Azariah. Shimon Achi Azariah, Shimon the brother of Azariah. That's not how you remember. It's not just a colorful. A beautiful Rashi. Look at that. Shimon and Azariah. This is so beautiful. I'm saying Azariah also the Pragmatia. Shimon and Azariah were brothers. Shimon was a common couple. And Azariah was a businessman. And what did Azariah do? The secret certification of the Bishashai Osip Torah also reflected Azariah was successful in this. And he supported his brother Shimon in his learning. And what did the history of the she came as well as Isaiah described how you don't show Shimon. But ultimately, again, Isaiah should get person Israel. Part of the reward for Shimon's learning together with Sotah, and you can reach as co-founder. So, make sure that Isaiah can complete the Ashmo, Shalaman Al Yada. So, it's very beautiful. Therefore, Shimon is always known as the mother of Isaiah wives. Because Isaiah, according to the he supports ultimately against the intelligent and proper. So it's a very beautiful lesson to be learned over here. This is what I want to point out. And if you notice much of Rashi, Rashi says over there that when Isaiah supported Shimon, he still made him came like Isaiah. It's still between two of them. That part of the start of the words, you go to Isaiah. It's like someone can go ahead and say, hey, like, zero means like half. Zero doesn't have to be half. Zero just means a portion. The idea is that you actually get half of the reward for someone learning just by supporting them. You can't stomach them alone. And to a certain point where you only even get the real measure or the real significant portion of the reward of what you're doing the work yourself. Like, there's only so much you can afford to buy. You can purchase a food amount of the ownership of the reward of them. so what is it? The reason why it is not about what we do for ourselves, but it's about the greatness that we enable in others. So that if you enable others, that becomes a force multiplier. I'm one person. So one person is going to do. But if I try to do my and I figure out how to enable people and support others, whether it's materially or just emotional, be able to become the best version of themselves, so that I have a feeling of my own accomplishment, but I share a feeling in their accomplishment as well. Sometimes even including what you do for yourself, you create that with others. Incredible. So what does Shiraki Azari say? He said, all right, Shakra Shindabar and Shira, and Shinalo and do it. So Shira, Shindabar has an interesting approach. He said like this. When it comes to making a mistake designation, he says it all depends on the state. If you went ahead and you had to make this event for a carbon of higher safety, then your carbon is still valid, it's still kosher. If you have in mind for a carbon of safety, the carbon is valid. Give an example of this case on Kanshe Kadasha, Shishak Kanshe Kanshe Kalam Super. So let's say you're in the very tank, you're going to find all these candidates of our focus this morning. Kanshe Kadasha represent carbons of higher safety. So let's say I'm shifting Kanshe Kadasha, but when I shift it, I have in mind for Kanshe carbons. Now I'm having in mind for a lower safety carbon. Ultimately, possible. It's possible. Kanshe Kadasha, Shishak Kanshe Kadasha, sorry. Kanshe Shishak Kanshe Kadasha, Shivas. But if I'm shifting Kanshe Kadasha, lower safety carbons, and I have in mind for Kanshe Kadasha, higher safety, then ultimately again it's going to be kosher. So also just to kind of focus on these things graph over here. But Shinati Azari is coming along and modifying the Parakam a little bit, right? Because the Parakam said it was, if you check the carbon Shalom Shra for the right intention, the carbon is going to be kosher, the carbon is fine, it just doesn't go the college of owner's obligation. Two exceptions to that rule, Isaac and Katas. Rabbi Eliezer wrote in their Parsha. But to illustrate, so Shinati Azari is coming along and saying, so you know, it's really shows a little bit more. What intention did you have for the carbon? If you had an intention for a higher safety carbon, when shifting your lower safety carbon, then you're right, the carbon is going to be kosher, it doesn't count as long as obligation. But if you had went for a lower safety carbon, when you were shifting your higher safety carbon, then that carbon is going to be invalid. Incredible. So let's go right to have a hard. Right? So we shall finish the story. Sure, just more examples of this. Abachar, first, nicer, then ultimately again we chef. For the purpose of shivin. Why? Because again, chef in Bachar and nicer, shivin, represents again an elevation of status. Therefore, the carbon was Abikasha. Shvanim Shishak for the Shim Bachar, or Shim nicer, but at the end of the day, you can go ahead and never Shivin. And you chef it for the purpose of Bachar. On the purpose of nicer, ultimately again it will be possible. Why? Because if shifted a carbon of higher safety for the purposes of something of lower safety, and therefore it would be valid. First Mishnah is sentence country, the next Mishnah is Zoshai, finish many more together. Gemara. Mamali the Mishnah, Ella Shalo Olive. So the first thing you want to start with is just the question on the sequence. So the Mishnah says, any carbon that you offer us, not mishpach, that was not to be designated purpose of the carbon being offered. It's kasha, shelo, only by the Mishnah. Instead, it doesn't count towards the obligation of the owner. It says, why I can phrase it that way. Just to sound you a little bit. So I do think, but Ella, only with my mission for the owner told us that that's his obligation. Why not just say, doesn't count Ella Shalom. Just say, all over my mission doesn't count towards the obligation. That's it. Says, talk about the interpretation of what's on my gosh, the Bible will be Shekova, Arabic to Shazai Kaini, Vastra Sheri. So somebody does think it's as follows. It does not count towards the ownership of our obligation, but the carbon still retains its initial is usually shown, and therefore halacha rabbis can't make any word deviations. Now, what does that mean? For those of Rashi, the first one I know is about Rabbi Kusha, Sayokani Vasu, Sushi Yakrino, Lava Akas Mashara Botos, the Khakiba Shalom Shno. Your Papa, the Shina Kashas, was going to be a simple example. Let's say, context and have but let me just give you a example. I went ahead and I was offering up a shlomi. And instead, I went ahead and I had in mind for a carbon toga. Thanksgiving offering. Okay, so what's halacha? Kasha, but what? I meant to do another comment because I still over shlomi. Now, you want to say this? You might have felt like this. Once I went ahead and I did the intentionality, but I don't know I had in mind for a toga. So then I did the rest of the almost what we say that we're talking about, we're going to extensively are the various steps in carbonic service. So I was saying, so I remember again, there's a smicha, meaning of sort of there's a shriva, shechting, kabbalah, the city of the blood, there's holacha, movement of the blood, right, walking of the blood to the sprinkling of the blood. So I would have felt like this. Once I didn't in the kabbalah, then eventually you can give us like DVDs for other elements as well. Kamash Shlomo Gemara says it's not true. Kamash Shlomo Gemara says, how about the Bible law we should have it true? I messed up, so therefore again, these covenants are supposed to be Shalom. Now have the one definition of a Torah, which means I have not fulfilled my obligation. But for the rest of the ritual rites, the carbonic rites and services, I should maintain the right, the onset of a Shalom. Just because I didn't on the story of this carbon does not allow for future generation. Now, granted, if I make it in brown, it's not going to be kosher, but you should still try to keep it right. Why is it nice to get over? How come I show up with right? It's just I put my obligation of the future when it comes to Shlomi, about the Kisha Sayo training, it comes to the Kisha as a Shlomi. You should not make any more deviations in this carbon. So I'm so people that because they are teaching us that a lot of guys might make mistakes. Sometimes, I messed up anyway. So once I messed up, what's the point of trying to it's not true. You mess up in life, but even if the goal in life, sometimes you can't make one mistake or you get from making a mistake. At least if I can't undo the mistake, the best thing to do is don't compound it. Don't double down on it. Try to figure out what I can do to extricate myself from the clutches of this mistake now instead of trying to look towards that. Translate it in over and check the story of Shrub. Whatever the case is, I checked it over in the purpose of a program. I told the Shrub, also reasonable that I'm showing the Shrubs. Even though I was sensitive, even though I had the wrong intention by Shrika, right? So older, it was supposed to be older, but instead, the Jewish Shrika had in mind for the Shlomim, Okay, so now the covenant is still being kosher, not going to satisfy the obligation. Make sure that by the ensuing ritual rites, the Kabbalic rites, that you maintain the right, and that you maintain the right mindset. You have only use Rika, don't use Rika ultimately again, for the sake of the Shlomo. Use Rika for the original Ola intention. Incredible. So what that sounds, Levi's in Star, Levi's in Makra. So this concept, that even if I give you the original intentionality by nothing Shvika, I should not deviate from the future aspects of the carbonic service, but I should have the right mindset. See this is a svara or it's a pasta. So Levi says, this is svara. So what's the it's very simple. What I want, just because I messed up once, I should keep on listening. Just because there's a mistake is going to be 35 years. 75 years, no change. So I made a mistake with the shkita, but again, going forward, by the other bonus, I think we went to very hard to have I say, so self I teach much to this. So you might go most of self I teach one, that's kasher and that Russian Elokim. So the pasuk says, what does the Senate whatever you want to do, whatever you utter, make sure to utter it. Make sure to keep it. Das ist kasher and that Russian Elokim. And you shall do what you found to Hashem your God in the covenant. That was said, you see the covenant in the pasuk, right? The pasuk said, talking about my covenants, there are the application of my covenants. Whatever you promise you to have in this world, whatever invented you made, fulfill it. But then how is it God within the covenant? The pasuk said, the are two different things. High in the covenant, the verse says, so why does the pasuk mention the covenant? Other things, and then there's so I said, ultimately, the most subject for the pasuk is kasher and that. So it's talking about a never. Why are you bringing up the Dava at this point? First of all, to actually have Hashem is with the never. The hard kasher and that exit, each and never the Dava. There's a distinction between the Dava. What's the distinction? The Gemara says, never the Amar Havrei Arai, or Dava Havrei Su. Right? So never ultimately is on the Dava. Like Havrei Arai, I think upon myself. And ultimately, again, that's this animal should be with us. They must ask me, why does the pasuk vacillate between Neger and Dava? That also is pasuk between the top line, these were things. Ella, and commercial, that's in Neger. So the Gemara is teaching that if you fulfill, like those, if you carry through, that which you intended to do, then ultimately your offering is in Neger. You love, and if not, if you count that as Dava, but you actually, you're not in the Dava, keep it, it's not after, let's say, Dava Teres, we should make sure. So, generally, that's exactly a principle. But I want to always again, if let's say I got the vegetable with the carbon, but when I offer it, I find the right type of carbon. What's all? The carbon is kosher. So, you don't forget that. I'm not saying like, it doesn't count towards my application. But I'm not going to Dava, you shut it, and once they forgive it as a Dava, ultimately, again, are you allowed to go ahead and make changes in the designation of the Dava, and the answer is yes. And a lot of realize that a change in the designation of the Dava, you should not make subsequent changes during the ensuing rituals and rites. Look at that. You go to church, maybe the word carrying Dava, and if it's the calls this misdesignated carbon in the Dava, it tells you that even if you read the statement front end, don't continue to have Shalom Shmo intentions the rest of the way. Well, I'm going to do the Dava. The need to the Dava. How is Kavan the art now? The Tumen of the Dava. So it's a Dava of the June said last day. The June said last day. You and never plus. You know, us getting a tool of a karma, Durani, which is a place. Right? Durani, the boundary, and the karma is the place. Durani, Rava, maybe not your side, Rava is shutting it. Because Rava was contrasting it. He was going ahead and talking about all different kinds of things, raising all different kinds of contradictions, finding this out. So it's so like a proper the Jews of lots of last life. You missed out. So it was everything on who your friends are and who you hang out with, right? In terms of what you consider a good night. But what you consider something to tell you first, did you miss out? So these are people that talk, did you miss out? Manish. The logo was on fire. I was on fire. I think it's not struck that had a spin and contradiction that was all very heavy. So my name is not right? So it's how you can imagine, right? So I thought that's a lot of fun over here. So I thought what says, so you tell me something would happen, right? You give me something, right? You know, so here, the first of all, how about Christians with all the shit? What says, you go to the Mishnah. All Kabbalists that are also Mishnah. So watch this. Hang on, Mishnah Mishnah. And interesting that I was like, what in the Mishnah? So again, let's just take a simple case. Evolution, ultimately, again, Mishnah. What am I doing? At the time of the Shita, I have in mind that it should be Mishnah Ola. I'm actively having in mind the wrong Kabbalic designation. Okay, so good news and bad news. What's the good news? The good news? Carbon is kosher. Bad news? I still have to bring another shlomo. You didn't have to evolution. That's interesting. Stomach, all of the evolution for that. What about the problem face? What about if I say, and at the time of the carbon, I had no infection. I'm going to street over. I didn't have any infection. Like the carbon, I did so it was the part of the news is I didn't have infection for the wrong carbon. What's the values or other uses? I also didn't have explicit intent to bring a shorter. So Rabbi positive that such a carbon is kosher and counts towards my action. Why? Stama Alu versus Allah Stama Nami Kilishmango. What was Rabbi's deal? Rabbi's deal was that in Mishnah, the problematic case was when you have in mind ultimately against or the wrong speakers 25. 25. So I said, so again, my vote, what if the carbon compromise? What I have in mind for the wrong type of carbon. Like, so I have to be a shlomi, I had in mind for an Ola. That's where the carbon is compromised. But Robert's inference from the Mishnah, the Mishnah was, but if you just have no intention, so I'm bringing a carbon. So yeah, I'm bringing it out because I have to be a shlomi, but I'm the shlomi, I didn't have any intention, that works. When I say that works, is to cover this kosher and it fulfilled my obligation. What do you see from there? Allah, stoma, nani, kilishmat, as well say stoma, which means now stoma essentially means no specific intent. No specific intent essentially counts as specific intent. As long as you don't have erroneous intent, the carbon is considered to be offered out shmo. Fascinating, or maybe phrase the kasha 1 second. Kolovich, Niftaljar, hustle, stomach down the hustle. Well, contrast this to get. What's the stomach would get? And get that was not for the purpose of moving. Let's say, again, moving goes into the spot stores. And you will see like lawful, access to the bank, we have to people moving, right? We have moving and again, away, moving in the lawful, the type of people that are there. Moving obviously doesn't work, right? Why doesn't it work? Because it has to be the Shema. So it's like the word says, Stama Nami-Pasel. What happens if the soul for ultimately again? So what he did ready for the wrong woman, he just wanted to stop. He just wanted to stop. Such a death is going to be possible also. So it says, what do you see here? You see here that Allah for the Mesa, so what we call no intention is considered to be negative intention. So what's going on? He's shutting verses the other way to resolve that. He's walking up the stam of the Shema opening. You show the stam of love with the Shema, I guess. You can't compare those two cases, but in general, a married woman with Hazak is that she's married. Erushim represents a tremendous change in the what we call the white equilibrium. That requires after the Shema. In general, if I designate a carbon as a Shema, then I'm moving it. So the default is I designated it. Remember again, I designated it. I'm bringing it. So what's the default? The default is that it's for Shema. As long as I don't change the default, we're good to go. So the case is just fundamentally different from the positives. Whereas if you start with this from a Shem Miller, but when do you know that if you offer up a carbon without specific intent, that the carbon is going to be kosher, where you know that from? So the Gemara says, even when they're wrong, but actually it's like they are. Instead, comments what the function is so ultimately was this like the sound Mishnah. Right? Just again, remember, look how our Mishnah is phrased. All Kabbalahs that will offer up Shalom Mishman. Shalom Mishman. So what does that mean again? What's the problem over there? That you offer up for the wrong destination. That's what ultimately they're compromised. The low Kabbalah shows the whole Mishman. They're interesting, right? If the Mishnah wanted to teach us that even Islam is problematic, then it would have been a better way to actually have said, Kol Hazafin, Shalom is the Mishman. If it wasn't offered the Shema, they don't put all over the Bible. That would have told me that even is still problematic. The fact that it says, for us, nothing, often for us, she's going to be Shalom Shema that indicates to us, more intent is what compromising the carbon. No intention does not. It does not. The says, that they get down the correlation of Shalom Shalom also. There's the problem. I didn't hear that same verbiage as well. And if I didn't hear it, that's not Abba. If I didn't hear that Abba is ultimately that love. That Shalom is Shema, right? What is Stam? It's in the Abba, Elemeha. Right? Whereas it was Stam. Takes up the Shema to Shalom is Shema. So, whereas the Mishnah said, give me an example of the Shema and Shalom is Shema. What's the example of that case? So, the Gemara says, the Shem Chizach, or the Shem Shema. And so, for example, again, if gay kids would be just, let's say, get opening up a kind of Pesach, or and instead, I had in mind for Shlomo. So, where it says, I learned the other, the Shem Pesach, or the Shem Shlomo. That the reason ultimately they give it this is a piece of Shalom Shema is why. Because you actively have in mind for two distinct designations. Ha, the Shem Pesach, Stava, Kasha. That was another. So it's not just an example of coming Pesach, because coming Pesach was one of the examples that Alakaka said in Russell's of everything. But don't worry about that right now. So the verse says as follows, when you notice in there, when there is some change of intention to acts that you that's the carbon, only when there's an active change of designation. On the night against the first time, it was supposed to be a Pesach, but I had in mind again, I had in mind for a Shlomo, or Shlomo I had in mind for Pesach. But again, what to the first one is the hot. How the shape is like stuff. Well, actually, as first of Pesach, and then shift it. Now, the strict intention, kosher. No one to the Shema. Therefore, what you see here, that no intention, right, what we call the standard intention, ultimately is the same as the Shema intention. Or stated otherwise, the only time you compromise the carbon is when you actively have in mind for a different carbonic designation. Like when Halach or myself, you just have stam, Karen, right? No specific intent, the government from the education. No much money has maybe fit over there. Why? Dollar with the government of the dollar on the Osa, that's for sure of an Osa. So let's maybe it's different over there. Because, for example, let's say you say the shape is out, and then you don't have any intentionality afterwards, that's okay. Why? Because the myself, since I said the shape is out on the outset, that sets the tone. And even if there's no specific intent, the rest of the public, that's a creative intentionality. Also, that element is sick. Shalom, that by some but Shalom Yishma was an example of Shalom Yishma Yishma, the Shem Shlomo L'Shem Pesach. We started off by the Shem Pesach, time by number Shem Shlomo L'Shem Pesach. So we can ultimately know this question of two actively different intentions. Plus, Stamach or L'Shem Pesach kosher, but ultimately again it goes Stam. No intention, L'Shem Pesach kosher. No L'Shem Pesach, and that's different. Why? The other will be up so far out for us. So that was really different because nothing is retroactive for our teaching. Since at the end we had a mind for the right carbon, that shows it from the beginning of the intentionality. Inami, I need the kind of the Shlomo, Tana Inami, Tana Inami, Shalom Bishman, Udishman. That again, the Lord says, or perhaps we just bring it to the keys in order to convey a sense of symmetry. So I said, we're going to stop over for today. So since the word we get to the conclusive proof tomorrow. So again, remember, what's our open question? If I have one intention by the carbon, so leaving aside Chatos, Asham, and Pesach, the carbon is kosher, but ultimately again count towards the altar. The Gemara says, but what happens if I just have the right intention, stam intention? Does that compromise the carbon? The Gemara wants to now, so he was trying to answer that. We're trying to answer it a couple of times, it didn't work, and then it's Hashem. Answer first thing tomorrow, more or less. All right, that's another good thing. All right, folks. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show today. Our annual college always hearts for personal stuff and like to self dedicated all the show the Russians this year. As these hosts, we saw the thoughts around this film. I can't tell us for the month of Elul. How about the film that over? Rabbi, and show us what his parents have them, then I should clean us. It's Ona klansowi Sessions Units, nicht mal damit von Vater der Ariquam, Yitzchak, Ari, Ben Afabla Yapis from the Bracha, and it's always a gatekeeper in the schools. Aber Mensch, hat sich mit der Frau gemerkt, schon wie auch die Schummel in the car, and that's about the sort of successful, the whole say there. Wasn't that let you get a massive upon reaching and finding sorry, and seeking getting that is you value, but we are picking up on the people on the other 13A. The people side, which is 2, 4, 6, 8 lines up from the bottom at the 2 dots. So when we introduce us to the concept of these hierarchies, multiple hierarchies of this stuff. So the Mishnah, for example, said that it couldn't come from one, maybe because we're very starting. So one of Mamzer, so on and so forth. So it was went over. For example, if let's say you want them to come Chacham comes first. So for example, you have Mamzer coming Chacham and a Kohen. Mamzer coming Chacham takes precedence over the Kohen. So let's go ahead and learn this from such beautiful words. I'm about to read Rabbi Ikari ultimately it was such a beautiful, beautiful process. The process says it is more precious than gems. So what is this referring to? So it's a English that is referring to Torah. Torah itself is more precious than even the most valuable jewels. The Kohen Gadol, what does this mean? Talmid Chacham is more precious. The Kohen Gadol should trust with everything. Even the Talmid Chacham is more precious. The Kohen is more precious. We think a little bit with that words. But the Kohen Gadol enters into the Holy of Holies on Yom Kippur. As we discussed yesterday, the difference is that a Talmid Chacham represents what you make of yourself. Versus is static. This is as a Kohen, a leading self, these at least initially are statuses which are conferred upon you. Earned status is greater than holder status. Earned status is greater than conferred status. Okay, let's go back there. Kind of, I'm sure I have already. You think we should act at the Shofar again. Really, an emancipated state ultimately against the president already here. Why? She said, God will be more than the Kushar. Let's say about God will be more. Because an emancipated slave grew up with like people, and then Rabbi grew up, so to speak, in context and situation. Well, back to Rabbi show. Wow. That's how it is. Incredible. Okay, so you guys have but this early in the morning I was seeing things. Incredible. It's right there, right? But even if that is sleeping, so good to see Hashem. So the Gemara says as follows. So I thought that a Nevin Shufat is precedence over a year. Why? Because at the end of the day, Nevin Shufat grew up, so to speak, in a Jewish home, versus a year which did not. The Gemara says, the difference is that Edek descends from a curse of image. Remember again, Adam come from Canaan, and Canaan was cursed. Sometimes there's a certain so there was a son of the called what's the Lisa Giores. How called what's the Lisa Giores. So what's the English teacher? And the students ask what I was going to say. Why is it that everyone means that he's blinds? All that's up in Adam with 13a. So the verse says, why is it that people blind? Now, blind means that people aren't able or amenable to marry a Giores. But people don't necessarily want to marry an emancipated servant. What's the reason for that? Once again, a servant is what's Bechlaus instead of honor, of currency, but if you notice or not, there are other possibilities. But the Yoga actually points out that we have presumably knows that one which is going to want to convert. Therefore, she's careful ultimately again with her own personalistic kedusha. She's moral, she's not promiscuous, but a shifra never knows if she's going to be emancipated, and therefore Allah unfortunately believes in the world. I'll show it coming to the Maki Escono, and that Hatul Ino Maki Escono. This is fascinating. Why is it that a dog knows its master, has allegiance to its master, and yet a cat does not? What's the shot? So the Gemara says, "Umaha ocha mimasha achbar ocha yishka haocha acha akbar atzmo lakas kama v'kama." So it says, "You're going to say no. There's a whole list of items that can cause forgetfulness. Amongst them, a mouse. If you eat from something that a mouse eats, that causes you to forget." So the Gemara says, if you eat a cat, cats eat mice. Therefore, by definition, a cat doesn't remember its owner because, again, it consumes the mouse. Which is the idea. Okay, why mice do forgetfulness was seriously over. Show them this photo. If they not call, most of them bad for it. Why is it that no one likes mice? And why does no one like mice? And everyone's always trying to kill the mouse, catch the mouse, all these different kinds of things. So the Gemara says, because mice are bad, they're bad eaters. Suman raw is that inherently, a mouse exhibits their behavior. How so? The Gemara says, it's one thing about saying mice don't just eat through food. Like what is mixing with food, without going not through everything. They're eating not through clothing. Now, what benefit does a mouse have when it goes through clothing? The answer is none. So the most on the other hand is that the mouse is just destructive in nature, even though there's no benefit of things. If you ignore it simply, you know, so I feel it shifts up more dicey. Sometimes I'll even shoot through the handle of a shovel. Now again, you ask yourself, what benefit does the mouse get when it chews through the mouth of the handle of the shovel? The answer is nothing. It still doesn't. That destructive nature of a mouse is so that it's considered to be so negative. And therefore, not for myself, inherently, man doesn't like mice. So it's a good about. I must say, I want to also point out, I have to ask the people now, I'm not going to do justice to a lot of these Gemaras, because like there's so much profundity, there's so much thing in all of this. We'll get to the end. If we have time in this session, there's a couple of sections I want to go back to, but we're going to make sure we finish it that day. There are 5 things which cause a person to forget their learning. So I will say, if one eats from something that a mouse ate, so in other words, let's say a mouse nibbled on a loaf of bread. If you then eat from that causes forgetfulness. And we're not sure how to eat from something that a cat ate. Now again, it's not because of the cat, but rather why is it? Because cats eat mice, so therefore it's the same type of thing. But if one eats the heart of an animal, which I will say, that one you can understand, because you consider the heart is the very, very life source. So to ingest the very life source of animals life, by definition, those and one's humanity, which causes it to forget the Torah. But other eats 2 hours, if you drink that water, if you drink leftover that water, it seems like a bad idea on levels, right? But laments causes forgetfulness as well. This is fascinating. If you wash your feet one on top of the other, so let's just the imagery that remember we're talking about necessarily it's like a bucket of water and you're washing your feet. So if you wash your feet, you put one foot on top of the other and you wash it, that causes forgetfulness. So let's say just think about that imagery for just a moment. If your feet are one on top of the other, what does that show? Usually you can't walk like that. You're immobile. When do you forget your burden? But ultimately, again, you don't move yourself forward. If one foot is on top of the other, you can't walk. If you can't walk, you can't move, you can't advance. Such a person, unfortunately, loses their Torah. So too, someone puts his clothing underneath his head, underneath his head. Sadion's idea is the same with soul. But ultimately, again, if you put your clothing underneath your head, what is it? You're under clothing, it rots. Then you can't go ahead and get out into the world and accomplish things. So by definition, if you can't get out and accomplish, you're going to forget your Torah. Spirituality is only retained because a process that is constantly moving forward. But if it remains in place by definition, it regresses. You wash one foot on top of the other, you're not moving forward. You don't know when your clothing is underneath your pillow, you forward. If you're not moving forward by definition, you're regressing and forgetting. Incredible. There are 5 things which can restore your learning, like job memory. So you learn, what are they? Number 1, past copy of breast-based the coals. The coals should give the common asthma. The coals themselves are apparently beneficial for memory. Eat a roasted egg without salt. Is olive oil. Olive oil, right? Olives cause forgetfulness. Olive oil apparently is good for memory. I eat every summer. I want to say a person who regularly drinks wine and smells nice things. That's good for memory. And if you drink the leftover water from making bread, from making chocolate, it's probably obviously also if you dip your finger in salt and you eat the salt, so much about it. I'm going to show you guys. Person drinks what I do, you just olive oil is different. So you shouldn't try that. The same way that consumption of olives can cause to Rabbi also cause you to forget your learning, even from 7 years. So to again, olive oil can cause you to record your learning, even if you forgot, or cause you to retain your learning for 7 years. Next, like I said, so it's a beautiful, just to make a note, this beautiful marasha on this olive oil piece. For your time, we'll come back to it. Now, another piano Shabbat. The person regularly drinks wine and goes ahead and something and smoking. That's good for memory. You see here, wine and nice smells, nice scents make you wise. Incredible. October is well enough. You just think it's probably a charge to our house, which, like he says, is one finger into salt. So you have tonight, and you know that Achos will check it. He says one finger and not 2 fingers. And you also understand the charge of 2 fingers and not 3 fingers. You see what it means. Alright, wait very well. So it's my point. This is all coming again for me today. The point was is very tough. I started going to touch them, but there are 10 things. There are 10 things. What I'm saying that make it difficult. Now, it's touch them in means it makes it difficult to learn, but it really means ultimately difficult for retention. Difficult for learning and retention. Number one, all the tatas are outside of the if one walks underneath the reins, so like the halter on a camel, the culture can have double maximum, or if one walks underneath the camel itself. That's ultimately again makes it difficult for learning. The other big stigma, only one between the 2 camels, the other big stigma often not walks between 2 women, that issue how there is a share of Russian. Or if a woman walks between 2 men. These are all items ultimately again it would be difficult to learn and to retain the living. Now, older, we have us react large of the data. But the person goes ahead and goes by the pizza smell of another parties. The older tapas again share often tapas 9 million, or one walks underneath the bridge. They were not lived for 4 days. The Oka pass Shimamisha calls up or bread. But not very good. Oka pass in Zoma restaurant, and one goes ahead and eats from the spoons of the hand. Like that's the hand that has all the Shema started from the population. Now, shows in the Amazon all the basic parts. If one drinks from a stream, which runs through the cemetery, now the stack of between our base, or one goes ahead and looks at the face of the dead. Mostly ones are very interesting. I love how they figure out that once a person passes away, you're supposed to cover the face. Mostly immediately cover the face. Both the mouth, both the eyes, cover the face. One is not supposed to look at the face of the dead. Each only a holy sunshine. This is fascinating. Or something reading descriptions on a headstone on a gravestone causes a person ultimately again to forget their learning. The most two are very interesting. First of all, reading this gets on a headstone, that's what it's there for, right? Well, it's just a new thing. So I think that's just spending more on the list. Two, the fact of the person, to a certain degree, is really the past. Part of the outflow of the most fascinating is part of what we do in our Vegas is we move forward. There's a period of time when you are really getting the lost, that's Shiva, and then everything else ultimately is about compelling the other forward. Never stress that was Vegas. But they said this almost represent the duty that the other has to the Shema of the loved one. People make a mistake. They think that those optimistic views are there to hold the other back. Not all. They're to propel the other forward in a particular think it is. I don't think like reading it the first time. I think it's talking about reading it over and over and over at a certain point in time, right? Like we always say, it was the working on the shots, not the how what was, and a person needs to for. It has an incredible statement. Iman says, secretly, Shabbos Mishpacha Fidelity. Which probably zero that the dead are ultimately forgotten. You know what does that mean? Whatever suffered lost is the dead are never forgotten. But it has to try to program us with the ability to compartmentalize. When this is fresh, it looks at a photo of home and it's everywhere all the time. As we move ourselves forward, we're able to compartmentalize versus someone who's stuck looking at things, but looking at those, always being a tombstone is living too much on the gas. If you live too much on the gas, ultimately, you can't move yourself forward. You can't move yourself forward, you can't learn, you can't continue to kind of about what's the first line. First line, you should not first line. You should not see the press. The idea was like, this is fascinating about it. You must see what since the newspaper. Color arm only. Everybody has to stand up. They usually actually when they can sit down. If anyone says, you can sit. Kishat is in the first, we have this in the tree. Also, Shura, Smokana, the Shura, as a kind. I just will come in 2 months, right? I don't look at them and say, we have to get to this place. Shakal coming, that's a fucking rocks in. At that point, they have the mission, I should come on. Once the episode to down is to stand up, or 7 down is to sit down. So, really different forms of comment for the nurse. I'm based in and a little bit down the top. The this was his sons of the external beauty component. His grandchild is something on a money survey publicly of seen on Russia. And translated a lot of work and people. What is that? Because in Spanish, they tell me they were often sitting on the floor. So in Spanish, everyone was seated. They were making deep what? Stepping on the heads of people. So you learn those sorry, and family how they serve the community, how they need to enter into the respect even after everyone else is seated, even though it looks like you should be disrespectful, that they're working over everyone. Not so solid. You can't see actually come to say, let's say, get the top companies inside the establishment, and then he has to leave, he has to leave to relieve himself. What's the alcohol? You come back in and go back to his place. Anytime you come to Rabbi, as Rothschild, if there's something who's fun as a leadership position in the community. It's not huge, but that's the small. And first thing you should hear that when they have guys to understand their father's shit, they come in and they sit in front of their father with a high claw and their back is to the rest of the people. It's not shaking like that's the small. When the sun himself feel that they got so it's not sad over here. And if you're not seeing that the leadership you play in the all of them look again. So in that case, they sit behind their father, facing the people. They will say, Father, you did this is a very boss. Father Rothschild said, oh, I'm the also. Even like outside of his marriage, even let's say that it's like in a party or in a wedding, we give cover to the children of the family, just like they give family cover. Because it's interesting to note what we do is notice pattern. You will notice as well the two other things. And you'll notice that at that stage, there are 2 different types of native cover. There's Kamkakal, and then Kamkakal has a position of leadership in the community. The one who has a position of leadership in the community is given greater cover than just the stand Kamkakal. And what this has to be so fulfilled. Because again, the way you use the community, that's how you use things. What you do, and what you do for the collective, you become greater. You often think that mentioning the personalistic limits is how much you do for yourself. That's how much more than yourself. How much you do for yourself. The real greatness comes from the willingness and ability and dedication to serve your community, to do and to be there for others. In other words, all about this is 625. But it's all about that's all right. That's for sure. The comments is everywhere. I'm talking to these people, come back, walk back, other people, other kind of. Because you get after that, and then you just help yourself about looking and look. But also, let's see what that's exactly. You can't come back there and let over it from one night. However, you get that should power. Because you must if you are a switch over that, a person should look at it about it. take care of your needs, so what most of this time is. The older you know, I'll be asking the question how to do so exactly. First, it shows use themselves because if you never do it in the morning or in the evening, you don't have to go ahead and what is this? You never go to so you have to go ahead and do something outside. You have to do it during the day. You have to find all that space because you don't. And so therefore, the best thing to do is kind of regulate your body, which you can just go in the morning or anywhere else to that. So, right? Or you know, or at night, or at night. You know, else is not unless you don't have to go too far. So if it runs says as the negligence, it becomes conflict and it's negligence, and then it has to be projected. You know, you should be able to control it a little bit better. You might say, well, I don't know about you know, the concept of not being good, people are good, people are good in general, people don't like the same kinds of pushing their therefore, that's talking about, you come back to, but it also has some other aspects and stripes, also it's different. Zum Teil schon wenn die kommen die salvation aber noch Feier sind der Schule aber kommen der Vater und das ist auch der Vater aber wir haben Hilfe so dass er geht ja das ist alles wir schon nicht wissen nicht so so this nicht mehr da über nicht but there are different forms of cover given to the person and these things that come to the cover that issue was taught during the days of children know twice with us. He was with us. His name was but the year proper, but we also have faced. So these three people, two of them was the Nasi, the other was the Nasi was the atheist, and then there was ready to come from. Now go see and watch this. Children also have the chemical element come in. He iron the bear, but he also have a chemical element come in. So children walked with my Spanish. Everyone stood up. But they did the same thing with the Nasi walked in as well. So Shmuel says doesn't make sense. I'm sure Neil, oh boy, they're having a kid that can't be linear. We can go. Shmuel says it is important to give the distinction between the honor given to me. That was the same thing, what to say to the office. And it's important that there is a distinction to the honor given to the Nasi versus the atheist. Versus Antana. The book said, everybody said, this is not ego. This is not ego. This is about preservation of authority. For the Nasi to have authority, the office has to be looked at. So people are kind of just rabbis or rabbis, right? So if I using them together, that is the ability of the Nasi. All you have to do to do it, you need to secure authority. But I think it's important that there are different forms of respect to each different. So okay, when Nasi comes in, everyone stands up, but when Nasi says to sit down, Casey comes in, they form two rows, and sit down. When he sits down, Ham comes in, when he's in your power, Amos, you stand up, after you use your power, Amos, you sit down. So the meal is the meal institute, okay? So don't even problem. And don't get problem, so it says, therefore, so so then this is a how about the there's no problem. When Shmuel made this change, that the men of Nasi were not present in these measures. So they didn't hear about this. They knew about the change. But he was in the also causal coming come back, keep it also. So the next thing that he does is that we don't hear its measures. He said, what is this? They thought this was a personal, for some reason was like, just everyone can get covered, and they just switched everything. They worked together. So what they had, I'm going to get rid of my son. I'm that reason. So someone else came out of that. I'm going to that reason. Yes, no set to do my law, right? So what's this? So let's go ahead. So let's see each other. So there's something else. So let's make a plan. So you should get that right on her. What should we do? My knowledge. Name of the drug at the scene for last night. Let's go ahead and actually say this one to be sure. Why? This is their plan. This is their plan. So it says, the people who come and the people who come and such workers in the one even people who come and live on it, people who come and session, Yashmir Koti also, it's in the beginning of the lot of session, ultimately, the who ultimately should articulate the business or we should receive coverage. We should someone who knows how to say applications of that. You have to know color and feel like you deserve all of the honor. And once we see that at the end of the signal, she's not going to get the honor. That's like for a movement composition. I'm not facing the actress. I'll become the actress, and you will become us. But once I, this was the plan. This was the plan. And what's the tragedy of this story? Why is all of this happening? Why is all of this happening? You see that most top of the personal part of the country that is so hard to laugh at the communication. You should have known that all this happened, what he was going to do, and you should have told them. You should have told them. Because at the end of the day, you need to change that affects other people. Probably the guy too fond of it, and said, you know, that on the front end. And the other one saying, fortunately, automatically assumed worse. They assumed that they should bring instead of them to say, hey, it's Roger to me, you came in, you want to stay up there, so she doesn't communicate, then you communicate with him, and this potential of law is about to occur. So it says, well, shall we not be able to punish you? I mean, if that's so hostile, so that Jacob heard about this plan, and he was worried that if she don't know it's going to be embarrassed. So what did he do? All from the side of already listening to she had read, how shall we go less in the tunnel? Go less in the tunnel. Jacob is very interested in that. Now, whatever we do, but Jacob personally doesn't tell us what they're explicitly about the plan. Instead, what does he do? He pushes himself outside of the region. Our personal feels in your upper story. He begins to learn focusing out loud. He just begins to answer over and over and over. Unless your business, I tell them what is going on up here. Everyone has to show me because of instruction. So, you should know if that's your life, you're not going to focus over outside of that. No, some things are supposed to be right, some things going on. What's your children we don't know? Where it says, you know, in fact, the abuse said, he put his mind to it, and ultimately again, is good. So it says, so one time, I should have learned all the books in the day. Why we see what learn all the books in the day? Because the underlying is life. You don't have that day. What if you have that day? You have that day. His heart, his mind. And you put your mind to something. You put your mind to something. There's no time to accomplish. If we're honest with ourselves, more often than not, when we don't accomplish the things we want to accomplish in life, it's not because we couldn't. It's because we just weren't enough. We did not really put our mind to it. We weren't fully vested. So he puts his mind to it, and he learns all about it. But not how it is, he navigates it all. So next thing is that the next thing is that you should have a signature of Rabbi, you go ahead and give up the shirt of sin. Also, shirt of Florian, it's a shirt of sin. Incredible. Also, to open up the you. So after I finish the way, go over to the process, keep looking at the window, just to see what all the work again had I ever looked in yesterday would have come up with that. Especially because I know what you tried to do. I'll show you something. I'll do it to you back as an introduction. Move out to the next message. Turn out those out of the air, and then they'll serve from the finish. So what happened? So you know, I don't know, it's soon see that. Don't say things that's there's no mediums, there's no trouble. There's no positive trouble. This is how you see trouble. It's supposed to set up sometimes a random. So you know, I'm sorry. I think it's I'm sorry, but if you would have said, I'm sorry, I should have informed you. Okay? I should have informed you. What are you doing? What are you doing? You're saying nothing. That's the public embarrassment. Why? Why do you come in? You know, what's the shot of this? So it's going to be a rendition. Gemara says, so the Kasi Kushasi of this one, Shatan wants up, but the main part of the rock, number one is like Kasi Guruba Shatan. So it's clear that everything is said in this rendition. Right there, questions out of this part of the album, and they put it in the this rendition. And then the place is open back, whatever the answers for, and they don't answer their own questions. I'm not going to go see. I'm not going to go for it. So this experience that they come from a scene outside, every single inside. I'm going to have a chill. Now, limit. So Chilwell said, okay, we can bring it back in. However, you see what you want to do, Schmeister and Schmidt. So what's it, but the Chilwell said, realize that, is that we will no longer see all the movies and movies. They get come back in, or they're not going to see rules over their names. See where they're not favorite, or they're pressing each other. And there's rulings are not going to be known as a favorite. Others say, and the Russell's rulings will be known as Reish Holders. Wow. So let's talk a little bit about zero by zero. Here, that's a lot of drink. And then the dream like that. They were told, go and reconcile your meal. Rabbi Russell also Rabbi Russell to reconcile, but the mayor also. But the mayor did not reconcile. Different commitments for God than the commitment of people. Because Rabbi Mayor said dreams are inconsequential. I'm tragic with this. I never say not even incredible amount of next so I'll remind you that part of the hour I apologize you can right? It's not only to reconcile with God, but to reconcile with one another. And if you don't drink to tell you to reconcile with people who you wrong. Right? It's partially what we need to do at this level as difficult as it is what is incumbent upon each of us. So we might like the Gemara says, "Akiyasu Abiyasa, Arshel Abiyasa, Hika Hanibaka, Hanibaka Abo, they have the base Shavin Funaminasi." So Rabbi Nassim was asked for forgiveness from Shimon Leo. So he said, once we said it's enough that your father's belt gave you the position about faith, you think you went, I think you ultimately to Nassim. So apparently Rabbi Nassim's father was very influential. So that I'm sure he earned the position ultimately again about faith. But so again, who do you think you are to try to do what you did? Nassim that Rabbi so it's still fast forward a little bit, right? So that's the story ultimately again. So we fast forward a little bit. Two, Rothschild has a son by the name of Rabbi. And you know, see, Rabbi has a son who was named for his father, Rabbi Shimon. So his grandfather Shimon Leo, that's what kind of more powerful. Rabbi is teaching his son. Rabbi's teaching his son Shimon. Achim only. He don't have to run. Fast on the David writes and say, "Oh, always you know how to throw behind the car." So he says, "Listen to this." So ultimately, again, Rabbi's teaching his son of Shimon about halakha of Torah. Now we're not going to get to the halakha because we just don't have time. But ultimately, he teaches the name of Achim, so Nigger. So young Rabbi Shimon says to his father Rabbi, "I'm going to meet him. I'm going to Shimon. I'm Shosem. Which makes one of us here. All these people, we drink up their waters, and then we don't know their name. First, who is Achim? Who will really use that? There's the grandson that know the story. So So Rabbi says to his son Shimon, the other should be Shulakon Volkov, the Kovis. People are going to try to move the cover and the cover of his father's household. In other words, these are people who try to even harm our family. This is fascinating. So son of Shimon says his father, but the father, it's done. In other words, the mom, the hatred, the animosity, it's all been lost. God continued to watch them. But at the end of the day, the actions were so he didn't have any impact. So otherwise, only Tamil, sometimes even when the enemy is gone, the sword is eternal. Those are just people found that sometimes the hurt that we use upon other people, even when the action is done, the action is done, everything is done, sometimes the sword is there. On the way, I'm usually like that on my side. I'm on my side. So you have a student grandson. You're still the same the father. That's true. When that is what did actually come to fruition. But when it doesn't come to fruition, sometimes you just gotta let things go and move on. Hunter asked the lady ships was incredible. I also want to point out why was the grandson able to say this? Because what it makes sense. When you're in the thick of it, the personal conflict, you cannot see the trees from the forest, but you just see the things that you're right. And everyone else is wrong, but you can't see that what you're doing is actually that you're on. So what does it do? It takes someone outside of the conflict to say, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you ending up the world for the rest of your life? What are you you're supposed to believe in God for the rest of your life. You can do that, but all you do is for yourself. It took the grandson of Shem, who was living for his grandfather, to say, what are you doing? What are you doing? Just so you try to do something terrible, it's not going to work. So we're going to penalize that forever. So we changed the Hadar Asmi rate. Although we shouldn't recommend it, you will have to higher cost. So that's what we changed it. Instead of talking about higher ultimately again up here, what they said was we shouldn't have it. We still wouldn't give cash attribution to that American owners, but rather to change it to be sure. And it actually said it, right, as we said, it was saying somebody there. I'm not people have to ready the new stuff at all. Turn out other shouldn't have it. Even ready, the way that we need for incredible humility. Would not speak using exclusively the name of Rabbi rather than saying sure. I'm going to what's the first one? But showing the young Rabbi, we'll say, kind of organize our hands. See that up. But five other okay hard. So I say, who's considered here a scholar? The Sinai or an okay hard? What is it Sinai? A Sinai, or say like a Sinai, represents someone who's a repository of knowledge. Someone who has a mass of luminous amount of knowledge. Okay hard is someone who has the deepness, the set analytical abilities. To take any issue of it, or to get to the acceptance of it. Who is considered to be a greater, who is considered to be a greater scholar? I was a wise scholar, who said this. What matters is let's say you have to appoint a Shiva. What quality would you look for? So I'm going to say, I'm Sinai, Lava, or Sita. I'm going to say, I'm going to say, Lava, open heart. So you're going to give an example of the rest of it. No, sorry. So let's say, let's see. I'm not going to fight. So Sinai, Lava, open heart. So you're going to give an example. I'm going to say, forces Sinai, Lava, open heart. Shuffle the heart. Every time I have moments, there's something to have on it. And who's greater? Sinai, so on the road, see what I do. So they agree that it's better. I say the English was better. My country, my job, so I say because everyone needs the needs self. This is me. You can be as analytical as you want. If you don't have knowledge, you can't get anywhere. Get anywhere. So therefore, it's for a sinner who's always considered the really more valuable aspect. So also as a result, you are the so therefore, we want to a point of no actually that's Shiva. Because no sin coin is Sinai. Rabbi was the Okiara, but Yosef refused to accept the position over Rabbi. Not a Rabbi as an attachment, that became the Shiva for 23 years. But how that monotonous, only after Rabbi died, Yosef accepted the position of the Shiva. Therefore, Shine brought us Rabbi, but Yosef became the base of all the days and all the years. That Rabbi was the Shiva, that Yosef would not accept any appearance of leadership. So, by the way, one of the benefits of being a leader is that you didn't have to go to the blood letter. The blood letter would come to you. You had concierge blood letter. So the blood letter would come to you. Right? So all those years, even though it was sort of Yosef could have that, she did not accept that. He didn't want to give any appearance of leadership when Rabbi was there. Rabbi the Rabbi. Rabbi not enough. All these Rabbanim were sitting together. And the Sefer Eisha, and then you know Sheshiva. On our couple, and I said, well, you can't Rabbi Eisha. Whether it's 6, 7, everybody getting the tree, or come to Shiva. She couldn't crack. I didn't know that that's how I was standing, and you were able to see that body went across. A body all with your head. The statement was not refuted. As he Rabbi Abaye, the Gabber and Shay. This is incredible. As soon as Abaye made a statement that it wasn't refuted, so listen to this. So Rabbi saw that literally Abaye's head, what is this mean? This is not ego. It's not ego. He saw that Abaye changed. There's something about Abaye that changed. I'm away. Nachmani Chasa. So at that point, again, we say Nachmani Abaye teach us. And that's what this means to tremendously so. A lot of friends, when we are faced with opportunities to do stuff that we know, we come to the just depending on those can do it because if resource has all the abilities, it's important to know when you need to expose our responsibility into it. When a child takes on responsibility within the community, becomes whatever to show the community, you have seen out the destroyer. the ownership over never let you go out of the way when you're trying to help this children. If you're trying to do something to the cloud, you will always have accountability. That's what it means. The name that I value, the 10% of value, you're going to Shiva, not saw changed. You can do something that made you everything else. Right. What was the change? The change was the blanket of Seattle Shiva. The change was the blanket of the vice presidents that developed it as a controllable show this I believe in your ability to affect change within our community. Incredible. They asked the money and say, Rabbi said, apart from action, because again, the word is now after we read Sinai of your heart. But obviously, Sinai is greater than us. And it's not a gotcha. But that's like right away, Rabbi said, Rabbi Sinai is sharp. Correct, it's sharp. He's been sharp all of the skills. And I think that's a lot of questions. Rabbi Masna, the Rabbi Masna, muscle or muscle? Rabbi doesn't say muscle is muscle, measure. And we will do two things. So what's the limits? Which way is it better to be sharp? And even if that's a lot of questions, measure and ultimately again give answers. You want to say 9, take it. And ultimately again, if you're going to reach the open-ended question, not telling us in that case, ultimately again, which one is considered to be the greater leader. And once it hides you up when Mashiach is still on the sacrifice of Esau, Mazal so much to say on all of these demands, so many groups. What's that? What can I seek it? What can we come up with the content with more time to do this with more thoughts? Suffice it to say, tomorrow, what's that? We march towards the Messiah Crush. Tomorrow, Yetz Hashem, we march in the country. Tomorrow, Yetz Hashem, we march to a brand new era of Halacha, which will allow us to ignite the fire of Gula within our heart, in our souls, which will allow us to once again, many of us, as a result of 2,000 years of diaspora, have fallen out of love with Kabbalahs. It's time to fall back in love. Right? It is time to fall back in love and Yetz Hashem, that beautiful heart surgery from us, as we submit it from the Shkolah from Yetz Hashem, begins tomorrow. It's there from our side. Everyone's in. And we'll go right there in the magical. Thank you. Also, good morning. I got it off. I think this was partnership to you, but we need our last 2 days of this sorry, it's the middle of the method and was partners for this one shoot the thing. Our anger has always got to put some stuff on that as well. We get to the optional judges this year. It's just service for this year. And how it's always wanted to put out a lot of people to idea that shows that his parents, Adam and Asher. Als een grote lenzel gaat zelfs de hoofd van alle titels van de oude Libro van de Vaderschap die zwingen die bedoeld is dat ik voor ons vader de aangekomen uit is als uitgeven van de jaren van de dag. Maar dat jongens wat is voor de oude meisjes en dan hebben we en het schrift onder level van शिक्षक and March and Channel on the occasion of the 29th site of motion of Mark and humble, kind, brother. Jesus has this comfort and contentment and humility life choices brought our family back to our dreams. Many of the Shana have an idea of Shana. How our decisions are like and it's a person that is government is physical activity of control to make a shape. We don't have to show that the heart and then have a focus of the heart. having to be successful at home or not so that we have. Most of the guys do this, we have a really beautiful job ahead of us to be tremendous strength for the lifter. So really covered in tremendous amount of ground. I'm going to give you just a little bit of the first homework because I'm not going to start exactly the right off. We're going to pick up a couple of legs up from the mission. Now we're getting second, not the bottom mission, don't worry. The second to last mission on the base by base 12B, which is color double. You see that one? Yeah. So that's 4, 6, 8, 12, 14. So before that mission, 2 legs up and down, 1 minute. So front and last, so the leg before the mission. Lines up from the bottom. So let's do something. Everybody's playing it. Just a couple of lines up reverse, homework and everything says, look at self-contained. Otherwise, one thing is to look at that can't get everywhere is can't go into the next second story part. Right? So that was, I could fudge a lot of days, but once the session's over, I got it. So it's my chance. All right, since my money up there. So it's a very beautiful part of it. She actually started off, now that power on us. What's interesting side of it? Let's say you have the brain over. And the brain over gets now remember, I'm not going to make sauce. The coin got the message down about to now, you don't know what else. Right? Remember, these things we are calling and get rid of the coin. It's about can I do should take the coin got has to have to take the sea box. So that you might also interesting side of it. You might say, coin got sorry, she actually started on let's say the coin got Saras. Now, obviously, when we get Saras, what can't we do? We can't function as a coin got. We got Saras. Well, that's the now you know what? Very time to Saras. Now, this is a short relationship. So, what I said now, the function is the coin got. So, we want to use the Rabbi all the time. So, you can get the shadows like this. You say that once you have the coin got, once you establish that, by definition, you are including in ever marry the mother. That's what's on you. So, I said, we took much of another one, so the coin got all through the once you know the function is the mother, I'm not going to say that there's no problem. So, what's the I still have to do this? See how you can help us left on the phone, whatever, but you can ask a question before then. You know, I'm ready to that rest of the pop off. So, the summer of that, let that pop up. So, other map must stand up. Other map must mean that you die. So, let's say, I'm just going to look for this, ultimately, again, let's say is followed by the same mission, that ultimately, that right there, I would say that, however, Highlanders, no longer funny person, what's the I'm the one who probably every what? So the coin retains this copyright status, even if technically speaking, you can't execute groups. In other words, so what's your coin level? That status remains with you, even if functionally you cannot perform the groups for substitute games. Remember, once I said the most of our customers that I want for myself, if the coin level gets inside us, still can't marry Ayamana. Why? Again, it's once with the Kedusha of the Kohen Gadol, even if you can't functionally execute the responsibilities, you still have the Kedusha. So this is the answer that Tino, so we should be saying that, each of them. So this is what happens when I says, come, Nash, even share. You cannot kiss him on his head, you let him fight home, you think that he's harder to marry. So this is the kid, I get it. For the answer to the question about so let's look at the chapter. What is it? What is it that all people use of companies like Willis answer? The other elements that he gives gets us. He gets up, somebody's head, and ultimately he gets into the trust in God. Because when I say you should these answer, what do you say as the best for the how they're attached to that? What's the question that's being asked of the we work hard to establish and reach the spiritual milestones. And what happens? Then what happens? It's we want and fundamental use of stage effort. I work for. So the shadow is sunlight and the aftermath of those music love mistakes. And of those terribly wrong choices that have lost everything. They want to answer to once before you struggle, always the close our back. Perhaps that functionally because our mistakes change us. So the Granddaughter name gets set, if Granddaughter gets set asked, he can't function as the Granddaughter, but how much of a nice center mistake that's the new contribution. You want it, no matter how badly you mess up in life. Your personalistic holiness is yours and will always be yours. You may be compromised in certain ways. I may be stuck in certain ways. I may not be able to do certain things as a result of my life mistakes that I'm not going to correct myself, and I think you should as well. The topic here is this. I'm so moved by this issue that what does he do? Yet, you explain that it's like about fixing his daughter in marriage because ultimately, you know, saying, only because you don't love yourself. There's not, and also to some extent, like this, on the first day of sleepless, the first day of sleepless. And those first days of sleepless, we're not to ourselves, what's the least ingredient of a meaningful sleepless experience? Right? Such that things, both in the morning and at night, but what's it? Because is a piece of me that feels that unchangeable. It's a piece of me that shares that unchangeable. It's a piece of me that feels like I'm the only almost every single year where I apologize for what I've done, I said what I did better, whatever. And I'm always back in the same place. And then on the first day of sleepless, you might want to be just such a beautiful gift of the gift of it. It says that even if you got yourself to the sense of a kind of what you messed up, that's at us. It's destroyed right now. Once a coin level, always a coin level. Once a use, always use. Once home, always home. I need to work on this to get myself back up where I need to be. Never think for a moment voice decisions in life that there's a realistic thing. Said you know, like you can look at that look like. Is that finished stuff? Yeah. So that's kind of the homophobia. I know the polling you're about to have heard about this. What is like a lot about this? One of the homophobes we have ideas to go against the church about this. We feel like so each definition says that when you go, Terence is totally on the bottom of these rounds. We'll discuss what this means. And then as you regular coin, Terence is pointing on the top. So Terence is pointing on the top. Well, you know, what the buttons are just the moment. So you says, going on the left and only. Cuidado, remember você estava even for yourself. Yes, it keeps all of the settings or temple services, even when it's the morning, even if they set up immediate relatives. However, the design is covers. So he's able to do the above, but he doesn't get covers. I don't know not yet low. And I'm going to call it in academics. So it's not go ahead and effort, no one does repeat. So the Amra, sorry, Amra. So this shadow settings. What is the name of the Rabbi? Amra. The Master, so that's quite literally. This is regular coin, self-fabricated coin. Here's what's a number of units are assuming a 2 bit. So that's what they're married. So I will not that means by the neck. But that's what the coin does. And the matter, a coin will have a little bit on the bottom by the end of his garden. And that will to a recognizable form of the and that was anointed of actual public order. And he got to what point of view with the gardens. And the coin the coin to the top of the sky, but then it's more of a chance of the night that it covers stuff. The night it covers stuff. Also, the night means the golden that rise. And it's like, yeah, the night the golden that's right. And the night I think the fucking that right, but in that right. Yeah, it's not like just the whole looking at this are around the area of the network. So it's much of a guess that shmuel. Maybe passion. Colors, lots of mass professional, was a professional, I'm not sure, but we now want to check out the like, and more than the parents, we have sister at the front. What's the other thing as a the idea over there is that I suppose the best idea that recognize like other governments, it doesn't necessarily have to do with the these are accomplishments but probably recognizable there. As I was thinking temporarily, once my parents was a hustle person, and her parents that's what the church would attack. For every other thing, you only have to carry part of it what's this to your body. For example, for example, their shirt, one has to tear the shirt. So interestingly, I'm seeing it here on the sides. So what that means is actually that you guys will clean up for a parent. You see that little bit of so that they're for hand though. So that when you guys say, I'm not sure that you use the you don't want to even have to. Like parents, you have to even to the other hobby colors, or you can pick up the so that obviously, yeah, the part of that one culture of the day, that's the case. It helps you show the feelings. C'est souvent comme si on est souvent comme la comparaison de la personne et le self-interest. But what happens before that any hair that's not on the neckline itself is not a real hair. So even if I double that hair by it's a long neckline, that's absolutely fine. You can start it, you can do it so well. But you can hold that, but it was clear. But how do you feel about Rothschild from the background of the and you see a Rothschild baggage yourself, that has some of that. So I say, I would fuck with the possibility when it says, you know, go ahead and allow the country, well, and you're not to share the program. I would put the English stuff in by yourself. So I'm going to ask Rothschild from God help me before. So I'm going to see, pretty often, because you don't do that. The really things that also that I put up, but God does, you don't work. No form of clear and all by point level. So how can you change the result? But the swell over any points together, it should be other parts of the have a really developed about a no clear about that. You have a really small thing, or it's probably never going to be. It's just doesn't just real like actually one post. You know, it's like these words. Small so like a oh, part of the other small like either one of these and just be so small, it's for the thing that would be for all the kind of any clear. Right, but it's all open in there, like keep it in that all over the place. So as long as you feel that done like that's why it's not sure. So survival, but the problem is that you got to still have a still. So that's what that is. So sure, it's that. But that is what we do. Because I think things happen as well. Because local church is actually anywhere but so even below the network, you start the network itself. God says no. So teaching me that a regular code pairs at the neckline and beautiful pairs on the bottom. I can do this gun. I'm asking that I'm not asking like that. I'm not asking like that. But a lot of them say, hey, coin knuckle uses a lot of money. Does not consider any physical form, external form of happiness. Therefore, Francis clothing is going to turn the bottom by his head and not telling about how it's going to incredible. And I say, so now with the system, that's really principle of things that we can money. Mishnah. How do you have it? How do you have it? You can say, let's say you have two things in our records you have to perform. How do I know which one to perform first? Which one to perform second? But the answer is simple. Task how to perform. Whenever you have one thing which is perfect, you do something else. You always perform the same. You always perform the more thing first. The consistency. Consistency. There is consistency, there is holiness. Therefore, when you have two mixes, one is too good for consistency than the other. Consistency always brings out the other. Consistency should never be confused with perfection. Because what's the real? Because you can take it, that's which is that we almost will never expect perfection. Never. It's not even an argument. Anything is forever accurate. It's almost like it's powerful. Like, switch on the power, it's powerful. Okay, you're perfect. You're complete. That's not what that means. Consistency just means an attempt to try to be consistent. Recognize now I will never be fully consistent. So let's do two things. Which one comes first? Whichever one of the consistency is always the one that comes first. So I don't know. So the Gemara says, whenever a person is minutes read, so the Gemara says, interesting. Whatever is holier than its friends. Comes, goes with this way. So the Gemara says, okay, so parts of this example of this, Rothschild, so let's say we say, the Rothschild go back and put the Rothschild is the kind of everybody for the double, and we go for the this. So let's take another two problems, and ready to offer the power of the Queen Double, and power long double the next sequence. So that's an offer, right? How long double she does my son. So now I talk up those two doubles. Which one goes first? Which one is offered first? So the Gemara says, that's all also. Ultimately, in that case, the Queen Double's power comes before the 8 plus power, comes before the reduces power. Interesting enough, we'll have to see what principle that's going to walk on. It's not popular, it's not talking, because it's the popular over here. So what is it? Is it that we can have things we give it a shot? And you know, then the power we understand that what principle we'll have to see. It's incredible. It also says, let's go back to the idea. So I got the dog, just as words. Interestingly enough, even at one without any of the proofs, it sounds like what? It sounds like slaughter. But again, you must say, I'm going to go, so I'm saying, so the concept says as follows. The concept says that the bottom of the show us to as ever. What comes next? In general, was like, how incredible is this, right? On the first day of sleep, that's the beginning of the journey of young Leroy. So what do I get? Everyone in this hospital, and then how badly I mess up. At the end of the day, I always start my yoga. It's like you got all of the Leroy. It's literally spelled just a couple of lines. Okay, so I say, let's go back. So that's not the most focusing, right? What is, I just got very excited. I was just for sure to doctor just last night. So when I started, so since as much as we try to get a proper perspective, it's just the thing that you see something that just puts a smile on your face. I don't know what that is about that popular like somehow again, right? You have this, like even on series that people can't avoid smiling, they just a little bit, and then just there's just a little bit of sweetness, and you can go there or something there. So so this happens. So the verse says, I'm going to come across, if I know someone to show you that I'm talking, they will say, this is not this possible. If you look at what's going to be right, the final last of I share the last of it. Besides the Ola of the morning, I share the last of it, which is that's what I'm just talking about. This is talking about again, this coming trouble again, right? The morning trouble. The morning trouble. Remember, the morning communal sacrifice, which was which was a thing about this, the sick itself is repetitive. Novata was the cover, right? Coming to Shaka. I share the last of it. So the Gemara says, so I don't say, why? Once you say Novata was why do you need a share the last of it? Well, what's that phrase contribution? Normally. So we see all that's about that. All that's about but remember, it says the morning, coming to Shaka. Why do I need all that's about it? Normally, how do that works? So it says, hope to Tadigo, not. So it wasn't that phrase. Discuss it. So Hashem, so the Bible writes about that's what it's called. You're getting caught in some sort of time. Hashem almost had trouble. Why is that carbon the first thing you do every morning? Why? Because it is the carbon you do every single day. Hashem relies on common sense to know how you establish the precedence and ultimately to Jesus. Back to this consistency. So since that carbon is offered up every single day, therefore ultimately will only be offered up before anything else. So fascinatingly enough, because of the 100% of the 100 code, two items don't always want to differ. General consistency comes from the Shoshaka, the morning communal sacrifice. So let's go back to the Mechanero, two contrasts, and ultimately at the end, if you ever, whatever is better than its friend, all this can keep holding as Hadero. Yeah, let's say, I sort of focus on this is the over. So this means that whatever is holding the two friends, so I'm not sure which one to do first, whichever one is quote unquote only your man's fellow, ultimately is the first. The rest I need to point out to just simple, interesting. If you look at the Russian over here, it's fascinating, right? In other words, in both of these cases, call it Kudash no Cabero, who called them S. Cabero. I don't know if I was ready, I would have said, call it Kudash no Cabero, what? How would you write that? Kogan no Cabero. But they said, I thought we just said that because I guess we just saw it. Sometimes they will say, so holding the rule, that if Kudash no Cabero, holding this for also you sometimes be friend before this. Take your friend before this. So hold this S Cabero. It's so easy to way to become this self-centered, egocentric, and just really everything just becomes about you. The nature of who you are, so much stuff going on in it, but it's just focused on my own needs. One of the greatest demonstrations of just focus is the ability to think about the other. Just the ability to be there for the other, the ability to help the other. Sometimes we need to share the other, right? Not saying that now you need it. And sometimes we need to have success and we're able to do it together. So how we put it out there, how do you argue with someone else? Call it as how they are. If you need your friend, if you put your friend in it before your own, right? Ultimately, yes, and then speak to life to people who just have you know, it's really good. Okay, that's going to be a lot. Just two items, one the other. How do you know? I mean, so we put the Holy Word first, anyway, so instead of just to keep that show, so it's actually very important to keep that show, not missing by the coin. He's like the coin. So how much people say, keep that to so say for the coin, the whole shut another certification means a coin goes first for any matter of holiness. For example, the Torah show always look for everything first time. The Bible shows 11 infections. He told Lord, I love that you show to give me the biggest place. So, whatever as you coin is always what so let's say how do you just know when you say if you walk in, the same type of walk out, you just hold this door and you represent the second. And of course, you can say, hey, you come to the kindness, I say, you keep that show. I'm ready to go to the cargo. I'm ready to go ahead. Like everybody. Listen, I'll talk to the review in a second. And, you guys are great also. Support staff, fantastic. But so it's like, but you have to have that trouble even in the last aspect. I really love it. And I say, look on the mindset, it's like, we can go ahead and really hoping the door open for the foreign, right? To manage to be the food from the signals. There's an obligation for us to go out of our way to manage honor culture. It's incredible. So what's that stuff? You have to point out, let's take a very simple, but it's not just in the head. What it is important if you have two missing persons, you have to show which one to be first. Whenever you get a side process, the first group you're always going to see, right? Because you're the sugar type of stuff you're coding. But that's what the some reason that's not working. For whatever the reason, then ultimately you're going to also look at what's holy. Or whichever one is holy is the one that you're going to do first. How what's he doing? People actually say, power code, Mashiach and power. You don't trust it. So maybe again, the next best case scenario was that if you have two carbonates to offer, one is the parent of Kohen and the other one is the parent of the okay, so remember again, both brought forth the erroneous rulings. One the erroneous ruling of Kohen and one the erroneous ruling of the Senate. Those are short from the first. We have to finish the seven. We offer up the Kohen Gadol's parent before the people's parent, which is actually quite intriguing as the fucking opposite that they do not impose people. Yeah, people let's see. So we're not going to look at it. We kind of set up and so actually set up as a parent. Because it's like we shall go and pray this one as we put the first time. Not come over how you show. Why does it say how you show with the lady? The lady show we get the power of the Torah. Because that the power of the Kohen Gadol, all the things always offered before the power of the people, not for everything. In other words, all the ritual and sacrificial rites and practices of the Kohen Gadol's power goes before anything to do with the then now again, don't say that's a positive. That's a positive. Like that, because it comes not smart, it comes not specific and not as well. So we can work with that. Whereas it's about the pattern and share the power in the home. So again, let's say we have two, both these commercials getting to the offer. The power that comes on, and the power that is on, power commercial from the power is the commercial. So the power that comes offered up first. It's not just let's say the burden of it, it's all the sacrificial rites and rituals for the power of the Kohen. Ultimately, again, go first. Why? And unless you do the Shia, Svara. And the Shia, then these kaparas. Why? In this case, only the these kaparas, and the secret is kapara. The kapara. The Shia, the is kapara. It's the case that the one of the bodies between them should receive atonement first before the cover before being yours. It means that saying because God is responsible for the kapara of God Israel. I'm not saying this is responsible for the so in a sense here of this kapara before you take care of the nation's kapara that you should not take on the chaper this chaper Rabbi dictates that the chaper one you atones for everyone else to come kapara should come before those who use it for the king over the keeper the adon who the adlis who the adkol can have this stuff right? Because you don't work for it. So again, there is what's home, and then other problems, which I've also got to make sure that this person has one be by teaching us before I can fix anything else in this world. I must first fix myself. Sometimes it's so kind of trying to fix anyone everything. I'm going to fix everything. You see, one of those, only one area of life where I for some reason forget to fix. And that's it's like getting close to the bad age, the bad so the bad sometimes stuff. Fix that the right things, fix yourself. Once you fix yourself, then there's a turn to have that. There's a damage on your family. And after you have on your family, very opportunity to go ahead and I'm strong with it. I am on the other folks because hope you have no as now, that can straight up here, doesn't have to make it because the other situations are precedents. Of which you only look at the other person. I'm going to show you what. Calling the high time also so interesting, the fire has nothing that's super was never again this is offering that is best. Again, we have to financially watch it. So I am that shows you what these work for all this stuff like the stuff that you might have high pathos, the high over. Because again, because the power of powers of this is a pathos, and the other is over pathos, people over higher, we give us a share like pathos, show it. So our first pathos first might have a lot why does that this thing that I'm taking out to show that how you try that it is the pathos of particular stuff. Why you don't know so that's how she yes all of them exactly like this first Allah said for the first things happen that was that she owns cosmos not all those have bought and the first white line so what's the thing happening with Paris what's the line that with every other pathos they have types of offerings pathos always goes first Tacos always offer first to shine along. That's what we have so condemns the old aspect. People can look at crazy because tacos are only kind always perceived as the ideal destination of carbon. Interesting enough, even if the tacos is a bird, and the whole world is a bit so the tacos was first. Okay, so it's the first time, right? I don't know, let's go back to the those before the season of all these I thought that's the high over. Ultimately, had the plug of higher than that. That's the over. The fact was always comes before the over. From the matter, the other than money. That's a risk of having. That's still a habit. It's interesting enough, the Torah speaks that the fact was often, or I guess, is usually efficient that we have. Rabbi or not, level das condições se os pontos da praça se a level bizarra come before the season of series if you make one I see the high up basically because all the looking at the scare like all the genres that go off with it versus this year especially by a personal offering see the nursing or the see that stuff to see the nursing comes before the speed of the individual lifetime look very simple highlight the individuals comes before the individuals offering Seguirá com caudades de Kinshasa. O seguir com a do Chile. As ainda Kinshasa com caudades de Kinshasa. I would like to say that the sheep comes before the mais see I do she can. Now she thought all those not coming together. So what it says the sea for question why because of many seas the sea the offering for a result like that is so important. Most of the troops that we put out of the higher but see on this as the sheep is more much why because it's that the tail is offered up on the upper hold them that's why coming over the current over from as well as the sheep as you might say the sheep ultimately again sorry yes like the body offering before the sheep stay out there and over the cross from the offering by sports. So also before the shoot. So exactly I thought this good the game deal. Told them the brother. I thought myself, how exactly I thought this new video. I thought you know that. So everyone else the voice covers. And you said there's a beginning of the overview the cover of that stuff that. So anything that is brought as a result of the it's more pressure. So it's there's no fucking way 60 fucking people watching this right now. You're looking at a fucking road. Look at this. Four works. That he is obligated to go at it. Now, again, we're going to tell people is legal art, so it's just like to reposition it as it is, and then Hashem spend a little bit more time actually reading it towards tomorrow's that. Focusing on this before. Escolha muito chamados, ou a Hashita desta, and to tell them what's happening. To tell them what's happening, so then what's up, which means that let's say man and a woman, both lose a lot, both of these are happening. Who had our relationship with Shabbos having the Torah first? So self-establishment is going to the person and then let's say, how do you create this hierarchy of people? So it sounds like, again, if you don't finish, but it doesn't say that no one's speaking about this, but it sounds like this might be based on who has a greater number of mitzvos to perform. Now, why that creates hierarchy in the point you spend the number of mitzvahs, we're not the same with it. Where does that come from? Where does that come from? Again, what we're going to see. So, where is that each? What does each mitzvahs? Or the ultimate Hashem. So, what's very interesting? A woman, let's get back to Shabbat as the mitzvahs of the ultimate Hashem. Now, what's interesting enough, a woman takes precedence over a man, both looking for clothing and for redeeming captives. for the clothing, because again, obviously, a woman who doesn't have clothing, it's going to be a much more humiliating experience than for a man. And in captivity, we are nervous, ultimately, and much more nervous about what's going to happen to a woman in captivity than what's going to happen to a man. And interesting enough, the Gemara says, this man should stay home with the Kalkala, at least for the Isha. The lesson is very interesting. We are concerned that the man is going to be sodomized or things like that in captivity. And ultimately, again, we will redeem him before him. Again, under the have a lot of stuff a little bit deeper into all of this. It says the word how you do sources. Now, it's interesting and it's really fascinating. But the Gemara doesn't spend any time kind of like telling us where that his initial principles from. Instead, what it does is it delves deeper into what we'll call justice. So let's see what we can do there and say a little bit better. Same thing with Parabana. I'll get the Rabbi of the shed. Also, listen to this. The case where we have a person called Rabbi, his father and his Rabbi are all held captive. What's the very exile? Isn't it incredible that throughout almost like our entire lives, whenever we think like the subject about captivity, like for someone taking hostage, it never resonated with any type of contemporary importance. When we think about choosing captivity, and even though again, throughout our lives, unfortunately, there's always been things like that. It's just interesting, just heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking how so many things that happen in our world can take certain things and make them a reality to us. And that now, like the word hostage is no longer something that I have to like harken back to some type of retrospective or just, historical reality. It's contemporary reality for us, just the whole world. So Ruben, his father and his Rabbi are all held captive. Now listen to this. Who comes in the rabbi? Ruben takes precedence over his other people, why? What's the logic of that? Just your life comes before anyone else's life. In other words, I have an obligation to sustain my life before anyone else's life. So therefore, again, Ruben's life comes in before his Rabbi. The rabbi comes in the Rabbi, but he has to redeem his Rabbi before he redeems his own father. So it's like a dramatic habaha. Now, again, what's the logic behind this? There's so many sorts. Remember, again, back on this whole distribution of sorts. Why does a Rebbe take precedence over a father? So again, the Gemara says, father brings me into this world. My Rebbe brings me into this world. My father brings me into this world. My Rebbe brings me into the world to come. So therefore, Rebbe has an obligation to redeem his Rebbe before his father. Emo, Kodemis the Kula. So that's what he was fasting. Ultimately, but Ruben's mother, if she was in this, she's first to be redeemed. So fascinating again, right? And again, that goes back to the Mishnah, because obviously, again, a woman in captivity, we're very scared about what's going to happen to her in captivity. Chacham told them in the Rothschild, was incredible demand. Let's say two people are captive. Chacham for the time, Chacham and the king, right? So he's like, the king is held captive, and Chacham is held captive. Chacham shit, Simar says, what's our Chacham told them in Israel. You do it on Chacham for a king. Isn't that incredible? You do it on Chacham, you repeat a king from captivity. What's the logic? Chacham Shaleis ain't one Kiyotziva. Listen, ultimately, again, if a Chacham dies, you have no one else. Like, you have to replace it on Chacham. Melech Yisrael Shaleis, all Yisrael Lu'uhi L'Malchus. Kings you could replace. Any Jew, but Hashem is fit to be king. So I said, by the way, they're lush. Call Israel and the Union Lamarcus. Every Jew is fit to Lamar. Every Jew is holy. Every Jew is fit to Lamar. Everybody can become Chacham. Everybody can become Chacham. So therefore, a lot of life, there's a chance to anything and become Chacham, to become Chacham. Incredible. Now let's call them a Kohen Gadol. So ultimately, we get his presence on the Kohen Gadol. Shneimai, Hayom HaMelech Abayim, Hayom HaMelech, Kivuli Machem, Ve'adi Adonai. Kohen Gadol called them the Rabbi. Kohen Gadol comes from the Rabbi, so it's confused. They look at it. Kohen Gadol from the Rabbi. Shneimai, and Moshe also Shop Tzedek HaKohen V'Nasan Ha'Adon. So we must hit the Tzedek V'Nasan. Ultimately, they put Tzedek. Ultimately, again, Kohen Gadol before Nasan Ha'Adon. Shmoni Yoshua Kohen Gadol Atabarei Acha. So say you tell me, no, I can't actually more than say, and not say that also moments. Mashiach, Mishnah, Mishnah, called him Rubiga. Calling, that was interesting enough. Calling Mishnah and Mishnah is a calling was anointed with a tomorrow versus a calling who was anointed or who was inducted through putting on the Kohanic vestments. The calling who was anointed with anointing oil expressed things over the one who was inducted through the Torah. The Rubiga called him Mashiach Shalom at Maskario. A calling inducted through wearing the Kohanic clothing takes precedence ultimately again a form of calling. Form of calling, let's say you're calling about a similar mission. So therefore you may excuse the fruit right now. Ultimately again, the calling takes precedence. Mashiach Sha'aba Mat Maskario. Ultimately identity of a calling. And Mashiach Sha'aba Maskario, which is a calling who was appointed function because of a similar mission. Called him the upper not possible. Interestingly enough, people says over and over was disqualified because of a book. Other much was below, called him a short no follow. So again, if you have a comment, is disqualified because of a book. He went over the Mashiach Muhammad. Mashiach Muhammad was deployed to get the army out to war. Mashiach Muhammad was causing the scan. Mashiach Muhammad was present over the scan. Scan is the assistant great brother. He was a scan. Called him the Amar call. For the Amar call. What is it? My Amar call. What's the Amar call? What is that? So that is the other puller. He's kind of like the guy in charge of the same brush. Right? He was conversing with the other comes from where it says, other come from the start, ultimately, keeping message from the Gizbar called him the Rothschild. And Gizbar takes precedence, I remember getting a problem divided into shifts. There was someone in charge of each of the shifts. So he takes precedence over the shift. Rosh Mishma didn't Rosh Place out. Rosh Mishma ultimately takes precedence over the other value. Rosh Place out, call them with coming note. Ultimately, again, and the family takes precedence over a calling head note. Versus ultimately, again, these things the most that you ask yourself, what's the point of this? Like, why does the go ahead? Why does the go ahead and set up hierarchy? Like, what's the shocking role? So let's say, you know what we're trying to teach us? We're trying to teach us not everyone is the same. You know, we have this ordinality ideology that everyone has to be the same. Everyone has to be the same, right? Everyone has to have the same opportunities, everyone has to have the same rights, everyone has to have the same intelligence, everyone has to do this, and if I can do this, you can do this. It's not true. It's not true. I'm trying to create different people for different roles. And if everyone tries to be the same, then by definition, at the end of the day, the collective is circular. The much that's always given is the army. Like, if everyone is a general, the army is going to lose the battle because they have to be foot soldiers. But if everyone's a foot soldier, there's no strategy, there's no vision. So I need again, people that hire it and lower it. I need ultimate leaders. I need followers. I need people with power to make decisions, and I need those who are down to obey and execute those decisions. But it's not fair. They're not the same. Correct. They're not the same. They're not the same. The goal was never to be the same. The goal was never to vest everyone with the same rights, responsibilities, and entitlements. There has to be differentiated responsibility, roles, and responsibilities. Otherwise, humanity becomes when you try to make one the same, it hurts us. So let me see this. This person takes precedence over this person. This person takes precedence over this person. This person takes precedence. It's not fair. It's not fair. It's discriminatory. It's not discriminatory. It's the way that functional society has to work. So it has to be tiers, there has to be levels, and it has to be precedence. Incredible. What's the interesting thing over there? The is what still colors in the phone. Those things are institutions over there. What about by tour purposes? There was never feedback too much. Let's say, how about televising them with a listening spot? Right? So the person has to get that is a listening spot. And the listening spot. So the China is who should have become common for the listening spot. Right? So you can imagine the sky Koreano, the existence by Gado, and the Mashiach Muhammad, who's the president from war. They're both walking together down the road, and they both together see a listening spot. Someone's going to have to become coming for the listening spot. Which one of them should become coming? So the Gemara says, oh, that's what Rabbi got that. When you touch on the sender, Then Mashiach will come out with that, but about Vegas, so the scan and Mashiach will come up together. When they come across in his mitzvah, Mutter she coming Mashiach will come out, the Agi coming scan. Interesting. It is better that the Mashiach will come becomes coming, and not the scan. Why? In the other folks, so we could not go, Nicholas has scanned on the Shanish after. There's also a number again. If there's one thing that Father's not always needs is conduct. And what's the scan's job? The scan's job is to be open, right? It's always a job to be on call. So therefore, if it's a choice between the scan or the Mashiach will come becoming coming, that Mashiach will come become coming. That kind of Mashiach will come and call them the scan. But you learn that halakha of I said, which I said before, that a Mashiach will come and takes precedence over a scan. You're right. When it comes ultimately against supporting the sustaining, the Mashiach will come and takes precedence ultimately over the scan. Why? Because at the end of the day, remember again, the Mashiach will come and repeat on the average work, and that is a very important function. But when it comes ultimately against the tumor, one of them is going to become today, the Dragon Mashiach will come become today. Why? Because we can't have carbon cell without a clean gut. If you have to figure out like the part of Mashiach will come forward, but you need to start. Says for just a couple of minutes. Mishnah, Convert a Kohen lady, sorry, Kohen because it's very important for us. Kohen lady, lady Yisrael, because it's this along the same hierarchy. Right? Kohen comes before Levi. Levi comes before Yisrael. Yisrael comes before Nanzer. Nanzer is the same. When there was this, we have the scene, like the scene where you go. There were the people who all came to the head when you were struggling to carry Yisrael. They pretended that they were not one of the seven indigenous nations. As a result, Yeshua made a after what discovered that they were part of the seven indigenous nations. Yeshua did not want to backtrack on the treaty, as he thought again that would be inappropriate, and therefore I'm not going to myself. He relegates the status of water carriers, things like that. So that's an sin. We're seeing the Ger, we're seeing them before a Ger. Ger and the Adam Shuk, right here, gets precedence over the emancipated slave. So he must say, when we speak of this hierarchy. So again, those hierarchies key for variety. But when we display these hierarchies, one hierarchy is true, it's not Shakulam Shuk, but all the same. How about the this? How about the mountain called Rothschild? Because you don't know let's say again, you have a mountain of Rothschild. And according to who is ignorant, Namzu Tam Protham Kodra. So ultimately, again, a Namzu Tam Protham wasn't over a couple of dollars. Don't say why, because listen to this. Because at the end of the day, right? How do you become a Kohen? How do you become a Kohen? Right? It's a position, it's a status that's conferred upon it. It is so much more important. The true metric of success in life is not where you come from, but it's ultimately again what you do with yourself. You can't choose your point of origin. You don't choose your parents, you don't choose your family. You don't choose again if the coin may be small, choose if you're a mountain. You choose if you become a mountain, right? Like that's something we'll make that choice, right? But when I say again, I mean again, you don't choose ultimately again to be born in nuns. You don't choose them. So therefore, most times Chazal are telling us the more important about where you come from is who you choose to be of yourself, who you choose to become. And therefore, again, you have a mountain of products. So this young man who took difficult familiar circumstances and decided to make for himself something good. Versus about however he's stumbled into that. At least the first step is that it's nothing to do with this. Because if I was a coin, now I'm just coming from the incredible. So if you're a coin called the lady, wouldn't know that coin comes before maybe she had not. I'm not in the church. I don't know. I think going to that much. So ultimately, once I think the bunch of says over here, if you notice, I'm not in motion. Interesting enough that it says much power before the Shahara was coming. Moshe was coming. And Aaron comes before Moshe. Maybe called him Lisa, even coming before you, so really know that. But Rabbi Lisa, even though I should shake the lady, because he saw it. I'm sorry, when I say Lisa, I should shake the lady. I don't know. So talking about that, I don't know what he's talking about that. He's only the person saying, I mean, but ultimately, he still has prospect, has that impact, has the protection, and I'm not sure this guy. I'm not sure comes into the sin. I'm not sure comes before the sin. Zebah will keep up Shira, and Zebah will keep up Suba. Because it's interesting that this is fascinating. Why does an answer come upon us? Because not because of people Syria, from a culture says, there's a high-tech fascinating. And because what it's saying is, at least by the answer, comes from two Jews. Granted, it's a receipt, and granted, it's inappropriate, but the DNA is leadership DNA. It's just, even though they obviously only produce an answer, but an illicit relationship, but at the end of the day, is a people shit. It's incredible. The cynical component there, what says that is that not driving but the shot is the scene for part of the class, or really you can see it up together with the shot, but all together is that their code on the evidence shot, but ultimately the air comes upon evidence shot. But why? So the Gemara says, Zach the cloud color is that not color the cloud color. So ultimately again is a that comes from Tinan, or from the Tinan is first. So therefore the Gemara says in heaven, the Tinan is honor, but ultimately again there we have I close up the stop over for today. What a Gemara. What a Gemara. I will say tomorrow, last stop, I'll call you if we have time in order to get you down. So enjoy the minute section. Last day tomorrow, straight everyone. I said that's another big game. So, yeah. I don't know. I want to say good morning. Let us begin. I thank all of our sponsors for this morning show.
No.
Our annual commentaries on the future of the show. Rothschild this year is supposed to serve the most time as well. The fellow sponsors for the month of Elul are going over. The show is parents have them in because they are able to pass. Slowly, the transport from his father that I heard from but I made then a father of the national control of the some is the countries from the other things unfortunately culturally is like this culture to share with show them the power that allows to be successful compromising. But in that then comes our last integration is really great ahead of us. We have to not on the days first thing that we want and the second bus is to use a bit of like got to talk. Hello, I got to talk. I'm going to I'm sure that we can know the phone. All should be touched with them. What do you deposit that says? That the links that I touched part of the house trades, right? That you can walk on it, but then you shut it and stumble on it. It's the money is emotional. Most people are mentioned some of this emotional people. Most people cover this up. Okay, after the opposition, so the after opposition in the gas of 185 second focus with this, right? And 180 what we call that kilo gas of 1 second of gas. So what is consumption? So what is consumption? So what's how that? But there's opposition because it's in the football. So the 180 we have basically focusing on this all. That's an example of so you can walk on the wheels like I'm talking. Is actually opposition actually that's all. Function touched one of the that's all. The example over there is that the sinners will stumble over it. Familiar subject was like Russia colors like I was there. So the guy keeps coloring things out for that's all. The calling of Russia. It seems like a little excuse over Russia. You see the law of it. It's from in a mid-card, takes off Milo Parker, and he did just he did not go ahead. And much as he did not perform the mitzvah in the real way, the end of it is like because he's not always, okay, I got it, there's a few of that, so I know what this consumption not good. But that shouldn't seem for people someone else. Allah is very much like this is the position. Allah Masha, the snipping of the executive. So the two guys, both of them are in the house with their wife and their sister. Echad is down the road, so the Echad is down the road. Also, one that ended up having a relationship with his wife, and one ended up having a relationship with his sister. He's got to be a backstory to that. But the next segment is actually not more Ishtar than anything else. So ultimately, at the end of the morning, he ended up having a relationship with his wife. Good example of ultimately one of the actually the name also supposed to be questioned. I'm not going to cases. I'm not coming with hard on the garret. So how far so again, remember, we're trying to figure out that's an example of two people, right? Wife and sister. We're trying to show ultimately again how one single act, created by one person can ultimately be from the mitzvah, and by another person from the Roy is Marshall. And Marshall, you're low to stay yourself. The example of this is low to stories. And this was when we get to know the story. Right from here, the world is the first thing that the world is over. And ultimately, again, that they give the why, and indeed, to the accidents that's mutually complex. The verse is pain, she established and says everything else you know. The daughters were Shem Shemaim. They thought their father was the last man on earth, and that he had such a responsibility ultimately to go ahead and ensure that his creation is ready, which is what says. Of course, but ultimately, most Kabbalah was not Shem Shemaim. Most Kabbalah's intention was just to satisfy himself. Shema Bera. So what's that? How do you know? The term only mentioned is from Rabbi, and it was low type of intentions also. And then there were intentions. And what's the Pasuk has that Shema Bera. If you look at the Pasuk I wrote, the entire Pasuk leads to the fact that most intentions were immoral. Because that's what the Pasuk says. Vayisa note, Batisa Ishta Fagona Vesena. The same much for Vayisa look at the guys in the same brush, the ultimate way of the way that Potiphar. As a love is eyes, so the Gemara says, by Rabbi Shimshon also Catholic Ishara Bebi. Like the Shimshon desire and believer, so ultimately again, same much of eyes. Vayar also Shem Bekama. This is Vayar, not so stone. It says again that Shem Bekama saw the deal. Obviously, that's an action of a virus. As Kaki, as Kakikari, I think. With the eye of Ishasona, Hard Kikara. Kikula Washka, Elka, Akari, Mahabai, Mostly about people in mind, some of the speech, Manashi. First, it's the point of the year, is that a lot of us see just a scriptural reason of that. That makes the entire motivation from this, and for this Muslim morality. Also, it's in their eye, the law, to name this office, but onus is right after we didn't have to be responsible for that. Also, incredible Gemara. Tell show you listen, tell you should exactly your seat, already coming. Lama nothing I import should be commercial with you. Now they got over the God of the Kuma. Means after the relationship with the older daughter, she got up. So we must see why it's in there. Over the car, so the shach about the Kuma. Teach us right. Logan didn't have awareness, complete awareness of what was happening at the time of the act. But afterwards, he did have awareness. I said tomorrow, and my Hava and the other, but what should not have done? Night the Hava, right, it was done. It was done, night the Hava, right, about really fast to that. So what are you going to do? Okay, so you understood what he did after the act was over. So again, what should we have done? And that's incredible. You might say, that's good enough. You know why it would have mattered? Because the next day, when his younger brother offered him a phone, he should have asked. And it was like, what a perfect mistakes in life. mistakes actually happen. Sometimes you really try to make a dream and you really try to talk about them. You really try to really be able to see what's going on the pipe. Often in life, we just make mistakes. And sometimes in life, we make dream out of mistakes. When you answer after those mistakes, what's the apple? There's a two-part apple. Number one, mind the haba. You can't win in mistakes. Sometimes you just have to move past and you have to move forward. But at the same time, I have to use the mistakes of the past ultimately to keep on this for the future. If I don't, because if I just put my mistakes in the past, right now, and I don't learn from them, right? You need to repeat the first mistake. Plunge approach, yes. Put the past in the past so you can forge forward with the future, but at the same time, make sure that I learn from my past. I don't repeat those same mistakes over and over. Rothschild. So it was another when I had you guys were possible. It said, مش الكريات أوز ومدين كبيرة حاجة أحنا الكريات أوز هو زي الموت شكلش عبرم so it goes from one ultimately he speaks to himself in Abram ومدين كبيرة عمود شيطة مدين أكبر إسرائيل عمود because of mold but ultimately there is future animosity in between from Israel and Abram لأن لو يبقى عمودي ومعادي يتحرش incredible because also remember again I want to go up of the offspring of Lot. There is an ongoing kind of massive struggle between the offspring of Abram and the offspring of Lot. Y'all are struggling before it's coming. Might be simple thing in the concept of Kaba you got to make like the whole Toshia this Gala. The Kaba you get not just if I say, look, it's the first of all, should we thought that they have separating themselves ultimately again for Abram for what? For what purpose? One people separate yourself out. One to indulge his desires. The call to Shia Iskala, Shiniskalik, owner of what he means also about the Nefashot. Ultimately, Lot's evolution is revealed in every soul and every instant. His wife, as he said, his name, Amoni Moabi Asur, Israel. However, it is that Amoni Moabi, the offspring of Lot, are not allowed to join the assembly of our Kurdish fathers. Incredible. The Amoni Lot was indeed incredible divine. Tamar is inside of things. Tamar, from the active, remember that Tamar is the brother-in-law of Yehuda. So remember, he was dressed up as a harlot. And we never had having relations with his because technically his twins, that Rothschild died with his twin sons. So Tamar was the and similar, right? Similar. He was by Yehuda. She ate him, Yehuda, individually active. This very nice. He was the one who reached the activation. And he has his cousin Bas Sword. He was a Tamar himself, that's an intellectual field. So Tamar, from Tamar's act, succeeds and profits in which trouble. Zimri is although again, in Zimri, when I had to react Tamar will not for one of those having to use guys as a result of that. Right? Because, like, this is the away for the direct show, but only if you're getting something called directly with the show. There's some of the whole other Ishmael. There's some of those people who get this ultimately at higher purposes. So the point is, it's the same active force, and if you can summarize Havana and what they should be, these Havana ultimately was a full action. So what was like that? The US says, how much I've got to write this one? It's a big statement. You don't know how to hit the schmuck, it's special with the schmuck. Wow. I did not strong. What's that mean of strong? I think that means something committed to serve some higher spiritual purpose. Now, do not try that at home. In other words, that's beyond our thinking. That gentleman there who sat there with strong, it's not for so much higher club self purpose, right? Whether we're going to see one example of that in the 90s, or he's going to be asked to have phone call. The other example, this is a dramatic idea that we do not play out. You want to see that here, that here is smoke, even in the midst of shalom smoke. Right? And I know that going for the sake of our Kaddish Baruch Hu, in the midst of God, not for the sake of our Kaddish Baruch Hu, without the Kaddish Baruch Hu, the whole act of Hashem Yael, each has other activity. We know Hashem Baruch Hu, who's talking about Yael. I was saying it's incredible because this is the Haftorah, we got Torah on the first day of the Rosh Hashanah. Like $30. Who's there second day? That's the other day, Israel. I was going to say, I think the second segment, I'm not sure. But like the other sister, right? This is, by the way, this is the episode from which we heard Chazal, we heard all the halachas. There's many halachas, it's get short, but that's the other sister. Like, this is the like, the Lama look for Moshish, such a devout story. So remember again, this is the war that Barak and Barak united against Sisra. Sisra uses fled to the whole of his confidant. It was what was Nile. So Nile treated totally okay. As we're going to see that in part of the work, assuming now says here he's in here, and they see that she actually drove a head like a stake in his head. So the Gemara says, well, how did she get into state? She had relations with him. No because of it. So she wants to say, after saying an act of trust by a woman. So the Gemara's understanding of this was what we call an act of Mishpah. This is a very discussion. You have to keep it in the tent because at the end of it, the day that was the ultimate body act of Mishpah was in his birthday that she was able to take. So we know when he speaks about Yah, when it speaks about Yah, it says, in Russian, in Russian, she blessed like the wind of the tent. Who are the wind of the tent? Nine of you, Russian law. Wow. So also is a big direct positive. Also, it's up to Paris. Yael, the loves. Which so let's say, so what you see from there, it's positive. You can recognize that they have a shlock. It's greater than the next question of the shlock. Did you like this 1 second? I'm not going to read it out. We don't know that, so after the Torah means so it's after the shlock. 1 second, that says that the person should only do the Exodus, even Shalom Shmo, right? She took Shalom Shmo, so let's say, because I understand that it's such Shalom Shmo, right? It's not going to look like education is not ideal. I understand that. But start out to be with less than ideal circumstances. Why? Because it leads to a mitzvah Shmo. So that means that the previous one showing that a mitzvah Shmo is not worth it. But it clearly is. Which is why social said that that's thinking by itself is so incredibly important. The process doesn't have to be perfect. Sometimes it's just about engaging in the process, even if the process itself is flawed. Why? Because getting taught, get yourself moving, it's somehow over time you get to where you need to get. That's again, you don't make it so shalom ishma, you don't shalom ishma, ishma. I'm doing wrong, you do this for the wrong reasons. Whatever the wrong reasons, maybe cover, accolades, whatever it might be, fame, honor, whatever. Just do it. Just do it. Just don't wait for the process to be perfect. Because if the process to be perfect, I end up doing absolutely nothing in life. Get started, even with the large process, and again, over time, you'll get yourself to where you need to get to. This is one of the most important circles in Shula. Sometimes I can read for the perfect set of circumstances in order to affect change in our lives. I can read all the planets and the constellations and perfect alignment, whatever it is, don't wait. Don't wait. You do it to affect changing in the right now. Even if the change is not perfect, even if the process isn't perfect. You get started, and if you're consistent, you're committed, you're not consistent, actually, somehow, some way, you get to where you need to get to. Incredible. Versus you like, hello, the word says, it means to say like this, that David Shalom Ishma is so great, David Shalom Ishma is like the mitzvah Shalom Ishma. It doesn't just say greater than the mitzvah Ishma, but rather, again, it is like the mitzvah Shalom Ishma. Incredible, wonderful. Shalom goes also Shah. So sister had relations 7 times with Yael. She had married. The quote the verse actually ranges from the number of verbs in the pasuk. Kara Ragla, Kara Nafal Shabbat. I have all come is hanging in the middle. Or it's like, how can come to that age from the help? Didn't she receive enjoyment from the act of relations? Or maybe not the one you show Mishma, or maybe show me your eye, happy for Basim Shine, Rai, and something. Even the Toba, right? Even the deer. from the Shoya is considered to be something negative by itself. Incredible. I'm not even around. What's it very beautiful? The Olam Yasok Adam, the Torah Mitzvah, Hakim Shema Mishma. Person of us has to let go of, she thinks it's the Mishma Mishma. It's not the ideal. But life is not the ideal. So person should let go of the mitzvahs, even not for the right intentions. Why? Should have told Shema Mishma, God Mishma. But you want to say again, if you're doing the right thing, it's not the right reasons. At the end of the day, you'll come to Mishma. You know, so this is such an incredibly so. If you are very, very consistent, and then whatever you do, like, be consistent. If a person is committed to doing the right things, actually, behaviorally, over the intentions, the feelings that come on this will come. You might say, where you see this from? Should start mandates, cover ship, you call a Kamacha. He's not probably not to study that areas. Because of the 42 cover that follow up. Remember, why the public think about us? Why do you think about us? You're trying to curse problems, right? Hey, like, Shalom Ishmael, he doesn't result. He's not trying to curse problems, So what happens? But yet he bought 42 kavanas. At the end of the day, he bought 42 kavanas and he's following. He does the 42 kavanas that he got, stops up and not to some little loss. He resulted to have a granddaughter or a great great granddaughter, Rus. When Rabbi see that he's having a Rus, fast, shall Eglon, then shall Babak, then shall Babak, and the left. So what's this happening? Maybe those cases are going to be forwarded directly to Babak. So let's say let's get the before I make one extend that statement. Why is it comes to find us? So I said, from those, of course, comes another, which means that the entire Davidic line, the entire Messianic line, comes from the mitzvah Shalom Ishma. It's not incredible. It's the same as we think that the mitzvah Shalom Ishma, okay, it's not good, but at least it's something that is putting it on the right path. I want to say the power of mitzvah is what we've done that we could have recognized. And even in such a longish mother, we tell you what you could accomplish for us and for future generations. Because of one mitzvah Shalom Ishma, I'm going to get people 42 kavanas, there's a lot of kavanas. But at the end of the day, because of that one act, just that one act, God is so everyone has to see incredible power of our actions. And I'm going to keep out already open again, and go from the back of this time, see if I go. Two verses, where do we see that the Bible says that you reward them? And even just the reward for utilizing the part of the speech. Where do you see that? And then I thought, you know, you got to carry in Moab. I'm going to do that for the motion. I'll talk to that tomorrow. Talk to step on the power. You know, it's interesting enough. And then they look with teaching is with these brothers. One is the old one is called Moab, the other one is called Ammon. When it comes to Moab, there's one possession of I'll talk to us more about this on the public. Don't go to war with Moab. Come on, talk about it. Come on, who you know, it's really sad. So interestingly enough, you can't go to war with Moab, but you can check it out. You can start off with them. You can see your younger brother, and she calls her son Ammon. Ammon. That was an interesting now, remember, is a distraction made out from my father. Then I become my niece. So the older daughter is very explicit about the maternity of the child. The younger daughter is much more self as well. So you might teach us over here, if I comes forward and says when it comes to the older daughter, you can't just start up with her. With the younger child, I mean, I'll conclude off this step on the trial. I think it's unknown, and not even for the best with them at all. Why did this thing? So ultimately, because the older daughter was a little bit more curious, and that the younger daughter was a little bit more secure, and they were basically supposed to recognize that what's going to be around the earliest in the proper Nova. Yakin Adam with violence. So I'm never going to listen to this. Whereas the person should always rush to them. It's almost like a sentence of Jesus. Why? So the skylight actually came up at Syria because of the one night that the old people kind of went ahead of her younger sister and engaged in this act with their father. Comes along to him. Ultimately, again, her offspring come 4 generations earlier to produce Jewish monarchy. because remember again, David Melech comes from Moab. David comes from Rose from Moab. But you just read up the first king Hammon produces someone ultimately the father is called by Shlomo Melech's son, Rehoboam. Rehoboam's mother was an Ammonite. So it's like, so I really find it, there's so much to say about this in general, how Jewish monarchy, the Davidic line, Messianic line, all comes from like a little bit of this craziness. Right? Between the innate stories between Yehuda and Tamar, those are the stories which ultimately produce Jewish monarchy and Messianic line. It's interesting enough, the Maharal says, what's the shout? Usually monarchy prides itself on pedigree. Like if you look back to the early stories of our monarchy, it's a bunch of over. So what's the chest? The Maharal says, today's and generally says to the monarchy has a tendency to be over itself. So this kind of is humble for monarchy. It's again, come to monarchy comes from interesting beginnings, and then the ultimate keeps the monarchy from them. It also tells us who says something about it. Doesn't really matter what you can do with that. And that is ultimately what it's all. Right? Mashiach comes from Moses preserves. Mashiach comes ultimately again from Yehuda and Tamar. Sometimes the beginnings are the beginnings. We often too often get stuck in the origin, the point of origin, and not recognizing who you came from. That's not up to you. Where you're going, that's all in your hands. Okay, turn up on the Amars, let's get back to the Amars later. The Amars, back to the Nazi. The Amars, Frank Mashiach, this comes to exclude ultimately again from Mashiach from bringing in regular Chathos often. So I said, the Amars, part of Nasi, Yosef was Nasi from bringing in typical Chathos often. Now I love about Yosef Mashiach, we don't have Nasi, we don't decide. They're going to explain with Mashiach. Remember, there was a back up in this circle, remember again, the Mashiach and the Nasi are going ahead and making a mistake for that. For the Nasi, for the Mashiach is Aaron Donner, which she was myself. And the Nasi interestingly has to be she was myself. But again, each of them, I can only be Kabbalahs. She got for Mashiach and Aaron Donner, she was myself. Maybe by outcome like this. For Mashiach and Aaron Donner, when there is Donner, again, was Erroneous. Followed up by she was myself, Erroneous hat. Then it brings about Ashivas Maisam of the day, but let's say you see it's a mistake, right? The fact about here, which is done intentionally in the unintentionally out of the process, the tone double has Shivas Maisam or Akaram Gaba, maybe a kiss will see it up, because the kiss has to like regular pathos. Maybe so again, if the point double has Akaram Gaba and Shivas Maisam, they have also brings the new carbon. Let's say it just has Shivas Maisam. You should just bring a regular pathos. I'm not always part of Mashiach. I'm not always part of those stables and custom. I'm always comes to exclude Mashiach and Nasi fundamentally from Chathos. Now, in those circumstances, when Mashiach or the Nasi ever bring the Chathos of a regular person, Allah, the Lord says, take off Mashiach. Got it. And the Nasi, that's my school device. Remember again, Nasi, I understand when Mashiach had 20 50 because he's also a circumstance. He is all the time of knowledge to you. So, Nasi, she was myself. I know ultimately again that he's only in something of a regular us. So, when you Mashiach, I Nasi, she was myself. No, I said that. So, you should about how I still what's the case. Nasi, very interesting. You know, how come I still you should have note? Maybe this Maya. Listen to this. Imagine the following case. Imagine Nasi goes ahead and eats a half of his eyes. Sorry, 80 his eyes when he was already back. Then he becomes 10-year-old. Interesting. This he become awareness about his fellow consumption, right? Ultimately, again, after he becomes heavy, and it was and now you take awareness occurs when he's was a sound like I'm at Macy his phone. See the since and happening very really common or you should be regular much much better king never brings a us. Usually was from the Shimon, not the Basi. So this kind of Shimon, we said a lot of like trying to act as high of awareness. So since One of those also tell me, but according to the Rabbi, the middle Kabbalic liability is determined at the time of the commission of the act. So if you read that when he was a toddler, why would he not be silent for that? And we have us. I'm not too sure what the case was. Steve Huffler, you know, Shahafa, that's what the guy's good at the business. In the Sinana, the Shtimo, the Akatak, no dollar. What's the case? The case is where the king had to his eyes for his economy, but do never get that. Becomes king. Eats the other half of his eyes, and now what? And now has awareness of what it is that he did. The man says, okay, so what's the track over there? Well, I might have thought that I need to keep supposed to either. I might have thought that the two activities should combine and should bring a regular pathos. Much more than I'm of it. The king does not bring a regular pathos. This is the Bible. I think we have a lot to do with this. Is under no circumstances will a double or king ever bring executive pathos. Right? Which means that even if you did something before you were legal, I don't know, just into office, and then find out about the ultimate and anybody in office, it's still will bring a regular pathos. So the one is the knowledge and it doesn't have. You see what's iman should be possible. Suppose listen to this. Does becoming king somehow create a half? What does this mean? We're talking about ego chart, a party tax code, you should have no big things. So let's say that when he eats, half of his eyes are clear. When he's already was out. Then what happens? Then it's how he becomes king. And then what happens? You know what? Like, you move forward. I want to say, you just he's all over the place. There's people that he's the other half of his eyes. So like, so it's like, half of the other, no to this king, he eats often, you know, they have to decide. He does have some ultimate identity more combined function of us. Now, what's this? The big thing that's his when his eyes was consumed when he was a cover. Right? That's interesting. The difference is that there was monarchy in it. So does that monarchy ultimately go ahead and does that monarchy change it or not? So the Gemara says, also, people on the side, the active part the issue of the partnership. Seriously, remember again, we're going to have to do that to regular guy, have to do that to him. So then again, I understand in the life to have to fix him so about how can you should I go? After you started. But here, things are different. Even both have to be some ways of killing them, right? Just it happens that there's not a middle. So it says, so much that we should combine. Feel well and feel more emotional. Or maybe like anything with monarchy does is monarchy play that disrupts everything. So I'm not so pushing over there. The rest is the way I think the double be really up for let's say we did his favorite, and then we did recognizing what he did and separate out a cover. Right? It's going to come with cover. I didn't want to say that people like this shit. I would watch that. Yes, go ahead and do the part. Like, the number of happy parts is not the same. Now, in this case, for customer, then you can about sugar. But so this is very different. You know, it's interesting that you get same favorite, separate out a cover, carry it up the toys, and then a big sugar. And then big sugar. You know, so that, there's a funny thing at least. What is all this time? What's the time like all of this? What's the time like? So you might have to say, which tells us that what click in the timeline, all the same day. Shiva has the ability to actually recognize the orders of Shiva. We have a Shiva stuff days. We're going to read the orders of Shiva. We say we're going to go back. We started this chapter. Shiva Pitomis. What's Shiva Pitomis? Instantaneous Shiva. A lightning bolt goes off in my soul. And suddenly I'm going to have this incredible, beautiful clarity to become who I want and what I want. So it's possible to get all this is happening when the same guy who eats favorite separates out the fatos. Comes in at the coolest, and then becomes about Shiva. All of that can happen within a relatively short amount of time. Why? Because change is the greatest gift we have, and when we choose to activate it, there's no telling what we could become. So we must have like this. We must call the new page at that case, since he became it out the toilets, after he separated out the carbon, he can't bring that carbon. He can't bring the carbon. So it sounds like over here, if you're entering into a state where you can't bring the carbon, the company becomes forever disqualified. So too, if I'm going to eat the habit is ice, and then when I became king, and then became a commoner again, you can't bring the carbon because of that state say something like which they were saying the piece of adversary to have healthy hashtag, number a lot of guys you carbon. Here's the difference. A number is not allowed to be in carbon, right? We will not accept the carbon of a number. I'm not going to hide by the sweet carbon. If you can, you can bring the carbon. If it's in the kind of things that are resolved, one year, but get zero relations. Also, something that you should know is not. But since let's say person A a suffix here, in other words, piece of that recently, not sure if it's human or it's infected levels, and normally won't have a suffix or what would you do? And I shall tell you. So it's going to be before. You know what I shall tell you about you smell it. Now he becomes king. You know the law of state, and it turns out that now you find out that he may be so now what's the hot topic? So this is the Rabbi that we must have followed the arguments, the Asham followers. When's the Rabbi on this? That the Rabbi is determined by the time of the seed when he was pregnant, and therefore Allah comments in the Asham followers. Keep the Rabbi in Vention. The Shad Vention, the study of the Rabbi is a subject of Duma, each time the Rabbi, each time cover the day. So it's a simple like this. Which is the Shayla, a virgin Shimon. To do the same, the Steiner Rabbi, since his status has changed regarding the connected Kavanos, Steiner status has also changed regarding the Russian Kavanos, which kind of Rabbi, Steiner Kavanos decay. So he's an old changes by divinity Kavanos because he has his own unique Kavanos, but the definitive in the state in circumstances about how the old Steiner Kavanos decay, but again, let's say there's no alternative Asham following. So maybe a like see I should come and family groups the mother says to mother's others are I want to have all right. So fine for a moment. So it says ultimately then when it says I'm all right, so bring a carbon attack us. Ultimately when it comes to excluding a woman does not bring a khatas. You're not allowed to bring a khatas. So I should look at some of the said first one I heard about it. I should look at some of the not a shame. Show me somebody becoming a shame. So what if you said something? Once you're a woman for something, you're pretty much a woman for that. Therefore, you don't accidentally like nice again, there's still liability cover. The download, we need all that. The us. Other thing is, at the end of the day, at the end of the day, for blood, perhaps hiding point out just because you're a woman for favor doesn't automatically make you a woman for blood. And as someone points out, hey, that's blood, he would have perhaps assisted them consume it. You know, it says, Rabbi, I'm a more than said, everyone agrees, but just because you're a woman for one thing doesn't make you a woman for everything. And the outcomes, it is the ultimate, it is how we go, we should learn the outcome. Also, what's this one? You have a guy who eats the love, let's say, once he eats that kosher food, that's not to go against Hashem, but because again he likes it. He likes it. Now what happened with this guy? So this guy normally eat vanilla. The guy can get mad at this of sugar, kosher meat, and if he's kosher and got mixed up with vanilla. So he ends up eating vanilla. But that was not his intention. His intention was to go and eat kosher meat. What the status for yet? He's a woman, he eats vanilla. So what's the whole thing? The Gemara says, nice opportunity for everyone to have a easy woman. Said, what it means is just once the guy eventually eats the virus, even if the elder for his own benefit, he's called a woman, and if we're not talking about Sumasa, like the evil Ashtab, the Halo of Ahad Sula, even if he won't eat the Halo, if given the opportunity to choose between kosher meat and illegal, he will choose kosher meat, and therefore he's not kosher. Interesting enough. Also, Caleb is now mother. So the first thing Caleb, he's intentionally, he is the mother. The is the mother, and what is a mother? Also, the Nicholas, Shapers, Shkatz, and Ramos, the Shasi, I guess, if the Gengi, the Nicholas, which made the Gengi, I don't know, but Shane will do that about the Shkatz, Shkatz, and Ramos, and people call it, I guess, and you really says he's a mother, I don't know which to like, even if you wear shackles. There also makes you a mother, other than most of these are popular, the rest of these doesn't make sense. I'll call Caleb is out here, but they're using a mobile over there, that's my cover. So it's advice to begin by saying, like, the person who's here is a mobile. And then the person says, what is a mobile? What it is, the name is Favorite Shkatz, and I'm asking the INS, what's going on here? I'll call Caleb, let's say, I'll go to our name, say mobile. Let's say the person eats, Caleb, let's say, that one means for his own benefit. For his own benefit, right at the end of the day, again, to those. Not as a form of rebellion, which is because he's in the what this individual. Okay, so I'll remember the other. Similar, the Hafiz. What if he comes from the Hafiz? What's the Hafiz? One of these is the active rebellion against Hashem. How they said Satan. Interesting. So another thing, if you sin for your own pleasure, that makes you a lover. If you sin ultimately as a form of rebellion, that's like Suzuki. And generally, Suzuki refers to people who definitely does about that. You wrote your real law. But the nice thing in the first few people became more categorical approach. Those who never did his stomach, Rabbi, and was one example of the lower of his difficulty. On the Omer Ocha, the name of the tree of Shkatz and Ramos, and Shkatz said, yeah, you guess. It was really interesting. These are the ultimate again. This person goes to Snoopy. You will say, nobody in their right mind wants to teach Shkatz and Ramos. And there's only one reason why it can be called. So that's why. Ultimately, they rebel against the revolution. And you also read all that. I'm not wish to like, even if somebody gives that means, ultimately, they need their mother. That's not it. I mean, I don't do that ever. What happens when a person only wears a big shot? So let's say, in that game, the technicalities of biblical versus the big shot is by the most basic level. Biblical shot requires the forbidden fibers to be intertwined. Like the rabbinic shyness is even if the fibers are just breasts again. So what happens if somebody wears breast fibers? Sorry, wasn't somebody wears rabbinic shyness. So the Gemara says, "Marson the God has Hamimura. Now, Allah Hamimura, the Masa the Klein, even the Farsi Surah, I did with the Rabbi Hamimura. Jesus says that's not what that's not what one of them says. It's only biblical shyness that makes Hamimura not rabbinic. Everyone says this. Everyone knows about the halach of shyness, even violation of rabbinic shyness. Makes your mother. People are about the Rabbi. How the Rabbi about the mother? The Hafiz CPT. So also about what over there. One of the things he said, if you sin for to satisfy your own desires, that makes you a liver. If you sin for not against the responsible, that makes you a CPT. The Chazam of the Hafiz nami liver. And he says, no, even if you sin with the intention to anger Hashem as a form of rebellion, you're still a liver. Ella is in CPT. It's more than CPT. So the old guy, well, there's no problem. Come on, let's come. Idolatry. Idolatry is sticky. Mason is a catch up. Half-a-lot on you to Shafar, and it's a mover. So, second person is an insect. And I see the mover. Which makes sense, right? Why you're a mover? It's nobody there, like, by stuff. Just to indulge their own beach. The only reason you do it is because you are going ahead and rebelling against Hashem. I'll find out how to see. You got caught in it, like here it looks like this is a great example of the Hafiz. The Hafiz, it was called the word. Also, the Amr at home, because so parents that I look for this, the guy said, listen, I'm just curious. I've been curious, like, I've never been studying like this. Okay, so it says that it's curiosity, like to see what it is like. You can't call that bad. You have to call them more, you know, something disgusting. The Acer with Nasi said that was what the Mishnah said. This whole thing was speaking about the Nasi. So who is the Nasi? So the Mishnah said, if thinking, I'm not on a Nasi, you're called Nasi, Shem, Kinach, and another. So I said, you're not called Nasi, it's like a tribal place. Like Nakshon, and another for you, and we learn from this source, Hashem, so as I saw, you see, the blush by the severe of the Nasi. It says in Komitzos Hashem Elokav, right? For any, if you violate any details of Hashem is God, and it says by the king, Yira as Hashem Elokav. So textual symmetry. Other things are say, Man la'awan she'in al gabad el Hashem. Rabbi B. Man la'awan she'in al gabad el Hashem. So it's just like ultimately identifying. I say by ultimately in the seer. We're talking about someone who does not have, and is not answerable to anyone other than God. As Nasi, Shein al Gabav el Hashem. So to the listening question is someone who answers to no one but God. What's an example of someone who answers to no one but God? There's only one person like that in the kingdom of God and Israel, and that is the king. The king, you know, I mean, not with his son. It was like this is such a fascinating discussion. So let me listen. As you think someone like me, you think someone like me, if I went ahead and I sinned inadvertently, would I free his son? That was it. And then again, he was ready. He was pretty much he was in charge of the Jews of Eretz Israel. And he was the head of Eretz Israel Jew, not going to remember that it's already mounted and however that he was a descendant of the Davidic line, and if someone like these, high occupied position leadership, the highest position leadership, the highest leadership position in the land, would someone like me bring a cellular for an erroneous hand? So you know, it says, I'm alright, tell us about that. No, because your co-leader is your brother, there's a rich Kabisa. Like that, you are not the singular leader, there's another leader, and therefore Allah calls you, you're very sorry. It's like nothing so often is not only the master of the Nazi all the second. Historically, you have not always, but like from the times of the Chacham and the son of Shlomo, we have two monarchies. There's the opposite of the Baptist Israel. And yet again, those kings would have brought this sire. So you see from the existence of another ruler does not preclude the king from bringing his sire. That's because those two monarchs, the king of Rothschild and Judah, had independent autonomy. Neither was dependent or subservient to the other. And here the PSS directly needed to divide Israel, ultimately that mention to the Jews of Rabbi. Remember again, I was saying, Rabbi was the strongest seed of the Jewish leadership, was the strongest Jewish community that the community has Israel. So amazingly here, but the PSS directly, as much as we are the leader of the Jews of Eretz Israel, we are still dependent and differential relation of the Son. And therefore, you would not bring the Son. It's not what must have or any other idea. So it's not having the conversion of this exchange. So Rabbi asks Rabbi two people, I need not be the Son. Same question. Rabbi says, someone like me, and of Eretz Israel Jew, would I be the Son for a mistake that in other awesome shit, here's the difference. They will say, Babel is the shape where the scepter of leadership resides. Here, Kofi is where the scholarship of leadership resides. So the Tanya, but that's the shape of the approach, they will show God after the project said, the scepter for that has to be read out. Who is that referred to? Refers to Ishkalusa. Ishkalusa really had the power. So wrote that as a son of Rachel, because he rules power of the Stability. That is authority. He has hello, Shimalandi or the Sovereign. So it's interesting. So it appears that the way that his work was that real authority resided in Babel, the region of himself. But the seat of scholarship was in man's self. So because of that, therefore, there in the 12th century says that as much as you are the leader of Eretz Israel Jewry, at the end of the day, someone like you were to make a mistake, you would not go ahead and bring the son. Incredible. Rothschild Mishnah, days of Mashiach, like an ultimately again, who is Mashiach? We've been waiting 2,000 years to answer that question. Who is Mashiach? What is he doing here? Oh, by the way, one you have when you might learn, right? So you know what else again. Who's the Mashiach? Of course, in this context, ultimately again, so Mashiach again refers to Kohen Mashiach, right? Refers to the Kohen Mashiach. So what does that mean for the anointed Kohen Gadol? So Mashiach, Mishnah. We're talking about a Kohen Gadol was anointed with anointed oil. No underneath of the God. What's an anointed this ways in which a Kohen Gadol only to become Kohen Gadol. Number one, you learn the oil. Number two, it puts on the robe of the Kohen Gadol. Right? So says, when you speak about Kohen Gadol, it has to bring a unique power. If he goes ahead and delivers an erroneous food and acts on his own, that is only a Kohen Gadol anointed with the oil. Not in the root of everybody. Like a big conversation, a big conversation, in the root of everybody, in general, on the side, there's no distinction if a coin was anointed with oil, or he put on the Rabbi of the Vespers, Allah, how Haba Akalis was actually a Hina, Rabbi side, is this halacha. This is halacha. If a coin God or issues the road is from an act on his own ruling, he has to bring a power. But it only brings the power if he was anointed with oil. Not if he was inducted with the Gekula. Somebody said, furthermore, I'm going to say, if you have a Kohen Gadol, Kohen Shamash means an active Kohen Gadol, versus a Kohen Shabbat. What's a Kohen Shabbat? Kohen Gadol Emeritus. Okay? Former Kohen Gadol. Former Kohen Gadol. So there's no difference between the two of them. Emma, Har Yom Kippurim, the Asir Saifa, except for, again, the part of Yom Kippur and Asir Saifa. Asir Saifa, we'll say, is what we call the Chesed. That was the evil of the Kohen Gadol. So in general, we're going to say, even if former Kohen Gadol has all the rights of a Kohen Gadol, with the exception of only the active Kohen Gadol could bring the Kabbalas on the Kippur. Then the active Kohen Gadol brings the Kohen Gadol offering. Otherwise, they're the same. There is a Shabbat Navos over here. Because I in general, again, both are capable of doing the other Kippur. One is Sudan, other is Sudan. Both of them do the Yakim Sudan. Nasrun al-Amon, Ken Nain al-Wadam. Both the Kohen, listen, this active Kohen Gadol, former Kohen Gadol, cannot become permanent even for the closest of relatives. Because they first white line, from a Kohen to a Kohen, not allow their hair to grow longest from a Kohen, nor can they run their Kohen, or not see them how it's there. And when either of them die, all of the people who are confined to either the Mikdash or the murderers are allowed to go free. Incredible. So that's how I say that. Well, for all purposes, for obvious purposes, the point about this is respect the significance of the point, speaking about the power Kohen of Shilas. Remember again, Kohen Gadol, power of Dabar, Shivas myself, delivers an erroneous ruling, and it's actually based on that ruling, brings a unique covenant of the power, which the Mishnah tells us, by the way, that's only true for a Kohen Gadol, oil. If he wasn't working with oil, everything would be something that's found. Shemana Mishkan Shas, or Shemana Mimba, Shemana Shemana, if this is even going to oil, what's going to be later? How you show people that's how you can't do that. You use interesting enough to take the oil, and then you dip the different areas. How do you bring out the oil? And then the oil, you take out the oil, and you dip different like herbs and roots in it to make it aromatic and fragrant. So what Shemana took the oil, olive oil, and put the roots in it. You also know it's possible. Arnold Wilson, that's like car, they don't say that everybody don't see. Every time you let go, you go to up oil. The problem just is what happens when you put the roots. Right? For some people to oil, what does it do? The roots themselves absorb the oil. The problem over here is that would have drained, that would have taken all the oil by itself. Arnold Wilson just said, or something. Hello. So let's say, so again, more sure we were to have more sure we could go ahead and put the roots in the oil. The roots themselves will absorb all the other than the oil left. So that what how to make sure that the stem show us how part of the mayim and makes it on the stem the color does not become close. Also that is very interesting. What did they do? They went ahead and they soaked first the roots in water. Now why did they soak the roots in water? So that roots should absorb the water, become fully saturated with the water. Afterwards they put the roots in the oil. That would be oil to absorb the aroma or whatever, the scent of the aroma of the roots without the roots absorbing the oil. It's incredible. So the Kohen has a conflict, or if he makes act like last time, the Shah was as the source. So when he said, don't get so technical. The Shah that Moshe had obeyed was miracle after miracle after miracle household. I don't think not such thing also needed. Right? In the beginning with Moshe began with 13 loaf of oil. And you may know how you shop. You should go to the Baal of Baruch Kosher, and you look at it. I was about 12 loaf of oil, which is not all that much. sons all 7 days, and not only that, the Kula Kayim La'asad Lavo, and there is still enough oil left over in the future. Shneimar, Shema Mishkas Kodesh Yidas Yavid Dovesim. So it says, there's what we were saying this. Don't worry about it. Moshe, I think, was a future Mishnah, was miraculous oil. Miraculous oil. Don't worry about the roots, absorbing, not absorbing. Because at the end of the day, there was enough there was enough oil ultimately at the end for all Mishkan utensils. Not really stuff all subjects and future generations. That's what I'm just going to do. You have Moshe showed at the shop. They got Moshe showed at the shop. I didn't check us at the shop. That's called a shepherd. Ultimately, so what happened? So Moshe showed at the shop and anointed the Mishkan, everything that was there. And you just had certain Mishkas, Moshe, everybody. There's so many miracles that occurred in the Mishnah. But yeah, so you says, first off, to begin with, there was only 12 gallons of oil, which is not a lot. Raw covered no loss quotas, the common current holder, the common hot oil sellers. So it's like, so remember, just think about this, just like making a weight oil, see, I can contemplate today. How much do the meats themselves absorb? How much does the pot cooking? How much does the pot absorb? And how much does the heat cause to evaporate? And with all of that, all Nimshach, Mishka, Kekra, Ava, Rebana, Shiva, Sinan, Lur, Rebon, Nimshachu, Kohanim, Olah. And yet, the Lord said, with that oil, there was enough to anoint the Mishkan in its entirety, all of the utensils, Aaron and his son all 7 days, and future generations of kings and Kohanim. So it's a miraculous way. So that's it. Also, stop over here for today. We'll pick up the next session. Thank you. Don't get nervous. If you look at Monday's down is a little down below, right? It's just a little there. So you gotta, it's not fair. What if you pay to Monday? You just allow that little Monday down. We have to give the last time a couple years a little bit more meat on the bones. I could go faster if I wanted to. I choose not to. I make an active choice to slow down, pump the brakes a little bit. So yes, I'm sure Monday will be something substantive as well. What a week. A good nerve shots. It's a very sweet. The job is really subject. What's coming with all of you? They gave them to show you up every day. I don't see so much of with all this year. I'm talking about still standing there. I was having the Shabbos anyway. I just want to say good morning. Us all of our sponsors for this morning's thing. Our annual commentary is sponsored by Rothschild. We dedicate Rothschild and Joshua's this year as his books. So it's almost fun. So I'm the sponsor for the running art. I will go over. I need to show us his parents. Avram and Ben Asham Cost. Those are so fast to say as you call it, the hopes that all the kilos of our people on the show will be answered in the months ahead. So we will answer the Mishmash from Father, the Ari from the East from Ari, and a father of Yaakov, who we love. We look at America, come to all of the shows, like the families in the father, all those who report something that cope from the resources, the Homer has to do the school of the call of America, the soldiers to be successful. The whole of the city, they have to show it all about the story. So, but we got to let us be a lot to do, really exciting back ahead of us. There was really just fascinating pieces of the information. So, if you got that text, maybe the Mishnah or the test on the great bottom of the Mishnah. And I never know just call it about weekly society, about Pumas and Dutch, so let's go to some of this. So remember again, your episodes a little bit. We are doing essentially now. We need and So one of them is the Senate based. Based offers between an erroneous ruling. Remember again, it does Hello Rabbi, then followed by Shiva das Mesa, Bali some segment acts upon that have parallel and sequel. That's category 1. Category 2, a nasi, or let's go Koinishna, right? My nono, or version of erroneous ruling. Who is he offering the erroneous ruling to? He's not passing it by himself. By himself, what's halacha? He offers a whole have a unique carbon history. Same thing, Hello Rabbi, Shiva das Mesa, requires the erroneous ruling, and then followed up by agricultural action based on category 3 is the nasi. Ultimately, the nasi goes ahead and do his ruling once again, followed by himself. And we're going to talk about that to nasi today. He has a unique offering ultimately again on a cider. And same idea, Shiva's myself, Shiva's Halam Better, Shiva's myself. So that's how you can now again, it's actually like nasi. My focus doesn't reply to Shiva's myself, because we reply to Halam Better. We're going to talk about that more today. Now we're going to talk about some exceptions. There are 3 areas of halacha where if these erroneous rulings happen, these carbon. For example, let's go Krishna. In Kayavin, what's one thing about it? In Kayavin, remember, in Kayavin means these individuals are not obligated to bring their unique type of carbon. So in Kayavin, I'll Shmiras called. So ultimately, the Shmiras called was a Shmira, like our Shmiras states. That if someone tells you, so someone goes on the children, you know that I let you been money, right? And I say, and swear that you're not going to age as much. I'll say this, but and I say I don't. So Shmiras called means someone else is making a statement. I'm answering the affirmative, right? And I think that you are by answering to someone else. That's what's called Shmiras called. So I'm not articulating the Shmira myself. Someone else is saying it, but I'm answering it. I'm confirming the shmur. It's as if I'm giving the shmur. So that's what's called Shmiras called. In parallel Shmiras called, now you place Sasai. So you place Sasai, I'll say, yeah, that shmur things in the right, and it's called articulation. Whatever they will say, it's Steinchen, Arnold, right? I really think I haven't eaten. Again, you place Sasai. But you must be a fish with Hadasha. I just said you must be a fish with Hadasha yesterday. Right? And halacha, I said anything to do with halachos of tomorrow, it is an ush, whatever it is. Tumas Mikdash Hadasha also falls into 2. Category 1 is that Torah evidence of versus halachos individuals enter into this Mikdash instead of Torah. So if the Semitic or the Nasi or the Rashiach, there is halakha evidence about any of these areas, there is no unique carbon brought for the erroneous ruling. That's how I take a look at what's like the Mishnah for just a moment. It actually teaches us. So actually, that may how it is. Whatever Shmiras called, it's just a handful of English for the Russian. The whole time, have the carbon over the other. That we know well. It's simple in the chapters, elevate the sources for the actually saw this in yesterday. That at least we saw it. That's what's been just for Hadasha. I love this like this. The denominator between all of these halachic areas are Shmiras called, Itri Sasai, too much Mikdash for Hadasha is that they are subject to what we call a covered already over. What's a covered already over? It's a type of sin offering that depends on your financial status. If you have more money, you will bring a nicer carbon to accomplish to bring a very simple carbon. So we also saw yesterday's down that any time you have an infraction that is subject to cover already already, the unique covers of these individuals or anything is not applied. So it's like I said, exactly, there's a whole new thread. And then in the layout, let's see what you need to sell it for us. Because the only time, remember again, we'll say, so you have on one hand you have the psychiatry, the home, and the kid. All of you cover us. And you have to individually with every of these same fractions, what would be of the brain, carbon factors. So anything that you have to carbon factors for, these unique, according to these individuals, which understand these unique entities would bring a specialized carbon for. But it's got to be a factor, so therefore, any situation where the individual would bring a carbon over at the donor, it's just a different offering is based on a scriptural technicality. Also, ultimately, again, the ethics do not bring your specialized karma. That's it. That's all. That's the whole thing. That's it. The Gemara says, the king is truly just the Sanhedrin and basically and the Kohen. And the giver of the king says no. Unless he finds the Kohen not true. And the keeper says in general, simply the head and unless he goes ahead and come up with myself. Unless he is fighting in everything, in other words, unless he really was unique carbon in all of these things. I've also said essentially my focus over here is unless he is kind of carbon over you see this in the Gemara. So the keeper said the lesson is kind of everything. Of course, with the exception of the Shnias, Shnias called because with someone else articulated to Shua and I have foreign that Shnia. Unless he's not obligated to that, why is that interesting? Because a king in general is not subject to anything other than testimonial nature. Shamelech, Rothschild also, Romanian also. Because also a king in general is not subject to any testimonial law. But a king cannot be a judge, a king cannot be judged, a king cannot testify, and a king cannot be testified about. So therefore, again, Shnias called, which in general again is a shua about evils, simply doesn't apply to the king. Okay, incredible. Sahullah. So let's say Sahullah. Right from the understanding, it was a again. The point of this is interesting. Everyone seems to agree regarding the Sanhedrin and Kohen. That I'm not going to myself can only be the subject of the meeting of others in the case where you're not going to be obligated in a chatos. So where you're not going to be obligated in a cover already. In that case, the Sanhedrin and the Kohen, you're not going to bring the coveros. And my focus is like this. What are you going to do to the Nasi? But the Nasi ultimately says, the Nasi is just like Kohen and Sanhedrin. And like Kiva says, no, the Nasi is how you people in the cover all the blood. Let's analyze all of that. Right time, the Nasi really wasn't really saying he's not the cover blood. The Nasi says, the Hayog, and also just by the way, I want to give you this now because maybe just these are happening. We constantly ultimately again, like Rabbi was saying. So the nice part is that all three of these entities are the same moment. So therefore, Sanhedrin, Kohen and Nasi all we bring every kavaros when the individual would be subject to a chayas. That would be the individual the subject for a carbon already looked. They do not bring it when you kavaros. That is the halacha of the same. There's some even can bring up, was it the course before the card? Jumping down a little bit on that. And I think it's helpful just to know that as we go forward. Says the Gemara. So I'm going to go back to this because we're going to use that. So the Gemara says, Amaka, Baga Kiyasham Achas, but Koshem is hiding the Achos, is hiding the Pasuk. Interesting that the Pasuk says, whoever is culpable for one of these things. The Pasuk said, this Pasuk happens to be taught about the ideas mentioned in the Mishnah. The Pasuk itself is talking about right before. Shnias called between and to Masmit and Kadasha. So it's interesting, right? This grouping is not random. This grouping is biblical. It's biblical. So that's what this going to be saying. The Pasuk says if somebody will be guilty for one of these, so that's what you're saying. Koshem is the house is higher than Kudah. Therefore, in one of these cases is liable. In one of these cases, Ishaim is higher than the house, and is higher than Kudah. Essentially, essentially, exactly this. It's a grouping. And if I'm not limiting of liability, one of liability, all of them. But if you don't have liability and one of liability, in therefore, again, the imam, this guy that's going to actually just have to go for one. Why don't you see if the liability is one? You're liable for the liable, one that you do liability. The really said, we did it off, or rather, let's see if the statute is from here. Deciding the part of your owner, half of tests. Most sassy. So what's it's very interesting. The Pasuk says, most that this is talking about the carbon already, right? So about that, and then it says most sassy. So the Gemara says, this is fascinating. Who is an individual who is subject to a covenant already already? This is fascinating. Someone who is capable of reaching happening. Right? Reaching what most of really reaching happening. Not if he's passive. Not if you become a higher covenant already already. You have to have the capacity to become a accomplished. Not see the Mashiach should be brought in the areas. This comes to exclude the king and a Kohen Gadol who can never become accomplished. Now, what is that? It must be fascinating. Now, see, they say, we also ask me come inside Shalota. Remember, again, the Nasi, because the Pasuk says already, it's not unique covenant of the Nasi. And he went ahead and he violated one of the mitzvahs of Hashem is God. We should aim out that bar, Ella Shalota. Who's the Nasi? Who's the Nasi? Who's the king? The king is someone who is answerable to no one but which means he is the most powerful man to people with power, tongues, money. Therefore, the assumption is the king that can never be before. The king can never reach, he can just never be accomplished. Mashiach, what that's clear, it's seen that Kohen HaGadol Me'achov, Shugogol Me'achov, the Koach, the Fatma Ba'oshem. So this is incredible. When the Torah expects the Kohen Gadol, has to expect the Kohen Gadol. The Kohen HaGadol Me'achov. Now, if you look at the Russian, it's very interesting. The Kohen is Gadol, his leader, Me'achov. Now, Me'achov could be than his brothers or from his brothers. What is this? I will say, what this means, Me'achov has to be free of his brother to die, which is the Kohen Gadol has to be handsome. The Torah, physical strength, Chachma, wisdom, and Osha, wealth. The Kohen Gadol must possess all of these qualities. Now we're focusing on the one over here. Clear moment, 19 moment, that we shall offer. Kohen Gadol says, what happens if you have a Kohen Gadol who is handsome, who is strong, who is wise, but he's not wealthy, he's lacking wealth? What do you do with that? Basic verses. The Kohen Gadol me'achov, asher nitzach parosho, kadurenu me'achov. The other Kohanim are obligated. When you put together a Kohen Gadol, go fucking finish. Right? And what happens? They're obligated to go ahead and make him wealthy. Make him wealthy. I will say, by the way, it's also interesting that the obligation to make the Kohen Gadol wealthy also comes from the other Kohanim. Right? It's fascinating because that Gemara doesn't say Rabbi has to make him wealthy. The Kohanim actually make him wealthy. So we'll say, but this is really fascinating. So I love for myself. He's going to be subject to an only someone who's on carbon already. Only someone who has the ability to experience poverty. A king never experience poverty. He's a Kohen Gadol never experience poverty because by definition, he's a Kohen Gadol. He's got to be wealthy. We'll say, no, it's interesting. It's interesting. That Rabbi stuff, like the Kohen saw all things be identified compared to two different things. And that's what I'm following. And the acting to my breath has come. There's one who calls us Kohen. Now, listen, there's a beautiful idea, the Rabbi message says so beautifully that the greatest sin that a Jew ever commits, the greatest sin that he ever commits, is that he forgets that he's a fucking life. He forgets that he's a servant king. And he forgets that ultimately he's royalty. So it's interesting, we didn't have that we are compared both to the land as well as to kings. It's also royalty. There is a how beautiful is this? What is the future of being a Kohen? Being a king, you are never accomplished. You never accomplished. And we'll say, think about that just in a real stuff. What do you think of lefts? What does it mean to be a Kohen Gadol? What does it mean to be a Melech? It means that no matter what you do in life, you can never become spiritually accomplished. You make a lot of mistakes, you make a lot of a lot of things, and you have the best of correct. It is often else. But at the end of the day, I never accomplished. At the end of the day, the personalistic spiritual authors are never empty. There's always something. There's always something in the soul. And actually, because especially during this season, because a lot of times we come to a lot of your soul, we don't know. We put on good things. I'm so down on myself. I'm so disappointed in myself. I'm so disillusioned with myself. But I don't feel someone to get started. Just remember, just remember, that you're Melech. And both of those have never tasted the Haber Shechite. establishment. And there's always something there. There's always eternal wealth, no matter how bad you messed up. We always have the ability and spiritual credit to be able to affect each other. So, partly of that place called Rothschild wasn't this a fascinating case? What happens if the king gets now, here's what we established about this. You just see what we see the circle over there, right? What have we established? That at least the king and I'll see anything I don't break the cover over the oven, right? Why don't I cover over the oven? Because when I cover over the oven, you have to be able to experience poverty. These are the experience poverty. Now, I've never again, let's go focus through the circle. That's why the Mishnah said, you're not subject to them. How about those when it comes to these cases in the Mishnah? Shreya's told, to discuss signing, too much Mikdash, because those are ideas for which the liability is covered already rolled. So therefore, they're not subject to this. Now you might ask me the following question. What happens if the king gets saras? Everyone said, what is that? Then how about the first time the king gets saras? Rashi points out that we have message that it's down on the young, all of them say the other means so sharing the Rios Melech, he should be soda. He might be like one of the things like not that Shemes Amara, and it's not a little so, but Shemes Amara, and there was a little bit of this concept, it's more of that. Right there, I'm also a so when the king contracts saras, he cannot be king. He can't, in other words, he can't be king while he carries saras. It doesn't mean he can't go ahead and pursue the throne. It's fascinating. And you can't act as the king, which makes sense, right? Why does it make sense? Why do you saras? Why do you saras? Because you did something. You did something. So you can't go ahead and be the leader of the people, and you yourself are not modeling the right type of people. So therefore, if the king has saras, he's got to advocate the throne during that time. So it's interesting. So you have to check the start out. What is the halacha? Rabbi said, what does this mean? Well, halacha is not making this. We just established the king can't bring a couple of he can't go out and get to a requirement. And what happens if he's not king? What happens if he's forced out? He's not going to advocate the throne. This is subject to a couple of other doing this kind of saras. So the Gemara says, well, you cut off it. We say, we say ultimately again, cut off the needs. We say, essentially, once you are forever removed our shot covered over the things. And even if anybody that function in this game, you're still looking for the high shot. It's the popular. No, what it means is when you're king, the popular. But if you're not the active king, you get in the fight. So you start to watch this power legs and responded. All the guys are told. He's the king looking for this from his money, nothing about it. Right? So I don't know what is this? What I say. So the thing is like this, essentially, one of the advantages of being king is not that obviously the king comes with power. The king also comes with opportunities of personal financial advancement. Like I said, it's fascinating. The notion of public office as a tool for personal enrichment is not something that modern day politicians discovered. Right? In other words, this was always, and by the way, I was going to point out, that thought had something nefarious. Like, in other words, sometimes just is the position that you have open up additional opportunities for you. Again, I mean, not everything will look like, obviously, because that's teaching about it. So the point is just, the king's wealthy. The king's wealthy. He's going to be wealthy because he's a king. And his own personal finances, that generally translate well just because he's not acting like king. In fact, that he was king, obviously, it's most probably endowed with tremendous personal wealth. And the problem for myself, he always partnered on the depending on how they do over the Shia partner to us, ultimately, everything got over. Because ultimately, he's partnered with all this, really good action. And the people on the Shia partner, if we're on the right hand side, covered only the only so that covered out about a million shot myself. I see the same thing. I have to be quite much yet. I have to be over the I see the same over the only homeless. He just went to places like people said. Every time there's a come over the nomad, the kind of is going to be partner. So you must, I'm not going to keep on. What can be his magic? I'm a drug. And it was like, sort of come down. We used to say class, and we used to say that, yeah, because you say, when you say cutter, talking about situations that happen in data. So there's liability and everything in that data. Hatra, because it's used in a very strict legal sense, discussing a particular combative liability. So therefore, a conduct is Hatra covered already. Okay, so what's the boss coming out? Then carbon out of the bottom. So this is the carbon ultimately out of the steps. As I said, it's referring to the Hadithian conduct. Like this is referring to the unique carbon of the conduct. Zoom bar carbon. Open up that as well. This is this conduct carbon. This is the one that is obligatory. And the other one that I very well keep in mind that manana double on this. So maybe you know say maybe in the world of already building, maybe a level simply exempt from the lowest tier carbon. What is that? What is that? A C cipher. That's also going to be again like the lowest level minimum. Aber especially is probably out there for maybe higher levels of overload. That's the level should be higher, which was amongst other things. The people are going to share so a share on the Afos neighbor. I'm scatter the Afos is scatter the Pula. What if they could achieve atonement from any one of these, achieves atonement to all of them? The scatter the Afos in scatter the Pula. So essentially, again, the only thing you're tied to over the low is if you tie it to any of the extreme forms of the blood. But again, once you do something, once you have something from happening, like this, you ultimately again, that's something to the lowest level. It's no something I'm tied to them. But the other say, the IOT from the Atlas that how can that be how this high the Atlas is like for in Russia over here. But it's possible for that if you buy a cash on the Atlas, so the ultimate only be a liability for the whole group. You have liability for any one of them. So the Imam says, you shouldn't hide the Atlas in this head of the So the Imam says, I'm not going to why you see that the Kiva Omer, the Kiva says, Nasi Chayiv Futzvish Miyaskol. Remember, it's not true. But the Kiva says that ultimately, again, a Nasi does have liability. And Tumas Mikdash V'Kadashal does have liability between Spasadi. And this except that Miyaskol. So you see, that's not true because of the Abai, the Moshe, the Abai, Me'achos mashmalei. Me'achos lo mashmalei. Dashes me'achos, it doesn't dash in me'achos. Mashno me'achos mashno. Mashmalei, why does he dash in me'achos? Because you have one of the soul, God has seen a saver. Because it's only that corrects this, and as you say, which is the lowest level of the building. When they go, the home is high, as you say, the high building. Teach you that only if you're higher than the lowest level, you can be subject to the lowest level of the building. Will be higher than everything. Even starting from the sky back, that's not true, sky before the minute, because if you would think that even if you have something to one of the levels of over the knowledge, you should still be subject to the other ones. If that's the case, you can put it behind the outputs in the Dallas. They rank that possibly by Dallas, by most of the carbons, even after that shears, or by the highest level of our shears. That that's ranked by one of the poles, but ultimately kind of ranks in the middle EEG trust. Look at the EEG factor of the cover over the domains, if you can be subject to all shades of homophobia. There is someone who is never subject to poverty and therefore can never reach the lowest level of vulnerability, therefore they're not subject to terrible genocide. Bottom line, simple message over here. I love what I said again. Going on every hospital as well. If Nasi King are not subject to cover already. Again, Sanhedrin don't not say they're subject to cover already, so everything else is that. So because that's subject to all the legal rate, therefore halacha l'meisa, he will not bring the those things affirmation pieces that she has called. Itois Nasayim, Tumas Halakas B'Hadash. But the students need a little bit to bring this definitive rule. The only time Sanhedrin, Rothschild, King bring their unique offering or erroneous ruling is in case where the individual would be subject to a carbon. That's it. If the individual is subject to a different carbon, they're not bringing they're not bringing the carbon. Mishnah. Carbon is such a Torah, has the cars actually doesn't have this. So I say, Hayokim maybe discourse here. This is actually a Mishnah of general halakha for God Kabbalas. And it's very available. And available Torah, that ultimately again, performing intentionally would have you with any punishment of Christ. And ultimately again, an unintentional violation would bring the carbon chatos. So again, also when you talk with an individual basis practice, what does the Tachas mean? Maybe she's called a Sibila. So ultimately, again, an individual will bring a sheep or a goat. That's not that's a Tachas, a sheep or a goat. Good, move on. In that same case, Hanasi Sibila, if the king would have had an issue in the earlier school, and then follow through on it, the king would bring a Sibila. That's the king's unique offering. Mashiach brings in, ultimately, again, Kohen Gadol, they issue an erroneous ruling, and people follow through on it, they bring their pot. So once that's the idea of peace. Right? That's the kind of they've been operating with this entire sector. That, one guy that thinks on bus, one guy thinks about Hayoki Hanasi Mashiach to be a Sida. So he thinks about the Zara. Ultimately, the individual, Munasi, and the Kohen Gadol, all bring a Sida. Based in power of the soil, based in bringing a power in the soil. Okay, right, that brings the power of the soil. Power in the law, you see in the context, apart from the minister, Asham Talmud. What about Asham Talmud? So it's really English, but this is like a compilation about Asham Talmud. This is the single frame. That it depends on your financial status. I don't eat, I don't see, I don't. Listen to that. I just want to play this. It's like a shkafa. I'm going to tell you. So you think to yourself, oh, it seems to me. Why not go ahead and just say, everyone thinks the same pattern. And therefore, why make people think this one has more, this one has less? Everyone said zero, and whatever most important is so those things. I'm not sure what most important. So it's basically one. So it's nothing in life. Some people have more, and some people have less. Sometimes we become so preoccupied with people's feelings that we put feelings above and beyond. And we feel like we have to cuddle everyone. But we have to cuddle, and then that's a show. You should never feel weird that someone has more than you. Yeah, people are more than you. People are more than you, people are less than you, and that's just the way the world works. It's the same way, by the way, that in life, there are winners and there are losers. Right? And that's the way life works. That's why, you get every single child a trophy. Instead of there's first to 177 place, and everybody gets a ring. Right? It's profoundly detrimental to them because it's important for children to understand ultimately again that there are winners and losers. Just like when they'll say sometimes, but even effort sometimes to make them succeed because the people that you control automatically when it is like to. But this notion that so they have this, there are people who are more than people are blessed, there are people who are surface, people who are not surface, people that have match vacations, and again, so much of life is just being comfortable in your own skin. Even if you care what everyone else is doing, it's okay. It's okay. There's probably people exactly what I mean. We're kind of trying to have more, but I'm good. I'm good. It's about the hashtag of Asham Talmud. Is that, what? Ruben has more money than I do. I have lesser money. Doesn't make me a lesser person. And so much of my life is trying to be easy to usher. Has that with the thought. So it's like Asham Talmud. When I do Asham Talmud, so the man says, I'm not going behind us in Kagam. Ultimately, again, Asham and Asham Talmud. So the other individual and us are both tied with that. Interesting, I'm not always reading this, I'm not always reading this Mishnah. So Mashiach is the but ultimately, again, Mashiach, either Kohen Gadol, everything's in a partner. Asham Ba'adai, what about Asham Ba'adai? Hayokim Ba'adai, Siva Mashiach Hayok. Everyone is hiding in Asham Ba'adai. The Bezdin too, the Bezdin does not do that. Ashmiya Sakal Ba'adai says, I'm not almost going to touch the Gadol. So we'll say, so again, but that, looking back to the last Mishnah, like Shmiya Sakal, so again, some of this is true, I have to admit, Peter says, a shmua of articulation. Thomas Mikdash Lekadash, and issues from a Mikdash or Mikdash at the Mikdash. Basic too, which means again, a basic shmua of not of any of these things. Ultimately, again, the Yokum Dynasty Mashiach Hayek. Ultimately, again, the Yokum Dynasty Mashiach Hayek. Ever, She'im Kayodom Mashiach, Hayek Atumas Mikdash Lekadash and Jerusalem. And ultimately, again, the Shimon says that the Kayodom is not high for any reason. He's rendered out also with the Kadasha. He was in mind again. What kind of people? must be cut over the other, but I not see this son of the Panama must say, so this is a really nice Mishnah that is a little bit of like a catch-all of all the information you know about Torah. So I'm sure Shimon says as follows, I'm sure I know saying 12. Kol Shem Nafabashim Talmud, I know seeking what's involved. Maybe the Shimon says keep the following principle. Any time an individual is fighting the Hashem Talmud, the Nasi will also be fighting. The Nasi can also go. Mashiach will bring things to it. And Mashiach is usually partner. That's pretty much in line with what we said in the reception of Nasi. The Chol Shuba Hashem Gadai, anytime an individual is fighting Hashem Gadai, Nasi Mashiach, the Kiyotzi Mahen, sorry, the Chol Shuba Hashem Gadai, anytime an individual is fighting Hashem Gadai, so Nasi Noski, as we just mentioned before, what's that of Bezdin Keturim, Bezdin is brother, Nosi Mashiach Chayed, and Nosi Mashiach will be Chayed, Ella, Nosi Chayed, Shmias HaKol, and Nosi is not Chayed, Shmias HaKol, as you saw about before, why not? Because remember, again, that's an act of testimony, and you can have nothing to do with testimony, but when Mashiach wants to be Mashiach HaKadosh, and doesn't have liability to matters with the Hebrews of the Kadosh. The whole Shuba, all of the other, anytime it's up to all of the other, Nosi Chayed, right? So the individuals got all of the other, and Nasi shares the same halacha. Mashiach will bring things to it. The Mashiach brings them by the eye says, you know, exactly like with a kasha. It's a contradiction. Contradiction, Mashiach had plus Medash Kadasha. You said before that Mashiach has that type. Into Medash Kadasha, into Medash Kadasha with the partner. Shmias HaKol with people says same type. What's right here? This is the only consider the group. So when you're making it sound like there's too much Medash Kadasha, the Nasi is partner. But the other parts of it, maybe Shmias called, he twists that silent, then Nasi will be silent. No, 1 second, we must speak on, Kol Shuba over the Yomen, Nasi kilos ago, Mashiach who pays him to it. Hatani, Mashiach who pays to it. And we say, Ma pays him to it, just like the person is put in all of these cases, meaning again, Shmias called, he twists that silent, Tomas Mitash Shemagashak, Mashiach to the Kudu. So to the Nomash of Patriarch, that's actually contradicting what you just said about the point of his liability. Shemar said, please, contradiction. But what you Mishnah, look, no, it's not a contradiction. Technically, is talking about two different cases. One is talking about the lowest level of covered over the other, and one is talking about, again, not the lowest level of the match. Yami means like little more published of the published. Rashi says over here, Mashiach part of the Kudu, he says, Yekaban Aaron, Shea HaKaretz Ba'adofo. I become like Mashiach Chayim, the Shmias Kol, because saying, no, but doubtless, the Torah may know. It's possible it's not interesting. Probably there's a bunch of having months in yesterday, for how long the night stuff, but he exempted from going God, but he is exempted ultimately again from the lowest level covered over the only, but maybe subject to certain higher levels of covered over the earth. This is interesting on the sheet over there, because before that, we assume either the fighting cover over the other or the action cover over the other. So maybe there might be a hybrid battle where maybe it's hiding in certain parts of all of the other or certain levels, but not subject to others. Interesting. From Shane Sobalak of the Kilo, Makado, Paulo Makado, so it's people of the Kilo, he said, oh, he's in that case, Sobalak of the Kilo, the Dalek Dallas, the Potter, the Polydale Dallas. You need for the Kilo, and ultimately again, he is part of the lowest level of the harm already. But arguments are going to be higher than this. For example, like people ultimately said that it's subject. Ultimately, the Shimon says, you know, like quite novel, it's completely exempt from a common home with the other. Incredible. How the Shimon quite novel. How much is here? My kind of Rishon. What Rishon is logic? That quite novel isn't high. What's his logic? It's saying, the Yidra sign that the Shahini told on cow. The Pasuk says it's going to be Christ. It's going to be cut off from the cow. Each Shekhabad or shovel a cow. This refers ultimately to someone whose carbon is the same as the cow's carbon. God says that Shekhabad or shovel a cow. But this was one whose carbon is not like the rest of the cow. Ultimately, there was a roof that. That's Plenodol. Plenodol, a.k.a. Nasi, Nami, a carbon or shovel a cow. I always said that, but the Nasi also, like the people also have different carbon than the cow. So the Gemara says, right, so it's I'm sorry, just to be clear. So remember, we were talking about over here, that halacha, right? So the Shimon says, that the Torah is not kind of must be finished with that. That's what Paul is saying over here. So now, let's go back to this in a second. my conviction, why do you shouldn't say that I'm not permissive when it doesn't something as possible as future side that she don't have. Like you must be Hashem it says, they don't do it again for infractions of things that they send Krishna's colors. What if that's particular? Nisha Kavano Shamalakau, who's liable for this? Someone whose carbon is the same as everyone else's carbon. Yon says there Sheikh Kavano Shamalakau, this comes to exclude ultimately again someone whose carbon is not like the cow. Now Rashi understands this to mean that it's talking about someone who is atoned for together with the cow. But someone who has the same carbon as the cow. It came Nasi in Kabbalah Shabbat cow. That's Nasi also excluded because Nasi's carbon is not like the Sivar's carbon. Which the Gemara says, the Gemara says, Shadan, Kapana still a people. At least the Nasi is the same as Rabbi. So why is it interesting? Because the Nasi is included with the general atonement of Rabbi and the people. So in that respect, there is some carbonic symmetry between the Nasi and the rest of Klal Yisrael. These are included ultimately again in common Klal Yisrael, the common Klal Yisrael. So which the Gemara says, including behind the Adonai Shabbat Kal, the Gemara Yom Kippur, God, the Gemara said, no, God, the Shabbat Kal, the Shabbat says the Shana. Well, I said, that's because there's the issue. There is an issue. The Kohanim ultimately are not the same as the cow, like Kapara Yom Kippur. Because remember again, Kohanim have their own Kapara by Yom Kippur. It's true, but Kohanim shovel the cow, the Shad mitzvos, the Shabbat Kiva. Kohanim are the same as part of the because they're part of the same people to the 23 people. The Shia, not the Shabbat says the Shana. Well, then again, the Mashiach, because what ultimately is also just like five Salah in the society. And on the level, it's saying probably Shekataso Shavali. Ultimately, again, this is referred to someone whose Kataso is ultimately the same as individuals in mind group, and who is that? The cow. So essentially, again, it was like who is going to be subject to Tumas Mikdash Katasha, and it's someone who shares the same Katas liability as the cow, ultimately, again. But the point is that there's a point to be part of Tumas Mikdash Katasha. Okay, but let's say, I'm not seeing you see it. So again, the Lord says that we must be just the other one for all the other, all of Tumas Mikdash Katasha. All the other she goes on to Tumas Mikdash Katasha. Why? All the damn out, how it's going to be covered off. Because ultimately, again, since places that is treated like the Shakas Kavua, ultimately, not that they're covered over the already. These are like the ones that are common, as he did, was just talking about everything. He's referring to all of the cases. So, God says, if we see here, Nasi, the Prime Mashiach, then you have to be a Chagas card. The universal thing right is this moment. The Sir Nasi, right, and the Prime of the Mashiach are the equivalent ultimately again of the Chagas of the individual. Nisni Nani, Mashiach need the power, the Shmias called the Vasai. So saying that the same way that the individual was covered before the power, by Shmias called the Vasai. I don't know. The most high 20 Mashiach. There doesn't make any mention of the 20, but what you see from there, Shnaina Tumas Mikdash Vikadash and 20 to Mashiach Patra. We must be talking about Tumas Mikdash Vikadash, for which, as we said before, ultimately again, before Mashiach is going to be Patra, as there was says from over the already. I'm only looking up with the Rabbi answer over the top of night. I didn't know this. The Lord said, I couldn't go here, and I was just talking about all of the cases. And Mashiach, so and by playing Rabbi, he always had the Akiva. And then you want to honor Mashiach, part of the Torah. But all that bring others part of all these cases. Honoring Rabbi Akiva, you part of the Torah, but Safira, the Akiva says in Pata. There's going to be Akiva Pata from the Torah. Of course not, and if I'm assuming there's nothing more to discuss about this. Already open up. All of the other, Sheikh, maybe Asham. The Muslim agrees that halacha l'maisa, the halacha l'maisa, since a nasi ultimately again doesn't bring, like it's not, it means that a nasi does not bring a Hashem Tanoi, but Tumas Mikdash V'Hadashah. So Tani Rashi says Hashem Tanoi, Tumas Mikdash V'Hadashah, bringing Hashem Tanoi, but Tumas Mikdash V'Hadashah, Allah don't come money. So who's the thing is that? The Muslim, Allah, hold up the name of Kalis Kikadua. My sin does you seek your Allah. Since ultimately the Tumas Mikdash and Gadash has been a place, even though again the punishment is a cover over the Yoreh, but we treat it as something that has a Chatas Kavua. Because it would be treated as a Chatas Kavua, therefore what? Therefore the Nasu should be Chayiv. The Nasu should be Chayiv. Ultimately, again, the whole of the Yarav Abbas Yahweh, nice Nasu Smirda. I have a Yokana, and all the Nasu Shem Yashem Talmud. For a second, I'm already saying before, the words agrees. That he does not take an Hashem Talmud, to which the Gemara says, Kasha. You're right, it's a contradiction. We're not sure what to do with that. So again, takeaways, right? Takeaways. So let's say, number one takeaway is there's nothing more beautiful than a form of Shema, right? That is the let's say, just understand what is happening. You just understand. Your mind may be a complete blank slate, but just understand that your neshama has just spent 40 minutes reading everything about us, which means that for the last 40 minutes, my neshama was residing in the walls of the flesh. So if you feel a ridiculous, overwhelming sense of eternal simcha, and you cannot know where that is coming from, that's because for the last 40 years, your neshama was inside of the even though the mind is counting some piles. And like, it's like, again, it's okay. But remember, that's what this is. That's what this is. Just like, sometimes you may be sitting with someone who you love very much and you're in a conversation, and then when the conversation over, perhaps you have no idea what the conversation was about. That may or may not happen. Right? You have no idea what the conversation was about. But you know what? It still feels so good that I'm sitting with someone who I love and that. And the Shema knows that the relationship just became so much stronger. I was like, that's what happened over the course of our last few minutes. And I was like, but again, in all seriousness, keep our principles. Our principles are every single word. And by the way, tomorrow, coming attractions, so beautiful I gotta talk. So beautiful I gotta talk. So great halacha. But I was like, remember, I'm actually going to see, I'm going to try to, there must be also like a table that table-wise all of these halachas. But again, I was like, remember, certain pieces of information that we have mentioned from today, individual, right, whenever individual brings a chatas, halacha, I said that is when the nasi, the Sanhedrin, and the Kohen Gadol are bringing a guaranteed kabbalas. If the individuals bring their asham following, ultimately, again, they are exempt from any kabbalas. That's pretty much everything today in a nutshell. It is, again, only Machlokes is a nasi subject to covered already. That's according to the Machlokes. They will say, Hajj Allah, hold it for Mashiach. They will say, Mazel Tov, and 3:30 tomorrow. I can't do another thing here. No, because I know this still much that it's not easy to speak to other places of the family of God. Yeah, Hi, Joe. Say good morning. Let's begin. I will share this morning thank you. I called Rabbi College, memory of Solomon Koran College, Sarah Sarah, which will be up, and the Shabbos books has no is your short, which one is you know. So it's interesting because even though we don't have to Shabbat, they have all statute problems. So all statute problems from let's just say that was necessary also covered. So therefore, again, whatever one's religious feelings are, is somewhat any day that's set aside to remember there's such an incredible overwhelming equivalent of colonies or 6 million devotion requires us to be effective. Dedicate however many this morning. We really wish us 6 million devotion to all the day. Show us what happened up. And we should never touch them all. We should have literally be able to share promise. I suppose let's speak in detail some of the others. First word, we need to have a Shara Mishra. So the Gemara asks, was there really Shara Mishra? So I'm going to pick up a little bit. The Gemara beforehand was discussing the idea that King Yoahaz was, which is the Yoyah, was going to be Shara Mishra. So the Gemara asks, was there Shara Mishra in the times of Yoyakim? After the Gemara says, and Shemidnas Aron, Midnas Shara Mishra, when the Aron was hidden away. Mishra was also hidden away. This ends actually fascinating, right? So, speaking about all of the things that were hidden away in anticipation of the destruction of the first place and Mikdash. So, when the Aron was hidden, the Shara Mishra was hidden. It's in Sarah's Hamar, it was the jar of money that was kept in the Aron. The Makrosh of Aron is that of Aron with its almonds and its flowers. The Argos Shashok and Pushta Norman Israel. And included in that, of course, was the Argos, which is the box, in which the Pushta said, gift from his own, going to Shemar, as Klea Zora Shosava Shom, as seen by Argos Mutio Shivato or Sova Hava. So, also, this is referring to when the sons of the Kotos took the Aron out to war with Klal Israel and were defeated by the Krishna not only defeated Klal Israel, but they also went ahead and took the Aron captive. This is the thing that's nice in Rabbi, wherever they took the Aron, there was an incredible outbreak of diarrhea and hemorrhoids to the point that the Krishna said, thanks for no thanks. They sent back the Aron, at the end of the term, they sent back the gift of the Kohen. But that alone was kept together with the Aron. So the Gemara is saying, when the hero of the Aron, they knew that there's no Mikan, so and who gave it the Aron, Yoshio Melech, he would have done. Yoshio, the king of Judah, went ahead and did it over. Why? Shirah Shikasu Torah, as the son of Hassan said, Lolech Hashem Oscha Desna. He saw the writing on the wall, there was going to be events. He saw the writing on the wall, and as such, that one of these items falling into Gentile hands, and therefore he went ahead and therefore Tziva Markazim Shneamar, Ayomar, Yodin, Hadadim, Chol Yisrael, Hashem, Viewers, Anakosh, the guys of Shabbat, Shabbat, Melech Yisrael. So apparently, Shabbat Melech built subterranean chambers in the first place. Whether he built in anticipation of its destruction or he built up some other reason, the point is there are subterranean chambers in the center. So Yoshio gives the command to hide the Aron as well as all these other things. And some of the subject choices also is, and it's going to be tomorrow, that the Aron is in Harabait, somewhere there, somewhere there in Harabait itself, reading ultimately again, I get from a chef to come to the nearest location. So you are in Masa Bakasi, after the blessing show, okay, and that's how we saw it. What's that? This is such a beautiful passage. So your shield tells the you no longer have any Avodah Bakasi. Avodah Bakasi means what? You don't carry anything. There's no longer anything to carry. But what is your job? So if you as a show of kingdom, there's Avodah. What's your job? To be an Hashem, to be an just because you don't have your responsibilities, like what we saw 2 days ago, right? About the idea that everything of leadership is beautiful of others. You don't carry the other anyone else. It's fine. You never thought it's not who you have parts of Amar Rosa. Asya, you know, makes it Shabbat. From Asya Sham. Asya Shmeres Mishmeres. Asya Doros. So it's the ultimate meaning of Shabbat. Between all of these items above, to teach us that just as Allah was hidden, so too all of these items were hidden as well. So it says, therefore, him to come back to our original question, how did you tell me that Yoachaz was going to be Shemra Mishcha because of his older brother Yehoiakim, when at the end of the day, there is no more Shemra Mishcha by this point in time, which the Gemara answers on the Papa, the Akar Swagata. The angel was like, there is no Shemra Mishcha, but instead he was anointed ultimately again with balsam oil. Okay, so Shemra Mishcha, also remember again, you can mention that he also was anointed with balsam want some oil, Shaul Nafar Simon, Shaul. Why? Because Shaul was not a good mouth. Always going to come to Yehuda. Shaul was from Ephraim. So Shaul Nafar Simon mostly represents the authority, but we'll call it the more temporal authority. So you want to say, these Gemaras are abused. Keep them Moshe and anointed king. How do you anoint the king? So commit Mason. The Gemara says you go and make a Mason. Mason means like a crown. Like a crown. The ex-Kohanim commit and then ultimately again like a king. I can't. So once I start that, the king take Shana Mishra, take you smear it around the center, go ahead and anoint the Kohanim. I can Rashi by that coffee butter, like the Greek Rashi. Rashi has a amazing coffee butter. Rashi has a look like another press. So the way that it looks, by the way, what Rashi is, that you start between the eyes and essentially you straight down up to the head, all the way down to the neck. So it's like a chest. It's like a chest. Others think it's a little bit more like a puff stick. But you get the point over here is you're starting at the front of the head and you're shooting the oil all the way to the back of the head. Any chada, the fila modes, the shana rosho, the achakach, no sin motion, and the state. So we'll say, see the two components now with two accounts. According to one account, you go ahead and you pour the shana on his head first, and then afterwards you put it between his eyes. And that you see, even those who are showing that you say different prices, there's no fun between his eyes. And then you go ahead and pour it on his head. Tonight, since my focus now about the proper order, we know that the Rabbi requires both pouring as well as putting oil between the eyes. Since my focus apparently again, which is the proper order? So some say, we'll say that the anointing between the eyes is the most important part, and others say notice the pouring of the oil on the head is the most important part. Right hand in the man Dhamma is Sikai. We'll say, what is the reason for the opinion who says that the pouring is the most important part? So we shall have a strong Rosh Aro, Shah also, a show, again, the pasuk itself says what? Vayitzel first. The pasuk itself says you pour the oil before you anoint the oil, or you dab the oil, you smear the oil. So you see this more important. No matter which Chagiva, the opinion says that no, smearing is more important. Kasabar Shekin Akamotzi, it's a sharks. He says, remember in Rothschild, that it's a point of it, something you're not only find by the court, but you also find by what? By the kilo. The fact that the utensils are also anointed with pork tells us that pork is the dominant form of anointation. Once I have obviously by Yitzhak, it was not like a truck, and there's the top of the order in the pasuk was first by Yitzhak pork, and then by Yimshach anointed. Hachikamar, what's what it also used to say, not done by Yitzhak. Why is it that ultimately again we work? We should do stuff because the anointing is already picked up. So it's a fundamental focus as to ultimately again how the proper anointing is done. Two parts to the anointing. One is the pouring of the oil over the head, one is the smearing between the eyes. Which one was done first? So it's interesting to know the grace of Paskin, the Rambam Paskins, that first remote skin and then no skin. The Rambam Paskins that first to go ahead and pour the oil and then to go ahead and smear it. Okay, once is fine. Listen, these Gemaras are amazing. Shana had told Yorei ala Zakan, like good water that goes down the earth, goes down the beard, that goes down the beard of the over. The pasuk over here, is holy. So the pasuk over here is in front of the Shana Torah Harosh Lori Amazokon Harosh Lori Amazokon. So it says so what Shana Torah is flowing down the beard of Aaron Cohen. So the Gemara says to reference ultimately again to the Shana Mishka. Remember again, Aaron is anointed by Moshe with anointing by Shana Mishka. Also, this is this beautiful Gemara. Min Shtein Tibos Margovios and Tvios Laharon Bizika. Listen to this. There are two droplets of Shana Mishka. But the husband be hanging on the edge of Aaron's beard. Amra Papa, Tara, Yeshua sat there, all those emotions from the prison. So let's say when Aaron would talk, so the droplets would like hold up the beard of it. Why? So they wouldn't fall off as he was talking. So two droplets of Shemana Mishka that sit on the edge of his beard, and when he would talk, he would roll up. But Al Davar said, how emotion play? We'll discuss this. But Al Davar said, how emotion play? And also regarding these two droplets, Moshe Rabbeinu was always for it, always he worked it out. Was his second line volume based on that. Amar, maybe I committed that. What is it? So maybe I applied too much Shema Mishka, and therefore again it has to be to act of Yula. Remember again, what's the Yula? The Yula is physical or money to be used like concentrated property. So the Gemara says, Yotzes Abasko Ba'amra Shemanatov. So ultimately again, the Basko comes out and says, Shemanatov, like the good oil, the Pal Thermal. Again, what's this? The Gemara quickly compares the pasuk evidence. This is the very next pasuk. This is all in capital Kufman people. 133. It says Kital Chemon Shlorei Baharitz, like the two of the thermal which falls down in Haritz stone. So what's the comparison between oil and Kital Chemon in the two? Matal Chemon in Bomila, Achara Mishra, is not the Hara in Bomila. Just like the Rothschild, there is no Bizilo, do so to again, Shemana Mishra, in the period of Aaron, there is no Medina as well. But I died in Aaron doing it. Still, Aaron was considered. I'm a Shema Moshe about in the house. But Aaron says, maybe Moshe will be, but maybe I do. Aaron maybe I got some enough oil that was not contaminated. Yotza Sabashko, but I'm not so beautiful. He named I told him I know him, Sheves Achim Gandachon. Moshe Loma'ol, so the pasuk says how beautiful it is for brothers to sit together. Please, just like Moshe, I didn't commit to Aaron. Don't worry, you didn't commit to the. We'll say again very quickly. What's the symbolism? The Shona Mishka is always sitting in the beard of Aaron. We'll say when is Shona Mishka put on applied to someone in enormous service. Shona Mishka represents goodness. Shona represents excitement. Shona Mishka represents use for some. Because now we're telling us what the Shemana Mishka always means on the beard of Aaron, because it's moist, because as well as applied. To tell you that Aaron's excitement to go up, Aaron's excitement for Zavodas Hashem is as fresh every single day as the first day he killed. And ultimately, again, the incredible medical professor said, you know, that the greatest challenge our youth is it's not the execution of God's commandments. Generally speaking, we can handle that. We can handle Shmiras and Mitzvos observance. Our greatest challenge is feeling the angels, is feeling the excitement, is feeling like it's something special that we have the opportunity to do. Regardless of our going, was not saying that we apply the divine mandate. That's obvious that we must apply the divine mandate. Regardless of our going, is it felt an excitement like the day in which the Shemana Mishka was first applied to. You know, it was like most beautiful Gemara. In motion is Samalachim ala Maya. They should be much with himself. Listen, so the only anointed kings, well, actually, the anointed kings, this in literally the only anointed kings by a Maya, by a spring. By a spring, they should be much with himself. Listen, because the anointing a king by a spring was like a symbolically good form. The idea being that just like the spring flows, so to again the king's monarchy should continue to flow as well. Shene Emar. Ayom HaMelech was that's like this is the front of the side. If you ever go to for a pure duck and take the water from it, that's the Gichon spring. Was like that is where Rabbi is felt historically and going to Malach by the Gichon. It's an incredible thing to see you standing there. It's fun because you're walking through water. But more fun than walking through water was to stand on the spot or literally again the Malach is Rabbi for that's the spot. So he goes like that. The Gemara says, "Shneimar, you are not when we look at this. Happy at the Lechem, well, I also like it. All right, how much was this? Originally, I wasn't there. I saw this stuff. Yes, let's listen to this. I'm going to be honest. Hi, man, the boy leader. You must have just sleep up. Let's listen to this. The person wanted to know if you're going to live out the year or not. Now, again, don't leave for before you finish this. Right? I don't want to walk by your face. Let's do this. First, let's up, without the mirror down. So what you do, make the sugar about so young thing, take a candle during a sense to make sure. Take the sugar paper. The base of the Russian state. What do you have? Where there is not a strong wind. He must show people up. If the candle remains lit, right? That is a good remains lit. And what? It must suggest. Most like the candle that a person goes in without this. Once you get this, you can candle during a certain spectrum. But he's in the home where there is not a strong wind. If the candle remains lit, you're going to lit out people. Similarly, what's that number one? Number two. First one, something to some business. I keep the business venture that I want to be successful now. Requirement that you must make people master. And I want to be successful. Live in Canada. Buy yourself on this that. Master. And I will say that's a sign of I might be able to make it for Arba. Requirement because you're possibly based on. I'm going on a trip. They cover the basic of go to a home that is dark. Not that it's pitch dark. You want to go out. If you see the shadow of your shadow, then you know ultimately again, Joseph, so I want to point something out. What is going on? So first of all, Joseph, in my show, again, I'm going to say like this guy. I always try to show that. Sorry, maybe Shabbos staff is like kind of like capital. It's just a little piece. Joseph, so the Marashah says over here. He says, I don't understand. There's a biblical prohibition of Rosh Hashanah. You're not allowed to engage in forms of divination. So they don't do omens. You don't do omens. So the Marashah says something absolutely amazing. The Marashah says, well, since people do the Gemara does something dramatic. A person wants to, without the year or not. So what does the Gemara say? Take a candle, put it in a home where there's not a lot of light. And what does the Gemara say? If it stays lit, you're going to live. We'll say, what doesn't the Gemara say? If it goes out, you're going to die. Let's say, if you notice again, straight things next to the Gemara, don't do what's next to the Marashah says something amazing. The default setting of life is that things are going to work out. A person has to have an expectation that things are going to work out, that I'm going to live, that I'm going to be successful, that I'm going to make it back home. So if I do the omen, and the omen confirms the positive outcome, then what? Because that's not an omen. What is that? That's life. That is the affirmation that things are good, which is the natural default mindset of the truth. If the candle goes out, what does it mean? Nothing. It means nothing. It means don't pay attention to it because that's an omen. That's it's an amazing sewed. When the Gemara talks about these omens are ultimately again to affirm the positive outlook on life, which is supposed to be the default output of the truth. So if these omens confirm the positive outcome, fantastic. If it says something negative, simply ignore. Don't say, so understand, I'm not doing my shot, trust me, much longer piece. Also, you understand God was in this idea that is teaching us how to look at life. There are some people that are always waiting for the other shoe to drop. There are some people who are just waiting for the sky to fall, especially for good reasons, especially because they have a lot of life trauma and a lot of life difficulties. Sometimes we think for a lot to just expect bad stuff to happen. It's understandable, but that's not what a person who wants us. A person who wants to have a positive expectation for life, that things are good, that things will work out, that life is beautiful. That has to be the natural default. So you say to yourself, okay, it's easy to have that mindset that everything works out. But again, you realize the true test of our spiritual metal. I was supposed to have that outlook even if things don't work out. It didn't work out this time. It didn't work out next time. I didn't work out for the last 25 years. So, well, I should have 25 years. I say that's the power of the truth. Have an unconquerable optimism. Have an unconquerable positive outlook on life. And that's what decides you. Almost like the Gemara ends off. The Gemara says, for that knows, but my suggestion, the Gemara says, is don't pay attention to the whole thing. Why? The Gemara says, it's beautiful that Marashah is. If you're the guy who likes to connect, what? It goes out, and suddenly it's not going to be so easy to shake that one off. So it says, then when the Gemara says, you know what, you're better off just staying away from Omer. Not Omer, she's staying from these type of symbols in general. But let's say, yet the Gemara says something just to hold out. It's very exciting. Oh, Rabbi, hashtag the Amr Simna no see. Let's say, do you see this? This is the Gemara. So Rabbi said, now that you told me that Omers are significant, not that deep, but like signs are significant. Get ready for this whole site. Salach al-Maisa. The Olam Yehiladio, the backstage relation Shasa, was in there for a person. You should always look at that. Notice again. So here's so he is from the backstage. So Halos is really true to Rabbeinu. Was in fact, again, this Gemara appears here in the Sefer Harios and those. And we'll say two different yourselves. One is the left side, one is the middle of the evening. It's discussing just a moment. So Rabbi says, now that we said that what the omens are significant, the person on Rosh Hashanah should look at or should eat Kra, Rubia, Parsley, Silky, the person should eat gourd, fenugreeks, and beets, and pigs. So we'll say, you understand? We do this. This is similar something. We do this at Rosh Hashanah, right? We sit down and we go through a whole bunch of foods. On Rosh Hashanah, where does that practice come from? That is a derivative. Now, that's the schema. Also, I have to look at Rashi just a moment. Rashi says when you get up, Rashi says if you look from the left hand side of Rashi about signs into the short lines, Rashi still becoming why these food items. Now, I'm really got to the adult today to show you up. Also, Rashi says these things that they grow fast. They represent vitality. So we choose also this is different. The Torah brings down something that the Torah explains. The reason we eat these items is because their names, which also we see the Rothschild. The Rothschild somehow are a play on these names. Rashi said, no, the denominator among these items is they grow quickly, and therefore they represent vitality. Because of that, ultimately, again, we begin to shut up with those items. What's interesting? The Matthew actually brings down this idea. He says, why does one Gemara say the Nixon of Echon? What's that? It's incredible enough. Let's say I don't like any of the symbolic foods. I don't like dates, beets, fenugreek, fish, lambs, just not my thing. Right? I know you still say, so what which for many people that's it. And so I say, so what I don't like it. What do you do with it? So Matthew says there's still each of them on the table, and to look at them and to present to you. That's all. Based on this, so one thing is just the mechel, just to eat. And that's true. Even if you're not going to eat it, then you're overlooking to have it, but that's thing to look at. Incredible. It says, I'm Shashi the break. But I'm Shashi said to his son, when you want to call them from the day, and there's some masters, so I'll come here. What's the answer to this? Prepare. Learn the missionaries before you go to your lecture. What's the answer? If you want to really learn, so it's incredible you saw. Learning requires preparation. You can't just show up. Everybody has to prepare themselves. So he says, review your missionaries. Call the coming rabbi. And then go before you're ready. Yes, he's coming. I want you to stay before you're ready. What's this? It's because of the name. Look at your rabbi's mouth. Look at your rabbi's mouth. See it? You a never rose as forever. What's that section? Application. We know that possible. And also, if you we should be looking at our day. So we have to look at their lips as the words are coming out. You can sisu, when you learn by a river. Sounds nice. And learn by a river. If you make the but they sing and again the water flows, so the learning should flow as well. Kibu, I'll call it Kibu, I made it open this and better to sit, better to learn on the garbage heaps, or better to sit next to cleaning the garbage heaps of Masa Machasya and don't live the palaces of Isa. What's the look at that? Just a moment. The Masa Machasya, I will come to the William Lola, Chicago stuff at Hayoman. About the Isa of Haba Tavis Mal, you come to the Muta of Lodra Bash, or the Masa Machasya, you learn about Isa. Better to live in the garbage company, Isa, than in a mansion. This is the Masa Machasya, and a mansion. So what is that? Apparently, Masa Machasya was an incredible amount of Torah, but these not as much as interesting. You have to think of these as other major Torah cities. I guess at different points in history was different, quality different. Better to live in a garbage heap in a amount of Torah than to live in a mansion in a place that is not of a Torah. Furthermore, talk Kaldra Saya must Haskabeha Kusach it was again better to a Kaldra Saya was saying Kaldra was a type of fish. Better to eat type of fish. Ultimately, this Kaldra fish that's about to spoil than Kusach of running. Kusach was a higher end fish. So better to eat a fish that's almost going bad than to eat the fine tip of the Kusach, which was saying is what? Be careful how many pleasures in life you attach yourself to. Because those are the more pleasures a person needs, the higher the material up is, the more difficult it is to focus on spirituality. So he's telling his son is better to get by on the future fish than to have to require the kusach. Because once you require the kusach, again, he's going to be a lot more material with the ultimate get to the God. So he's giving his son all of these incredible lessons. Live in a Makam Torah, even if it means living in a garbage dump, better than going ahead and living in a mansion somewhere that's not a Makam Torah. Be careful how much materialism you build into your life. Because the elementalism you build into your life, we all know this, what begins as a luxury very quickly becomes a necessity. And once it becomes a necessity, you move on to the next luxury, that becomes a necessity. And so these things become indispensable parts of my life. And unfortunately, these sometimes replace overemphasis on my materialism and less of an emphasis on my spirituality. Beautiful. Rabbi Kari Belokai goes in the pasuk says, everyone else says, literally, my point was this. Rabbi Kari literally, I was saying that we that this point reference to the horn, which is almost anything. My horn and that's my chunk. Governor Shlomo was saying, we're anointed with inside of a horn. So there might be show the view but show the was saying we're anointed with oil from a path from the weird child. There might be down in the say that's found Rashi points out that a path is earthenware easily cracks, as opposed to a horn, right? A carrot endures. So as I said, because of that, those who are anointed from the horn, their monarchy endures. Those who are anointed from the path, their monarchy does not. Once we're going to go back and look at the tomorrow. So now again, the Mishnah made a distinction between Gadol who was anointed with Shaman and Mishkal versus the Gadol who was Meruba with the Gadol. It says Mashiach Yachol. I'm sorry, Yachol Melech. So once again, it says Mashiach. So maybe Mashiach doesn't refer to the Gadol. Maybe Mashiach doesn't refer to the Gadol, maybe it refers to the Melech. Keep calling Yachol Melech. At this point, I'm going to put that even the person they're calling you is anointed with the Kohanic vestments. Kabbalah Mashiach. Therefore, the Pasuk says Mashiach. Mashiach, Yachol Mashiach, if it just says Mashiach, I'm going to put that even in the Rothschild, who is appointed ultimately again to go to war. Also, this Pasuk is talking about the special power of the Kohen Gadol. I'm going to put that even this went out to war. Kabbalah is the Hakol. Therefore, also the Pasuk goes and uses a distinct Russian of the Hakol. Mashiach, Shinu Mashiach al Davar, who is anointed, which means there is no one anointed above. So the Gemara says, my mashma, the Gamarava, Hayarach, Hapimenesh, also the same way the Pasuk talks about Hayarach, it means again the specific part. And yet, it's not Yisrael Kiram Dasha. Al Ganami Hamashiach, when it says Hamashiach, having human scripture, was designated amongst all those who are anointed. This was never again, as we saw before, the Kohen Mashiach was also anointed. And God will ultimately was the ones amongst those who are anointed. Omer Malach, Mashiach, Yochel Melech. So it's the Gemara said before that I'm going to follow the concept of Mashiach. Maybe that's the first thing. Melech, I will do anything. Does the king does something which is also keeping the power? Certainly do anything. He brings this so before Shabbos, Bruce Gemara says it's just that I'm not as follows. For an accidental act, he brings a sire. I'll have them double your part. Was a piece of hell of double. Maybe you should have to take apart. Hamash Mara was a partial deduction that the possible Hamashiach ultimately refers to the Kohen. By anything Mashiach not to be shown and Mishkar Stasis, ultimately the distinctions between the Mashiach not to be shown and Mishkar, the Kohen God is versus the Kohen God of India to do what they got. Last week's in the law of the day. We'll say Mishkar does not reflect the blood. He a part, I'll call it, supposed to bring a special part of the coin God, very good. But the whole of the Chok didn't agree with that. The Chok said, the only coin you bring a special part of the coin God, was I assume, is the coin God was a regular shell and a shell. Not in the group of the God. My time there, was what I made, like, he said, Mashiach, even the Mashiach, so I mishka. I only know that refers to a coin. It's the right shell and mishka. The group of the God, I don't know that it even refers to a coin. Who is? Anointing with Kohen. Now, Lomar, HaKohen HaMashiach. Ultimately, going to find success. HaKohen HaMashiach. So it's really establishing this. Like, grab on other things. Amos Sefer, I will say, yeah, look at the end of that place. So, anything Kohen established in the Shabbat, Ella Payom Kippur Vasiya Seifa. Asiya Seifa. We'll see, what at the end of the place say? The end of the Mishnah said, excuse me. Now, there is no distinction between the Kohen and the Shabbat. So, what's the Kohen Shabbat means? The active Kohen God that he was serving. The Kohen Shabbat, what's the meaning of Shabbat? That was the filling Kohen God. He was the Kohen God that he filled in when there was something going on with the first Kohen God. So there is no distinction between the two except our Yom Kippur, special part of Yom Kippur, and that serious Sefer, supposed to be no offering given by the Kohen God every day. So we must say, who does that reflect? As son of Meir. Also, that ultimately again reflects the of Rabbi Meir. The sign of that problem, even about small the Kohen God, Rabbi, so if something happened to the Kohen God, or some type of small, and they had to remove from office. But when we know Kohen after Tachto, and they appointed a replacement Kohen God, are really sure Choser Navidos wasn't this actually amazing. What happens when Kohen God number one comes back forward? What happens? What happens? So the first one has the about he's now practicing Kohen God. Rashim, Chomitzos Hakunabot, so the shame is not part of full-fledged Kohen. So what's the ultimate? Again, these are very so what's the ultimate Kohen? That the first one is to a full-fledged Kohen. So what's the precious with that means that he just comes back. Not trying to put Kohen because the last you can't have two Kohanim to go with, but he's just a regular Kohen. The Yosef over Rishon Chos Navadoso. The Yosef for the first Kohen God was for service. He comes back to work. The shame in a roy lower Kohen God or Kohen Hedge. Wow. And what happens? The second guy was like nothing. He's not the Kohen God, and he can't be a regular Kohen. We'll discuss that in just a moment. Omer Yosef. My step Yosef and it's equal. I will say this happened. There was an episode of Yosef and who was the Kohen God. She'ira both saw the Kohen God. Go over and do after Tachto. So this is what happens. So there was this episode. It was this episode. It was the episode of the Kohen God. The Kohen God got upset. So what happens was they appointed another person, and then when the first Kohen God came back to work, what happens? When the second replacing Kohen God, or when the Kohen Midos, the Kohen God of the Kohen God, also the replacement was now out of the job. It's going to be a Kohen God, or it's going to be a Kohen God. So why not? Kohen God will be sure that you are. Because in general, we're going to Kohen God because it kind of must be. You can't have two Kohanim. It doesn't work, right? It doesn't work. It can't be two kings, they can't be two Kohanim. At the end of it, has to be one leader. So furthermore, Kohen Hedgehog, Shomali by Kodesh Hedgehog. They will say you can't go back to being a Kohen Hedgehog. Why not? As they will say, once you become Kohen Hedgehog, you can't go back to being a Kohen Hedgehog. It doesn't make sense. Marlon Makodesh Hedgehog. They will say, based on this, maybe should have one of the secret. Everybody should have to deal with that one. The secret is not Rabbi Yosef already. Excuse me. Yes, yes, that is the right stuff. Yosef, our Rabbi, Yosef says, no, the entire Rabbi. He does leave it tonight. Yosef's Rabbi is younger than Mishnah, and Rabbi chose to plug in different Quranic opinions in different parts of Mishnah. Rabbi Amr Shiri is so like a man, but not the polygon. Rabbi supposed that they also holds like Rabbi in one piece. It's usually from the sign of Kohen shipping, Kohen God or Kohen Hedgehog, was an important difference between a Kohen God and a Kohen Hedgehog. These differences are Havak or Mitzvos. What's the number one? Is a special part that Kohen God brings if completely transgresses something. The body of the people, the body of the people, that's serious Haifa, had a special healing of offering. It was in our watchings for no Korea, for no Korea. I was a furthermore again, suffers loss. No player was he doesn't like more. Right? And pulling, he does not go ahead and carry his boat. about before in the Lamata. So say, what kind of we'll discuss this again. Is coming from Tara. I will discuss the hedgehog in the Mala. But a hedgehog is what? A regular coin that there's between the top Friday. Name a common recording, and it was either of them. And so, the model doesn't have the ability to go and time it even for a score, for some developments. And also, our Super, and I could not look the only marry of the Super. The answer to Almana, and to create that, I could not look at Almana. The Max results, and that's what I go home from safety. But we might be holding when you look at to go ahead and offer Kabbalah's using a prosperity and this period between death and burial, the aim of Oka. It was a human being offer of Harvard during the time of Angus of that covenant. The aim of holy, he doesn't receive a portion of Kabbalah's offer during the time of Angus. Not to feel like Marosh, but no feel like Marosh. It was saying, that's to offer a carbide, you not go on. And you can go ahead and offer first, I was saying, and again, he is permitted to take his portion of any carbon before any other carbon. And the Shamish, the Shmona Kingdom, and he wears 8 different garments. The Chalabot is going to perform in the Shina and the pole. I will say again, the entire Abot of the Kipper is kosher with the arms only done. I will say first 500 things like this. Contact almost make kosher with Hashem. I will say ultimately again, he referring to rules regarding the source a couple of days ago. Regarding erroneous news regarding something with the Islamic Christian laws of the law. Ultimately, again, he is caught. Let's have a special comment on that. The Chura, the Doagim, the rule of the garden. I was saying the truth is all of these items, all these requirements, which apply to a Kohen Gadol who is anointed to Shem HaMishcha, also apply to a Kohen Gadol who is Meruba with the garden with one exception, puts the Para and Eidat Chalav. Was an exception for one thing, which is a special power that is blocked in a situation with the Kohen Gadol permits something that is functional by Karis. Only a Kohen Gadol who was anointed with oil brings that power. The Kohen Gadol who is Meruba with the garden, who is anointed also putting on the vestments of the Kohen Gadol, does not get that power. Who are no again the Mashiach Shabbat, and also all of these halachas of the Kohen Gadol also apply to what? To a replacement Kohen Gadol who is now out of the job. As the replacement Kohen Gadol, what's the result? Kohen Gadol comes up to say for Mashiach Shabbat, puts the Kohen Kippur Mashiach Seita. The section we have the Kohen Kippur, and the new offering. The Chulan Eir Noagim from Mashiach Shabbat. I will say nothing is applied to the Kohen Gadol was anointed for the purposes of workplace. The Aram have one in the exception of 5 things just speaking. So that namely, no Korea, but no Korea. He suffers the loss of a close relative. He does not allow his hair to grow. Right? Before this, he cares for me. Then the time will grow. The call, but he cannot become coming for his relatives. The Moshe Aaron B'Siba, he was the marry B'Siba, for Asr Ba'amara, and he cannot marry Na'amara. The Master is how it say, I think that he broke it to his dad, ultimately to what? To be correct. The Chum is no interest. They will say ultimately again, the Kohen Mashiach Mokama, his death not allow the Rothschild to come back home. The focus of the death of the Mashiach Mokama, and that's Rothschild to come back. Hi, right there, Shimon. I say, how do you know ultimately this question for the Shimon? I mean, I thought about my job, he was the one who said before that the point that the Muluk regarding his popular art towards Russia, which the Gemara said that's that Shimon. But Chutz Negi Kar HaMorim, I'm supposed to remember again. Bryce just said before that the Kohen Mashiach Mokam is considered to be all of the halachos that we discussed by the Kohen was Mashiach B'Shem HaMishcha do not apply to the Kohen Mashiach Mokam, with the exception of 5 things. So those are the 5 things that we just mentioned. Namely, again, he doesn't let his hair grow, he doesn't wear his clothing, he doesn't become coming with close relatives, he has to marry a Surah, and he can't marry an Almana. So what says tomorrow? How do you where do you know this? So where do you know? It's a rabbanon. That Kohen that goes with alcohol. Like the Kohen was bigger than his brothers. That Kohen brother was his first Kohen brother. And she Yitzhak al Rosh Hashanah Mishkan. You will put oil on his head. Zeh Mashiach Mokama. So this refers once the Kohen was anointed for war. Immediately I said, no, Moshe Saladon. And literally again, he throws his hands to going away from was refers to special calling of Kohen Gadol. Was this refers ultimately again to a clearly comes Kohen Gadol by putting on the special vestments of the Kohen Gadol. Kulanu Omer Rosholo Yifra Bagada. We'll say that all of these comments. So we'll say whether you are a Kohen Mashuach Mokama, right? Whether you are actually whether you are a Kohen Gadol, Mashuach Mokama, or Meruba Begadim, the halach is the most that all of them have said Rosholo Yifra. Not cut the hair in the neck of Arabs, and another one you do not tear your clothing. Call the Pasha's face for Yahoo. Not to come in contact with any corpse. Yahoo, you come up with owning it. How about a contact all of them? Offer up Kabbalah's even in the Maninos. Roma, Nazer Shalom Mishkas Alokan, Alakad Allah. Was it the first said literally, the crown of the anointing oil was on his head. From Allah, from Al Kabir. Ultimately, again, a Bajim and not that kind of stuff. It's also the only Kohen who is anointed with Shemana Mishka, who has the ability to go ahead and offer up a carbon while he is holy. That is unique to him. That does not apply to any of our other Kohen people. Even though all of the Kohen people, remember again, you have a number of people called the Kohen Gadol. There is a big Kohen Gadol who is anointed with Shemana Mishka, and there is the Kohen Mashuach, the Hava, Kohen Gadol, who are the crazy Gruber, who is also the Kohen Gadol, the Shemana Mishka. All of these people have Kohen Gadol status, and in general, they all have pretty much the same basic halachos. You might just look at the exceptions over here. The halacha lemaisa again for hakravas only at the anidos, where they don't offer up the carbon while in a state of anidos that only applies to the Kohen who is anointed with oil. That's the other Kohen. I might have thought the Gemara says v'achash tovak also goyim tzvah. Maybe again after you see this distinction by anidos. Maybe also only the Kohen Gadol anointed with Shemana Mishka Shak B'Ayim B'Sukkot. Maybe the other ones don't have. I don't know why I'm thinking. If it wasn't a positive, it says the who comes to all of them in the dinner of B'Sukkot. Kid tonight, and most of the reality, give me my focus tonight. Who is Shabbat B'Sukkot? Was it a positive? Shamayim B'Sukkot. After Shak Kasser, Riva, and telling all of them, give them Shmuel. So it's after Torah makes a distinction between various types of Quran and Devolim, once again groups them all together in the application to man and woman case. These are Shmuel. Kiva Omer, Ikni Ela Sha'ava Machmas Kayo, Machmas Mumin Midai, versus from Kiva says, I don't know, what's it to Rashi, just hold it. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Our Machmas Mumin Midai, I don't know what I believe. That's no other Mishnah Machmas Mumin, also Ba'amara. So I only know this is the first part of this. As follows. I only know that but even if a Kohen Gadol cannot work as a Kohen Gadol because he wasn't seen as someone mission. Even during that time when he can't go ahead and work as a Kohen Gadol, I still have this prohibition from Tanai and Amara. How do I know Rachmas Mumin? I don't know that even if a Kohen was, let's say he has some type of significant role, which renders him unfit to welcome. We're going to discuss this more in depth in just a moment. How do I know that he still can't marry an Amara? I'm going to go marry him. The Pasuk says which tells us that once you reach the of a Kohen Gadol, you cannot marry an Amara, you only marry a Tzvah. We'll say, this is the following the next question. What happens if the Kohen Mashuach, or the Kohen Mashuach, the anointed Kohen, he got saras? So we'll say, obviously, he gets saras, he cannot function as the Kohen Gadol. And obviously, he's going to make something with saras. So we'll say, what's the shayla? Mahu ba'amara. Can he marry an Amara? Can he marry an Amara now that he can't serve as a Kohen Gadol because of saras? Can he marry an Amara? I will say, he's like the short-term marriage, once he's healed, he can't be married. But the Maisa, for the period that he has saras, he's permitted to be married to an Amara. So the Gemara says, we see that once you were the Kohen Gadol, we'll say, then what? Remember, we saw it before that once you're Kohen Gadol, that's status. What's it really respect? Remember again that even after he's told him after the Kohen Gadol, if he accidentally transgresses, he still brings the bar. The right to cover up the Kohen Gadol. So we say Mitchadafi, once Kohen Gadol, always Kohen Gadol, and therefore again, even if he can't actively serve, he cannot marry an Amara. Or he can't start hunting. Or we'll say maybe he can go. And the prohibition to marry an Amara is a function of being active Kohen Gadol. Once you are susceptible to Kohen Gadol because of the Tzaras, you can marry an Amara. Remember again, Rabbi asked Shaila of the family. So not going to know. So what happens? So what Rabbi Papa was saying, and he's asking this question, letting Buddha break up, not about first is what happened. So Rabbi was asking this question. So what happens? So Buddha is son of Rav Nachman said to Rabbi, so you know, we learned in the Mishnah, any other Shabbat Nachman said, yo, I don't know ultimately a Kohen who was like the obligation by the Shiva, actually published by Amara. I don't even know that even if it's disqualified because of some of the prohibition of the avoiding obviously still applies. Other Nachman's moving guy, Haidar was even if a Kohen is disqualified from service because of his move. That there was the prohibition of marrying certain women still applies. Now, the one was a word for whom means what? For who is shut so you got means that he is always in the status of a Kohen Gadol. Even if he can't actually serve in that office, who? He is the Kohen Gadol, he has a role and can actively serve only with the Kohen. So Papa asked the question, Papa didn't know either. Buddha answered the question because it's so beautiful. So come Nash gave her a shame that Papa got up and kissed Buddha on his head. And your name really died to and beat his daughter in marriage. So such a beautiful, I'm sure of course you call the reference husband. But when I say after you did that, you went ahead and gave him a kiss and gave his daughter in marriage. So let's do another mission. Kohen Gadol says, remember again, three references before that she's very fascinating. Kohen Gadol pouring in the matter overhead of the Baal. So now go please, when Kohen Gadol goes ahead and pouring in the matter was in two spots. First is clothing, and that that's from there's a loss because Kriya on the bottom of his clothing, the head of the Baal. The regular Kohen can do the Kriya on the top. Kohen Gadol not your own, but Kohen Gadol can go ahead and up the keeping the sleep that I know. The all count, but you cannot eat. Everybody can't eat it. The head goes will not be below. So say regular coin can't offer it and can't eat. Can't offer it and can't eat. Well, the matter manish. So say what does it mean? The bottle has fear on the bottom and the coin has fear on the top. So say Rav says that literally again the bottom of the garment and the top of the garment. The bottom is by the head, right? And top of the garment is also taken by the neck, by the neck. The matter is what's like the neckline. T-shirt. So the neckline, I don't know what the right, like I can't I'm sorry, like the shirt, t-shirt, like the neckline is like reinforced, right? So we'll say so. Gemara says shmuel says lamata means below the reinforced neckline. What is it? I think the shirt. And so the type is so many it's right but no right but below the necklace. So let's go work backwards. The head goes like when he cuts three out for a loved one, he cuts three at the neckline. They cut the top of the garment. That's lamama. Lamata means the little cuts out the neckline rather than the garment itself. What's the top of that? If you cut the garment itself, then what happens? The tear might not necessarily be visible. So I say, so my focus ultimately, the man become a self. The Zeb is ever tell us. So I say, my focus, Rabbi Shmuel, ultimately, again, where we are actually cutting. Are we cutting ultimately? What does the mile or the mountain? Rav says, the mountain means literally at the bottom of the garment. That's what the garment. The mile means how much the neckline is cutting. Shmuel says, no, the mile means at the neckline. That's what the garment. That's what the neckline is cutting. And the mountain means below the neckline. That's what the garment is cutting. I'm calling these lots of market for supper shalom. Lots of you don't have to come supper shalom. So what's the catch? No, so stop over here for today. We'll pick up the answer some of this nice day tomorrow. All right, we'll say good morning. Let's begin. I will share this one like Holy Catholic Holic and the outside Holic. Sorry about some rubbish, but I know Shabbos Hadaria and first as we know, is your short, which one of these, even though it's interesting because even though we know that Tisha B'Av has all tragedies of Israel, all tragedies of Israel, that was this day that was designated to also have a described by the Therefore, if they would ever want to religious feelings are in somewhat irrelevant, yet any day that set aside to remember such an incredible overwhelming fervor of Father Joseph's own devotion requires us to take dedicated. Our learning this morning, because we should have this devotion to the whole thing, show us how to be up, and we should learn such a all we should have YouTube videos to show us. And then, first of all, so let's begin. You pay some of the others. First word, we need to have a Shalom. So the Gemara asks, was it really Shalom? Remember beforehand, he was discussing the idea that King Ahaz was, or just the Yola, was anointed with Shalom. So the Gemara asks, what is Shalom claims of Yola? After the Gemara says, like, I forgot to do Mikras Aron, Mikras Shalom, when the Aron was hidden away, Shalom was also hidden away. This is actually this actually has right. So speaking about all of the things that were given away in anticipation of the destruction of the first place and the crush. So when the Aron was hidden, Shalom Mishkos. Since Sarah's Hamar was a jar of money that was kept in the Aron, Umako Shal Aron, the staff of Aron, Shkiviyah Rahel, with its almost and its flowers. But our God's Shashal Kushka Aron Israel, and including that, of course, was the Argos, which is the box, in which the bishop said the gift from so on, point to about the as Kaya Zoma Sherish goes to Marshall, the single by Argos Mitigo, Shirako also Bahama. So it's referring to when the sons of the conflict because took the honor out to war from Israel and were defeated by the Christian. Christian wanted to be Israel, but they also went ahead and took the honor of captive. This is the famous mention of where wherever the Aron goes to a terrible outbreak of diarrhea and hemorrhoids, the point that the Christian said, thanks for those things. They sent back the Aron, and together with them, they sent back a gift of gold. And that gold was kept together with the Aron. So you are saying that when the hero in the Aron, they knew that gold as well. And he ate the Aron, no show Melech, no show the king of Judah, went ahead and away. Why? Hashem said, only Hashem also best not they'll show someone writing on the wall of the place. Someone writing on the wall that it's be destroyed. And as such, we have to want these items fully into Gentile hands, and therefore he went ahead and therefore see about our guns and Shreamar, I remember the people of Holy Israel, Akdoshim Hashem, Fluas, Anakoshim, the guys, Shabbat, Shabbat, none of it. So apparently, Hamelech built secondary shepherds in the first place had a touch. But then he built an anticipation of its destruction or some other reason. The point is there's subterranean chambers in this animation. So Yoshio gives the command to hide the Aron as well as all these other things in some of the subterranean processes that tells us is, and it's going to this tomorrow, that the Aron priest is in Harabayis, somewhere there in Harabayis itself, reading all people that can, I guess, from a chef to come to this location. So the Gemara in Loch Hamasa, because it after the Plus Hashem of the Heves Hamel Israel, so Yoshio tells Lord, you no longer have the Avodah Bakasik. Avodah Bakasik is what? You don't carry anything. You no longer have anything to carry. But what is your job? So if you as Hashem of the Heves Hamel Israel, what's your job? To be Evan Hashem, to be Evan Israel. Just because you don't have your responsibility to that what we saw 2 days ago, and about like giving any form of leadership to you for obvious. You don't carry the army anymore now. It's fine. You never got the 12 will be enough to punch the Rothschild. Asya, economics, Shabbat, from Asya Sham, Asya Mishmas, Asya Mishmas, Asya Doros. Those are all Shabbat. All of these items listed above teach us that just as Aaron was hidden, so too all of these items were hidden as well. So it says, therefore, then we come back to our original question. How could you tell me that he had Ahaz? So Ahaz was going to Shalom Mishcha because his own brother Yehoiakim, when at the end he was no more Shalom Mishcha by this point in time, which for Etz Amra Hava, the Afar Smadaka. Right, there is no Shalom Mishcha, but instead was going to also be again with false Samaria. Paul balsam oil. Okay, so the Shana Mishka also remember again, we mentioned food also balsam oil. Shana by smoke, shove it. Why? Always with Buddha, shovel, so like frying. So Shana Parson also represents it. But we'll call it the word horrible. So you know what was like? Tell about it. These Gemaras are a piece. Tell about it. He's a motion and some love. How do I have an anointed him? How do you anoint him? So to me, reason. So the Gemara says, you go and you need like these moves like a crown. Like a crown. The Exakohanim came in and the Kohanim ultimately again like a key. Like when he's also son head. The king, you take Shana Mishka, you smear it around his head like a crown. How do you go ahead and anoint him? How do you mean keep? By king. I'm not sure about that, but you mean coffee part. Like a coffee part. If you look at Rashi has a very he said, coffee part is Rashi has a look like a lot of class. So the way that it looks by the way, when Rashi is, start between the eyes, essentially you smear the Shana Mishka down up the head, all the way down to the neck. So it's like a chest. It's like a chest. I just think it looks a little bit more like a puff surface. But you get the point over here is you're starting at the front of the head and you're shooting the oil all the way to the back of the head. Ani Chada, the Chila Motz, the Shana Roshel, the Achakach, those Roshel and David. So it's the two are going to see how accounts. According to one account, go ahead and pour the Shana on his head first. And then afterwards, you put it between his eyes. And that peaks between the goats and the Roshel and we say that different places. Let's go first, you put the Shana between his eyes. And then we go ahead and we pour it on his head. Tonight, well, since my focus now about the proper order, we know that the anointing requires both pouring as well as putting oil between the eyes. My focus apparently depends which is the proper order. You can damage Japanese people. So some say, that the anointing between the eyes is the most important part, and others say no, it's the putting of the oil on the head is the most important part. Right time in the Mandama see that what's important is to do something that says that the pouring is most important part of the sin. So in Shemet HaMishcha al Moshe Alo, Vayimshach also. I can't show the pasuk itself says what? Vayitzo first. The pasuk itself says you pour the oil before you anoint the oil, or you dab the oil, you smear the oil. So you see that this is more important. No matter how you go, the opinion says that no, smearing is more important. Kasavar Shechin Akamotzi is a sharks. Says, remember in the website, that it's a pouring of oil, something not only defined by the code, but also defined by what? By the king. The fact that the utensils are also anointed with pouring tells us that pouring is the dominant form of the urination. So you must obviously by Yitzhak or so by Yitzhak, there's the problem. The order in the process is first by Yitzhak pour, but then by Yitzhak, by the Achikama, what's what we want to say? Not by Yitzhak. Why is it the ultimate or you should do it yourself? Because the anointing is already done. Suppose that this anointing has to ultimately again how the proper anointing was done. Two parts to the anointing. One is the pouring of the oil over the head, one is the smearing between the eyes. Which one was done first? Suppose that you should know the grace of Pastor, the Rambam Pastor, that first load skin and then load skin. The Rambam Pastor said, wait, was first to go ahead and pour the oil and then to go ahead and smear it. Okay, so much is about Rabbi right here. Listen, Shemai Atol, Yorei ala Zakat, like oil that goes down the beard, that goes down the beard of the altar, ala So it's the pasuk over here, and the pasuk over here is oil. The pasuk gets tired. So the pasuk over here is in front of the Shana Tov Arosh Arosh Yori Arasokot and Arosh Yori Arosh. So it's what Shana Tov Arosh going down to the Arabah. So the verse says so that is hopefully against the Shana Mishka. And we're going to get power is going to type of Shem with the Lord King of Shana Mishka. Also, this is the book of Min Shnei Timos Margovios and Timos Maharon. There are two droplets of Shana Mishka that were constantly hanging on the edge of Aaron's Amra Papa, Tara, Shumasaka almost was no because let's say when the Aaron was caught, so the droplets like rolled up the beard of the once that the roots fall off as he was punching. So two droplets of Shona Mishka that sit on the edge of his beard, and when we're talking, it rolled up. But I'll double that high emotion like it's similar. But I'll double that high emotion like as it was regarding the droplets were shutting his homes for most of it. Was his second wide body face of David. Amar, Shemachas Shalom Al Shalom Eshma. Maybe I committed after. What is it? I said, maybe I applied too much Shalom Mishka, and therefore I get it cast into the never again, let's see the month. Meila is evil or money and the property. So the Gemara says, Justice Abasko, Amra, Shemanako. So ultimately, again, the Basco comes out and says, Shemanako, like good oil, how careful. The Gemara Pasuk compares the Pasuk evidence. This is the very next Pasuk. This is all in Pasuk of Koflan 133. It says, Kipal Chemon Shore Bahari Tzio. Like the two of the Hermon, which falls down on Hari Tzio. So what's the comparison between oil and Kal Chemon in the two? Matal Chemon in Bomzila, Akshan and Mishnah, the second Ara in Bomzila. Just like the one side, there is no material with you, so to again, Shem and Mishra, in the period of Aaron, there is no material as well. The Adai and Haya Aaron, though, it's the Aaron was concerned. How much Shem emotional about the house? But Aaron was maybe emotional, but maybe I was meant some enough oil that was not contaminated. The other Sabbath beautiful. The name I told him, I know him, Sheves Afin Yakacha. Moshe Loma of Atakalola. So plus it says Atakalola is regarding just like Moshe, don't worry, you can do it. I get very confused. Shona Mishka is always sitting in the ear of Aaron. Let's say when is Shona Mishka put on, applied to someone when they're inaugurating on his service. Shona Mishka represents goodness. Shona Mishka represents excitement. Shona Mishka represents Jesus for something new. The Chazal would tell us was that Shona Mishka always remained on the beard of Aaron. It was as moist, it was as wet as the day it was applied. To tell you that Aaron's excitement for the community to go up, Aaron's excitement for Zavodas Hashem was as fresh every single day as the first thing he did. And ultimately, again, in human medical hospitals, we know that the greatest challenge, the greatest challenge our engagement is not the execution of God's commandments. Generally speaking, we can handle that. We can handle Shemini's and those observance. Our greatest challenge is feeling a newness, is feeling an excitement, is feeling like it's something special that we have to do. Regardless of our calling, it's not saying that we can apply the divine mandate. That's obvious. Every person knows the divine mandate. Regardless of our calling, is invoked an excitement like the day in which we show our mission was first completion. It's like most beautiful demon. Emotionless on Allah Maya. Initially, emotionally from himself. So we only anoint kings, actually anoint kings. This literally means we only anoint kings by a magnet, by a spring. By a spring, the nation of Moshe Baruch was like because the anointing of by a spring was like a symbolically good omen. The idea being that just like the spring flows, so toward the end of the king's monarchy, you should begin to flow as well. Shene Emar, Ayoma Hamelech, what's that say? Just as a total aside, if you ever go to the tour here, and take the word and that's the Gichon spring. Was like that is where cloud is found historically anointed by the Gichon. It's an incredible thing to see you standing there and evidence. It's fun because you're walking through water. But more fun than walking through water was to stand on the spot or literally you get the Malachite trees dropping the water. That's the spot. So he goes like the Gemara says she married. You want Malach when we look at the subject, but they can or I can also like yeah, I might go to this. Originally, I wasn't able to get it, and then I started this stuff. This was listen to this. I'm going to be honest. Hi, man, the boy leader. He must have checked you out. The person wanted to know. you're going to live out the year or not. Now, again, please don't leave before you finish this. Right? I don't want to walk away. Okay, let's do this. First one's up, you're going to live out the year or not. So, what you do, Nick Shogun, I saw young tailors. Take a candle during a sexy nature. Maybe you show them paper. The base of the Russian state. But what if you ask us where there is not a strong wind? He Russian if the candle remains lit, enough. Alright, now if the candle remains lit, then what? May not the mustard shasta. Looks like the candle remains lit. Then a person knows that you want to put out this. Once you get this, take a candle during a certain nature. Place it in a hole where there is not a strong wind. If the candle remains lit, you're going to live out the year. Similarly, okay, number one. Number two, first one, so I'm going to be successful in business. As a business venture that I want to undertake, I'm going to be successful or not. And I want to be successful or not successful. Live in Tanagola. Buy yourself a rooster. Buy yourself a rooster. Eat a shummet, the rooster gets fat. That's a sign you're going to be successful. Number three, I might the Bible made it to Arkham. Well, Bible made the Chazer Basi Mesa. I'm going on a trip. And I want to come back. I want to make it back to that. So what should I do? So what happens? I see them. Make conversation at the top. So it's like ultimately I can go to a home that is dark. Not that it's pitch dark, but that is dark. Because if you see the shadow of the shadow, later the other, the Asilatis. And you know ultimately again that you're going to come home with it. Joseph, so just I want to question the out of people. What is going on in this matter? Right? What is this talking about? So first of all, so we'll say, so the Mashal, again, I'm going to hold this thing to write this down. I know this Mashal, we have to decide. Maybe Shabbos is not, but I didn't even talk about this, just for a little piece. Joseph, so the Mashal says over here, he says, I don't understand. This is a typical prohibition of Rothschild. You're not allowed to engage in forms of divination, so don't do omens. So the Mashal says something absolutely amazing. The Mashal says something people do something dramatic. A person wants stuff to know without you or not. So what does the Gemara say? What does the Gemara say? Take a candle, put it in a hole where there's not a lot of wind. And what does the Gemara say? If it stays lit, you're going to live. What doesn't the Gemara say? If it goes out, you're going to die. Let's say if you notice the Gemara, things mentioned the Gemara, the Mashal says something amazing. The default setting of life is that things work out. A person has that teaching that things in life are going to work out, that I'm going to live, that I'm going to be successful, that I'm going to make it back home. So if I do the omen, and the omen confirms the positive outcome, then what? That's not an omen. What is that? What is that? That is affirmation that things are good, which is the natural default mindset of the Jew. If the candle goes out, what does it mean? What does it mean? Nothing. It means nothing. And you don't pay attention to it. Because again, that's an almost like an amazing stone. I mean, the Gemara talks about these omens are here ultimately meant to affirm a positive outlook on life, which is supposed to be the default outlook of the Jew. So if these omens confirm the positive outcome, fantastic. If you think it says something negative, simply ignore it. Don't say, so understand, I'm not doing the Mashal justice much longer, please. Don't say, understand, God must stay this idea that is teaching us how to look at life. There are some people that are always waiting for the other shoe to drop. There are some people who are just waiting for the sky to fall. So that's for good reason. Sometimes because they've had a lot of life travel and a lot of life difficulties. And sometimes when you think for a lot, you just expect bad stuff to happen. It's understandable, but that's not what the Torah wants of us. The Torah wants to have a positive expectation for life, that things are good, that things will work out, that life is beautiful. That has to be the natural people. The most like, so you say to yourself, okay, if you have that mindset, everything works out. But again, keep in mind, the true test of our spiritual metal. I'm supposed to have that outlook even if things don't work out. It didn't work out this time, it didn't work out next time. I didn't work out for the last 25 years. So, well, that's the next 25 years. I'll say that's the power of the Jew. Have an unconquerable optimism. Have an unconquerable positive outlook on life. And that's what we decided to do. Almost like how the Gemara ends off. The Gemara says, for love you. But my suggestion, the Gemara says, you don't pay attention. Why? The Gemara says, no, my house should not be Mr. Because what's the other problem is, Mom is beautiful that Marshall is. If you're that kind of life, you can't get what? It goes out, and suddenly it's not going to be so easy to shake that one off. So it says, but the Gemara says, you know what? You're better off just staying away from home. Not only you stay from these type of symbols in general. But let's say, yeah, the Gemara says something just to pull out. It's very exciting. I'm going to buy it. I'm seeing the no see. Let's say, you see this? This is the Gemara. Sabah is the knowledge of the handles are significant. Not typically, but like signs are significant. Get ready for this whole site. They all look a radio for the next information. Shasa was there for a person. Should always look at that. Notice again. So here is the method. So the Hagos is even changes it to the Makeup. Was in fact, this Gemara in the Sefer Harios and Hagos. And we'll say two different results. One is the method, one is the Makeup. It doesn't just the moment. So Rabbi is now going to extend that what the Roman does. The person on Rosh Hashanah should look at or should eat Kra, Rupia, Karsi, Silpi, and the person should eat Gur, then agree, ill leaves, and feeds, and things. So we'll say, you understand that? We do this. This is Simonosa. We do this at Rosh Hashanah, right? We sit there and we go through a whole bunch of foods on Rosh Hashanah. Where does that practice come from? Divinity comes, that's the Sarah. What's going to do it? Just a moment. Rashi says over here. Rashi says, if you look on the left hand side of Rashi about us translating short lines, don't get Rashi still becoming why these items. The honey got you out today to show you up. What's it? Rashi said, that we grow fast and vitality. So we choose most of these the Torah brings down something that the Torah explains. The reason we eat these items is because of their names. And which also we see the Rothschild. The Rothschild is somehow are a play on his name. Rashi said, the number amongst these items is they grow quickly, and therefore they represent vitality. Because of that, ultimately, again, we begin Rosh Hashanah with those items. That's interesting. The Matter actually brings that and says, he says, why does one Gemara say the middle of the nickel? What's that saying? Let's say I don't like any of the symbolic foods. I don't like dates, meats, family, fish, lambs, it's not my thing. I don't. So I say, so what? Which for many people have kids. And so I say, so what happens? I don't like it. What do you do with it? So Matthew says there's still an eating that each of them on the table, and to look at them and to recite the Yudot. So based on the skills of the Gemara, everyone thinks it's just a make or just to eat. It's not true. Even if you're not going to eat it, it is an Indian ultimately to have it. But that's to look at. Incredible. It says the Gemara, Rabbi said to his son, "What is so good? What is so male? What do you want from the Rebbe? There's must be some all the Rebbe. What's the answer to this? Prepare. Learn the Mishnah before you go to the Rebbe. What's the knowledge if you want to really learn? What's the incredible you saw? Learning requires preparation. And they can't just show up to learn, but has to prepare themselves. So he said, review your Mishnah, all the Rebbe, and then go before your Rebbe. If you just coming, and when you sleep before your Rebbe, go listen to this. Come for me. Look at Rebbe's mouth. Look at your Rebbe's mouth. Say, you and Necha rose as forever. It's such an interesting application. We know that possible. That ultimately, again, we should be looking at our day. So we have to look at their lips as the words are coming out. When you learn by a river. Sounds nice. Learn by a river. But then the same thing, ultimately, again, the water flows, so your learning should flow as well. People, I'll call it Noas Machaso, but people, I'm unable to be so. And better to say, better to learn the garbage heaps, or better to see that shit. Learn the garbage heaps of Noas Machaso, and don't live in the palaces of Pisa. What's the Rashi? Just a moment. The Noas Machaso, I will tell you from the reading of Noas Machaso, how you learn. About the piece of our covers now, you took that. The cover the wood of the mother of the Ashpas, Master, mother of our pizza. Better to live in a garbage dump, you put pizza, and in a mansion, is to Master, the mansion of pizza. So, what does that mean? The kind of Master was an incredible mocking Torah, but for this, not as much. You have to think of the issues of the ancient Torah cities. I guess at different points in history is different, causes different. Better to live in a garbage heap in a mocking Torah, and to live in a mansion in a place that is not from the Torah. Furthermore, Toch Galpina Saria Masmachas Kamecha Kusach Gam it was better to eat a Galpina Saria was a type of fish. Better to eat a type of fish, ultimately, Scalded fish that's about to spoil than Kusach or Rabbi was a higher energy. So better to eat a fish that's almost going bad than to eat the fine dip of the Kusach, which also means what? Be careful how many pleasures in life you attach yourself. Because those are the more pleasures a person needs, the higher the between those other needs, the more difficult it is to focus on spirituality. So he's telling his son is better to get by on the future fish than to have to require the kusach. Because once you require the kusach, again, it's going to be a lot more material than ultimately again to the God. So he's giving his son all of these incredible lessons. Live in a Makom Torah, even if it's living in a garbage dump, better than going there and living in a mansion somewhere that's not a Makom Torah. Be careful how much materialism you build into your life. Because the materialism you build into your life, so we all know this, what begins as a luxury very quickly becomes a necessity. And once it becomes a necessity, you move on to the next luxury, that becomes a necessity, and so these things become indispensable parts of my life, which then unfortunately sometimes puts an overemphasis on my materialism and less of an emphasis on my spirituality. Rabbi Kani Belokai, the Pasuk says, literally my horn was Rabbi Rabbi Kani Belokai, literally I was saying that with horn means my horn and not my jug. Were anointed with the oil inside of a horn. So their man show be used to the path, but show the universe anointing oil from a path from the jug. Their man is down in the that's Father Rashi points out. The path is earthenware easily cracks, as opposed to a horn, right? A carrot endures. So as I said, because of that, those who are anointed from the horn, their monarch endures. Those anointed from the path, their monarch does not. I'm a show Mishra. So once we go back a little bit to the Gemara, so again, Mishra made the distinction between the Kohen Gadol who was anointed with Shabbat Mishra versus the Kohen Gadol who was the Ruba of the God. Says the Gemara, but a Mashiach Yaakov. I'm sorry, Yaakov. So when it says Mashiach, so maybe Mashiach doesn't refer to the God. Maybe Mashiach doesn't refer to the God. Maybe it refers to the God. Kabbalah Kohen. He Kohen Yaakov of the God. If it's his Kohen, I'm going to think that he refers to the Kohen who is anointed with the Kohanic casket. Kabbalah Mashiach. Therefore, the Pasuk says Mashiach. He Mashiach Yaakov Mashiach no Kabbalah. If it says in Mashiach, I'm going to put that who is appointed ultimately again to go to war. This Pasuk is talking about the special power of the Kohen Gadol. I'm going to put that even this is the goes out to war. Now, we're the Hakol. Therefore, once the Pasuk goes and uses the state version of the Hakol. Hamashiach, Shenu Mashiach Avdavah, who is anointed, which means there is no one anointed above him. So the Gemara says, my mashma, Damarava, Hayarach, Habimenesh, Shemkesh. What's the same way the Pasuk talks about Hayarach? It means, again, the specific part. Yeah, he's going to be said to that Dasha. Haganami Hamashiach, when it's Hamashiach, and the one he is the one who is designated amongst all those who are anointed. Because we saw before, the Kohen Mashiach was also anointed. And God ultimately was the unique ones amongst those who were anointed. Mashiach, Yaakov Melech, was his person before that. If I'm going to call the positive Mashiach, maybe that's the first thing. Melech, I would the Maestri, does the king that was a king does something which is also secret of heart, certainly the Maestri. He brings us signs. So before Shabbat, which the says, it's just I mean, I'll shoot us Maestri, love you so good. I'm going to do as follows. For an accidental act, maybe a sire, I'll have them double your heart. We'll say a piece of hair lump double. Maybe he should have something of heart. Hamashvara was a flashing dinner, but the Pasuk of Hamashiach ultimately again refers to going up. By any day, Mashiach no Kishon and Mishpat was a Kishon that discusses ultimately the distinction between the Mashiach Kishon and Mishpat, the Kohen Gadol who is not the Kohen, versus the Kohen Gadol who is the Ruba David. That's this is the local David. We'll say Mishpat does not reflect the David. He Rabbi Meir, the different there, the hot time that he said, the Ruba because the Har, Abba Alcohol, this is very else. So the Meir says that even the Ruba was even the Kohen Gadol was not a point of Shara Yeshua, but rather disappointed because of the bad investments. So he brings a par alcohol is a special part of the Kohen Gadol, very Meir. Although hold on, the complicated that was a concept, the only way he brings the special part of the Kohen Gadol was is a Kohen Gadol was a regular Shara Mishkan. Not actually the Ruba Gadol. My time there was for family of this time, Mashiach being a Shara Mishkan. I only know that the first book was a regular Shara Mishkan. The Ruba Gadol, I don't know that the first book who is the writing book. However, according to Hamashiach, ultimately again the Pasuk says, according to Hamashiach, supposed to do establish this. Like Rabbi on holidays, Amos Sefer was a yet at the end of that place. So, in Kohen Mishamish Shabbat, Ella Payom Kippurim Basiya said, Asiya Sahiba. Was a yet at the end of the place, so the end of the Mishnah. Excuse me. That there is no distinction between a Kohen Mishamish, or was a Kohen Mishamish means. The active Kohen God of his servant, the Kohen Shabbat was with the Kohen Shabbat, that was the filling Kohen. He was the Kohen God that filled the Kohen. But there was something going on with the first Kohen God. So there is no distinction between the two except how Yom Kippur, special time of Kippur, and as you say, for instance, no offer given by the Kohen God every day. So the Gemara says, who does that reflect? A son and another. Those and that ultimately that reflects the view of Rabbi Meir, the sign of that probably either both. So the Kohen God or Rabbi, so listen to this. If somebody happened to the Kohen God or some type of small and they had to from office, the Umino Kohen Acher Tachtov, and they appointed a place for Kohen God, and we showed Chosen Avidos, wasn't this actually amazing? What happened when Kohen God number one comes back to work? What happened when he comes back to work? So this is what happens. So the first one has the ability to come back to work. He's now the practicing Kohen God. The Hashem, Komitzos HaKunavo, which the Hashem is called for the full-fledged Kohen. So we'll say ultimately, again, these ones are in there. So we'll say the Meir ultimately that the first one is for a full-fledged Kohen. So we'll say what precious with that is that he just goes back, he's not a Kohen Gadol, because the right you can't have two Kohanim over, but he's just a regular Kohen. Rabbi Yosef over Rishon Chos Lamed also. Rabbi Yosef says, when the first Kohen Gadol was fit for service, he comes back to work. The Shema in a roy, no Kohen Gadol, no Kohen. Wow. And what happens? The second guy will say, nothing. It's not the Kohen Gadol, and he can't be a regular Kohen. We'll discuss that in just a moment. Amr Rabbi Yosef, my son Yosef ben Ethan, we'll say this happened. There was once an episode of Yosef who was the Kohen Gadol. She'ira both sold the Kohen Gadol, but Amar Umino Achet Akta. What's this? What happens? So there was this episode. Was this episode of the Kohen Gadol. The Kohen Gadol got upset. What happens was that point to another person. And then when the first Kohen Gadol came back to work, what happens? When the second replacement Kohen Gadol, or when the Kohen Gadol wrote Kohen Gadol, was that the replacement was now out of the job. It couldn't be a Kohen Gadol and it couldn't be a Kohen Gadol. Why not? Kohen Gadol you shouldn't be done. We'll say no. In general, again, a Kohen Gadol because of Elamasi. You can't have two Kohanim. It doesn't work. Right? It doesn't work. Can't be two kings, they can't be two cards. It has to be one or leader. So furthermore, it goes not only by Kodesh leader. Once you can't go back to being a Kohen Hedgehog leader, why not? We'll say once you've been a Kohen Gadol, you can't go back to being a Kohen Hedgehog. It doesn't make sense. Malin Bakodesh and Babi. We'll say, I don't say, based on this, they should have one of the secret. You tell me that we should first deal with that one of the saving the girl in there. I will say, already, obviously, Rabbi Meir or Christian. So yes, yes, that is going to be the right step. But Yosef our Rabbi, and Yosef says, no, the entire 20 Rabbi. Because I leave it to right. Yosef Rabbi is the upper Mishnah, and Rabbi chose to plug in the different opinions with different parts of the Mishnah. Rabbi Amr Shimoni is so like I Meir Bechada, they call it out. Rabbi says, go to the Mishnah, they want to say, Shimon holds, like, Rabbi Meir in one piece. This music of the other. It's the sign of Ivanim shipping, Kohen Gadol, Kohen Hedgehog. So what's the one other difference in Kohen Gadol and Kohen Hedgehog? Eluain, these are the differences. Our Habak or Mitzvos, number one, is a special part that only Kohen Gadol brings if indeed he transgresses something. Well, Yom Kippur, if I don't Kippur, serious Saifa, and a special healing offering. I was saying, I watch it for Korea, for Poland. I was saying, furthermore, again, when it suffers the loss, low Korea was saying, he doesn't let his hair go long, right? And pouring, he does not go ahead and tear his coat. About the pouring in the matter. So I said, also, but what kind of point we'll discuss it again. Prepare his clothing from Nara. We'll discuss it in just a moment. The hedgehog in the manner. But a hedgehog in this case, a hedgehog is what? A regular Kohen prepares clothing from the top Rabbi's. The aim of the program, and it was a need for them. And the mother doesn't have the ability to go into the time either for his clothing, for his outfits. And Musa out the stuff, and it could not go to marry the stuff. But also the Almana, and he cannot marry, but he doesn't marry Almana. وماخذ سرطان تثبت من ضرب أوتو لكن الأزرق يأتي بجوار الضغط الأولين فالضغط بجوار and other cables even if the only was very good and use the period between that and burial the inner order was an evenly offer of the carbon during the time of animals you can't eat of that carbon during that time. The inner holy doesn't receive a portion of carbons offered during the time of animals. Not with feeling gross, but no feeling was like when those guys to offer a carbon, you know, to cut the lot, and you can go ahead and offer first, they don't have that portion. I will say, and again, he's permitted to take his portion of any carbon before any other carbon. Who is Shabbos, Yishmon, and Caleb, and he wears 8 different garments. The Chalabodas, how many people are in the Shira and of Paul. I will say again, the entire about of the Kippur is only kosher with him. Oh, it's only the guy. I will say, first 5 on your days and days. The contract was the kosher with Hadasha. And also ultimately again, the beginning of the rules regarding these sorts of things. Regarding the erroneous of something to do with the Islamic Christian laws of Torah. So ultimately again he is called their bodies to have a special comment on that. The Chulan is no idea in the I must say the truth all of these items, all of these requirements, which apply to a Kohen Gadol who is in the Shemana, also apply to a Kohen Gadol who's Meluba the Gadol with one exception, puts the para maybe alcohol exposed. Was an exceptional special power that is brought in execution with the Kohen Gadol permits something that is punishable by parties. Only a Kohen Gadol who is anointed with oil brings that power. The Kohen Gadol who is Meluba with the Gadol who is anointed also putting on the vestments of the Kohen Gadol does not bring that power. Who know again the Mashiach Shavar, there was all of these halachos of Kohen Gadol also apply to us. To a replacement Kohen Gadol who is now out of the job. And the replacement Kohen Gadol once he was up, Kohen Gadol comes back. So that's what Mashiach Shavar puts under the keeper of Mashiach Shavar. Essentially, have the audio paper and then you offering the whole lot of inner yard from Mashiach Shavar. I will say none of these things apply to the Kohen Gadol was going for the purpose of the workplace. They may there are not one of the punishments. The exception of 5 things just maybe no Korea, but no Korea. Suffers the loss of close relative. He does not allow his hair to grow, right? Nor does he care his hair. Then how will it grow? Well, the crow to grow. It cannot become coming to adults. It's Musa al Siva. He dressed the Mary Siva, the Asr Ma'amara, and he cannot marry Ma'amara. The master is how it say, after he has to go to his head, ultimately to watch, but in other words, actually, the Chum say, no, master. They will say, ultimately, again, the Kohen Mashiach L'Chama, his death does not allow Tzach to come back home. So let's say the focus week is coming about what about the death of the Mashiach L'Chama allows Tzach to come back. Behind, you might just listen, I know all these things flexibility. The Papa, 9 Shabbos later, Papa was who was the one who said before that the point that the Maruk was talking his partner on plus Midrash Kadosha, which the Gemara says that's but puts me in front of Amr. Let's remember again, the price of test said before that the coin Mashrach Mokama is considered to be all of the halachos that we discussed. The coin was Mashrach Mishal and Mishal do not apply to the coin Mashrach Mokama. 5 so those are the 5 mentioned. Namely, again, it doesn't let his hair grow, he doesn't get his clothing, he doesn't become coming most delicate, he has the surah, and he can't marry now Mara. So we'll say it's the same thing about it. How do you where do you go? So where we go? How do you is that what I not coin that goes away out. And the coin was greater than the exact coin dollar. What's the first coin dollar? And Shayutzak al Rosh Hashanah Mishlam, who's you will put oil on his head. Zeh Mashrok Makama. So this refers once the point was right before. Maybe I said no Moshe Sanagoga. Literally again he fills his hands. So it was which refers to the special calling of Kohen Gadol. Zeh Meruba Gadol. We'll say this refers ultimately again to fully becomes Kohen Gadol by putting on a special vestments of the Kohen Gadol. Akulan will Omer Rosholo Yifra. We'll say that all of this. Like whether you are, like so when you're Kohen Gadol, the Shrach Machama, or Meruba, the halach is also like all of them extend. Rosh Hashanah Yifra, do not cut your hair in the event of Arelos, and because of the Yifra, do not clear your cloth. Call the Pasha's face for nothing. Don't you come in contact with any corpse. No, you will not be owning it. Have an contact all of them, of Kabbalah's people in the sleep of Aminos. Hamagomar, Kinetzer Shalom Mishkas Alachem, or called Halal. The pasuk says literally the crown of the anointing oil is on his head. From Allah, Allah al Habera. Ultimately, again upon him and not upon his son. So once again, only Kohen Gadol, who is anointed with Shemin HaMishkah, who has the ability to go ahead and offer up a carbon while he is in holy. That is unique to him. That does not apply to any of our other Kohanim people. Even though all of the Kohanim people, remember again, you have a number of people called the Kohen Gadol. He Kohen Gadol, who is anointed with Shemin HaMishkah, and there's a Kohen Mashrach Milchama, Kohen goes out to war. There's crazy Ruben, because he was mostly Kohen Gadol, but not going to Shemin HaMishkah. All of these people have Kohen Gadol status. And in general, they all have pretty much the same basic halachas. Much as the exceptions over here, the halacha l'maisa again would tell us only the Aminos. While in the state of Aminos, that only applies to the Kohen, who's anointed with oil, not to the other Kohen. I might have thought the Gemara says, maybe again, after you see this by Aminos, maybe also only the Kohen Gadol anointing maybe the other ones don't have. Now, we don't want to think, if it wasn't a plus, it says, before the two comes to include all of them in the field of the super. It was an analogy, you need to make focus on who you should have Surah Yiva, was an plus, it says, you should have Surah. After Shekhi, that costs of Yiva, after the Torah goes ahead and makes the field between them, so it includes all of them, Dibra and Yishmael. So it's like after the Torah makes the distinction between the various types of Quran and Gedolim, once again groups them all together in the obligation to marry a woman who is a Suda. These ones are Mishmael. Kiva Omer, Eat Elisha of a Machmas Kayo. Machmas Mumin Guy. Versus the Kiva says, I only know. This is Rashi, just a moment. Rashi says over here. Rashi says, Omer Machmas Mumin Guy. Omer Bahu. Nafido Omer Misha Machmas Mumin Asa Na'amada. So it's I only know. Maybe the first part of this. So the Gemara says again as follows. I only know that Kiva says, Elisha Machmas Kayo. But even if a Kohen Gadol cannot work as a Kohen Gadol because he had a similar obligation, even during that time when you can't go ahead and work with a Kohen Gadol, I still have this called Nari Namara. How do I know Machmas? I don't know that he can't be called a Muslim. Let's say he has some type of significant role, which registers unfit wrongful, and discuss this more in depth in just a moment. How do I know that he still can't be married in Amara? I'm a Romar, maybe. There was a plus which tells us that once he's been to a Kohen Gadol, he cannot be married in Amara, he won't be married in Suda. We'll see. This is the following next question. Now, Mashiach Shemistara Mahu Ba'amara. What's this discussion? What happens if the Kohen Mashiach, the anointed Kohen, you get Saras? We'll say, obviously, he gets Saras, he cannot function as the Kohen Gadol. Obviously, he's going to make something with Saras. So we'll say, what's the Shaila? Mahu Ba'amara. Can he marry Amara? Can he marry Amara? Now that he can't serve as a Kohen Gadol because he's Saras, can he marry an Amara? I will say, it's not a short-term marriage. Once he's healed, he can be married. But the Maisa, the fact that he has Saras, is permitted to be married to an Amara. So because the Kohen Gadol, say that once you were the Kohen Gadol, was a what? Remember, again, we saw it before that once you're Kohen Gadol, that status was very respect. Remember again that even again, after he's over, the after the Kohen Gadol, if he accidentally transgresses, he still brings the power. The right to come out of the Kohen Gadol. Don't say Kohen Gadol. Once Kohen Gadol, always Kohen Gadol, and therefore again, he can't actively serve. He cannot marry an Amara. Oh, he is not confident. Or we'll say maybe because the prohibition of marrying an Amara is a function of being active Kohen Gadol. Once you are certainly in Tango, because of the task, you can hang out on the other day. What's the again? Rabbi asked to check out of that. If you're not going to know, so what happens? I'm not seeing that public kind of anyway. So then Rabbi was saying, he's asking this question. I'm going to let you put up, break up, not going to up, because it's what happens. So Rabbi was asking this question. So what happens? So who knows? So Rabbi Nachman is like Rabbi. So you know, we don't even know. Any other Shabbat Machmas Karyot. I don't know what for each of a poem who must be sort of the obligation to write a Suba, or actually published by Amara. I only know that he never published disqualified because of some issue published of not only 9 policies to wise. Other Machmas Lumin guy, I don't know say that even if a poem is disqualified from service because of his move. As I was saying, the prohibition upon marrying certain women to a wise. Now, was saying the word for whom is what? He showed us where he got that he is always in the status of one God. Even if he can't actively serve in that office, who? He is the Kohen Gadol, and therefore, even if he has a board and can't actively serve, the only area of someone should not be able to serve. So, Baba asked the pastor, Baba didn't know either. He did not answer the question because this is so beautiful. So, come Nash Shane, that Papa got up and kissed on his head. The young believed content. Even his daughter. So such a beautiful. I'm sure, of course, for the reference, president, but for myself, after that, you went ahead and gave the kiss and gave his daughter. So let's do another issue. Going on, we'll say, so remember again, you love this very fascinating. Going on, pouring in a mouth overhead of the mouth. Most of the mouth, please. Then going on, goes ahead and pouring in the mouth was introduced what? Here's his point. Then the touch from the was does Kriya on the bottom of his clothing, and Hegel in the mouth. The regular point is Kriya on the top. Koindono Makrivoni, and Koindono should go ahead and offer because of people can see the Magos, roll over, but you cannot eat. You offer but you can't eat it. Hegel or Makrivoni. We'll say legal coin can't offer it and can't eat it. Can't offer it and can't eat it. Tomorrow. Alright. What does it mean? The bubble was clear on the bottom, okay, and the tornado was clear on the top. So what Rav says that literally again, you need the bottom of the garment and the top of the garment. The bottom of the garment is by the hem, right, and top of the garment is ultimately again by the neck, by the neck. So it was shmuel on the shmuel no. The matter is supposed to the neckline. Supposed to tendency like that like a t-shirt. So the neckline, I don't know what the right I'm sorry, like the color, by the way, kind of the shirt on a t-shirt. Like the neckline is like reinforced, right? So Gemara says, Shmuel says, the matter means below the reinforced neckline. Better compare it. And so the type is so very so very so politely don't like the below neckline. So let's go back. When it cuts three up for a lot more, at the neckline. They cut the top of the travel. The mountain, the little cuts down the neckline rather than the garment itself. Wasn't it? What's the top of that? But then you cut the garment itself, and what happens? The tear might not necessarily be visible. So as I said, my hope is ultimately the Rala because they saw that. There's that other stuff. What's my hope is rather well, ultimately, again, where we are actually cutting. All the cutting, what is the Rala about? God says, the matter is really about the cutting. That's what the Bible is cutting. The Mala means cutting. Shmuel says the Mala means that line, that's what the Bible is cutting. And the Mala means what? The Mala means below the neckline, that's what the Bible is cutting. They say, I call them when Rothschild coming suffer from Rothschild. You know what the coming suffer from? So what's the question? Let's stop over there for today. We'll pick up an answer so that this guy's speak tomorrow. Raj, you said good morning, such a so smart question. Continue on. Satisfied to me that they all the last questions. Thank you. I know how much I was trying to do. How to share the from what's not about itself. And to the notion of judgments estimated sources. So it's the most for Israel. One responses for the work of animal body, but the very homework. Getting the shower of his father. I look at the Usher because of the relates to class 7 to the hopes. Kilos about all about Israel. Organization answer. For the responses that which will be the minutes with the English was not before its founder. It's called Ivory and other Japanese global level. Where the home responses for the evacuation of the nation of the electric that she was grandmother, Russell, as the very large of all the English of the parties and those new reforms having been already said. Must we dedicate our religions acts for conscious soldiers killed in the time of the RBs across the city. The Federal Electoral Session is like we should provide money for all the good actions that show the people references to the public. So there's a show that has to be spoken for now and so successful for my city. She saw the most elusive of the blood is the good best of life. Does not have shovel. Shower asking for souls, almost around all of our tears. Struggle comforts, look for all the widows, all the orphans, all the onwards, all of the broken parents were going to be parents, and the people from darkness, the most without and all our own position to our work so forward to the shorts, the pilot, which just is not the position to usher in target and the camera. So it's thoughts. So that last week is that class. You have to have the session. Okay. But then you have the session. Time. Picking up the time. What else? That's like so we're picking up on that test. So there's session. We got actually design on the kids at the Mishnah. So Mishnah says also what's this all about? So today we got a lot of drush, small questions, maybe some very interesting. We guys talk about today's daf. Well, there are many beautiful about today's daf. No one just it's Torah. It's fantastic. What's also interesting is the number of Mishnayos, and not really a lot of my focus, which is good. A lot of like the sources how we get different things, but the next part is when you see the Mishnah, what you see in the Mishnah is pretty much not pretty much is what you get. Right? There are always that's like Allah, and then the next Hashem will kind of explore out about how the line at that particular how at that particular conclusion. Let's say that's the Mishnah. This is things. Ella, I have a Gava, you should just myself. Once I remember again, this is the concept that we've seen before over and over and over. Now, also, one of the things to keep in mind is if you notice, we're vastly a lot between halachas, right? As opposed to the first parak, which was pretty much all about the Ruby's psak of a basin, right? That's what it was all about. We begin to see in the second parak, stronger than again with the halachos concerning the Kohen Gadol, and now threw in a little bit of Nasi, and then we also goes back afterwards to the discussion about the base. So now the Mishnah begins, in Hayab, I have a double shade that's myself. So we're getting to it. Basically, is only Chayim, how I don't know that Siba, but what? But there's two things. This was yesterday, it's not that we need to force over and over and over. What do you need? You need Helam Dara. Helam Dara means a mistaken psak. And we know all the attendant details now. What kind of psak? A psak that uproots a detail in a mitzvah, but not what? Not the mitzvah in its entirety. Okay, so the Helam and Shiri that's myself. Shiri that's myself means that halacha is acting collectively based on that alone is psak. Okay, the thing of Shia. But that's the same applies to a Kohen Gadol. So the Kohen Gadol's only side is power is what? Helam Dara, the Lord is psak, Shiri that's myself. Difference between the Kohen Gadol over here and the base. Just keep in mind observation yesterday, example of the difference. Based in Paskins for who? Kav Yisrael. Going Paskins for who? Kohen Gadol. Good. The Nobel was before another Shiri that's myself. So you might have Zara. I've always thought ultimately again what is only vulnerable in the situation once again, where there's have a better she gets nice level, so what's interesting again. And then but I'm always get carbon, which is cedar. So you could have because the carbon is different, also the criteria is different, it's not the same thing. I'm better, she gets myself. And only is followed up ultimately again by inadvertent accidental action based on that earlier success. And now the way so the time this was the most success. Go ahead and you didn't make a mistake. Right? Don't make a mistake. Let's show the consequences. We call that saying so issue. The matter of government got so tell about an issue. You have to kind of that's my son. You might have gone just for accidental action without having dollar coming on. issue the Alan dollar, the Alan dollar. I have an Alan dollar shooting this person. Okay? So what's the never up on us? You need both. Alan dollar, running is sad, followed by accidental activity. Kind of a shit out. So to that point, we know this one is city. Ashmas Ha'am, or the Mashiach, it's the one so was brushing yesterday. That the Torah itself equates the Ashmas Ha'am, which is an additional phrase, equating ultimately again the halachas of the great level with the halachas of the tzivot. The law of Ba'avodas Kohanim, Elam, never shade rest my son. So, no, but when you know that the Lord say that the same level by Avodah Zarah, they make their head with the high Avodah Zarah, open the Lord makes Pesach, and very effective. We don't have a first one, right? Each has Avodah Kohanim, and we know the answer. Since Avodah Zarah is weak, why is it weak? Remember again, it has a seer to make it carbon. So I might have thought the upper you kind of machine this myself. I might have thought this should always be high just at this accidental activity. Even if there's no real Pesach, then I cut it, and then I look at it. It's what's considered shut on it. Also saw this question like that. Mama, I want to you should rest myself. Just like you did by my next where you require you should rest myself. After so to buy the Zara, after in another should rest myself. Okay, incredible. Mashiach, Ba'avodas Kohanim, Lokatani must be seen. Lokatani, there was an interesting enough, the Mishnah doesn't make mention of the conduct by Avodah Zarah, which he mentions must be seen by the basically there's a Mishnah reflects that he signed up Mashiach, Ba'avodas Kohanim, ready over the Shiri Best myself, the Hakadim over the Hell of Dava. So that's like, it's very interesting. So it turns out that there is not confessed by the conduct who makes erroneous belief. He accidentally does not think the Reggie says the conduct is fight purpose covered by a hotel. Even without erroneous sign, just accidental activity. That's cheap at that. And that's how we say, no, we have to be kind. He is carbon is in the carbon by what is on that's another and she that's not simply they can open the cedar. The actually talk about that under no circumstances that's the point ever there was the actual cover. I and to kiss it and things like that. So according to this not the actual topic of this the not show to that. It is very obvious that cards should also have us and it does usually get any mention of the again. However, the donor card should also have this making mention of the bacteria for this is not which unintentionally is cards. Unintentionally have us. Our tiny hall, who I think our tiny hall, who I think of a hall. After my tiny hall, who I think of a house. Because we should report this information. Now, initial says something. You understand that by saying A also includes B. My time is ready. So we'll say, what's Rabbi's logic? Let's jump back in just a second. Rabbi said that halacha l'maisal. Rabbi said that halacha l'maisal. When you're going to try to secure for Avodah Zarah, even without a head of Dava, as long as it's just a that's why it's active and activity, which is going to get that halacha. The people are going on that Shashahim. This may have Mishkaga. So the Gemara says, Tanya, that refers to the Mashiach as the point level. Hashom Yagas, that folks active and activity. Zenos, that refers to the gate. Zenos, Petchad Mishkaga. Rabbi Salah, he said Mishkaga, he says, in order to be liable for Avodah Zarah, all you need is accidental activity. There are one other study, Mishachadasa Mishkaga, not so she actually tells them she got that out of the so the Hanan saying that it only refers to someone. It only refers to someone whose only responsibility is when before the show. This excludes the Mashiach, calling Mashiach, calling Gadol, whose only identity is Hanan Gadol, together with Shivilas Mas and Shavim, and both agree, ultimately, again, the opposite of the conflict, just like the definition of the real from the Nefesh Achos, sorry, the Nefesh Achos, Echad Yachid, the Echad Yasi, the Echad Mashiach, we don't control Nefesh Achos. All of them are included in this phrase Nefesh Achos, and then for all of them open up this year for our Bodhi Sarah. Says the Gemara, says I will say about it before we go on. And then after this Rabbi that I want to ultimately I really ask you like it's a comment. Yeah, but in order for a coin to, in order for the coin to have reliability, what are Bodhi Sarah for anything else for this unique carbon, what has to happen? Elam Dabar and Shiri Vescals. And tell you has to be two. Basically it means all that criteria for power Elam Dabar and that seaboard. And ultimately, a coin Mashiach coin requires both of those criteria for his personal liability as well. Top of class Ide. Shutting. Shemidi Ashram telling you none. But everyone agrees that a coin doesn't bring from Ashram telling rid of that coin. The keeper of a coin Ashiva does Asher Shakar. Thus it says that ultimately the coin will find Tobit Ashiva Gasa Asher Shakar. For the shopping that he was showing will be prepared. Rabbi Sana, Yisha Obish Gaga. So Rabbi says this refers to someone who the entirety of the show. What does this mean? Yes, as that Shekin Kofet Obish Gaga, Ella the Ella Gaga. This comes to sorry, who is Chayim Hashem Talmud? Only someone whose liability is fully wrapped up in the commission of an act of show. But someone who requires another level, like the Kohen Gadol, who also requires what? Ella the Gabar. Such a person is not subject to Hashem Talmud. So you might be easy called see that's the pasuk say call, but doesn't say call. So what it says, didn't you look Asher yourself? Well, you could just say Asher yourself. Lama li Asher Shagag. Why does it say Asher Shagag? Hafresh Malon, the Adika Kolchet on Shagag. To teach you who is liable to Hashem Talmud, someone whose complete liability is engendered by the commission of an act to show you. Yatsa Mashiach, Shein Kolchet on Shagag, Ella Rabbanas Kavav. It says, hello, the hell of the God Shiva does myself. So I say so essentially, to slow this down, the instruction is as follows. Who is Chayim ultimately again in the Hashem Talmud? Someone whose complete liability is contained in an act of the Shogun. But if I look at the ways that they something to Shogun is not. For example, a client is yet a fight God, or again, just the act of Shogun is not enough, but you might see for liability. Right? Means what? Heaven a statement of sign. Such a person is not subject to Hashem Talmud. Incredible. Rabbanon, Mishachot, Mishkadal. That's someone who said Mishkadal. What does that mean? That's a Mashiach, Shemfet, Mishkadal. Lova, what is Havim? The Mother Shabbat says, hello, the hell of the ship this way. So if you read that as well, say, look at everyone agrees that Kabbalah ultimately, okay, it's not subject to, he's not subject to, Shividas lifestyle. It's not saying to Hashem Talmud. So one says something important. Take away message from this assaulting thing. So I love the myself. Both things think as well as Kohen Gadol. They only have liability for their unique Kabbalahs. Both things are except liability. So there is a Sawyer. A liability only comes about if Allah Halamais again, their Kabbalah as well as she has myself. Furthermore, at the end again, Helen Daughter is thinking sound. She has nice to activate like the based on that side, and everyone agrees that ultimately neither the beasting nor the Kohen Gadol are subject to Hashem Talmud. Incredible. Mishnah engaged with Hayav actually the Darshan Donal Kares is Shimi Goso Kapas. So this is interesting, actually, really helpful to have this Mishnah a little bit over as well, which is what type of idea, right, are based in liable for. Right, so the verse says it's not any Avera, only have Avera, where intentional commission of the Avera would result in currents, and unintentional Mashiach. So to the same criteria by the Mashiach. ולא בעמונס כוכבים, עד שיהיו על דבר שזה לא קורץ, בשביל לעשות חפש. ניסינו לא חפש לעבוד זר. שלא סצנים, just even an example of this, if you ask me, things for the knuckle fasting, there's your answer, right? And they go and problem solve each hazard, that's the trouble. So there's no how long they're going to achieve up to the baby, and there's no harm to the knuckle. Why? Because the punishment for you hazard, it's a lot. It's bogus. It's got to be something where the stakes are much higher. So therefore, so the only time that there is this liability for the power for things, and the power ultimately against the knuckle is the type of drug where intentional commission is colors, unintentional is does same Bible. I've said from another one, where do you know this from? You sign your ready over in the Emma, it says over here, Allah, so it says, in that sea word, and this is interesting. The other Allah outside is by Elias. It's by Elias. We share our from Saw mostly part of the Surah, Carlos and Basa al-Bakr the brothers and my two sisters. That's it. Right? So it says Allah here by part of the sea word, and Allah by Elias, what's the connection? Mama Halon, the verse is a dollar partition, Nasa Patos, just like I always said by Elias. Intentional commission, ultimately at the end is cause unintentional, like accidental commission of our eyes. And it's going to be a patos. I've got so to that I am the Nazi board, told me I've got in directions, don't cause, it should be also patos. Incredible. Also, with the passage in the Hebrew. So you mentioned about out of Spain. So just Allah, there's Allah by Paya in the Nazi board, Allah by Arios, there's like by Arios, intentional violation carries, accidental violation is katos. So to have its own for always katos for missions. Incredible. Ask if on Sibor. Fine. So now we know this paradigm. That's Sibor. Mashiach Noah. How do I know that the same criteria applies to only God is beside? So the verse like Lahashmas Ha'am Hari Mashiach Sibor. As the passage says ultimately again Lahashmas. The verse says again. So it's interesting is we're always using the same language. Once I know something applies, I can't have a government at secret. And what? Like that extra phrase, but what is that? What is that? Remember again, the Kohen is not asking for the confidence. Who is the Kohen asking for? He's asking for himself. So what's that? Oh, it's coming from you, it's coming from the process. Whatever is the process for the i.e., that secret phase in the same process for the level. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. So the word says as follows. So the word says, Yashua Sa'am, Hari Mashiach Sibor. And next thing the word says, we're not Nasi. We're not the street fighting for the king, for the Nasi. It's say it down Nasi. The Asa of Asa has become this Hashem. So the Nasi says, if you perform one of the Mitzvahs rulings, you did one of the Averos, that you see Sibor, you also Achas will call Mitzvahs. Again, so the Shabbat Mitzvahs, so from Nasi to the Sibor. Not Sibor, the Mishpur Doris, so she does Chatos. So just like by the Sibor, so by both people have it. If the Sibor of Avera, and intentional violation is part of intentional violation is Chatos, at Nasi, Dover Shazador Codes, she did also Chatos. And if what was it acts in blemish, it's like a simple, it's like a bonus strong. Right? And all the notes come together so incredibly beautiful. So what's that? So 3 times Rothschild. So remember again, usually each of the rule. What's the rule? Phase thing is only high part of the Sibor, only high this part, and the situation ultimately again where for the bingo, intentional violation is currents, unintentional violation is status. Where do you know this from? So for the Sibor, 0 Shabbat, Allah, to Arayos, intentional violation, currents, unintentional violation. Katos. So again, the pages on the back of the car, Katos, currents, Katos. Then Ashma Sa'am ultimately allows me to learn out code from the base thing. And what about Nasi? Nasi ultimately again is going out to the Zero Shava all the mitzvahs from the on. Then so the word says, you don't eat, you might say, you don't eat on the chronic, you Nefesh, The yellow factor entirely supplies ultimately again with the future as well. Ultimately, the process in Nefesh, and ultimately again you can learn how to pass on our learn how to seeking ultimately looking to be incredible. But about this one last note. So see my level of applies also that they're gonna have all this so something which is goes back over there's only the variability if the customer regarding something new to potential violation is kinds, unintentional violation is loss. It's other that actually goes up to the other is same idea. I mean, which you only brings in carbon fat loss for an idea which you don't intentionally carries liability of currents and unintentionally carries the penalty of fat loss. Like that's ultimately again what you as far as saying an individual only brings a fat loss when it perfectly violates an idea that is subject to currents. So what's that? Alles kommt der Handelsbeibezahlen. Aber die T-Shirts haben uns noch an den Blüten und Lex, aber Schwimmen in general, Abondisola is single out. Can be recognized. So, as well again, Abondisola has a different type of, as a cedar as opposed to a parrot. So, Abondisola has been singled out to be judged on its own. Yoko, you have an active on the colors, she does the purpose. You have the Abondisola, you should be typed everything, even if it's not cards. So, you must never kind of every day. Remember, I'm not even to show up just like 5 days. She don't encourage she does affect us. There's something that intentional violation as part of his intentional practice at the time, something viable is our preparation that don't encourage she does affect us. So I should become similar. So I understand that that's true for when it's sequencing about each other. Yosin, Mashiach, how do I know that this halachos concerning about these are parts of all these other individuals as well? But God, because it says, the nefesh achos. The nefesh achos. Echad, the nefesh achos, like echad yoki, the echad nasi, the echad mashiach. Who will defraud nefesh achos? That's it. So we'll say, so he's one of those two Russia. Nefesh achos teaches you that the same halachos that we would add in a fight, she will also apply to the achos. That is singular personalities. Who are the singular personalities we're talking about? Like Noggle, and Nelson, and Stammer, and the individual, the animal top from the Algo, the ultimate subjects from the audio subjects, from the audio people. Something from non-democratic range, so much as no again. All of this begins with what? All of this begins with a sharp between probably have a little bit of super and Arias. And Arias, Allah. So the Gemara says, so this works well if you accept that initial Tiyah Shabbat, right? Everything is both an initial Tiyah Shabbat. One of them might be playing La'arayos. It's Saros. Number check, so let's say that here's the problem. La'arayos use Allah for something different. What does Allah teach us? So I'll say, that's why you don't these. Should be a trigger word. Right? So let's say, remember, one of the interesting things is that you're doing something about this. Let's say what happens if you're going to multiple with it, and he dies. And maybe there's a correlation between those two facts. Right? So let's say, so ultimately, again, if that one going he dies, and now let's say again, it happens to be that, let's say, one of his people, he has a brother, let's say it happens to be Reuben married his niece, which is what's right, which is married his niece. So now what happens? So now the two wives fall to Reuben from the Shimon for evil. Reuben obviously Shimon came to evil with his brother. So what's that about? Once he came to evil with his brother, it concerns all of the ties, all of the co-wives from evil as well. But our brother learned out that halacha from Allah. It's a one about Russia. So here's the issue. Now, I want to use Allah for something else. If that's the case, then we need to learn this concept that there is based in liability for an infraction that if unintentionally is currents and unintentionally ultimately is not the frequency that get output or with the that output. So the Gemara says, not to the room was the first rabbi, the last thing that they showed in the bread. As a result of the Torah Achos, Yavachem, Mo said the Shkadot, that Sheshet to us, the yards of the Yavach. So literally, the Father said, there is one Torah, and one commits that day, and one who goes ahead and acts intentionally. Or let's go for it. So also let's see here. Now these things is Torah Achas, and this is talking about idolatry. Right? So the entire Torah is compared to Avodah Zarah. Now Avodah Zarah problem Shechayim on Torah Kodesh Yosef Hados, just like Avodah Zarah, the right before it acts, the seer, the something that third connection is cards, third connection is Hados after. So to again, other situations is not really that high level. Let's see more. Hayome al Torah Kodesh Yosef Hados. Kefermo. Ashke Hayome. That does it. What's the life of it? Nasi Mashiach. Nasi Mashiach. Ainda Rothschild, ainda Shabbos. See, right? Ainda Shabbos. See what we know. Yom Hayom. Okay, so once we have it already valued, ultimately again, we can apply to all these other contexts as well. But contract you should have maybe my argument. What does Rabbi do ultimately with the same thing? As one said, Rabbi should have been as well as a different Tasha. See, not take Rabbi inside Rabbi, who use Rabbi should have made such points of abuse. So interesting that when it comes to the Zara, there's a distinction between the individual worships versus a larger group worship. What's the difference? Number one, Rabbi decided to a more than public. Let's say that, so for example, comparing that us to the worship idolatry, what is it? You're killed by the sword and your property is destroyed. Like the property is destroyed, Gemara says you keep in the schema or a modern power. In the region, worship idolatry, what's down the hall? Number one is killed the schema, and number two, don't touch property. Don't touch property, so Gemara says you are called not for the covenant say it. You might have heard that your kabbalos are distinct as well. Top of the line, told the Achas. So what that goes ahead and uses the treasure. Even though I wrote the Rabbi the punishments are for Rabbi versus the works of idolatry, but ultimately again, if the covenant is the same, asking for Rabbi. So go to the next kasha. I love the law of the Katos. The reason is because the hospital makes no distinction. Half public predicate of distinction of us. I would have thought to make a distinction as well. So the Gemara says, finance, you are doing the Kabbalah distinction. What else would be thought instead of seer? So the Gemara says, nice time, you're going to bring a higher. They can't eat Sibor in the shine. It's also really nice. Nice, the Gemara says, no, Sibor already brings a higher for others. Obviously, it's only single out of Zara. But that means that was always the degree. So how would it be that you bring a power that makes like all the fractions and see how all those Sibor Hatos be able to do things? Apart from all the Sibor Hatos, Sibor Rabbi has got up to be the nice. Ultimately, again, you learn to have the Sibor is for Abba Zara. Nice see not see the sharpness of the nice because he only brings that by other fractions. So he goes to nice see not the issue of sheep, or as it's not, and then you call it ultimately again for you, also it's just that I have see what nice see how you know you see your Machakas. Things like this, the keyboard brings ultimately again apart from all Sibor Hatos, how do you have a nice pop? Maybe it's in this situation, just the opposite. Apart from that, those guys still don't look. So if you don't talk about the best, because you can say it requires a distinction, but it's only the make a distinction for much more than also the Abba Lamaisa again. Torah Achash says much more Torah Achash, the Messi Torah Achash, see it. Much more say when it comes to that, it's always interesting enough. Everyone brings the same puzzle. It's fascinating. Everyone is bringing a seer for an older Zara. Whether you are based in Nella, like see, they call you Rabbi or nothing, everyone is reading the same type of ultimately and therefore the backstory of the so incredible. Before you album, you can see the incredible ways of how many you see, but what's interesting enough, one thing everyone is agreeing on is that these people that we mentioned are by a whole Zara. My question happened though, we came out of each other, maybe, I'm going to use a person, if he sees people don't stand, but it's ultimately again, if you make a mistake, if you decide to see, if you see school, for those stand, if you will go ahead and ultimately get children, right, to go a mistake, you'll make a mistake for those stand, so that's always just like that. And so mitzvah, shishkul comments, so what is a mitzvah? What is a mitzvah where we mean right, but what is a mitzvah that is equivalent of the entire Torah? Hamilman is say that which also makes sense because remember, Zara represents a fundamental negation of the relation to that Hashpara. maybe Kana Amakra, Hashem Hashem Moshe, Uksiv Hashem Ksiv Hashem Aleichem, Aleichem Biyat and Moshe. So it says, the Pasuk says, this is what Hashem spoke to Moshe, and it says, this is what Hashem commanded Biyat Moshe. This is the mitzvah, Shehi B'Dibur Shal HaKadosh Baruch Hu, it's Siva Adi in Moshe. What's the example of a mitzvah that ultimately was stated by Hashem, but was also commanded to us by Moshe Rabbeinu? What's the mitzvah like that? Havi Omer, Zu Avodas Kohav. It's idolatry. It wasn't a day. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to say the first two devotes. Anochi Eshalo Yavad. I'm Hashem God, do not have another God. So on one hand, HaKadosh Baruch Hu himself told us to prohibition of idolatry, and that it was reinforced multiple times by Moshe Rabbeinu. The Tanakh, Anochi V'Loyeh and Piyat V'Ura Shalom. And ultimately, the first two devotes was just as an aside. If you think about this in general, was like, why is it that HaKadosh Baruch Hu at the end of the day is so mounted on a woman's heart? Like, think about it, just like, it's actually pretty profound. We only heard two things from God in this man, right? He said, mankind, man only heard God speak two things. What were the two things that man heard God speak? Right? I am Hashem your God, and do not have any other gods. That's everything that was my brother told us when to worship idolatry. And the prohibition reinforced the most often in the Torah is, don't worship idolatry. What's the shot? There's probably jealous. Like he's jealous, he doesn't want us to see other gods. It's like he's anything just a simple mediocrity. What does HaKadosh Baruch Hu value most in this universe? What does the Ribono Shel Olam, right? It's almost like, what do you think the God who has everything, what does Hashem value most in this universe? Relationship. That's what he values. I want to point out, it's fascinating. It's not just even out of our relationship with us. Us as a prohibition of idolatry. Who else has it? Hashem is a spirit of Noah. But what God says to humanity is what I value most is a relationship with you. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. The mitzvahs and else that we have. These are the details to create and engender a relationship. And it's that's why I want to like. Because idolatry over and over. Because idolatry fractures the relationship. Idolatry distracts from the relationship. What I want from all people in this universe is relationship. And it wasn't circle needs this that never leadership. We become focused on details. The details are important. It's not the devil of the details. The good is the details. I need to care the details. We need the details. But it's about what the details suggest. The details get us relationship. When the thing sounds about the Yiddishkeit is you could be the most proficient completely on the tree, and then have no relationship. All the Yiddishkeit, all the ego, and you will go here, it's all about reestablishing that relationship. That's our each part of it. Nazareth over and over again, because it's just a young spirit of us, all I want is a relationship. And all I want you to want is a relationship with me. Incredible. So the Bible is like that. The day we start talking, we start talking about those old days. I know I should see that Hashem. What do I say? It's a mitzvah, Shinyan Rabbi Tfilah, which ultimately again was the mitzvah that was in the beginning. Have you always heard this cover? Ultimately, again, the first mitzvah that Hashem said to us was idolatry. Was that the Holocaust? As certain sisters out of the Gemara, we have been told that there are 10 mitzvahs that were commanded us in the Gemara, and one was before us. They say by the Pshat, the Shulchan Aruch, how do you have our God? I will say the initial question that we spoke about seems to hold a little bit better than this last structure that we made. Okay, what's the incredible? Definition infinite sensation. So what's an interesting detail everywhere. One which actually takes us back a little bit to our shvus. This is the name of the Sefer Shvus. So let's say, remember again. Mishnah says as follows: an interesting carve out. There is no liability. There is no liability. We bring out every all the things together. There is no liability if the Roman's woman was made regarding assays and what's assays of the Mikdash. Now, what are the assays and what's assays of the Mikdash? So, for example, if the these looking at you, and they said, well, that's always a reason you push and speak to someone. If you touch a shadow to that, which I was saying, I remember again, it just moving up to the power, is a crash. And certain circumstances can be currents there, and for others, actually, figures out in this criteria. Or what I was supposed to that see how much of us have things on the very level, trusting the God, what we call Thomas Dash shot, which means everything to do with too many days in the flash, there's no power. Even the verses, right, you can have a lot of situations. They could be actually telling a process of shit. Furthermore, you don't bring actually telling regarding seeing success and being with someone in the flesh. However, I often have a say about all such shit in the book. But I'm not going to say that you're trying ultimately again a power for a single success. That's when it comes to the gun that's reasonable. And the deal I shall tell you, I say about all such shit in the book. And once I'm not going to see you, that's fine for you. Let's say, man has religious with his wife, and she can suck it. Ultimately, I shall tell you, and it's a success shit in the book. What's the example of that success in the book? Publish me Hadida. She wasn't listening to that. However, it's a bunch of means that there is a separate from the sun, some of these was a good fish. And now, what was I not putting the ship? Function, the onset of prejudice, the all self to separate. From such no such, on top of any of principal such, we don't have much to do the same money. So we say, we don't know, so we see what the fighting part by. No, nothing to actually cover the night, though. So I said, you're going to ask the Shia, from where ultimately when do I know this? The Hamakah myself, Rashi says, should cover all of the local tribes cover up. I don't know that Hamakah myself, the only time that there is liability is when normally you have permission to carry the Chakas cover up. I mean, so but you never got shit. But I don't speak about trouble. He says got shit. That there's liability, but that doesn't actually tell you. Never the Ashano Sibor, not the Ashina, the Hatas Kapwa, just like ultimately again, the Ashin by Yahoo is talking about this, where there's definitive Hatas like there. We must the Ashano Sibor, the Hatas Kapwa. So to the Ashano by Sibor is talking about a situation where there's what's called the Hatas Kapwa, or Sibor, the Hatas Kapwa, Asham Kabu Yami, but Ella Asafik Hatas Kapwa. So we actually saw this point of Sylvia, and the Hashem Taber only comes about in a situation where for what's the connected down, which it would be a whole cover Kakas Kabua. He actually covered over the already done. But that's his ultimate again, trying to cover over there, which is a variable carbon, which we'll discuss. Imar says, how to sit by Yashem Akas Kela. Going, Imar said, going, Hashem Hashem. The Hashem being Yashem, supposed to say this is the reason for that is because the zero shot doesn't work because the one time math is similar. The Gemara says inside of the if my enough to know why do you need to make that zero shot from exact words after the heart and the small the Shabbat point, the bar point, Zoom Shiro Zay is what's one of the examples of the same Shabbat. This is talking about Salah Sabbats. So that's trying to improve the process ultimately at the end of when the coin checks. But initially when it comes back to check, and the zero shot is based on the Shabbat coin, the bar coin. You know what? The words are dissimilar. So you can't make it clear Shabbat based on dissimilar words at all. And if the thing about Hashem to us over the Shabbat, the same. Who come to Hashem, or Rabbi says, you're right. Don't know Hashem in Mitzvah Hashem, meaning no Hashem in Mitzvah Hashem. Whether you can make it zero Shabbat is a choice. To make it zero Shabbat ultimately again, in other words, versus the single one will always go ahead and go with the single words. We have actually the Hashem about the Hitler, the Hashem, the Siyas Abon, the Hashem and Siyas Abon. So make it zero Shabbat, the Hashem and Siyas Abon, right? Why not go ahead and make it zero Shabbat? So I'm not going to start doing the Hashem and Siyas Hashem, Hashem, not Siyas. Make the Hashem and Siyas Hashem, or Hashem, not Siyas. So it's a lot of things, and that's what we're crazy saying for a lot of things. You guys don't have that. Shmiasol. The B2 aside, the most interesting Hadashot. Shimon Yamabahed, Hashem, Nisa Hashem, Hashem, Lo Seasena. Say, I want to myself. we're essentially establishing the criteria for Shabbat, which means in the context which have these phrases, Hashem, and Mitzvah Hashem, Hashem will see Asena. If you have those three, ultimately, again, three halachas and creeds. But it's important to understand that ultimately, Shmi Askov, Ito Yisrael, and Tumas Nikdash Nekadashah, do not share those phrases, therefore we cannot make a big zero Shabbat. So I'm not going to say that I will say, so I don't know the 52. Oh, thank you for that. Bottom line, what's the takeaway? Yeah, no idea. But what's the takeaway? So this is what I mentioned, this nature of flipping it. Remember, don't argue about the Mishnah. As the Mishnah said, it's exactly how all the people are just trying to show us how the Mishnah arrived at its conclusion. I love one of myself, fascinated by that. So let's say, I'm going to just understand. Just remember, if you want to chazar these datim, the good news is just chazar the Mishnahs. Just have chazar the also. But again, the Mishnah tells us everything you need to understand. This last piece, whereas up until now we focused on this idea that in order for it to be liability business and custody regarding something where intentional violation is a chatos, intentional violation is currents, unintentional violation is a chatos, there's a carve out. What's the carve out? The basic customs regarding anything what we call remember the backtrack was possible a custom erroneously about something to do about Torah of the Mikdash itself, or Torah of the individual entering into the Mikdash. If they go ahead and make custom erroneously in one of those areas, there is no Ad Haram Davar that Sibor that applies to the David. And remember again, God is out. Shlomo is going to apply to David, is going to apply to the Great Gadol, and ultimately going to apply to a Nasi as well. What is that based on? It's based on the criteria that is in Shabbat of the Hashem, Mitzvah Hashem, Hashanot Yasena, and the Hashem. Ultimately, towards the Hashem does not have that phraseology, therefore, not implemented. All right, everyone's here. Sorry for the pace. Have a great day, everyone. That's cool. I'm sorry. I'm supposed to be good. Thank you once again. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share. We thank our annual commentary on Totzim Shlach and Right to Start. Thank you for sharing treasures with this year's Swiss for the summer fellows for Annie Start. And the first one is Monday Elmo, Abu Ali and the Tova. Let it over for you by years and Shams like that. I should cross paper ratings or fast and selling in the homes. Zeros about Cuba. And all those parties will be entered in this month and the month. Showing the English cover from Spada, I like this month annually, then I cover at Yaakov Zippo and Raha. I got 3 sponsors for today. Ali Myrowitz, wishing a happy birthday, a happy 22nd birthday to his wife, Sue. They're wonderful. May make sure that you give that touch and incredible. May you have continued good health and not less when your children and get beautiful, beautiful, amen. And say this in honor of birthday of Rothschild, and we should be able to take out Satan's father and Moshe, then Rothschild, which is on this Friday night session, that doesn't matter coming around. All of the Yeshua Saganavia, the families in the Kamo, all those leaders who haven't been hopefully so, and what we should be making, should bring home our hostages, shove them in the car, allow all these soldiers to be successful with home and not saving people. I want to say, of course, it is important for us to step back and to reflect that years and roll up. Very sweet of the worst terrorist attack on the soil and history of this great country. Those of us who were alive, those of us who feel that day, those of us who remember that day, remember mixed emotions, the fear, the uncertainty, And then the incredible moment when that came away to beautiful unity, beautiful acts, and a sense of shared mission and purpose to really bring light to a world that was filled with so much darkness. We saw the lift of humanity on September 11th, and then the response of Hashem to all the first responders through the breakthrough, the heroism, the incredible to rebuild afterwards. We saw the best. It brought us together. It caused the very to more activists to try to stand out even far away from people that we've been heard of before. And we didn't have to keep it back. It's overwhelming then the yesterday September, and we see an act of political assassination. Whatever research on Charlie Kirk's assassination, horrific event of a two killings with hallucination that were these are things that kind of like really was the president. It's irrelevant. But the fact that an act like that about a very act of cowardice could happen right on September 11th. It feels that unfortunately, as a country, as a nation, we're not going to internalize the lessons of how hate rips us apart, how hate tears us apart. There's going to be so much work that we have to do as a nation. You know, Jews have this collective heart beats there to start, but we are privileged to be citizens of this great land, which has given us so much and afforded us so many rights and opportunities. And it's heartbreaking sometimes to see the chaos that feels like society has decided to granted the actions of really just one person doesn't represent anything else. Sometimes when things occur in your home, it is reflective of what is happening. And when your children go to school and they act a certain way, you get a phone call from the teacher, little child will repeat, when they haven't said this word. So that's not going to really get a word from it. But they act in a certain way, really get a word from it. This happened in our home. This happened in our home. And as a result, it's going to give us to engage in this season of introspection, engage in tremendous national introspection, to understand what are we doing as a nation. When we after that in September 11th, we saw the best of our people of this nation. We saw police officers, firefighters, running into collapsing buildings to save people they didn't want. No, we saw people digging through rubble for days and weeks afterwards and affected our survivors. We felt tremendous unity afterwards. Well, that is the best. That was the best. The best part of the United States of America. And then what we saw yesterday, whatever it is, whatever the narrative is, it's the worst. It's the worst. It's the worst. So we have to really, it's going to be a hashbara, tremendous hashbara, which was, as we talk about, we hope that the Shamas of all those who perished in terror, the families and the trauma, those who suffered wrong, went to the Russian to save these fellow Americans, the Shamas and Hashem Shalom, the families in the trauma. The trauma who should have actually not only shall we be providence of our Israel ancestral homeland, but it has Hashem, the believers of this country, light, moral clarity, strength, and wisdom to be able to get this nation back on the rails. Means Hashem be able to allow us to appreciate and discover all that is good about the United States of America and the child that Means Hashem continue to shower upon this great country and all of its citizens. I would say that let us begin because today, Baruch Hashem, to begin the parak, really great parak. I know that many think that I'm just talking about yesterday's daf, after yesterday's culture, but actually the symbol which is endless to Amito. So let's begin. This daf is usually picked up at the Mishnah Pesach days like the Kohen Mashiach. So I'll call him the Kohen Gadol. He went ahead and sleep, and interesting enough, that afterwards he was really removed from office. From office that didn't did anything bad. Removed from office could just be whatever. You got a more there's something else happening going on in Kohen Gadol. So let's hear about this case. We can get there, and no one in Kohen Gadol is remembering him. We know the process for everything. This Halacha Shiri that's nice on erroneous ruling. He actually based on that erroneous ruling, and now he brings remove Sire. You bring the Sire. So now, so the Gemara says, what happens if, so, the Rothschild woman is sick, but he didn't yet bring his carbon, and now he's no longer Kohen Gadol. So what carbon does he bring? Does he bring the carbon of a Kohen Gadol, or does he bring the carbon ultimately of a carbon of man? If he doesn't show up, so the king goes ahead and sins, right? It's like the hell of another shit that's like so is really unintentional action or accidental action. This is really this carbon walk is still the king. What's that about? Coin Mashiach may be hard. I must see making sugar. So it's often is in both of these cases, these individuals bring the same carbon that they would have brought had they still been in the office. Since the sin, the ultimate here, what it sounds like it's happening over here is that the sin and the issue of the sin occurred while in the office. Therefore, the carbon that is brought is the carbon that you brought in office, even if they are no longer in office. On the other hand, the Gemara says, Mashiach Shar Meshifasal, the Achakach Chata, but they must see Shachar Midulas in the Achakach Chata. So this is very interesting. Second case, is where the Kohen Gadol, the Kohen Gadol had the king sinned after they left office. In other words, same type of sin, which is Harab Never Shinas Maisa, so a Roman ruling, and then ultimately action based on that. And now they go ahead and they sin. But again, the Kohen Gadol does it when he's no longer the Kohen Gadol. King does it when he's no longer the king. So after they left office, what's the halacha? Kohen Mashiach may be tired, but I must see the head. Interestingly enough, the Kohen Gadol will still bring the same carbon as if he was Kohen Gadol, but the king does not. So apparently, again, once a Kohen Gadol, so maybe to just to say it over again, the Kohen Gadol is something supposed to be treated as the Kohen Gadol, even after he's no longer the function. Whereas the king is treated as king when he is actually the acting king, the acting father. Incredible. All right, so let's analyze. So there's this question, Yishlomar, Shrifa, Song, Top of Yud. Yachakat, maybe. So now the Gemara says, the Mishnah seems to be very done. Why? Because if at the end of the day, you're telling me that I love for myself, that even after the Gadol left office, and he sins, he still brings the same carbon as if he was in office. Then the Gemara says, then do I need the case? Do I need the case of where he's sitting in office, bringing the carbon, and now he's no longer going Gadol? Then he brings the same carbon. Of course, that's not. Some results say, if you're telling me that even when she's no longer Kohen Gadol, he sins and brings the fire, then of course, if he sins about Kohen Gadol, but doesn't get around to bring the carbon for after he's Kohen Gadol, of course he brings the same fire. But it says, you're right. You should be Kohen Gadol Nasi, but you don't know how to get on that. You should be Kohen Gadol Nasi. The Papa in this Nasa, the Akaka Kaka, the Hadjot Nasi. Ahati Kohen Gadol Mashiach. So I say, you're right, you might just try to do it. The Mishnah says you should just try to preserve symmetry. Since the Mishnah spoke about the case, ultimately a man of a retired king, right? The king is no longer the king, who sinned. And then it will say at that point he's treated just as a commoner. Therefore, the Gemara in Mishnah just brought up the parallel case of a Kohen who sinned and he's no longer Kohen Gadol, and to tell us that even the attack in front of the attack of our may be tied. Right? And I mean, you didn't need to say that they provide mistakes, which they ultimately again, ultimately must make you notice that so there was two cases in Mishnah. Case number one, the king and Kohen Gadol sin, the father and king and Kohen Gadol, they don't get around to bringing the carbon from out of office. Everyone agrees what's halacha. They bring the same carbon as if they were in office. Right? So the Kohen Gadol will bring his power, and the king will bring the Messiah. Case two, Kohen Gadol and king sin after when they retire. Out of office. So what's the halacha? Kohen brings the same carbon as if he was Kohen Gadol, and ultimately they king does not. King brings the carbon of Hamas. I asked even from within books that a Kohen Gadol, even after he's no longer in office, essentially still has the status of Kohen Gadol, and therefore with the carbon of the Kohen make mistakes. But I'm going to be clever. So the process said, he will go ahead and bring the carbon for his king. Shah teaches us that when it brings his atonement, he brings it same as it did in the past, which is interesting. So you want to actually believe that he always retains some element of his status. Because I would have thought, followed maybe because she less myself, maybe Katasuni Shabar. And what's very interesting enough, in points over here, a couple of interesting color comments. I would have thought the following. I'm not seeing because she less myself, so now what does that mean? I'm not suggesting doesn't have a brother, he just thinks she less myself. This is what I told you yesterday. So I'm not seeing doesn't mean you're moving speaking. You don't know that. Good. So that's the main one is really. She just needs to act verbal action. So I remind us as myself, anything maybe can't possibly but yet Uncle myself, once the US moved from office, he no longer brings his unique Nazi partner. I would have thought Mashiach. She that's myself, I would love her, she that's myself. But culturally, that's certainly quite Mashiach. Requires both Helam Dabar and Shivas myself should not bring the carpet of the coin level once he's never in the office. Tamakoma, make about Katasom. Therefore, the Pasuk says about Katasom, love it. Shouldn't be out Katasom Shah. No, he goes in and brings the same carpet as if he was in the office. The nice, the man, trust the Katakomer. Why don't you flip the Katakomer? We're not going to mess with the Katakomer. What's the Katakomer? That's myself. Maybe Katas and Shabar. So the point of Shiach, it doesn't just bring the sheep as myself. It's not just an accidental act that's necessarily provided by the it has to be held on cover. I'm a stinky ruler. And yet, Allah on myself, he brings his carbon even when he left office. Nasi Shim Katas. Shameless myself. And Nasi does bring this same offering, even though it's just an accidental act. In your name, maybe Katas on the Shabar. He certainly should bring his carbon even after that office. I would love our Hashem not see that. I will come back also in instruction again. When the Torah speaks about unique liability, the singular of the Nasi, with phrases, it is the Nasi Nasi. The Gemara says, Kishu Nasi, Kishu had yod today. It's only liability for his unique carbon when he is the king, but if he's no longer the king, ultimately again, that there is no liability. So it says, the bottom line, I'm not for myself. We look at the verse, two important pieces of information, two which are four. Number one, if a coin doesn't have can be seen when they are covered coins on like king, even if they don't get around to bringing the cover until they have left office, they bring the same carbon as if they were in office. So therefore, again, the coin will bring his power, this state, they don't see the king bring his startup. What happens if they don't see after they left office? So here's where their paths diverge. I'm not playing Godel will still play the same carbon of the coin Godel. You might have finished that on the pressure of the out factor so you offer up the same offering as you have done in the past. If I don't even have to left office. If again, Shalom Dabar, Shili, that's myself, he brings his power. But the king, once the king has office, he no longer brings the Maya's offering, but rather again, he sings, he will bring the same carbon as the incredible Mishnah. This money was that is the first case. What happens if Kohen Gadol and king sin before they were appointed to their office, never brought their carbon, and now were appointed to office? So what do they do now? So in the Katu Akshalonius mode, if they sinned before they were appointed, the Achar Katu mode, and of course they were appointed to their respective positions, are able to get those. In other words, since the sin occurred, where they were quote unquote regular people, if all that provides that carbonic liability is that of a regular person. Shimon says it depends. If you don't ever have actual discernment, Kayabe. So usually the Shimon makes this dependent on the awareness. If they realize their transgression before they were appointed, ultimately again, then they're tired to bring a carbon. Nisha is smarter. This is very interesting. If they only realized their transgression. Once they were appointed to their respective offices, they're interestingly enough, to the contract. The Shimon says, because I also remember again, the Shimon project is like this. And essentially, if they remember before they were appointed to office, they did the same awareness and the liability. If awareness when you take one spirit when you go and Melech, so by definition you're in a different state of Kohen and Melech, cannot bring the carbonos of a head of a regular person. This is what it says. Most of the Rashi, this moment Rashi says, it's the first short line in Rashi, Shimon Omer, and no Dashlo Tzvano Hayavim, so Shimon Kata Yediyah Abayim, which means it's order for there to be viability, it has to be both the sin and the awareness. Like in the Bible, from one side, so Shimon's like this, if there's sin and awareness, when they become Canaan with God, oh, great, they bring the covenant of a covenant. If Abba Promise after is sin, but awareness only comes after the Kohen Gadol and King, no covenant. Ezehu Nasi, okay, who is this Nasi? Who's Nasi? The Gemara says, Zeh Yala. Seems to be using this term after a long time. After Shem defines it, it's the first king, Shemar, and Kol Mitzvos Hashem Elokav. If the concept we're talking about is one of the others, one of the mitzvahs of Hashem is God. What do we got from this? She'in al Dabav el Hashem Elokav. We're talking about someone who is answered to no one other than God. Like someone who only has God above. What is that? That's the king. Incredible. What's that say? From where do you go this? So the fact is the was quoted the first Mishnah, which has to do with the sin committed before the report is off. So it's not about it. The Makoy, the Hamashiach, the Yachta, the Hashmasa. So those are the concept says that the coin was the sin, but the cosmos. So what does this come to this thing? So in other words, whether is there viability, unique viability for let's say the coin bubble for his heart, when he sinned as coin bubble. But if he sinned before, then by definition it's potter. Now whether that means potter in entirety, right? Or ultimately again just potter from the unique coin bubble's cover. So that's why the discussion of the Mishnah. So it's not no people. So a couple of in my message to she that's myself, and you need the alakomos. Right? So ultimately again, just like he doesn't care. Brings even just the accidental act without having a lover. Ultimately does not cover for sins committed before he's appointed to as well. She actually needed to allow how it goes, and eventually not how it goes. She's going to get the Koyono, as well as she does so. She got bringing carbon for Avenos committed before is a second before his way. So the verse says, no, then other thing else is checking Katos and Shabbat. There's the purpose. And thus, the ultimate okay, does not go ahead and bring the carbons out of office. Tom, the Shemachim, Katos and Shabbat. You get when you go to the cross, bring the same unique offering, even once he's no longer in office. The verse says, ultimately, Katos and Shabbat. Love Yavakopos. So I'm going to put the same way. Like when God brings the same offering, even once you must perhaps if you even have to bring a carbon. For not really to the king for the level. The pasuk says, "The one who calls your sin, but Kishua maybe Kishua Yosef only." So I'm going to that. No, the only thing is you carbon when you sin at the core level. If you sin as a regular individual, Allah he does not bring his unique carbon. Tanya Iran Gabi Nasi. The most first white boy. When you see the same thing by the Nasi as well. Kiagabno, Hashem Nasi Yachta. All that if the Nasi will sin. He must be the most comes to you and I have not done before he becomes the king. Follow him, it's kind of over Omar, Rashi, if that comes to the Shabar, and it may be Alakomo. So, Kohen Gadol, and again, even brings his carbon once he left office. And yet does not bring a carbon for Avenos committed his ascension to office. Thus, if I thought to Mishabah, if the Mishabah Yalakomos, then of course the king, who ultimately does not bring them out to offering once they left office, certainly should not bring a carbon Avenos committed before the ascending throne. But as I know, Mashiach should immediately shut up. Yet, ultimately, again, if the Mashiach is another, it doesn't only bring for Shogeg, that means hell of another also. Somebody that does, he should maybe be shut up. The Mashiach is myself. He had the king, because he had the king, and only the Mashiach is myself, but he had another. How the Mashiach is myself, young Alakabos. So once the king only brings for Shogeg, perhaps he should also have to bring 4 Avenos committed before he ascended the throne. Therefore, the Pasuk says, if the king will sleep, Shechata, Ba'arik Nasi, Below Shechata, Ba'arik. What is the man rightfully to see while he's cooking? But not rightfully to see while he was a commoner, and then the king came. You get it? So that was like, you might just reinforce exactly what he was saying before. The Amakar said, and he covered for the king, and for Konrago, all brought good sin when in office. But if they sin before they were in office, it is no liability for them. Instead, the regular Kavanos are the head of just a covenant. So that one, Asher Nasiach, was a distinguished class. Now, you can get into Asher Nasiach. So, we're talking about in one lines, line 3 and 2 dots. Asher Nasiach, I will say, let's do this, but the only consequence is Asher Nasiach, Asher means, can mean when the Nasi will say. So the Gemara says, so this is like a decree. Sounds like the beginning of the Gemara will say that the Nasi is certainly going to sin. However, in Koya Mashiach, Yachta, Mal Hayom, Mashiach, the Akan Mashiach. So maybe I will say different. Just like this is in Koya Mashiach. So Asher doesn't mean that the Koya is definitely going to sin. Rather, it means if, just like it says Koya Mashiach. Our Lord, Yahweh, say that the gift of sea. So the mercy also was the Hammer. The Hammer is when it says Asher Nasi Yachdav, but it constantly means that the Torah is telling us that when it was coming up, that it's a zero of the 12 sins. And it's like that the king is going to see. How would you see such a thing like this? Which the Gemara says, Hammer 8, Asher from the sin, that I sati Negat Saras, as Zahuzas. So what's in that also? Because I think in this world that will occur. For example, Hashem says, you're going to go ahead and experience Saras in your homes when you come prepared to sow. So that you will have, which one was foretelling that should be going to the body having the ready to go. So it's telling them, first say yes, and then it will be last. You will have to so coming to Torah. The connectivity foretell, you make it actually says that they can sit there and inside out that Shakasi and Pastor Shakasi is how about the Chakabarong? How can I be experienced? You're talking going on my JFK. So there was something that they call it does foretell negative things. To which they went to the machine says, five with negables. So they understood that she uses that puzzle to teach me something different. The machine says that Sati Nega Saras. Ultimately, is the order of Saras, for which it goes down the host of Saras by the Saras which is placed on his home. But Saras, which ultimately again occurs because of other forces, and actually plays out of the other forces of Pakura, shaping. Interesting, he says, Pakura goes and shape all the good identity he has shaped. So ultimately, again, that the shape works on the house, that could also cause, whatever this means, that could also cause Saras, but that type of Saras ultimately is not Halachic Saras that we discussed. I've already got the Surah, how can I be able to see? So it was like the same way that let's point out the negative events of Saras Hagat, these are the options. So ultimately, Hashem is Hashem telling us that our rulers, our kings will sin, which the Gemara says they'll come to sin in. Then the Torah establishes this distinction between the concept of the king and the concept of the Kohen Gadol, teaching us that why the Halakha writes in the same way it says, do not Kohen Mashiach. If the Kohen Gadol will sin, so to be a share by the mercies. They're telling us that the king is going to definitively sin, rather than what it is if the king sins. The rest of it, obviously, we'll have to figure out if that's the case, that Asher is if, so they don't say Asher, just say what? Just say him. Why use the word Asher? So we'll get to that. Or maybe sure, we do also know the time that's where the table of the judge, but it shouldn't be actually that Saras that comes will call it as a result of the whole external circumstance that doesn't create too much Saras. But kind of, although it's mostly this kind of interesting. But if it speaks about Saras, it's other key of other stuff. Mostly the other things, the only thing that Saras can come in is to take this from the time that it's going forward. You can imagine for a moment, I think it was a really good motion, was how it was some saras, okay? And somebody had a saras usually on your skin, and almost really good because on Thursday, and somebody had it on the skin already on a Wednesday. So now they're not looking for us like, oh my gosh, what's usually going to have my skin saras? Now look at it is, saras is only considered to be saras for the time that the skin is given going forward. So you might says, by the way, just my Sullivan's come home and told me this off the point of the book. So again, there was too much to solve, and it was must be good. Not solving it out even there, but just like again, the person was going to come in and solve. Makes the things going forward after you go. These are by Saras, which came from the Victorian ultimately because so it's going forward. Two sources of that low in our in coming for always. Already in the other dollars is calculation, but yet it must have a big difference. So it's not a high dollars, what is this mean? So let's say again, she was nothing but outside. If this mission that the service experience is clear about the cause of some kind of mistake in circumstance, for example, something when he wasn't feeding was so under external circumstance that caused it, he's not talking. He's not doing it by working. Whatever the cause inside us, ultimately again, so that's the time we have on our person, just keep it like that contradiction. But just before we said, we should have said that if Saras occurred because of a result of quantum components, like should be, that's not the comment. He was saying it is the comment. On the media, we have people that are ultimately the process is on the media, the one last from the Rabbi says, but we need glucose. Ultimately, again, this comes to exclude mediated glucose. If she have all part of the game shot, so the glucose will be shaken, or again, a Papa says it comes to exclude Saras as a result of the source. I was in my life, I about it. I should not see after. So I say, Sabah, a lot of this, but not see gross, but the hold up. So what does this come to exclude? Ultimately, again, this comes to exclude the rest is a hold up. And the rest is that the sense is like this. So it says, if they can, will say, depends on the trigger card. That would be what I said. I'm going to exclude the king is sick. So I don't say, you should be 140 to create and see yourself. So the king gets sick is not the king anymore. What are you talking about? Whereas I'm going to read about how a factor notion is style. This is very interesting. It comes to exclude a king who got salas. But I said, because what happens to a king who got salas? Essentially, he's forced to have to keep the throne. Shenema, Vayinoga Hashem es Hanalas, also said by King Uzziel. King Uzziel was speaking with Saras, Vayinosora Adyomoso, because of the Torah that he got, Vayishit, in the base of Choshes. He said in the literally base of Choshes means what? The house of freedom. The Yosam Ben Hamada Habayis, and ultimately the son Yosam took over the military responsibilities. We become a base of Choshes. Listen, what does this mean that he sat in the house of freedom? Or beforehand, was a slave beforehand. So it says, before we get to that, before we get to this, because this is going to be a tremendously beautiful piece. Before we get to this, where the seal appears that how long rest of the king who has Saras did not practice as the mother. He was removed from office. But you have to have a deal. I will say, what's the shot? Makes a lot of sense because at the end of the day, remember, Saras comes about because something is a misfit, something broke. So, the leader has the biggest obligation from the example. But you now will say, obviously, it's saying itself, all what's happening, but you see, the leader has flaws, of course. Every single person has flaws. But we know that there's a difference between the flaws that I possess internally versus the flaws that everyone sees and knows about. So, therefore, you must know something amazing. To be a leader, again, one doesn't have to be perfect, but at least try to touch at least outside what has so that to become better. So the kings of clicking with Saras, which obviously are given a very visible display of their shortcomings, such a person can incredible, incredible. Those that are sometimes are better than that. Sometimes an attitude. Parents feel like a little bit of a big when they ask things of their kids, but they themselves are not. Okay? So also, I want to say something. Most of parenting is about being a good kid. Yeah, what do I mean by that? What do I mean by that? I will say, of course, we all want better things for our children than we want for ourselves. And that's how I've voted. Even if I'm not great in a certain area, I wanna propel my child towards that. Now, the difference is if it's clear and visible that I'm not doing the things that I'm asking my kids to do. I'm saying to my child, at some point they have to know she has to do this, but I'm not going. I'm not too critical. It's not going to work. A lot of times I know that I have certain inconsistencies. Just because those inconsistencies leave me. As long as everything is how I'm working on it, it's not hypocritical to ask my child to be better. That's called parenting. That's called parenting. You see that, right? The kid has many imperfections. There's many imperfections. But what Mike said about, as long as you're internal and no one else knows about it, you could eat it because if he's a growing individual, he can put others growing individuals. But the moment ultimately, again, if that is false on the public, then he's compromised his ability to inspire and to sing so like that. If you have inconsistencies internally, great. As long as you're working on them, you can still encourage and push and even demand of your children to excel in those areas in which you are publicly deficient. I can't ask my kids to do more than what I'm doing properly. That's incredible. So the mother's like that. They're not saying now, get anything this. So the Gemara says, why does it say that he's no? Because really for the Zachoshes. But what does it mean that he was living in the house of freedom? What does that mean? They all say this is a great story. So until now, what he was a slave, he was in. So again, for this kid, living up to Yeshua, how the Azu is sleeping. So that's it. This is such an incredible story. I am on Yud Amadale, 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up in the bottom. So Rabbi Yeshua was on a boat. But how did he jump up here? And ultimately, again, he went up to the wheel. They went up to the wheel. So he was mother in the wheel. How did he done? Rabbi Yeshua had a people to slope up. The wheel brought bread on the boat. And Rabbi Yeshua brought bread and flour. Bread. So the man says, Shalom be given to the wheel. What happened? The boat, we're going to see the journey took longer than expected. The wheel finished up his bread. So what happened? Someone absolutely got the truck. The boat was trying to short block flour, okay? So they were opened up on the door and were able to sustain the fire of the flour. I'm a man. We have not at the other end of the human thing out of the assess sofa. So when you're sure, how did you obviously you had a feeling that the boat ride, the boat ride in journey was going to be delayed. So you brought flour. How did you know that the trip was going to be delayed that you brought flour? What is available on the way? And your response is saying, Kolkop Apple Machine Shana, Ola Umase Sasina. Vanaki Shemiyala Yasa Osaka. This is incredible. Yeshua said, I know once every 70 years there's a star that appears, and when that star appears, all the saviors get confused and they end up going off track. And Yeshua says, I don't know where we are in that 70-year trajectory. I thought maybe it might happen to us while we're on the boat. So I figured I would prepare. Also such a quality element. So he said to all of this is so wise, and yet you're on a boat. And we'll say, well, so it actually plays out over here that boat travel is dangerous. A lot of people do it, I don't do it. But why not some? So it gets to show us something like your intelligence. Why do it? You should be able to make a Panosa on dry land. Like you should make a Panosa ultimately great you want. Why are you traveling by boat? Those is incredible. I'm going to show you. He said, actually, I got Tama alive. Before you wonder about me, why I have to be able to make a Panosa, incredible. Tama actually Tamudim, Shlish Nachabi Abasha, Felomio. You should only have looked more about 2 of your students who are back on there. It's one of the Rabbi Abasha Hasma, Rabbi Yochanan Ben Gudjila. All of these 2 great Rabbanim. She built in the Shire Kamatikos Ish by maybe, and then maybe had even a number of drops of water and put in the ocean. Obviously, a big hydrocarbon, but representing the vastness of your knowledge. The aim of my hand has level below begging. They don't have bread. They don't have bread to eat. They don't have clothing to wear. So when they show you stuff that you don't know that they must have. The point with that means, wondering why am I so smart? Why am I on the boat making a finance? I can't have a finance. But you have 2 excellent Talmudim who have absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. So you know, those that I made also just before we go on the story. What's incredible about Yeshua is you see one of the keys to is planning, contingency planning. Obviously, you can't plan for every single contingency. And look, if you try to do this, you usually end up accomplishing absolutely nothing because you don't have the contingencies. Successful living does require this mission. The Rabbi says, "Easy is wise, Allah as what we see sometimes we live by the seat of our pants. I will say generally, it doesn't work out. You get a couple of wins here and there, but you don't really have people that you like that fully and comprehensive. When you try to ask yourself, what do I need to get there? So quite literally, Rabbi Rothschild is trying to move himself from point A to point B. He got on a boat at point A, he wanted to get up from point B. What do I need to do? So one simple answer, plan. Plan. What's your strategy? What's your vision? How are you getting yourself? Rabbi Yeshua's case, it was there's that star, there's an old chant that's going to appear on my boat ride. I'm going to fight for it a little more fire. That when you plan, not only do you enable success for yourself, but sometimes you even do so for others as well. Incredible. And everything. Now, he hears about these two guests that you come to. So what does he do? So he also that what she so that what there is okay, they give the positions in the community. Those positions that need to come up with salary. These for Baruch Hashem, and also so you know what happened. Inshallah, when we're going to keep that this is fascinating. You can really summon that, right? You summon the loves of Hasma, and then the other thing that they summon that they did not appear. They did not appear to the real. So pushes into this. Gentlemen of all, Faza, inshallah, he sent for them again, and he appeared. So I said, I understood why weren't they appearing? On the other hand, can you do an iPad? Shesrora, I mean, let's see what I understand why he didn't appear. He didn't appear out of humility. Why? Because you think I'm giving you such cover. I'm appointing to the real positions of leadership comes with so much cover. So I'm not giving you cover. Avitos, I need no single cover. The positions of political leadership are not covered. It's servitude. It's a servitude. I'm not giving you glory. I'm giving you servitude. The leader is a servant to the people. Shneemar. By that, Evav, Lemar, by that, Evav, Lemar, in Hayim, and the Am has that. So ultimately, this passage very beautifully is by Yochanan. Yochanan was the son of Shlomo HaMelech. When he became king, he was young. He wasn't sure what his style of leadership should be. So actually, just it's a fascinating story of some advisors. He had seasoned advisors of his father, of Shlomo, and he had his friends who he appointed to cabinet positions. His friends told him, rule with an iron hand. Come out of the gate, show the people who's boss, right? Flex your muscles. His father's seasoned advisor said, be humble and show the people that you're their servants. Show the people that you are there to serve them. And if they see you as someone who's dedicated to their success, that's how you can be successful. So it's just coming full circle. That's why the Pasuk says, after you know got salas, the Pasuk says he was placed with the Beis HaKoshes in the house of freedom. Or in the house of freedom, because as king, he was a slave to the people. He didn't have an ultimate day when he was moved from monarchy. That's ultimate day when he was free. But the Gamia wants to give these two guys a position of prominence. They refuse because they think like they're living humble. They rather want to come in the sense. It's not how it's quite that. Positions of leadership within Islam is so ultimately one day only obvious. But also what the leader has to remember is that it's a privilege to serve. It's a privilege to serve. Remember ahead, what does the other say when he doesn't want to go, when he doesn't want to go when he comes master? A happiness I believe as the street as the rival and see there's a beauty in the service. There's a beauty in the service. Because when the leader knows that he has results in the purpose of God's snow, all of the difficulty and all of the angst and all of the pain and all of the exertion and all of the stuff that comes with servitude, at the end of the day, you get servant to God's snow, and it's supposed to be the other reason. There's no goes back there. So let's go back to the Hebrew it was a incredible debate. Asher Nasiyachta. So many of us who had this before. The Torah uses this phrase much like Asher. So originally the word Asher means when the Nasi will sin, which sounds like the Torah is saying definitively that the king will sin, which the Gemara already kind of bypassed and said, well, it can't mean that. That's exactly what I was going to say. So the Gemara said, no, Hashem is the same thing as him. And we both understand if that's really what it is over there. So it's this beautiful Gemara. Asher Nasi after was a little of those 10 do like that. Or the other Yachar made that guy. Ashrei Hagar, Shanasi Shalom, maybe cover Asher. Wow. Today's word for the generation whose leader brings a sin offering for his Akedah. Oh, isn't that incredible? Because we live in a generation whose king sins, whose leader sins, and Nasi Shalom may be covered. So, Atamomar, Mao Hayo, Nashirasa may be covered. And so, Atamomar, Mao is girl. Don't say why. Because I say if the king is willing to make his faults and ultimately again bring carbon, which is a very popular thing. But Allah has come with the power that will inspire the common man to do the same thing as well. And if Allah might say again the king is willing to bring for his showing, Allah has come with the power that will be willing to make for his music and for others also. It's incredible. Shiva Oliver essentially inspires children and followers. So the king that's why it says interesting enough. To the Dogan that in the words, Asher is really from Rothschild art. Ashrei. Praiseworthy. Praiseworthy is the generation who has a leader who sins. I will say, has a leader who sins and does tshuva. And it's not a leader who sins, has a leader who sins and does tshuva. Because if the generation has a leader, first of all, who's humble and acknowledges sins, who's humble enough to do tshuva, and he will inspire that same level of humility and tshuva ultimately again in his followers as well. I must say it's so beautiful at this point that the Amshir of Rabbi, this is good for this. The Amshir of Rabbi says that the true challenges. Ashra Hagar, Shaynasi Shalom, the concept of the Amshir of Rabbi said, praiseworthy is the generation that has a leader who sins. Means what? I want to say, when we make this and it's something that makes our teachers, we become much more understanding and forgiving the mistakes of others. Before I can look at our video, so again, I can't understand this. I can't understand that people do certain things. And the moment I can look at our video, is the moment that I recognize the fragility of humanity, and I become so much more understanding about people. One of the most important components of leadership is to not be judgmental of your constituents, is to accept the shortcomings and flaws of people. You can't accept the shortcomings and flaws of people. Every single thing that's accepted, you always feel on notes. You can't be. The leader has to be able to see the good leaders flaw with all of their attributes, with all their shortcomings. What kind of leader is able to see the good in people despite their shortcomings? A leader who sees as well. Someone who recognizes his own humanity, someone who sees his own flaws, is able to be so much more understanding and accepting of the flaws of others. And a leader like that will be effective in leading his flock again, moving them forward. Ashrei Hagar, shares the short term two lessons. So number one, that the leader is about the same, and the leader who sins thereby recognizing his own fragility will be so much more accepting of the shortcomings of others. Incredible. Let's get the Rabbi. וגם אם זה כאשר ליעתו, ומזון צריך לסת, ובעץ אשר חטא מן החומש, ששמר, as well as good leadership. What we have, you have to open up a Pandora box. How so? Because the word that means that Asher means Asher. Asher in Yossi Yachto, if the leader will sin, Asher Hagar, friendship is leader sin. So now, what that? Every time the Torah says the word Asher means Ashrei. Praiseworthy. Well, now we have big problems. Why? Listen to this. There is Asher Chata Min HaKodesh Yishalem. And if someone will go ahead and sin regarding the Kodesh, so that's good. That's a good thing. Asher Shkoyach. Shkoyach, if you see regarding the sin, that's bad. By Rabbi Menebat, the sin. Asher Chata. Asher Chata. Because it's like Rabbi Menebat, the sin that caused out the sin. So again, Ashrei, is that praiseworthy? How can I need the Ashrei? The Ashrei Hagoyim. Shayach and Shayach and Yuvan. No. It's super much more different, as I say again. obviously, again, the way the possibly written by us, by the Nasi, versus we are obviously testing different individuals. Version of the is the 96, verse is beautiful. Each ever Asher Nasa Allah. So most of this, the Pasuk says, yeah, Pasuk inquire us. Each ever Asher Nasa Allah. Just listen to the Pasuk inside, not just for all Pasuk. It's each Asher Allah. There's a heaven. What's heaven? What's hell? Like a nothingness or emptiness. It's a heaven. It's an emptiness or nothingness that occurs in a fleetingness. That's the better word. That occurs in this world, right? Each tzaddikim, Hashem Magi Kimasa Shine. There are some tzaddikim who have the experiences of shine. Each shine, Hashem Magi Kimasa Tzaddikim. And there are some shine. Ultimately, again, we find themselves in the plight of the tzaddikim. And not each of them is the head of. So Shana is supposed to be like anything in the back or just pounding in the back. But there are tzaddikim whose lives of shine. And there are Hashem provides that tzaddikim. So what is this? What does it mean? Yes, this Gemara crazy. The Gemara says as follows: Hashem tzaddikim. So listen to this verse. Hashem tzaddikim. She'agia k'metzah Hashem sha'olam ha'pah ba'olam ha'zeh. It's where we ultimately again are tzaddikim. Gemara says this way. Who ultimately again, I'll just say it a different way. Who live lives, who have the lives of their Hashem or have the olam ha'pah, ba'olam ha'zeh. Essentially, that is what the other said. Who have, what happens to a Rush? The assumption is a Russia will have a good Olam Hazeh and a detrimental or a suffering Olam Hazeh. Because every person has mitzvahs, and if a Russia ultimately again has whatever he needs reward for against and from and the world to come, he knows that he suffers. So the Muslims say this. And Sabbath ultimately again suffers in an Olam Hazeh. Like the Russia's Olam Haba, praiseworthy to him. So praiseworthy ultimately again to the tzaddik who suffers in this world, like the Rishai will suffer in the world to come. I love the Rishai, woe to the wicked, Shabbatim, K'mai Tzadikim, Sha'olam Haba, Olam Hazeh. Right? Ultimately, unfortunately, woe to the wicked, ultimately again, you have the plight of the tzaddikim in Olam Haba in this world. Or in other words, a woe to the wicked who enjoy this world, like you have the joy of the Sabbath's world to come in this world, because ultimately, again, that foreshadows that it's going to be suffering a lot in the world to come. So it's like this scenario, pretty interesting. So this is really fascinating because with the Nakama that Tzaddiks suffer in this world. And praiseworthy to Ashrim Tzaddikim. Praiseworthy to the Tzaddikim who suffer in this world, just like the Rishonim are going to suffer in the world to come. Okay, so that's the parable. Hold on. I think Tzaddikim are future album study level. What's wrong with the tzaddik having a good life in both worlds? Rabbi says, why? In other words, why does it have to be that the tzaddik suffers in this world? In other words, why? Is it so bad if the tzaddik has a good life in this world and the next? Why does it have to be that by definition the plight of the tzaddik is suffering? I'm not going to I got to switch to this. So ultimately again, praiseworthy for the tzaddikim. Ultimately listen to this. We have a life in Olam Haba, like the Rishayim have in Olam Hazeh. The assumption that Rishayim will try Olam Hazeh. So the tzaddikim has Hashem Olam Haba, just like the Rishayim have in this world. But again, it doesn't have to mean the tzaddikim will suffer. Right? The tzaddikim will have as well. Are you having a Rishayim? Woe ultimately to the Rishayim, Shemagia, K'mai Tzadikim, Sha'olam Hazeh, Ba'olam Hazeh. Woe to the Rishayim, ultimately again, who suffer in this world, sometimes like Tzadikim suffer in this world. Because again, if the Russia suffers in this world, that means ultimately again, is getting punished ultimately in this world and in the next world. So it's like a really incredible Gemara. There's so much theology to unpack in this Gemara in general about this distinction ultimately again between the Nakamara Christam and Rabbi. Ultimately again, really the focus is in the plight of the tzaddik in this world. So the first approach almost understands that part of the life of the sadly in this world is pollution and suffering. Whereas Rabbi says, why? Why? Who says that the sadly can't have a beautiful life in this world and in all of heaven? We do not be mutually exclusive. Incredible. Let's go back to what the Torah said. So it says as follows. So Rabbi said, are you well versed in this chapter? And he said, yes, Baruch Hashem, all you said this. Is Arisa put on? They said, you have a little bit of money, you have a parasa, you're comfortable. I'm going to remain in. They say, yeah, I'm super comfortable. He's sadly practicing the Arab. He's real estate. Real estate bank. They go ahead, any other piece of land, and 1% of the piece of land supports us. So it's like, he doesn't have any idea. He's asking him. So, Papa's asking his two Rabbanim. Sorry. But Papa is asking his two Rabbanim, Papa Nakuda. Are you learning? Are you good? You're learning? You're learning the sectors? Yes. Do you have money? You're comfortable? Yes. Do you Shabbat say, Kari Alayu, Ashrei, Tzadikim, Shemagia, Lein, Kemaisa, Hashem, Ba'olam Hazeh, sorry, Kemaisa, Hashem, Ba'olam Hazeh, Ba'olam Hazeh. Please, Tzadikim, you have the lives of the shut in this world, in this world. In other words, what Rabbi was saying was, it doesn't just have to be the shut was successful in Olam Hazeh. The Tzadikim can also share in the bounty of this world as well. Bring through the Adi Tzadikim who have the same type of Olam Hazeh of the Rishonim. Just like the Rishonim are materially successful, Tzadikim should be materially successful as well. So it says, go to the right. First one, right? Almost actually, we'll stop over for today. We'll pick up with this today. They're not telling you what you want today. Absolutely no. Also, by the way, this is I want to cover the attractions. This is going to be quick to our dinner to the end of the set. We feel like we earned this. We earned this. Baruch Hashem. If you make it from this point, there's that hurries. You're earning kind of beautiful. I got it tomorrow. So say more tomorrow. I think tomorrow we're going to start at 5:45 minutes. I shall put it out there in the chat. We're going to take an extra 5 minutes. We should try to have you on. That was a great day. Peace. Somebody put out there room for small diamonds. That's what I did. I want to say good morning. I'm speaking. We give all the power sponsors for this lecture today. We tell some stuff that this year, as it's close episodes from those slow. We go sponsors for the month of Alabama, the telephone for use the show first. And after the manager, plus big rainfall past 70 miles in the whole bit. It's for those singers that change their hero, and the only price over this cover on plane which goes ahead and show you the minutes. The English master of the Fox father, the Audi Club, the East Coast Ali, and the Cover of the Black Horse for the Rafa, because the American power that I come to the shows how the families can cover the solution. That's a job. That's what's our kind of education. So this morning, that's why I started the show. It's like, it's not here, so it's going to have to say after. So it's only, it's only a partial amount of the I'm sorry. But if they have lots of it, and lots of two, but up there, too. Not the story, but the police brother had a dream spot Hashem yesterday. I was up sorry. So the rich was the one Hashem. We talked about the English Rafa. She continues to see us in cloudy, so of course we take a peek out there. Listen, we had a big terrible terror attack in Ramos. We should just provide our shop to all of those who have been thinking from us, and a fool to all of those who have been thinking. Each one should embrace Hashem, bring home all of our hostages, allow our holy soldiers to be successful, call them massive data. They must say, we just have to gather. We have to, the carbon so heavy. And we do so much. We do so much. And just like this, that's why I'm just interested to do, I guess, is just rather push ourselves a little bit more, do a little bit more, take care of each other a little bit more, love each other a little bit more stuff could be more fresh, like more gathering. I don't know, whatever. All I'm looking about is we don't understand the technical one as our people, and just as that we've reached the kind of the goal of looking for understand something else happening. I'm sure I don't doubt that our team is going to have it's fun. It's else for the help without these things. Obviously, we get lost into those questions. No question that the team would get better before this year. But we hope that about our own to continue to do it. Not give up. Not forget. Not forget to be this negotiation. Scare the hopelessness. Just continue to push harder to search forward. But we need to move on. We need to touch. We need to shift. We need to get push. We need to show up for the clouds. Choose something that's a shift to see it. To increase and to actualize the curve. Also, with that, let us keep it ethical. Because today we can second that from the second target, which is very exciting. So we believe that we've got science that we have to put on. We thought that having things active on the ship, all the partnership. It's when we introduce to someone that new today, right? When we meet people today. Hashem will lead to the Kohen Mashiach. Kohen Mashiach is the Kohen Gadol. Now, the Kohen Mashiach, why? The Kohen Mashiach, why? Because at the end of the day, he is anointed with oil. Remember again, technically speaking, there are two ways in which you can anoint the Kohen Gadol into office. One of the two ways, Shem and Yeshua, anointing oil, and what we call the Mikvah of the gut, which means that he puts on the clothing of the Kohen Gadol, like kind of like put on the clothing of the uniform, and you are inducted into service. Now, interestingly enough, in many respects they're the same, but in certain respects they are different. Here implies both of them. Now is one of the reasons in which the reduction of the coin absolutely matters. So coin and Mashiach. So anointed means a coin is being anointed with anointing oil. So what's that about? So it says, coin Mashiach, Yatzmo, I'm sorry, coin Mashiach, Yatzmo, Shomen, Vasa Shomen. So here's the case. Very much resembling the first part of our Masechta. What was the first part of the Masechta? All of these, what was the case? These made an erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael went ahead for somewhat, again, the different cases of whether it's individual majority. The point is, populace acted on the ruling. Okay, so what's the halacha? If the majority of Klal Yisrael went ahead and did this, so then the reason was called so too, the Kohen Mashiach makes an erroneous ruling. Now, I'll say that interestingly, however, in this case, the only person following his ruling is himself. So again, just to illustrate this, Kohen Mashiach comes ahead. It's interesting. I believe we refer to as Kohen Mashiach. Right? It's interesting. All these the terminology and how it's I don't know. Maybe it's like getting more over there. But getting that it's a little too over here as Mashiach. Mashiach as well. Again, it's something that's interesting. And then there's what's the case over here? Kohen Gadol, issues of halacha group. For example, Kohen Gadol says, Chayla is mutter, let's just keep the same case. Kohen Gadol says, Chayla is mutter. Now, the only person following this psak is the Kohen Gadol. So, he made a ruling to show him. There's an accident, and obviously, follow through. He listened to his own ruling, and then all through the show. So, it's halacha, made him high. He is a special offering. Let's look at that. Holy Mashiach, Holy Shoni, Ba'asam, is it the book Holy Bezi, Ba'asam, Shoni? Like the Kalafai. Show Kohen Mashiach's move on us, please. No, sorry, that's because that's his one. He reads about a special cargo. Fine. So now this is our introduction to the case of Kohen Mashiach. Fine. You want to just reach her and reach a couple of other variations of cases. And he can Ba'asam, what happens? This ruling realizes the state of his ruling, but still follows through on its amazing act for consumption of paper, or amazing Ba'asa Shotek, or he knew that the ruling was erroneous. But Allah said that if I would draw it, he was is Potter. All these pieces is Potter. But also interesting enough, the halacha normally is standard truth. Who goes in and gets out there, right? I do something that had I done it intentionally would have been punishable by Karis, right? And I did it unintentionally. And the fatos, right? So for example, I'm not only here, if I accidentally eat Kaleb, I bring the fatos. Interestingly enough, the coin Mashiach, because of his status, never brings me personal fatos. So I look for myself, if this really was delivered for Shogeg, and he followed his own rule of the Shogeg, he brings a pie. He brings a pie, that's his offering. Again, we'll see the details of that just a little bit. He brings a pie. Anything other than that, he doesn't bring a pie. It's potter. Now, understand what's potter mean? Potter means that he doesn't have any carbonic byproduct, meaning the Kohen Mashiach never brings a personal chatos. That's the point. There is personal chatos. Now, again, we're saying potter, there's no carbonic byproduct, obviously, you can give it that, that's whatever, like, which is what was going to give it. But by myself, there's no carbonic byproduct. Then take a quick look at, actually, last piece for the show. Shalas Kohen Mashiach in Atzmo, Shalas is the sequel, isn't it? It's not that saying essentially, because essentially, the custom of a Kohen Gadol for himself runs parallel to the way that basic customs for the general populace. You see the similarity, right? Basic customs for the populace, the populace acts on the psychology, basic brings a power. Kohen Gadol customs for himself, he acts on it, he's really Kohen Gadol brings a power. So there's that parallel. In between the Kohen carbon and the he's coming to Allah's Kohen Mashiach. That's how Karas is now to look at that. Sharas is Kohen Mashiach, that's how Karas is in Tzibur, in the Darsh's phases. Not how Last is in Tzibur, in Chayam, Ella al Ha'ala Jabar, in Shekadas places. You guys remember this phrase. Just like when these rivers are moving, when it's very long, looking for these here's what's called Shira Haram means erroneous psak. You know, it means the word to obscure. But it means erroneous psak in Shira that's myself. When with an inverted action or mistaken action. So two pieces. Like erroneous psak, but taking it's erroneous psak, coupled with or followed by erroneous action. Those are the two components you need for a basin to be tired. So to Allah's Kohen Mashiach, yes, no, same thing applies to the movement of a Kohen Mashiach. Enokai, Allah al-Ha'ala, if Shivas myself. Kohen Gadol's also in the Bible, it has its two components. Ha'ala, erroneous, distinctive erroneous psak, like followed by an inverted creation of an Avera. Those are the two components that make you cry. Give you a bunch of Gemara, the Ashma Sa'am Hare Mashiach, Tzibor, if you want places, fine. So then Rashi didn't go through the other cases. So what's that? This is that Mishnah. Not Mashiach. Let's analyze. So the Gemara says as follows. Shogeg v'asa, Shogeg, Yikai. So the Kohen Gadol goes ahead and delivers the Shogeg, and then actually acts on his own Shogeg. He brings his power. He brings his offering. His cow. Just like that. See what it says. Shita. That's obvious. That's what we just said in Mishnah. And Rabbi helped my student with the teacher. It's very interesting. He goes, Shahola, Shafach, very sick kind of Hola. So let's listen to this. What's the case? Great custom. It's just people who do God said, live in this water, but not in the logic of his movement. It's never himself. He forgot why that was the logic of his movement. And Bishar Shatal, right? Bishar Shatal, Amar, Hamidi also, that's what also, and what happened at the time that he actually hit, and he said, I don't know what custom is water, or whatever my logic was, I will find out that logic now. So he went to the book, the Rothschild thought, came up with me, said, Shema Hadmei, Kimbe, I'm going to talk like this. Since he remembered why he passed it, what he did, maybe he would have retracted himself. And therefore, he now carries through or acts better himself. Maybe you should be considered like amazing. What the hell up with the Kohen Gadol say amazing? What's alcohol? No God. No God, that's what I have thought. To which the Gemara says, he was a Roman Chayim. How much would he know? How much would he say, even if he doesn't remember what asking you to do at the time that he takes action. This is also called shogig, and harmful again if I'm not looking at the part. So by the way, so he's going point to remember, reinforcing saying the Mishnah. The Bible delivers an erroneous ruling, ultimately carries through on its own erroneous ruling. This is what we call Ha'elam Davar, mistaken design, Shivas myself, mistaken action, calling the other beings to unique how a unique calf or cow offering. Like that's how that was good. Next, what do you know this from? Where do you know this from? Says the Gemara. Tanakh, Ashma Sahab, Hare Mashiach Tzibor. So what's this to some of this the pasuk, right? So the pasuk, so for most of you have in the margin of the Gemara. The Torah on which is not the one that's the only super one. It's not letting it down. The Kohen Mashiach Yachetah, the Ashma Sahab. So this is very interesting. If the Kohen Mashiach, like the Kohen Gadol, anointed Kohen, will see the Ashma Sahab. Now, Rothschild said it's a use of the people, and he could not have a so Asher Chata, hard that God coming Hashem, Mekatas. This is offering a power offering. It wasn't interesting how does people frame the mistake of the Kohen God. How does he frame it? The Ashmas Ha'am. What is that? Now, I want to be clear. The Kohen God was not asking for people. And who's the not asking for? Who's he asking for? Himself. So, yeah. And we have the cause of the Ashmas Ha'am. Just have to think about what's that mean. The Ashmas Ha'am, Hare Mashiach Tzibor. Wow. What's coming through is it's coming this day that the God of all those mistakes, the command of all this woman is just like it's mistaken ruling for the eye. Oh, that's just it. So the Ashmas Ha'am is not saying the God was asking for the people. Like, yeah, it's saying the God was deciding for himself is right. It's sad for the general populace, right? Incredible. And that's when you find it out. But just like again, what is Beasley required? Beasley requires again, Heaven Davar, mistaken sad, Heaven Davar, mistaken sad, shit. Because Maisa, accidental action. So too, the Bible requires Heaven Davar, mistaken sad, shit, that's nice. Incredible. Not only you, Gemara says it's a couple of right? Taco Zai. Sibur, it's not no different. Sibur, Mitzvah, Yachid. Mashiach means Mitzvah Yachid. So I'm saying this Mitzvah says, as I want it, Sibur, ultimately again, right? Sibur is really collective states, and it's dramatically different than the Sibur, the individual. That actually points out, never again, when the individual commits that data, let's say, moving eats fluid, what does moving do eat fluid? What does he have to do? A carcass. What kind of animal does he bring? Rashi points out kisva or sira. Ultimately, again, it brings a sheep or a goat, right? A sheep or a goat. And yet, the seaport brings power. So just like when the seaport sins, ultimately, it's different than a donkey. The Mashiach looks like a donkey. So to again, the claim of Mashiach is also different than an individual. Why? Because when a claim of sin, what does he bring? A power than the seaport. So we already see out of the gate, that the biblically prescribed carbonos. So when it's seaport sin, like level 6, are fundamentally different than individual. How do you see it? Yeah, like, going for it, seaport, different than personal liability when it comes to liability. This is that for the most things. I just said, right there. Not seaport, allow Helen W. That's my song. Mashiach, or Ella, that's my song. See what I'm saying? So once we see that the high level resembles the seaport, more than he resembles Yachid, then the next logical step is to say that what? The process for the Kohen Gadol will mirror the seaport, won't mirror the Yachid. And therefore, just as the seaport, right? Basically, it's an only two sides. Right? Ability for the power that the seaport requires. Helen Gadol, the lowest side. That's what just remember those two. Helen Gadol, that's my saying, it's one of the accidental action based on that moment. So too, about the myself. I got you need Shivas myself. I'm sorry, I love that I Shivas myself. That's what we were going to say. That would be a value for my level. Okay, I thought that too. Well, then you could look at it different, right? See what it was today. Supposed to be choose the other person today. Nasi. Who's the Nasi? The Nasi is the head of Province, not the Pashas. Who is the Nasi is? The the king, but you see the king has his own set of interesting circumstances as well. So let's look at the king. On one hand, Nasi Motzei Yaakov, but when he said a king is treated differently than the rest of Klal Yisrael. And we'll talk about this again. If the king goes ahead and makes a mistake, right? Again, also, we'll see exactly what the parameters are, but a king brings a different type of carbon for his liability. So just as a king is treated differently than the cloud, all right? Where it says, Nasi Motzei Yaakov, Mashiach Motzei Yaakov. And quite is different than the cloud, or than an individual, I should say. Like us, maybe the shitty that's messed up, we don't have them, right? So most of the one can say that when the Nasi makes a mistake, Nasi is liable for his unique carbon, and what we call parallel duct, when the road is stock. Nasi itself, if you just commits a shoulder, you know what? Nasi accidentally hits a piece of paper. You find it was a piece of functionality. He accidentally hits paper. He brings this special and unique carbon for him. Now that is then what we call Shivas Leisa without Heaven God. After Mashiach, maybe Shivas Leisa or Heaven God. So maybe the Kohen God should be treated the same as the man. And maybe the Kohen God will open up their head, doesn't eat Heaven God. All the details Shivas Leisa. So what's this? All the ships that are happening out there. So essentially, what we have over here are four different models. Here's two different models. So nothing goes in this level. And what does it do? It means a pathos. What's the pathos? The pathos is either a sheep or a goat. That's model one. Model two. Only Basin makes a mistake. Basin makes a mistake. The little rules for Rick. Seaport has things as the hard government of Seaport. That was first paragraph. They don't divide the lead. What does the base mean? Two steps. Elam Dabar, mistaken movement, Shivas myself. An action, an accidental action based on that movement. Now I'm introduced to two more individuals. Kohen Shiach, Kohen Doja. If he makes a mistake, and ultimately again commits an Avila, brings it out, and Nasi, we haven't seen Nasi's part of yet, but apparently same thing. Now here's the sense. We're trying to understand the process for the Kohen Doja. And the Torah is not explicit about that. So the Shaila is like this. Here's what I know. The Kohen Gadol is not going to be like the Yaakov, that's for sure, because his carbon is already different. The Shaila is which construct does he slide into? Does he slide into Bezdin, or does he slide into Nasi? And what's the afternoon? The afternoon will be the first name, Herman Dabar, in addition to Shiri Das Maisa. There's a happy mistake in in addition to every action. If you put in the construct of Bezdin, you have to have another Shiri Das Maisa. Then the construct ultimately of Nasi, all these things, Shiri Das Maisa, accidental actions. So that's the two sides of this. Whereas I'll tell you, I'll resolve this. Libra and Libra, who does the Kohen Gadol Mars? They're both see what the Bible in Hashem Talmud. Tell you, the Kohen Gadol truth is more resembles the sequel, more resembles the victim than he does the Nasi. Why? Because ultimately, again, the Kohen Gadol's carbon is a power just like the cut about the sequel, the covenant of victim. And you read Hashem Talmud. Furthermore, again, the Kohen Gadol does not mean Hashem Talmud. And we'll talk about this more. What's an Hashem Talmud? And Hashem Talmud is where you may have to be good at that it's very actually punishable by currents. Right? I'm not sure if I could. In other words, that I hate something to get killed. So you Hashem Talmud. So I'm interested in that. It's not subject to Hashem Talmud. Neither is the seaport. But it's the old one. It's subject to Hashem Talmud. So in other words, it's not seaport. It's not how Rabbi that's myself, she not forming a higher and she that's myself. So therefore, let's say anything has two similarities, meaning that according to Hashem Talmud and according to those covenants of higher, both of which we said all it's seaboard, is the seaboard. So sort of one said the same according to those carbon is like the seaboard, just like gazing in quiet eventually that's myself. So it's like I'm just recording how to shit that's myself, or give that blood down itself. You can't do argument. Nasi, you see that all the stuff maybe actually done. Ultimately, if the Nasi makes a mistake in worship section, he goes ahead is a seer, and bring an east sub to an Hashem Bada, bringing Hashem. Mashiach, really Hashem Bada. So Kohen Gadol shares some similarities. So this says, so maybe once again, maybe we should be Kohen Gadol together with the Nasi. Now, Nasi, maybe the Shiri, that's myself. Mashiach, maybe the Shiri, that's myself. So I should say, the same way all the Nasi needs is Shukran. So too, all the Kohen Gadol needs is Shukran. Halagolah, the Ashmas Hapam. So once again, we come full circle. The Torah inserts this cryptic statement of in calling HaMashiach Nechta, the Ashmas Hapam. If the Kohen Gadol is sin to the iniquity or to the culpability of the people, what does that mean? Once again, the Gemara says, Already Mashiach Kitzibor, that Ashmas Hapam is saying that the Kohen Gadol's process or the Kohen Gadol's liability is the same thing as the Ashmas Hapam. When the congregation of the people sin, not Sibor Eno Midi Ela Haram Davar Shim Yes myself, of Mashiach Eno Midi Al Haram Davar Shim Yes myself. So once again, about saying that phrase, Ashmas Hapam is coming to equate the process of the Kohen Gadol to the process of the things being right at the populace sins. And just like it's only liability for the things before the power, when you're exposed, Haram Davar, mistaken ruling, Shmigas Maisa, accidental action based on that ruling, so too, there will only be liability for Kohen when you have both of these components as well. Haram Davar together with Shmigas Maisa. I know, not Siva Horu Basu Akar Hara Asu Chayavim, Mashiach. Keeps the whole of us like that, the whole of the entire. So I said, once that if that's the case, that you didn't compare the Kohen Gadol to the seaboards, which is like this. Just like the when they find it what if the cloud, if the seaboard acted on their movement. So maybe the Kohen Gadol is only viable also if the seaboard followed his movement. Maybe if it's just like I said, remember if things be possible, you ask it, and you probably get upset. And no one else can. There's no power. So for comparing Cohen to the basement, right, to power up that seaboard, so we should say that maybe the Cohen is also only viable if people follow this Psak. Talmud Lomar, the Hikr al Chata So, Asher Chata. The Rothschild has the possibilities to come again, offer up for his sin that he sinned, ultimately singular. Amar Shechata, and no maybe Amar Shechata. Ultimately, again, if I've done all the things, only things he covered for his sin is not for anyone else. So it's like, even if other people get found, it's not going to get over so easily. Heard about it, he followed it. He's called a liability. His liability ultimately against for his own. Someone says he's positive is the second because this is a very substantive need for him to be loved. So the version that will say is that this, again, exactly what we said in the Mishnah. Like the Kohen Gadol says, he says the Ashmas Ha'ad, the iniquity of the people. What does that mean? So the word the power of the Kohen Gadol together with the power of the government support, which is the power offered up by placing women in the Shul or rooms. Teach us that these two avodas are the same. They what? The same way that Basin requires Shalom Davar Ishimi, that's myself and erroneous scrutiny, ultimately followed by accidental action based on that ruling. So to the point level is only timing for his power when these two components exist as well. Number one, Shalom Davar accidental ruling, followed by Shiva, that's myself. Where's the major difference? The difference is where Basin is positive for the populace because God's side is only for himself. And not horrible for myself. Not just finished up the city, just finished it up. The sheet of the light, and that's what following color. Because you just mentioned that a control, that never made the action. There's another one, skins watch on color. The piece of meat in front of me. I eat it, and then I find out afterwards it may have been killed. There's a possibility, a medical possibility, but it was still, I don't know what I've got. So the next thing is, again, I can't bring the chatos, because chatos is what we brought home before we say, I can't bring it ashra home. We definitively say. And so we talk about Hashem, which are covenant, the sign for this type of situations. The just kind of said, the vice just brought down, just kind of like, just found this question that, Koinogo doesn't really actually cover. The Gemara says, okay, how do you know that? The Gemara says, Mashiach, the part in English, how do you know that in English covered? I know that Koinogo doesn't actually cover. It's the Allah point, Al-Shigaso Asher Shabbat. As the Pasuk says, that ultimately, again, the Koinogo will bring a carbon for his children, for his accidental Avera that wasn't accident. Yushekataso, the Shigaso Shabbat. This refers to someone who's Katas, the children are similar. That's a Mashiach. She'in Shigaso, the Kataso Shabbat. They say the Ashma Sa'am, Hare the Mashiach Kisibor. So there was a Ashma Sa'am, I come to our heart. Let Ella Hashem, the Ella Hashem, so it's this old group there in the US that says that it is only someone whose status of Hashem process is hard to see. But if we don't know the old group there yet, whose processes are different, one discussion of Hashem, the attacks. Okay, good. More about that to come. It says if they ask no, but also if they ask no, this capital if they ask no, so I have to see exactly what these statements are. It's how that you so you're still going on it. I still going on it. So coming up with the person himself, now what it sounds like over years, he passed him by himself and he committed the act. Pedro for himself, by himself, right? Then he's capital if we ask him. He's a total form by himself. Now what is it? Look at Rashi. Rashi's on the left hand column, top of left hand column, second line in Torah. According to Mashiach, the actual we don't. The no extreme speak is the in the finger, but who about us go cover? This capital if you ask mode, maybe hard if you ask them. So it's like this. We're gonna see that there's two things happening within Cloudy stuff. Because Dodo is passing the loneliest thing, and Beastie is passing the loneliest thing. Alright, this is a difficult part of the Cloudy stuff, right? So when you get both guys, but the Beastie and Lepo have nothing to do with each other. So that's the other thing. So let's say, for example, the kind of is passing that Caleb is more good, and the Beastie is passing that God is more good. That is more good. Okay, so kind of just passing for his mother, he passing the Shemi's heaven, the makes a really sad. He can eat the Caleb, Shemi does my son. He's hiding for his part. That is all good. That's case one. Or in Matsibon, but Matsibon. What happens if, let's say again, what happens if Kabot of myself, the Koinogo is passing along with they're going to say now, what did he speak that he was passing? He just happened to be issuing the same type of sacrifice as it was. So, for example, David said Caleb was mother, the Koinogo said Caleb was mother, and what happened was that obviously both these things, they both, everyone then needs, what's the halacha? This capital in Matsibon. Interestingly enough, in that case, the Koinogo doesn't have to bring his own power. Rather, what happens? He is covered by the power of the government of Matsibon. He's covered by the offering of the ministry. Right? Because basically, you're offering anything because people acted on their own self. Therefore, the Koinogo is covered under that. Right? She'et is in Chayav and Achiyot Nevat. Okay, so fine. So what's that? That's the halacha. You might not add, you need to add another halacha. She'in Beizin Chayav and Abaton Mitzvahs will tell you Mitzvahs. So what's the same as halacha Taragala? Beizin is only Chayav and Chayav, and that's symbol. When you go ahead and you negate a part of a mitzvah, or remember again, if you negate a mitzvah in its entirety, for example, if you say, he has no Shabbos, or there's no Erev, remember when you are to refine this, and he's talking about the case where say that you're allowed to hear it, you're referring to a specific type of Torah. So if they pass the mitzvah's entirety, then you know the Chayav about it. Within Mashiach, it also ultimately seems true to Mashiach. When is the Mashiach guiding his own power? When is that? When he speaks regarding the detail of a mitzvah. But if he speaks regarding the mitzvah, he says, there's no Shabbos. He goes out there, just multiple Shabbos, then it's not something. So again, it's very similar between the Kohen and how the Tzibor. The Gemara says, going to the Chilin of Mashiach, but no problem, it's become the Hashem says, we're kind. It's in my idolatry, ultimately, again, there's only liability if they negate that's what all this is. Sometimes they have to be anyways. No, but all the emails about the awesome seaboard, local progress was what's this, it might be jumping to the seconds. Like, in case the one is red, the green one was possibly, is possibly, independent entities, can you make a scale of how, so the green one will guess, this thing does, yeah. Case number 2 is green was possibly in the same way with the thing. So again, everybody, going on the same thing as water, phasing the same thing as water. In that case, my double doesn't have to bring his own rather well. He's covered by the pot of a government that's the word. So I was living with a ton of other holy that's the boss, that's the word. Like a kind of a custody together with things. And if you're going to be out there, Jenny, that's the word. You're not going to be part of that. When you were a fucking information so power, so since the beginning of this, you talk about it, you don't see boots on the car, nothing. She happened to see the guy look at you not see the king. He is stupid. Ultimately, he's not part of the game. He doesn't have the same office as an individual sense. And ultimately, going back home, that's not the same office as an individual sense. Not us cut the different animal, just like in us, if the king sees independently, he brings his own carbon. Not saying that seaboard is capital seaboard. Well, that's if the king gets seated together with the seaboard, right? It's the past and his mother, and the king and the together with the seaboard. Ultimately, he is atoned for the seaboard. Mashiach, caught up with the small, small. So to the point Mashiach, if he goes into the sins on his own, so he talk about and causes talk about all of ourselves, and he's kind of ultimately talking about sin, or this talk about it, but if he sins together with the congregation, or not, he is atoned for with the congregation. So I could do towards my second, there's a flaw. If I'm with the nurses, she can capital, let's see what we're including. The most is the big difference. When it comes to the giver, for example, is included in all of the communal offerings we are given. I want to split on that club as well for a couple of them. Are you keeper itself week offering or the kid? You know what I said? Talking about first one, right? Talking about she was capital, but ultimately, again, the Mashiach. He is not opposed for general offerings of the populace on the Kippur. All of this is all Kabbalahs for the Kippur. So the Gemara says, say what's the out of that sins, the same way that he's not atoned for the Ziva on the Kippur. So maybe in general, right? And when he's supposed to be the same way after the benefit, he should have to bring his own authority. Al Takaso Asher Hatak. Every time a Kohen Gadol lifts his own power, his reign is committed his own unique single Ragnarok. How does this work? Contact with the Atzmo, when you get the Atzmo, if the Kohen Gadol sins on his own, he has to erroneous Pesach. He acted on his own Pesach, and he's actually found himself now the rest of the crowd. They don't do it brings his own carbon. Contact Mexico, his capital Mexico, but if he sins together with the Seaboard, like the Mexican Seaboard, and ultimately again he is atoned for together with the Seaboard. Kind of to say once again, what's the case? Even though the whole flow that we before. What's the case? The Queen Gargoyle is the Reiki Sage of Cloud Israel. Reiki Sage, right? And the members of the Sanhedrin are not the Reiki Sages. So Shidon in his capital is the Oxford. The Queen Gargoyle should have to approach his own path. The Gemara is very interesting. The Gemara says, hold on to the home of the local. Or why not see if they got this up? Because if that's the case, if he's the reconciliation, you're the reconciliation, then their movement really is meaningless. Therefore, he should have to bring his own power. And the rest of the club is over one that see Kispa or Sirico Chad for Chad. They will have to bring their own personal chatos. You're on the point, but ultimately, again, if the Sanhedrin are considered to be the ranking sages, only about Moscow, and the Panago himself is not a ranking sage. I'm not his capital of the Atzmo, and why bring his own power? And long, hold on, today, for like, if the Panago is not a ranking sage, then what do you do in asking help? fascinating. I love that. And that's kind of like professional work. What you live over there, and perhaps you should not be doing the power at all. Other things, you say, oh, there's you don't show how you hopefully shit. I thought he said, no, what's the case? The case is where the claim number wasn't outstanding. And the local outstanding status as well. So then everybody's more for people upside. Because as a suburb by an email, comfortable us with the actual everybody. So I says, well, what's the case? So then again, it was the same sort of point I said that it was essentially now we have two different cases, right? So now we actually this has to be said for another and the subject are capable ultimately of delivering this dialogue of what say about what you see here. And even when people are exceptional capable, they're still subject to making mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody messes up their life. So watch this. There was an issue. They complain about it. Like the church is upset. So again, he says, and these said like damaging. Okay, people acting based on the basis of sound, and the coin acting based on this sound. So therefore, the business and action is going to bring their power dialogue government at Seaboard. I don't think they are going to bring this power. If however, the coin doggo and it doesn't even understand together. They're not sitting on the same thing, but they both have to be the same side. Let's say the unit is what they're and that means the coin doggo is going to be covered under the power dialogue government at Seaboard, and you need not create this whole card. So you notice this also. So the image of the collection of the mission was if you versus only about Seaboard. The right itself is estimated with Seaboard. So everyone says as follows. So Rabbi, what did the class what is in it, right? Well, also the class, what what's the case with Chronicle asking by himself, right? For acting on his own, what's that case? Where it says, you just see the Shema Colos. So I understand this, there's not like a flat. When he was in the beginning, we two separate places. Because the other was in one place. I don't think this has a good place. The Kamono betrayed city. Furthermore, there was some statement regarding two different things. Right? So two different geographic locations, playing on one spot, signing one spot, and they're also custody regarding two different offices. Okay? A little yellow. I'll teach you how to spell it. Well, this is because I got it. But it's not if they're going to I don't know, you'll see the cardinal. The favor to Kamono betrayed city. How to take this article. There was a relative who said, thinking about it, geography doesn't matter. What matters what the theory is that custody on two different topics. And if it was two different topics, Coin will achieve atonement through his power, and the general documents will achieve atonement ultimately through the power of evidence. So incredible. So let's analyze this a bit more. So she so once I see now, they're looking for a use on it. In order for them to individually require from the coin and general population, the coin brings his power, and its people brings their power. That has of two different areas of power. Now, what they have to need to be in two different geographic locations, my focus about it, but everyone agrees that I have people escalating with two different areas of power. The one is going to get into these so the Chico, open area level is what that's more. So once it's obviously about Taylor, I don't think because I have these passing about the sorrow. It's two distinct ideas. Kaluki Kamayu, the Kaluki Kamaras, two different Kamaru, two different Suki, and ultimately again two different Kamaros. The hall, the power, the power is soil. Because the river will have to be the power, and the sand will have to be the power and the soil. Okay, the hall Kamasu, only see here, Maroon race. By the Koshiki, move out of the stuff other than in the Shayla. So the other was constantly regarding idolatry, and ultimately again I said that he was constantly regarding Taylor. The Kaluki, the cover, say regarding. Ultimately, who read different covers provide liability. Do you see how the evil that you have? Either going to go from the sphere, that is just some of the other, and ultimately even the submission will bring the power. This was it's obviously when you have equally two different issues, two different psukim, two different carbonic liability, and obviously the Kohen code, the Kohen is going to bring his carbon and the submission will bring it. Now, those are lobsters. Let's say they're both trusting regarding theater, but a trusting regarding different forms of theater. So, for example, the Kohen said from Little Paskin, tailored on the stomach is water. And the Sanhedrin Paskin, tailored on the intestines is water. So, we'll say, is that called individually psan, distinct psan? Because at the end of the day, it's two different forms of thing, right? If we say no, Amen is statement so that was interesting enough. Well, let's see, let's know. Me, I mean, even I got the cover and shut up, even the trend quite awesome. How popular tonight, on the other hand, both of these types of things that carry the same command fiber. On the other hand, they are learning from two different psukim. So maybe it's two different psukim. It's enough to be individually reliable. Caleb is Caleb is Caleb. It means they're both constantly on the singles. You will say again, what happens when the Kohen is constantly on the singles with his separators? The Kohen does not bring his own power. Instead, he is covered under the power of the percentage. So which one is it? So about shit Caleb effort. And if you want to select again, it's both called Caleb, and it's considered as if it has to be like it's a Caleb and the down, not. What happened if the Kohen was constantly about Caleb, and the Sanhedrin constantly about down? Me, I mean, the time I could have argued, on one hand, obviously two different psukim. Of Dilma, to even just shovel the cart by the foster cover. On the other hand, both for Caleb and for down is the same type of carbonic writing. So there's not enough distinction or not to two more answers. Interesting. So let's say, so again, we know in general, that for the Kohen to have liability for his part, and having a good liability for their part, that is two different things. The shaykh is what happens when there's some level of similarity to himself. Either that they both constantly have a liability, or same shape is certain. That's the thing. Okay, shape is in kind of an action of the mitzvahs and the kindness. So most of us saw this, right? Which are not together just society. These things only viable for a high level of government and simple way when we uproot a detail. The make us think about a detail, but not if we uproot the mitzvah in its entirety. You know that. So I'm sorry, you know one, that's your about the mitzvahs for kindness. That's keep that you know, that's very good. We learned that already. We learned that the last time. Where it says, the yeah, double little project. The person says, the matter or detail was obscured hidden from the instant. It's only when they look at this regarding the detail, and now if you ask them to uproot the mitzvah to the Shia, same thing is true with the Kohen. Kohen also has liability to uproot the detail, and now if he uproots the mitzvah in its entirety, it's in Ashma Sa'ah. Once again, I'm saying back to that phrase, Ashma Sa'ah, I am Shia Mitzvah. Essentially, the power of the Kohen resembles the power of Tzibur, the power of the Tzibur. This way as well. Incredible. The Lord one is not having seen the fight that I got. She knew what is for. I'm not going to. It's usually that's how it's not having the answer. So if I remember anything in general, I've always already singled out. Right? Because you also remember again, now what is singled out? These things has to be that's the people of always looking. It says, you're not to bow down to it. You can't offer it hardly, you can't offer it dollars, but you're not to bow down to it. And you see what does that? It's not a power. It's a seal. It's a special offer. So I was always singled out that there's a different type of carbonic liability. No, I know how I keep us mitzvah. So I'm going to put that once singled out, maybe because of the powerful way. So even if anything has to totally say there's no viable Torah, perhaps it should still be collective responsibility for everything. So the Lord says, Nema Kol Me'inei Ve'inema La'alam Me'inei Zero Shabbat. It says, Shin Me'inei says, Le'inei Ma'alam Me'inei Ha'Kanyam Me'inei. So Ma'alam Me'inei so once just like over there, it's talking about a detail, so talking about so it's talking about detail as well. Okay? We'll do just the Mishnah and stuff for today. It says, so just before you go. So just to take right? Take away from this last mission that we are actually absorbing a lot of information. But the thing is, coin liability is that the coin is passing on its own. And Daisy is even not doing anything or passing something different. So coin is passing, Daisy is passing, there's liability for the coin, and ultimately liability for the Daisy. But it's just thinking enough to come up with a nice stuff. The coin double is passing on the same matter of as the Daisy. And if the double does not have rather the coin doubles liability, ultimately they're going to be carried by the power of the other. That's also going to stop today. Midline excellent staff will start the company as a chef. We're I can't do this support. I will pick up the show with the mission tomorrow. All right, now let's say. I will say good morning, or good day off, such as this part, Hashem to be able to begin what will be our day of fully week of purpose. And full week of last week, full week this week, next week already that you're finishing in your Hashem. So this is my thank you all of our sponsors today. Our annual Hackathon sponsor. We talked to each talk about short and over churches this year as his costs. So we draw from sponsors from Elba Martin from the medical group. Minister Shem for his parents. Apple Rabbi Asher was 3 times over the last 7 years at home. Photos of our community on this throw. We accepted our question. We're going to do Shmas. Double forms. Founded of the act. Rabbi Yitzchak. And a couple of Yaakov. American by Kamadoro. All the Shamos Latin America, the families in the home, all of them, for Shabbat, the cold, for ladies, for the Shmash, yes, Hashem, all our hostages, to show them the color of our police soldiers to be successful, the fall massive. What's in fact, let us begin with a really exciting gap ahead of us today, that we just really excited. Just like that, it's the truth. I suppose to step forward, and tremendous respect for the lifter, for the covered, yesterday, we picking up on daily days, 5 3 lines up in about a Tanya. And Chinayo or Israel. Not talking about my Parachi and Bakar Tikak Lachatos. So what's the context? This is talking about work service in this approach. So it's all in the details, so what does it say? You should make one of them into a Chatos, or one of them into an Omar. Not all the FLS Chatos Ludian, you would have part of Ludian and would have consumed the Chatos. Now, Omar, Obrashin, the Omar. Therefore, the Jordan says the second half before always comparing the two. How so? Not all the FLS, not what Omar is not consumed. Chatos, FLS. Something like Chatos is not consumed. Okay, Kiyotego, I will say that this Kimar, so you tremendous. Kiyotego, I'm going to be able to see how going to Hashem Hagola, the Kriku almost never clean Israel, calling the Shema Tzach. So I'll say this is a passage from Ezra. A passage from Ezra. That's it, so you know, like last time, like I shall say to you that great source to have, and also so with us. Really like such a, really such a special, beautiful event. And as I mentioned, it's part of the incredible thing that is the emphasis on incremental acquisition of knowledge. But I don't ask us a question on the I just got it because again, I'm not going to put forward, don't ask it because it's one side, but what you often yourself really to realize is because many of us, I include myself in this, have this huge war in our we're finish shots. Those of us here we're finish shots more than once. And amazing enough with all of that knowledge, I think often by this deep hole, and I thought you get dropped. But it's one of the things, one of the times it's something that take my attention as you go to touch about something really, really focus on that. Because you miss out some of the most beautiful things. So it was passing with Ezra. It's talking about Jews returned to the second celebration. And we're going to actually spend a little bit of time on this. It's written and the account. The Pasuk says, "Upon that shepherd, those who went ahead and came back from Saudi captivity. And now go along, Jews from the best, the people almost never came. So, Harim Shneim Asar, when they offered up the Karbanos to the God of Israel, Harim Shneim Asar, so 12 cows. 12 cows on that whole goal. So, I believe that Tishim and Shisha, rams 96, Kivosim, Shibin, and Shiba, sheep 77, Shneim Asar, Kolo, Rasha. So these are the Karbanos that they come back when they offered up by the essentially the inauguration of the second celebration. So watch this. So the verse says, Hakol Olam. The Pasuk says everything was an Olam. What's good? Hakol Olam is that everything was an Olam. That's not true. Actually, we'll say, follow without 6 days, 4 lines down from the top. After Shechata, Shechatas Olam, it's saying Shechatas. So the Shechatas can't be Olam. Ela Hakol Olam. All of the Karbanos that were offered were treated like all the household. Just as an Allah can be so to the Karpas wasn't saying secretly the Kabbalic familiarities by these specific offerings. This I know the legal man is called This is fascinating. Why would these Kabbalahs brought? So the Gemara suggests that many of these Kabbalahs were brought ultimately as an atonement for the idolatry that Club Israel worshipped. Now watch this, it's more interesting. You know Shema. Alahodas Kokabu Shahasu B'nei Tzidkiyahu. Tzidkiyahu was the last king that came in the first and base Hamikdash era. So ultimately, actually the last king of one of these emperors was destroyed. So this is interesting enough. The Kabbalahs that brought were not the Avodah Zarah that we worship during Babylonian diaspora. It's not the Avodah Zarah that we worship at the end of the first temple period, under the degrees of the revolution of Tzidkiyahu. Now, it's a one understand. Tzidkiyahu was a tzaddik. So it's one of those interesting dynamics in general about how much is everyone responsible for the actions of his constituents. It's a huge leadership. On one hand, the flock goes ahead and a little bit there's a still leader. But on the other hand, you find that at times when the work of the flock just doesn't do what they're supposed to do, right? Obviously, the Moshe, yeah, they do that though, and they went ahead and you think about it within just a couple of years, and they're doing all that they're doing right a year of each other. It's a pretty incredible thing to think about. Now, one thing is that the reflection of Moshe and is it that a okay, so it's interesting to know you have these cases in leadership study where a leader could be doing all the right things, but like that the constituents are following the law. So it's just important to understand CPO wasn't great for that. He was a great tzaddik. But at the end of the day, unfortunately, there was rampant idolatry now. But to important to understand, he inherited a lot of these dynamics also. So anyway, so this what's happening over here. Jews who came back from Babel, which means they never got a money diaspora, more than 7 years since the days of CPO, are now coming back, and part of their Kabbalic process is offering atonement of morals for the Avodah Zarah during the days of the first base Hamikdash. So the Gemara says, okay, let's have about this. So these are already begun. Let's go back to this a second. So remember that was that this also is in its mathematics, which is in general, how the government at Seaboard work? Like how is all of this working? Is it ultimately again? Is it the basic that's bringing the carbon? Is it every shade that's bringing the carbon? So listen to this. So trying to make this make sense. The staff is the only thing that's aus. You can bring 12 Kakaos now, so you don't have to schnell Assar Schwappen. Die meisten Schnell Assar Seer. Because when überhaupt the Kalofa myself, again, it is a kind of nevertheless for each tribe. So therefore, I think there would be 12 Kakaos, one for each tribe that is a tribal notion of idolatry. In the Katu Shiva Schwappen, Shara, and the people Shara, and the Pigga, or the Pigga, or the Mugan, even if Even if the majority of Israel sins, the minority is radical or different. That's how you can have, that's how you can have ultimately again 12 chatos. So you can find this out. Goes, the Chatu Chadas are shlotim, the Chadas are sealed. According to the tradition, the human both the tribes and the facing that bring the Arab. So ultimately, again, you have 11 tribes that sin, and these things are the others together. Plus, it said God called Chatos. So very tradition, you have 11 tribes, and the facing also in the next 12. Already there, or facing in the Rothschild. Stimme say, Staff is on already there. You hold the couple for a nice again. Only the days brings the power. Shvatim not. So when this 12 comes out, you must listen to this. Mishkakas that you don't the Chatu, the Chatu, actually starts. Yeah, you have to make it see 12 times. In other words, there were 12 independent events, 12 independent events. There was no chicken. Therefore, I didn't want 12 part of that. I don't think you can say, oh, but that's ridiculous. How can you not learn your lesson? Really? Really? I can look in the mirror, I guess that's an impression of myself. I'm always making the same mistakes in life. Really? I'm not giving you a package. I'm not giving you a package. I can only use distribution in terms of others. Rather, it is because we do the same stuff, same mistakes over and over and over. As much as we want to learn from our mistakes, sometimes we find ourselves in a cycle of making the same mistakes. Now, here's the good news. Even if you make the same mistake 12 times, you can break the cycle. And even if you break the cycle, we know you can't fall off the wagon again. That's what the Bible said. Sheva Yipotah Yipotah. The whole of life is not perfection. The whole of life is just getting back up as the aftermath of failure. Oh, nice to know. I know the Batu. So it's an effective about. So let's get this straight. When the Jews came back from Israel for the second week of the Gush, they were bringing the sin offerings for the idolatry under the days of CPO. Only one of those small groups, though, only was so publishers. The Pashtos, the Jews who worshipped idolatry under CPO, were dead. We're dead already. Right? This was 70 years earlier. Right? So remember again, think about it just a moment. In order to have life really for the years at CPR, you have to be, at least 60 years old. So what? How old is he dead now at 83? Because the vast majority, must have already passed away. So the might say, how can this new generation bring an atonement offering for you as a referral of people who already died? The Rabbi says, so let's say that, by the way, what this question is becoming as follows. The Jews who idolatry under the days of Tzion, ultimately again, were high the Kathos. And what's the halacha? Kathos shenesu ba'alel. You've seen this many times from Shas. Ruben, a simple case was like, Ruben knows that he accidentally violates Shabbos. Then, yesterday, the couple of Kathos. Ruben does. Right? Children go ahead and anger you do shit. If it's Kathos, what do you do with it? Actually, because one of the things you have with the Chakas died, you can't bring a Chakas mysteriously. And you can't, so if the owner of the Chakas died, someone said, I was there. The owner is of this Chakas, meaning the previous generation of Hiskio, CPO, the Pashtas died. So how can this new generation cover Chakas on their behalf? But the Rabbi listen to this. He didn't Chakas was about that Israel and when did he say that if the owner of the Chakas died, he can no longer offer up the Chakas? That's an individual. Avalot Sipor. But ultimately, again, that's what that's the congregation. In other words, if the Sipor has a Chakas they have to bring, it's going to say, even if members of the Sipor die, ultimately, he's looking at the child of say, perhaps one of the most powerful of all the shots we need to call out of Allah. You see, Shem, Nisa, and Sipor. Because there is no such thing as death in Sipor. Never say individuals die. Sipor of Cloud Israel is always alive. The aim of Nisa and Sipor, if you by yourself, you die. Because with Sipor, all time that Sipor is promised eternality. So let's say, understand the profundity of these words on so many different levels. The aim of Nisa and Sipor. So let's say, first of all, this is the Nazism. promise, so this is why I was saying, this is why no matter what we face, no matter what we face, no matter what we're staring at, yes, what we're scared about is what's going to be the collateral damage, what's going to be the level of sacrifice we're going to have to do for our success, how we turn out to our national longevity. That's the other question. Why? Because it's in function when we set this part, it's not all about it. And it's secret. It's secret comes from all these years, always this. Because I discussed another important lesson, which is as we feel like it's all about contributions. What we work to do, how we do in this world. For example, if my life is just about me, and my goal is just to live the best version of me. Just to say, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. There's only one of you. If all you do in life is don't be you, then when you die, you die. You die. Individuals die. And most of us die. Individuals are forgotten. Like, like just knowing how many of us even know who are great grandparents were. That's like 4 generations. 5 generations. And that's it. Maybe you know a name. Maybe I don't even know a name. Like, individual story. But if you can't use your lifetime with the contributions that you found, you do some of the contributions it's secret. But again, you're just living in a $1 house. I'm not just saying it works for me and my friends and a small, you know what? I'm taking through the contribution of the cloud. And also what that means is sometimes putting your own personal needs on the side and figuring out what can I do for the greater community, whatever the community is. If you are sure, if you're cloud yourself, so there's like, you're so often focused on what I need. That's what I need. And even if I'm going to do something good, I'm going to do it only in a way that works for me. You can do that, but just understand after 120, no one will do it. And even if you have that production, like kids, like, I'm not good. You 2 generations, no one will ever do that. But you make an investment in the secret of the you put your concourse into building your house, something like building the game something, like just be good forward. Not just learn about your a couple of friends and you put your investment in a colony of secret. That gives you neutrality. That gives you neutrality. Why? If you ship in your son, secret, most incredible people say, you really what are you coming? Community juice, community juice, cloudy swell juice. And then people think that I like money. It's not money. Money's good. I say it's not just money. It's your time. It's your effort. It's also you know how much stress is given in the human that comes. It's everybody needs just like when you get like this and you're like that. Imagine for a moment that everybody said, I'm gonna stop thinking about what I need. Roll up my sleeves and help build everything that's around. It's not about me. It's not about you. It's not about any of us as individuals. It's about being part of something bigger than yourself. If you can get something right, you have eternity. It's just about what you and maybe a couple of steps you won't need it. It's nice, it's beautiful, but even beholding, it's never going to be eternal. If you share your secrets, yourself, what you have here, if you show what a new legacy to our incredible. Somebody says it's fun, so long as it's you. You share these with me, all that. Where do you know that from? Where do you know that? Where do you know ultimately that it needs to be super? We're not talking about the one says, I'm sorry. You know maybe not Papa Hall. Even when it's not passando certo nível, né? Se você considera ela filha, governor says, the beautiful say, again, the sons will come in the stead of the father, which seems to indicate to us what? Which indicates to us that Allah again, the sons of the Lord's things, the sons will pick up with the father's weapon. You have to be looking at it. Or that's not right? Brother, that should mean that even an individual has neutrality, because how by a person is children, those children are not children. You have to be looking at This is fascinating. That Papa's view ultimately against the seer of Rosh Chodesh. The Amalach Mana might see Trumas Hamishka. This is fascinating. The seer of Rosh Chodesh, which is a fascinating concept in and of itself. You look at Rashi, this is right in Rashi, at the middle of the short line. You see Rosh Chodesh, the Habitach us. So this is fascinating. Remember again, Rosh Chodesh, we get Karbanis Katos. The Amalach Mana makes him Trumas Hamishka. They will say, by the way, why is there Karbanis Katos on Rosh Chodesh? So we will actually learn this in the beginning of Shavuos. Right? So ultimately, again, the Katos of Rosh Chodesh is the Katos types of clean tumah. Also, the Gemara says, the Shmuel says, "I do like Hakala, bring for me a Katos beginning from why I should be active as Hagareach." The Shmuel says again, it's like in the tongue, whatever this means, the tongue for Hashem, that he can use the power of in a different time. So what says this Hagareach? So interestingly, Allah Halameitza, when it says, "Go ahead and we bring a Kabbalah Katos on Rosh Chodesh." Interestingly enough, the Kabbalah Rosh Chodesh is brought from the Trumas Hamishka. What's Trumas Hamishka? General collection for million that we contribute about to shekel, and then you take from that for communal Kabbalos. So the Katos of Rosh Chodesh was brought from communal funds. Rashi continues to call Kabbalos see the Trumas Hamishka in volume. But do the nice means for the Akash Trumas Hamishka. So it's interesting. So interesting enough, the Katos of Rosh Chodesh from the communal fund. The communal fund. Now, the Gemara says, but how can it have maybe someone died? Maybe someone died independent before, but independent you separate until you offered it out. So the Gemara says, I'm not one of my speeches, I've all my souvenirs. So the Hanaf the pension here, you might sue. 1 second, how could this be? So you have to be the communal Chatos from community funds, between the time that you separate out and offered it, and you have to promise your life. And how can you offer up a carbon whose holiness died? What do you see from there? The aim is 7 sequel. There is no gap within that sequel, and therefore Allah place that's what the gap is from. Which was Fata Shabbat Sabana, the Cuba carbon, what you see there. Then it's only by an individual Chagas. If the owner dies, you can't offer the carbon. But by a communal Chagas, even if some of the owners die, ultimately, this stuff is beautiful. So let's go full circle. Let me try to figure out. Remember what we're trying to figure out over here? How could it be that by the motivation of the second and third crush, they brought still offerings for our bodies on the times of the first and second crush? The people who need that program already died. Which our Papa said, aim and subject sequel. People are trying to figure out where do you know that from? You might say as follows. Can you demonstrate I don't say how you compare this. So what was in Seaboard? That is a very big difference. In other words, maybe no one died. Maybe no one died in carbon, so you kind of separate that carbon, and you offered it. That's a big difference from talking about more than a 70-year gap, right? That's not a fair comparison. By the time you have something off, right? That's not a fair comparison. How can you place Hashem, Hadith Hashem? Pasuk says, what's the disease? It's like Egra Arutha. Egra Arutha, again, the cat, you might still murder the cities. You don't know who murdered it. You measure to the course. The city elders of that city come out, everything calf, wash their hands over the calf. What's the process? That's the process. So once I say, they say, as they wash their hands over the calf, they say, literally again, atone before your people. Hashem, like we see now, the rest of the process is, so you must like this. Ruya Kapalazu, Shetachatra Ayotse Israel. You say that Shep Adisa. Interestingly enough, if you look at the word over here, the elders are saying Hashem, atone for your people, whom you redeemed. So watch the Gemara says, it's time, even from Egypt. So Eglon is so powerful that it's atonement even for Jews who left Egypt. And they will say, what's the status of the Jews who left Egypt? What's the status like? And Hashem every day. So we're talking about it here, that you should atonement for people who are dead. You can say, that's what you see from there. So you see from here that a Hatos has the ability to atone even if the owners already died. And it's sequel. So let's come on. We cannot be prayer. awesome coolest, and you go to the Kapranis. That's not affecting Harris because the Egg all the people who didn't Kapara are present in the body. Okay, so now that it's going to atone for the living, it can also atone for the dead. Halacha, we are the fighting. There was this fascinating by Ezra, by the second English. It's very possible that there is no one alive from the vision of St. There is no one alive from that. So how can you comfort? How can you comfort people if no one from that original group is alive? Because this is an overwhelming demand. In a say, there is this. It turns out that there were a lot of Jews alive during the inauguration of the second English who saw the first English. Incredible. About 7 years later, the ladies in America, this is shocking. Whereas the city, the Pasuk says, because we know many of the Kohanim and the Levium and the heads of households has given Asher Lo as Hafdayis Hadushon, because to say about it, the Pasuk says explicitly, there are many Kohanim, many Levium, many heads of families, many elders who are still alive. First example, it's like, can you imagine that? Can you imagine being one of those Jews, right? Even when 2,000 years, just years of a beautiful life, traditional, conservative, and nothing. Can you imagine again those Jews who so see destruction and then God was able to see rebuilding of the intimidation. So I don't think there were a lot of that. So you must one second. The people are not in Iraq. Now remember, all the Pasuk says is what? All the Pasuk says is that there were a lot of Kohanim and Levium elders. There were a lot of people. It doesn't say they were the majority. Right? It just says that there were a lot of them. But still, maybe they were, in the context of Klal Yisrael, still considered to be a minority. Versus in the world, listen to this. They say, I'll do hard to say this is this. The Lord Q, but God trust us in the first white line. The call of Fidaha. Now, come Mishma Agneirafa. It was a while. The Gemara says, all these horses saw the second is in the brush. The sound of crying, hurt the sound of joy. I was like, this is fascinating. There are two different reactions when it's over into the flesh. Second into the flesh. Right? The one who caught is not a conscious, it was a soul. Who did the crying come from? The crying came from the Jews of the first bits of the flesh. And the second, and the cause of simcha came from the Jews who never saw the first bits of the flesh. So that's like, isn't this kind of the general? So we're going to finish the proof. Somebody said the fact that the crying was louder than I don't know what the folk sound of joy indicates that there are more people crying than being joyous, which indicates that something fascinating. And apparently the majority of Jews who witnessed, who came back and saw the rebuilding of Second English were leftovers, but we're holdovers, right? We're part of that generation who saw the first English, which is wild. Which also tells you kind of just about the longevity of those individuals. Must be a lot but that must be a lot of elderly people. That looks like it was incredible. So the fact that the crying was greatly enjoyed, ultimately again, indicates the majority of province were in fact holdovers from the first temple era. It looks like to me it's also so profound that whatever province rejoices in the family faith. Our rejoicing is always a mixture of two things. There is always laughter and tears, even in the greatest of sitcom. I want you to think about this for just a moment. Right? What's going to happen when you have the hundreds of depression? You can see this refrain itself. You can see on what the end, probably the tears are going to flow right more. Because in that moment, we are so aggressive to see our goodness and depression. Listen, you know what's going to be now? It's going to be now is like 2,000 years of 2,000 years of, it's almost like, you see the sometimes like, the people like these long years is also something like they get to the finish line, they would need to cry, because the nursing injuries and pain and difficulty and all that, but they kept it together because they had to get to the finish line. We need the contract is had a message of unified and our national finish line. This will be just a tidal wave of tears. Because the thing that we had to keep in check all of this time, because sometimes you have to keep in check because I need to move myself forward. And at the same time, just the unbridled laughter and joy that's going to come from seeing that these anecdotes, from seeing the Shia, and the amazing, the family, value, and all of these incredible things, we're going to see this. I would say it's important that we learn this, because this, what we're learning right now as a lesson in history, we are touching very soon, it's going to become our reality, because it's found a mixture of pain for everything that we've had to endure, coupled with incredible laughter and joy for everything that we find now. So it would be your touch on the color. He was I behind the scene of it. So as about how are the Jews bringing a carbon to atone for our enemies? They were amazing. Once another again, fatness is brought for any burden transgression. These Jews were not children of yours. So how could they get a carbon from this? Which was is right. Hurrah Shah, my son. It was it's fascinating. Hurrah Shah, what that means? The exception was made. The exception is that ultimately it's not for American to go ahead and enter in Kratos even for a intentional stand up, you can look at the Tisha Shisha, negative me. But if you look at these Kabbalahs, these numbers are very interesting, right? There are 96, even 77, 77 plus. What do they correspond to? Ella, Allah, Shaisa Haya, Haganan, Allah's Shah. So it's this ultimate, it was Allah Shah. Allah Shah. I will say that you ask yourself, why was there Allah Shah for that? I don't know, it's just like that, but but also because it's important, it's so incredibly important to these things as well. If there's one thing that we don't know about the desert that's interesting, it is us becoming knowledge. No one is a greater stakeholder on Shura than a Deutsch Baruch. Because when we become knowledgeable, we believe we are going to second chances. Even though going to second chances, we get active and we get it going forward. People got a possibility. There was a way to try. It's part of the how we start to understand that the second base on the question represented you start and relativity in the beginning. But sometimes for people to really believe that they're going to do it, there has to be something concrete. So the ability of how we start to bring these factor specialists was a tangible display of the display figures. When you come to this eye, but once I can you show me these practice, not amazing over us to show. Which works. So they hear around you to do probably so good. Just what I was know. You do with certainty that it will be forgiven and that a new chance to be given. Incredible. Turn out one of place after that's even higher. Suppose you know of course you do right so. Place after that's even higher. So it says again, this one I have on the right see, but all the same thing. Like things goes out and delivers it alone in this roof. People are wanting to this whole covenant process. What happens? We start from the if one of the members of Congress for a card, they're hired. You don't know who's hired. You see this is amazing process. You can hear ultimately again, if one of the members of the meeting dies, then ultimately again, if they are contract. So we must not have who is the kind of job that he's already seen on. I'm going to that. But again, it's something here. The other if they never please the game below the seaboard. The years of the was like we studied the Hubble for the next second. And the near home, when it comes to our heaven governing that seaboard, ultimately again, only the please it brings and not the congregation. And watches the verses go wrong, please have that seaboard. The all behind the these things. Therefore, again, if one of the members of Congress so dies, they still believe the power because the reason is intact. However, it's everything to the holiday context, Shanice Afamina Schutzfit. And we should all keep to it. That was said that this is interesting. But if one of the members of the base team died, if he didn't want, then it's interesting. You must suggest that our local lights in the base no longer breaks the heart. Right? Why? Because if one of the members of the base team died, this is like a progress that was owned by partners, where if one of the partners dies, the progress is no longer brought. Very interesting. Mark says, But we since the Rishon knows our law. Like so, not all of the tzibur is brought both by the Bezdin as well as by the tzibur. Therefore, Meis Echad and Tzibur Chayavin, the eight tzibur Meisi. The members of the tzibur dies. He's still in the power. Why? Because it said tzibur never dies. Tzibur never dies. Meis Echad and Bezdin. But if one of the members of the Bezdin died, he died. That's us shit's thing. Okay. Rabbi, Shamir, Shem, Chasima says that this is so much money just because as follows. One of the members of the so if I remember about these 12 guys, we spoke about that because again, in Sibur, in Sibur, the interesting what's being introduced over here is that, so let's just check this out. Things in positive as good as good. Okay, fine, not okay, bad. Right, people acted on it. Now, things has to go ahead and bring the contact on another Sibur. Okay. Now, whether or not the Sibur brings or not, that's not focus. Not focus in the single way. Now, one of the members of the Bezdin dies. The Gemara is suggesting that the Bezdin will no longer bring the chatas. Here I say that it can't bring the chatas. Why can't they bring the chatas? Because the time of the Sibur was like the chatas as partners. The partners are like partners. Now, what it is, that's when one of the partners dies, the remaining partner, the chatas can no longer be brought. Okay, the Gemara says, is that true? Is that true? The Gemara says, sorry. Maske from the say, no potential. You don't mean how should I know? How do I buy? Should I have this shit in a base of? When the Rabbi says, point that we should understand that a Khatas short thing is not left to die. Not left to die. It's not going to say it over again. Understanding the Khatas are an individual, like we said before. Moving the Khatas separates an animal and then dies. What happens to that animal? That's an animal. You leave it to die. You can't go ahead. Khatas means Subhanallah. If the Khatas and the animal die, you can't offer up that Khatas. Now, this is interesting to me. What about a Khatas owned by partners? So again, it could very well be that you can't offer up that Khatas, but he's left to die. So the Gemara says, he says it. He said that hard to people show up to this. If you have the heart and the soul of your giver, so you separate out these animals. Don't go on and service any giver. Then what happens? Show up to lost the animal. Someone losing their job, right? Someone losing their job. I see they lost the part of the start of the giver. So what do you give? They say, what do you give? You lose the part of the start of the giver. You separate out like a set. Okay, fine. And then push out. And you have there. Everyone's saying the other part of the story of the giver is they offered out. They offered their placement, and then what happened? They find the old ones, or the original ones. What's that look? You're also human. You need them to die. You need to die. They're in with you. But the Rothschild says, no, you have to let them release, and then they develop them. But then you can redeem it. Why? Not those seaboard itself. Ultimately, then is the Khatas of the congregation. It's not left to die. So let's say that's Kohanim. The Gemara says, Shiny Kohanim to Ikru Kal. Kohanim themselves are called the congregation. So that is not looked at. Interestingly enough, that part of Sutter, that's not looked at as Karbanos of partners. That's what it was originally. Don't think about us like Kohanim. Kohanim is a cloud. The Gemara says, Yixid ala Kohanim, that called Ha'am, Ha'am, Yichab. So you see Kohanim called the cloud, but say, I'm days. Alamiata, nice with my Bahura. If that is ultimately a head, that Kohanim are called a cow, they ultimately have head. They should bring their own cow head on government at Seabird because they're called a cow. If he came on the if that's the case, maybe he'll say in there, you get to that white company instructor. And let's say over again, according to the opinion that says that when there is a mistake, instructor, the reason brings a fire, and instructor brings a fire. So how many paros is that? That's 12. The Kohanim are considered to be their own cow, then what? How many? 13. Remember, the apple, Shvato Shalidi or Ikru Kal. No, here's the difference is the Shevet of Levi is not called the cow. This is very interesting. One matrix. Two, Hinni, Mafricha, Nebisicha, Vinasaticha, the cow under. So those are these interesting enough by Abraham. Like the Shem says, I will be, I'll make you great, I'll multiply you. When I said that, when I said, I'll make you to a cow under. So right after that, it says, Oretz Hazos. So what do you see from here? Being a cow is associated with Eretz Yisrael. Which I say, by the way, that we learned this last week already, that only the Jews in Eretz Yisrael are called Kahal Yisrael. It's interesting enough that Gemara says, Kol Sheish La'achusa Ikri Kahal. Only those that are from the land, all through the again are called Kahal. The Kol She'in La'achusa, whoever does not have a portion in the land, no Ikri Kahal, is not called Kahal. So this is really fascinating. So therefore, again, interesting enough, Shimon Levi isn't called Kahal. Why not? Why not? Because at the end of the day, which I will say, by the way, it's interesting. It always seems like what it's saying is, what's the child? If you don't have a portion line, you're not part of the Kahal. So obviously, if you say it's a pasuk, the deeper idea is saying is like this: to be part of Kahal Yisrael, what has to happen? You have to have responsibility for the actual advancement of the land. If you don't have responsibility for the advancement, you're happy, you're beautiful, you're wonderful, but that's not Kahal. But Kahal Yisrael roll up their sleeves and they had become an agenda of Klal Yisrael in Eretz Yisrael. If you're not working the land, somebody already, if you're not advancing the land of Eretz Yisrael, then ultimately again, you're not part of the Kahal. Now, being part of the Kahal doesn't mean that Allah doesn't, I'll say, yeah, because he's also not part of the Kahal, right? In other words, but yet again, we're only with the part of Klal Yisrael, but the Kahal is something very specific. So I was thinking, how should we reach the problem? If Shimon Levi is not part of the Kahal, then I'm saying then again, you ever come up? How do you ever come up with 12 shmatim? Right? Again, that means ultimately at the end of the day, there's only 11. There's only 11. So you must have no. That 5 Menashe, Kiruben, Shimon. No, there are 12 shmatim. Why? Why am I saying? Because ultimately, again, Yosef becomes 2. Yosef becomes 2. Which almost, by the way, is fascinating. But by Menashe, it says, listen to this, yes, I'm not sure 2 tribes. What are the 2 tribes for? And by Menashe, the city of 2 tribes for tribal inheritance. For inheritance purposes, right? For land purposes, but not for any other purpose. Whereas, no, is that not true? But is that true? Below. I will say again, if I'm not sure if it's in the desert, but we have flags, we need flags. So remember again, the Friday National have their own flags. So there are separate tribes. Now, that was like, because remember again, so remember the flags have to do with where tribes lived. It also have to do with not tribal inheritance. It's all part of the same thing. I'm looking at the scene, but if I'm not sure, check out Nasi, each of the own tribal place. So let's cover in the scene. That wasn't order to give cover to the scene. I'll say, in other words, to say differently, that wasn't order to avoid Machlo test. If there was only one Nasi, but find that in Nashad, you could understand that's going to cause problems. Who does the Nasi come from? Right? Which one of them should get the Nasi? Decided was really beautiful. Shlomo Asa Zayin with Hanukkah. So ultimately, also Shlomo made 7 days of Hanukkah. Or is that for Hanukkah? Why? Hanukkah's Habayis. For Shlomo, the concept is I think that's really 7. So this really 7 and 7. We saw last week. 7 primary things of dedication. And law of Moshe, Lasos Shmiras. So why did Moshe only make 12? Why did he make 12? It says, not Moshe, that's a stress, what's that? Why would there 12 days of inauguration by the Mishnah? Which for only 7 days by the Mishnah, to the last one, to the seed. Ultimately, wanted to give covet to the seed. So I know what it happened. The first off, it only would have been so which tribal princes are represented, which are not. So I think Moshe will do. So long going with the dedication this way, every tribal priest ultimately again gets a part. Which I will say is a really incredible idea. But it's even there. If Moshe Rabbeinu was preoccupied with trying to show them to be able to extend the Hanukkah celebration of a quarter, ultimately again, that's what will be just the order to make sure of what's this. Absolutely incredible. Same thing when I have yoga. So let's snap, goes back to its original question. Let's get back on track over here. My Naviera, the Gemara says, what is the status of Chatos HaShutfei? So here's what you know. That's the name of the joy. Right? Right? Accidentally use Michal Shabbos. It's simply that Chatos and then die. What happens to that Chatos? What happens to it? It's left to die. Right? If it's as a Chatos, and some members of the seaboard die, what's halacha? The Chatos is still also, right? Why? Ein Nisa Tzibur. If you're right into that, the Jews came back to the second day said English. Our interesting question is what I think the Chatos owned by two people. And Chatos owned by a partnership. And one of the partners dies. What's the status of that Chatos? Is that the Chatos Halakim or Chatos Tzibur? To which he realized that that's what he might have like a Tashva. So it's a very interesting conclusion there. How should I decide though? The instruction says, Chatos Chatos. There are 5 categories of Chatos that ultimately are left to die. One of those 5 Chatos, Rai Chatos, is your Chatos Magotov, gives birth. Right? So if your Chatos gives birth, ultimately again, that Chatos is left to die. Right? Tmuras Chatos, if you exchange one Chatos for a Tmura, and I'll say, by the way, well, we'll see. Chatos Shnesu Banda. If you have a Chatos, you don't know the Chatos died. The Chatos is Chatos Ba'aleho, or you have a Chatos whose owner achieved atonement through another animal. So this would be the case of, let's say again, Rubinos Michal Shabbat says here, in six side of Chatos, was this Chatos, designated another Chatos, offered up to replacement Chatos, and then found the original Chatos. So the original Chatos is left to die. The Chatos Shabbos Shnosa, but once again, a Chatos is into karmic within a year. The Chatos aged out. Okay? Yata Yaakov, Loma, Ride, Chatas, sorry, Yata Soda, normal students. Yata Yaakov, Loma, Ride, Chatas, Mitzvah. So if you're dealing with Mitzvah, Chatas, Mitzvah, there's no such thing as offspring of a Chatas. Why not? Mitzvah, you appreciate the Kiva. Because if you're going to have him brings a Chatas, a middle animal, never be the animals. If I was like, again, just this important because in 2025, I will find these things. Right? So only females can have children, right? Very straightforward. Females, right? Right? So again, very logical realities that are all females that men cannot do. Right? So let's say, again, the Gemara says, so by seaboard, there's no such thing. The end of the day, ultimately, again, by seaboard is only a male chatos, not a female chatos. Liata Yokohama, Muras Chatas Mitzvah, and ultimately, again, he's also saying Muras Chatas Mitzvah, why not? Shade Tmura Mitzvah. There's also the concept of Tmura, only applies by animal. Tmura means that you exchange a sacrificial animal. So the halacha normally is if you exchange sacrificial penalty by bullies, Masa, Kodesh, Vashat, both age animal and the exchange animal both become Kodesh. The Tmura doesn't work by often. Instead, it's considered as like a okay. Next, the action is furthermore by Chatas and seaboard. There's no such thing as the older dying. Why not? Shane seaboard Mason. Before any said the seaboard, there's no death by the seaboard. Shane is Kapu Ba'adal, the She'abrush Nasa, Lo Shamame. So let's say interesting enough. The 2 cases that we don't know by its seaboard is Shane is Kapu Ba'adal. What happened if there was a Chatas at seaboard that and it was lost. The owners went ahead and got a replacement animal. They achieved the come through the replacement, then they find the original. What's the status of the original animal? And Shabbat Shnas, what's it aged out? It aged out. So those are 2 cases ultimately again where we don't go down over by Chatas Super. So so we don't know what that is. What's also Yaakov, Yamusu. So you might have thought ultimately again we should be left to die. So the way it says, you will sell something of flesh. Ultimately, again, we should learn unknown cases from the known cases. How so? Not seeing the black carcass is one carcass, she makes about now. You have to divine my name of the level C1. She is kind of about that, the other stress out, you have to know the level C1. So, as an English, you say that just like the first 3 only define individual C1, so individual carcass, and not to be the carcass. So, to again, the remaining 2, which apply to the individual. Let's see what. So what's inside? If you don't actually, that's not fair. Why is that not fair? Because at the end of the day, remember again, some of these cases are simply not possible by a as we Yisrael, which they must have shame, they had that mark of the government. So also bottom line, the Gemara says that Allah for the Yisrael, that is these five pieces of way. Hatas less is left to die, they're going to do it. Now what is it in their limit? Either they all apply or they all don't apply. So here for Allah for the Yisrael says is like this. Since when it comes to the Hatas, that's either already out of the gate, three of them don't apply, right? Right doesn't apply because if I don't offer up the other animals, Tumura Skatas does not because there's no Tumura ultimately again by Tumura Chatas and or by the Chatas or by Tumura offering, and ultimately again Chatas Shanisi that doesn't apply. Why not? Because in these 7 work, once those three don't apply then by definition, the other two don't apply as well by a Chatas Sibor, and therefore ultimately again, if you have the case of a Chatas Sibor where they lost the animal, went ahead and you offered up a new animal and then found the original one, you do not let the animal die, but rather again do the praise, develop a movie. Same idea, ultimately the cage is out. A lot more nice you don't leave it to die, rather you go ahead and rather than a praise, develop a more and then sell it. So a lot more nice and those fine situations where the Chatas are left to die. The only time you apply is apply all five. If you can apply all five, great. Fantastic. If you can't apply any part of the five, then by definition the remaining ones do not apply as well. As we found out the Parak let's see what is important. This one piece of Halacha Haisa to understand we pass them down there, meaning that by Parak let's see who's offering it. One power offered up by phase, one power offered up by phase. Now let's say what that does, and again, what that does mean, and this is very important, is if after the transgression was recognized, so again, he said, I'm not going to say again, you can eat chaylev. Right? So probably someone went down, somebody went down and ate chaylev, jar cut, and so went down and ate chaylev, and then it was discovered. So the days and these apart, the rest of the shvatim they're covered by the power of the days. If one of the members of the days dies, one of the days dies before the power is offered, then the power is not offered. So again, that's the technicality. If one of the members of the group does die before the power, then the power is not offered. The legacy becomes an heir. One power or so offered up by the days, they're going to say, Allah, holy days, I'm finishing our first back and second sorry, is what a power was. Tomorrow, the adventure continues. Shkoya. Everyone. I want to say good morning, let us begin by thinking all of ours conscious for this morning shape of thing. Our annual comes to us by the close talk of us to the United States of dedicated. Publishing this year as is so happy. Our folks for the month of the Elul, we will come back over the Shema of his parents, Avram and Ben Ashrakukas, and the angel, that's the zone and the folks. They all the tools of our precious answer during this month of the months ahead. When we finish the Mishmas, they are from this from Ayud and Pablo Yaakov, for the crop of the various countries of Brooklyn, Mishmas Eloi, then Ayud. What's in that? Let us be of course, as always in this course, we're going to be learning this was well as after be successful. Also with that, let's go. Bob Hashem, eat today, but we need to learn Hashem. For the Mishnah of the day, today's dot is Dalit 4. We are picking up on literally the top on Dalit 3B. Let's go. Okay, so picking up. This is what I'll review this. Actually, back to the two okay, second one, I'll review over. Yes, you know, if I do this, I'll create this script and this made up of 100 people. And they sat down to include the previous. A lot of them I saw, a lot there's no obligation for Baha'u'llah coming at Sibur, unless, of course, all of them participated in the judgment. All of them have to go ahead and have waited on the judgment. And then Kala Das Hayes, or Yishku, actually Yishku, and actually shows a lot of Kala Das as well. So what's an interesting about this? In other words, the only time that a reason is going to have to have a Baha'u'llah coming at Sibur is when everyone in the reason participated in the movement. So if someone abstains, for example, ultimately again, we don't have. Unlike when we have the ocean, but in the ocean, after this tablet, it seems to be eliminated as well. The Torah of the kind of one, we want the Kula. In general, we have because the Kula, the majority, ultimately is like the whole, the hard sleep in the over here. What does it say? Call Hakita. The question of commandation. God says that no one, that the entire faith must be participatory in this Psak Halacha to have a high element at Sibur. Or not, I can believe that. Okay, so let's just try. So that's what's saying. You learn our questions from our Mishnah. So today, probably because we read the Achalet Shadol, right? The things in Paskin, and one of them I was in the base name. You know, we got a mistake pushing me. Oh, I'm playing the Holos. Oh, we'll say, there was a Talmud with Rabbi, saying Yadi, who was fit for judgment, and he realized ultimately then that the movement was mistaken. But despite that, Allah for us out, he went and he ate the finger. That's the way to keep using that case based on their movement. So the Gemara says, some other things he did with the day, he did after things, he did before the day, he did it all. He just did it. Allah makes it. Allah Chayi, the nation of Talmud against it. At the end of the day, if you start this Mishnah, the individual is Chayi. Why? Because since he knows better, therefore we cannot count it as depending or acting based on the reading of the day. So says, one second. I do the Chayi. Now it's only this individual who's Chayi, because he knew better. It indicates us that if some other individual relied on it, ultimately they would be project that wanted to knife. Obviously, this is a case where we see Mishnah saying one of the judges dissented. Right? One of the judges ultimately again, one of the judges told the rest of the business, ultimately again, what you do is not correct. That psak is not correct. And I was saying, I remember, we just said before, that in order for this to be liability, ultimately again, what has to happen? The entire basin has to participate. But this is the case where one member of the basin is not participating. What's the case? You don't shake it. It's quite interesting. What's the case? With the sentencing judge, when the judge is saying, guys, you're all wrong, he went ahead and he nodded his head. Yeah. Interesting. So in other words, by nodding his head, it actually points out over here, he indicated that he is participating. So even though he did not participate, he gives the impression of participation. And of course, considered to be as if everyone has participated in this group. Interesting. So Tashma, all of these that much ago, the faith in Paskin, and one of the members of the base in realized that he made a mistake. From that point, and again, that judge says, Kabra, you're making a mistake. Are you able to do it? Ultimately, these things cut the from high element of that secret. Because you have to have everyone participate. And with the don't have them do it. It's interestingly enough, the reason they're partner is because he said to them, you're making a mistake. Ultimately, again, if you wouldn't say anything, you'd be liable. And you must be done and cover Allah and Allah. Not how about the Qur'an. But once again, if what you're going to write, why should it be right there? Because your person working to the liability, need the participation of all the judges. But here, not all the judges are participating on the Akinani and the share of the Russia. What's the case? So the case is where he's nodding his head. So the act of nodding his head, not of nodding his head, is considered to be participation, even though he's disagreeing with the face. So that's what I should have some sort of so what's the other thing that says? Rabbi Kalai, on the teachings of the all of these very solid, he said, you cannot go ahead and refuse something on the congregation unless, of course, we get certainty that the majority of people have the ability to go ahead and uphold cannot legislate law, but the majority of the populace cannot have all these other. Remember that this is why as out had to see the concept of mass counter paper spread, like spread by Gentile paper, which only ended up outlawed, and then what happened? And what happened because there was a possibility because you have communities where they want to know that you're but if they do the undue hardship, they had to rescind it. So let's listen to the micro. What's the passing that supports the sector? So you know what's the passing? From Rabbi. On the Eila 10 negative, so let me again, with a person of first need, see I can cope and Hadley Kulo, and you are stealing from me the entire nation. You are saying, the whole of it say, Hadley Kulo, and you both Kulo, yet he is such a was a expression of call, but call never means everyone, call me to go. Yours is right, to lift up the opener, to lift up. And he is flute for the opener's position. I will say again, the opener came on, there are no openers that they will never even face it. And you have a hard head of government that's remember again, what's power of government that's that's all good. Huskies, the literature erroneous son, the majority of the crowd relies on it. There's a special cover that's bought. He brings that card in power, he's at the calculus, that's the number that's called one after that. But the only capacity that the only time there is one for that is when the entire community participates in the Psak Halacha. Where does he get that from? Because Russian Hasidus can call Adas in Israel. The Gemara just went ahead and disproved that and showed that that's not true. Sometimes you can find the word call, and call can be what? Call can be majority. Call can be majority. So the Gemara effectively disproved of the Yotanah, and you do not need the entire participation of the entire community in order to go ahead and have a kind of WNS. Incredible. The other mindful Adas, the what is the meaning of the expression? Call Adas, it doesn't mean that you need 100% participation. What does it mean? So let's say, watch this. And you don't know what it means is, in order for there to be a part of that seaward, the entire site exit has to have been in attendance. All 71 judges have to be present. If someone was absent, someone was not there, you cannot have a part of that seaward situation. For example, I'm not sure. She never said the fucking about. And the show says 10 judges who are sitting in the judgment. Kolar, Tolan, and Sava Kula. Little bit again is a bead on yoke. There's a yoke on top of all of their necks. In other words, all of the judges carry a sense of collective responsibility for the psak of the base. This is true that that's their responsibility for the decision that is going to be made. So what was the picture of here? How come much for that? That he coming was to this. Even in case of, let's say, a student is on the same reason with his Rabbi. Now what does this mean? I might have thought like this. A student is going to try to ultimately differential. So therefore the student knows that the Rabbi is wrong. But he doesn't want to say anything. Mashmallah, no, everyone in that thing has responsibilities. And therefore the student responsibility can't just be different. So if you're on a base thing, you have an obligation to seek out truth, even if it's to the contrary of your Rabbi. If we know, it's very expensive. If we know, you have enough of the Medina, might see a star, and I did not, but if you know, and you would go out for judgment, same judgment, you would always take 10 students from the yeshiva. Why? He must have created in order that they be able to take relevant some of the splinters from the food. In other words, what's happening over there is Raffuna saying, if I'm going to take responsibility for judgment, I want others to shoulder that responsibility together with me. But actually, it's a true possible coming. I say, so I'm not just a class to almost come in. But actually, when someone would bring an animal, see if it was a trade part. I'd say, if I was going to animal as a touchdown trade, what would he do? He would essentially assemble the things of the animal right space. He'd bring 10 butchers from Masim Achasya and say, look at this particular animal. Why? I'm going to live at the empty Shiva Vishua. So that they should be preparing a little bit and a splinter from the food. So that they should be collective responsibility. So they'll say it's interesting. If when you makes it sound like that they were afraid of assuming the entire responsibility for the judgment and kind of wanted to defray a little bit of responsibility upon others. You can also very well be able to say that the way it works is you can accomplish so much more when you're part of a collective than when you do things individually. They couldn't have what that's happening over there as follows. Judgment requires judgment. Doesn't even have to know what happens. Because after all, the Gemara says, in the dying world, they have a rushing no go. So judge can only indicate that which he sees in front of him. Which means that even when you're the judge, no matter how I go from talk from you are, you never have information. So it's not going to Schneider. So if you try to learn that what these Rabbanim are doing is there's something ridiculous because there's always been a Shnat Mishra. There's always been a part evidence. What Jews act as a group, and we act as a nation, we act all as a group, as a cohesive group, that's a force multiplier. And what we could accomplish when we are together as a camera, as a base, as a individual, or as a nation, is completely greater than what we could accomplish as individuals. So could that all be that what I'm saying is individuals, there's a high power north with that, so making a mistake, judgment, of bringing others, we didn't bring in other Jews to create a cohesive spiritual group, and all that will have slack incredible. Mishnah is the Mishnah Tower, the Chazubah, things you have about the Mishnah, and one of the last arguments is interesting is that the thing here will use for it. Let's do same case. That same case, anything where they have and has the fact Caleb is mutter. Okay? So they pass it incorrectly, and then what happened? They made a mistake, they retracted their movement. Okay, whether they brought the car of government at sea or not, right? So if they brought the car or not, what happened? Someone acted on their stock. So let's say in this case, the previous case, Hazy made a mistake in movement. Hazy did a difference in that. Someone really went ahead and went out and did it. Okay, so the Mishnah said that Allah ultimately again, an individual is free from personal liability because he's covered by this. This case is different. In this case, these casting erroneously, they really realized their mistake, but Ruben didn't hear about the fact that they made a mistake. So what did Ruben do? Ruben went out and ate for them. So it's let's all up. The Shem called him. Shem says, Ruben is fucking. Ruben said Shem is fucking why? Because Ruben exactly based on himself. And basically, the Rothschild Omer sucking. Rothschild says it's a sucking. Everyone say interesting. Now what does that mean? It's a sucking. So ultimately, Rothschild says we're not sure. Is this cool that he's relying on basic or that he's relying on himself? So the Gemara says, "Ezu sucking." Not sure how the something. So hi. So it's interesting that Rosa says like this. He also makes an interesting distinction between cases. If you're in his home, then ultimately again he's fight. Why is that? Because if you're home, you should know about the hack. Right? You should know about that. You should know about what's going on, and you should have heard about the fact that he's in the first movement. If on the other hand, ultimately again he's traveling, and again he's out of the city, you should have. Again, it's understandable that he does not know that things are going to stop only to it. He says, "Mo da'ani bazeh shukara l'patam le'achova." And the key is, I happen to agree with this case that he's traveling. This case seems to me that it's closer to saying that he should be hotter than liable. However, as I might say that he should have so the watch that someone was traveling very quickly and if someone is in his home, Shayoshi the base or extra higher shmoa. He said, no higher extra shmoa. Because again, because that as I said, at the end of the day, so I understand the key to response. Someone who's in his home ultimately has every reason to know information. Someone who's traveling doesn't necessarily have access to that same information. All the things around us are so that's case one. Case two. Case two, interesting. Things being tested to uproot it. They made erroneous psak. But in this case, the erroneous psak is to uproot an entire mitzvah. For example, uproot. They need the Torah. In Shabbos by Torah. And I've always spoken about Torah. So let's say, for example, they say there's no such thing as something stuff. They make it dramatically with an entire segment of the Torah. There's no Shabbos. Nothing's no Shabbos. There's no prohibition of Avodah Zarah. So we'll say, what's that about? How they ate it to me. Now, what is that? How they ate it to me. So remember again, we're talking about now the life that we get from the Hana Pal of the Dhamma Minat Sibo. So as the sentence is outside of what this is, I looked over that sequel of the place was what? When the case didn't make a mistake about a detail in the mitzvah. So when they make a mistake about an entire mitzvah, there's no right in asking, we no longer have to observe Shabbos, we no longer have to observe Mitzvah, we no longer have to worry about Avodah Zarah. Then that's a mistake about an entire section of Torah, that's not how I would have done it. So what's this whole about the mitzvah, so tiny mitzvahs, and they pass it, and they upheld part of a mitzvah, and they gave part of a mitzvah off. That's how Caleb governed that super case. So, for example, each week of the so he said, it's not such thing as supposed to be done. But the man has the Shemerson can't be done. What is that? It was expected that the construct where a woman would see blood during certain times of the month. She would have to observe one corresponding day of purity. So these things that halacha doesn't apply. Like, or each Shabbos most of which is butter. Right, butter. So for example, let's say you do Shabbos, but you're allowed to carry something from the private domain to a public domain. So they make you think about a detail. Each avodah still covered the Torah by Mishkat has that butter. Like, it is, of course, there's a Zorah, but you're allowed to bow down. You can't do anything else, but you're allowed to bow down. So ultimately, again, on the English side of it, in these cases, we would be carried by why? Shneemar, Ne'elam, Javar. Javar, because when the pasuk structure, the pasuk says a certain detail was obscured by the case. So when Daisy makes a mistake about a detail, then there's Har Elam Nevermets. But if you make a mistake about the mitzvah in its entirety, then ultimately then Har Elam Nevermets for incredible. So let's analyze this point, let's hold this point. So you can see, I come to the Shem. So it's like the first thing. Asking that things order. Right? The next thing they realize is it's a mistake. They retract themselves. Ruben met and retracts. And therefore Ruben goes out to take what's Ruben's status. When Shimon says, Plucker, the Halacha says, it's really kind to something. We're not sure. Not sure. And then again, we get into a little bit about what's get home, what's traveling. So you want to see, you might have Rav Shimon, what's Rav Shimon's logic who says that it's Plucker. All of which is basically all said, ultimately, Rav Shimon says, look, at the end of the day, why is Rav Shimon in favor? Why is he in favor? What's the answer? Because he's relying on the sacrifice. That bottom line, that's the answer. So therefore, again, the fact that they retracted already, that's nice. But if you ask Ruben why you could use that piece of cable, he's going to tell you because of the sacrifice. Each time, there's something going on. Over Hayab Shimon, call him Russian, that's a real support. Not give the Isa, if you show it, I'll have to make sure that they're using it. In the summer version, so we can remember that any sound that went out from the giant's power of the sea, and a person, an individual acts on it, ultimately, again, he is cluttered. Versus why? Because once again, he's acting based on the psak of the Israel. So basically, we're into Kasha, parallel to Shotzi. The more we see the Obama's go up, and the Tchila, the COVID, the Rebbe Shem, it's what's very interesting. Let's leave aside about Torah for now. Let's say, I'm not with that right? Let's say, again, simple. Basically, possible Taylor's murder. Majority of Khan Yisrael went ahead and listened to that. Fine. So let's actually now what? That wasn't yet to do this power. So Shimon says, we make a collection. In a collection, right? We go ahead and we collect for that from Congress. So I'm going to make a little funny page. Right? This is for a guy I haven't done that. So a Congress phone goes in and contributes. That's what Shimon. You know, but he says, no, Shumas Halish got to buy. No. Take it from the whole Congress. It's kind of like this. Even if you got the vote, I'm going to go with them. They're both saying, that's the best thing that you're collecting from the general population. Everyone's going to know about the Hanan and that's it. And that's the case when Ruth goes ahead and eats the Caleb, how do you think you know that already collected in the general population for the Karpa? People is in the Dome Shadabastan. So what's one possibilities in this case? They need a stunning collection. They're fundraising, that leads to what they're fundraising for. People is in the Dome Shadabastan, the muscle, he wasn't in the city at the time of the collection. People is in the Right, keep up to yourself, or not the other time, beside your Okay, so here there's the first attribution. There's Shimon who says that we collected from the temple coffers. Therefore, it's my concept there's no problem with it. Okay, incredible. So remember, we're focusing now still on our first case of the issue. Basically, asking that Allah came with his mutter. They then realized their mistake. They reversed their psak. Shimon did not hear about the reversing. So what happened? He needs to is he liable or not? Right? Different than our first case, because in the first Mishnah, they did not know about the erroneous type of the movement, and therefore again they're still promoting this facade. In this case, they realized. So again, Shimon says, it's hard to this is still considered to be acting based on the guidance of the Bezdin, and then the Rothschild gets into the suffix says, otherwise it will tell you. The Mayor says, right there, the Chayyim, but she don't know that the next is your Chayyim, she was in the budget. The Rothschild over a suffix. And the Rothschild says, it's a suffix, it should Suchos Hamad, Hamad. Suchos says it's a little bit like suspended on the whole change. It's going to get on Hasham Hamad, coming out. So we'll say, look, the difference over here is whether or not, again, the individual is liable to bring Hasham Hamad. The claimant is a little bit more. Hasham Hamad, we'll say, is an ordinary situation. Ultimately, again, we're not sure, did you go ahead and commit to that Teva or not? Did you get it back? That's what's called the Hasham Hamad. So the Gemara says that's how it's just let's analyze it. So the Gemara says, top of down, all about it. Good. The person that goes without saying, whenever again, we keep referring back to our original machlokas, so one of our early machlokas, who brings the parhal of government at Sibur? Ultimately, again, is that the people, is it the base? So when the thing that says in Sibur, the first smell also, is that everyone knows about it. Allah Kulima knows basically, the first smell also, we have a shawl, haba on the way. So I'll say, even according to the thing that says that it's the base thing, that's crazy. So it's not as much about personal publicity. Still, have who they as he would have found out. You must say it's interesting to see that you actually think it's not like this. Is like how much liability, how much responsibility is there on moving to find out about the current state of affairs. I'm not able to see. Much of the simplest amount of over. So what could simplest is position be compared? But other shady have also been muches. So it's like a religion who brought his carbon in a shmoshes. Almost in a memory, and carbon must be brought by day. See, brought by day. This is somewhat going to be brought in the carbon in a shmoshes part of between day and night. Something you all know, something you all know. This is what it says. So something we got, something that's right. Finish marshals. Something we all know. This capital, something Sheikh Hasheha, this capital Sheikh would be Asham Tabo. So ultimately, the most astounding example of the people who are not doing Asham Tabo. The Allah, everything you do, the way possible yourself. And again, it goes to that same place with the thing that says that it's pleasing that brings this CEO because again, there's no publicity associated with that. Number zero, the possible yourself. Even according to the beginning that says that it's the tzibah that brings it, and therefore the movie publicity around it. So because the haka is something we will all know, something we Sheikh Hasheha, each sha'ar will ashkar finish to the shayla. There was a mistake over here, ultimately, again, everything you know was, so to speak, to ask for clarity. That's different than the case by the basin, but it's something to ask for clarity. I don't know what that's like. My shemay, so is not finished. Remember again, so far, we've clarity on the position of Rabbi Shimon. Right? Rabbi Shimon says that Basin wants to carry his mother, and Basin walks it back. Right? Basin reverses. Moving into the clear about the reversal, it's clear. Rabbi Shimon says, Departure. Why? Because we're considered to be acting on based on the psak of the Basin, and therefore you are covered by that. Then after that, remember again, the Belazar just follow the progression. The Belazar says, suffering. And then the Mishnah introduces the idea, the difference between if he's home versus if he's traveling. Rabbi Akiva said, I hear that, right? I hear that. And Akiva says, I think that the one who's traveling ultimately, I'm leaning to saying that he's potter much more than saying that he's kind. But as I said, ready. Remember, that as says that he's ready, he's coming. So as I says, ready. Honestly, what's someone's traveling and someone who's home? It's very simple. Someone who's home should know what's going on. Someone who's traveling doesn't have access to information. So shout before they Azai, so he says, go with that, Ben Azai, or other FC, like that, we got me out. Listen to this, also, and that the case would be, let's say he then ultimately again begins to travel. He left his house, but he's still in the city. Still in the city. So I say, so what would you do in that case? What would you do? And then Azai fight, but they say, he said, going to Ben Azai should be fighting one, because he's still home. He's still home. Ultimately, the butter, the high gifts, but then ultimately, the butter, if you want to be a house, you don't have the same access to the fridge. Incredible. However, it's a lot or as far as was example to glass publication, which is maybe the bulk of our country. So this is first of all, it's a high plastic. And I'm not ultimately passing that kind of people. Right? So the name that I want for myself, facing passing the dad, given his mother, right? Then facing reverse the sock. After the reversal, Ruben eats hair. What's Ruben's liability? So we accept this distinction. If Ruben is home, then ultimately again Ruben is hiding. Why? Because if you're home, you should know what's going on. You should know about the reversal. If Ruben was traveling, then how long said, and even if his house, ultimately is going to be Potter. Why? Because once you leave the house, you don't have the same access to the nation, and he's considered to be acting based on the sack of the big stick, and therefore it's himself a personal liability. Incredible. Next, then what's what Mishnah say? If you have based in Deuteronomy's psalm, and they uproot an entire section of the Torah, there's no such thing as Shabbos. That's not parallel that's what's parallel that's when they make a mistake about a detail regarding the mitzvah. So says if you want to talk about it, again, when is it plus when is it parallel that's when based in makes a mistake regarding a detail davar but not regarding the entire mitzvah. So what's the example of this? How do they leave the Torah in Shabbat the entire mitzvah of the Torah? We see there's no Shabbos, there's no about Torah, not only Tayyab. You would have thought that maybe the right would treat Parhab of Davar, but however, Ne'elan Davar, the location to Moshe is coming in its Kula, Harabari, again, of course, that's how I don't know this is. Usually, the Torah, Bahaba, so that's something you don't have to. So, for example, I make a mistake. So, it's a pretty simple thing. The bar, if you have relations with the woman who's observing what the community corresponding to what she's so believing, such a person is called there. Right? That's called parallel legacy. When they make the mistake in detail, no possible. Yes, shots the Torah about a motive surrounding Potter. There is no Shabbos, but a person that carrying something from a religious surrounding is Potter. So they make a mistake with the detail. Ultimately, again, how the religion goes. The upper you can thought that these should be Potter, these two sensitive. You shall have no problem. And on the Shtach Potter, same thing. Here's about the Zara. But to make a mistake of a detail regarding that whole Zara. So again, halachah so not when you tune in Kabbalah, the Ne'elam Dov part below. We'll say this is it. The parallel government at Seaboard, basically what we find is think regarding the detail of the mitzvah. Right? We seek to approve mitzvah in its entirety. Again, it was it's Potter is there, Potter from parallel government at Seaboard. Certainly not a good reason. Luckily, to the human says, if you talk about to them, back to us, color goes to them, then I play off it. So let's like this. You would have thought ultimately again, the art part of that. If you're going to say ultimately again, when the upward part, the one in the backward part, the partner, and to go ahead and uproot everything in the partner, then when is your reliability? How do the partner is what kind of body like? Not, Dabar, full of us about not really the man of Dabar. How do you know Dabar only means a detail? Maybe Dabar means entire mitzvah. So we must just have a little bit of Dabar. So much that they might match the other state. How do you see from the first of the Dabar? Every right, then we need to detail. We have to be in its entirety. And then we look how we made the Dabar. So the way we actually understand the Dabar is the Dabar. The eyes were blinded to a detail. Amar the Gemara says, "This the Amar Ma'asu Achos." We call it source. We call it source from what we call it source. So again, the Rothschild is going to be something we call it source. We call it source because a detail from the mitzvah and not just the mitzvah. Because the Rothschild and the other governments are another. We need to Shama. When talking about the US, another one's talking about me. The rebellious sage, that's the guy that the member of the faithful who will not go ahead and give in to the majority. The secret is that the memory, he probably means Rabbi, but Sassy and Darshan, you know, thought you have a small. My memory had double called Rabbi. After all, the double called Rabbi, just like second memory. It's hard to detail. So to find the let's see what Rabbi means a detail, I'm not going to small. Eight is in Taiwan. Actually, so once I saw that, it's just want to point out what that was happening just there is that the differences are coming as the word to burn this out. But the good news is everyone is agreed with how often we agree that Allah said it's only power of government at Sibor when basically makes a mistake about a detail of its stuff. But if they make a mistake and they want to upkeep its entirety, ultimately the thing is the hundreds of Dutch world. Eight days in Thailand, very interesting. Actually, Dutch has the people. So let's say listen to this. It is only power of government at Sibor when basically makes a mistake regarding something that it's duty afterward. Okay, well, so these about the Dutch has pretty more involved, but if they make a mistake regarding something that it's a duty to agree with, to it. Ultimately, they're part of. Like I say, remember again, what did it agree with? Right? What do they agree with? Torsion of 7. It's explicit. They disagree with Torsion about that. So if you can merge things like this. There's only power knowing that Seabird in a situation ultimately again where Basin makes a mistake regarding something that's not explicit. But if they make a mistake regarding something that is explicit, ultimately there's no power knowing that Seabird. Why not? I love zero coming playing with Rav. Pay attention in class. Pay attention in class, which means again, if Basin makes a mistake in something that's explicit in Torah, listen, that's negligence. That's negligence. How to have a governor at Seabird was like is where so you did the same kind of that. It's where you make a mistake in a detail in a mitzvah that's not explicit. So it's okay. Mistakes happen. But you make a mistake in something explicit or even it's a duty notice. That's professional negligence. And professional negligence, that's not how Elam government. It's incredible. Someone says, let's analyze this. It's not. So let's say, because the examples that the Mishnah gave seem to be examples that are explicit in the Torah. So it's not. You first find out about it. Each need of the Torah, about don't butter, not night. Shomer something that can go. See, is saffron law. The language is Safaris act on the effort. So let's say, listen to this. But the halachot of Shomer something that can go, that it leads on one day, 30 days of the month. And she observes one corresponding thing of power of purity that actually explicitly written in the Torah. So shouldn't that be nice? So again, you just said before that if anything is explicit, you don't bring power of government. That's hard. Which you must remember, maybe the mistake it was to power Shariah by Iyokidasi. He said that if you initiate with his mother, it's only contained that's hospital. And that means it also says possibilities they call a higher law. So ultimately it says if the man exposes her nakedness, which means even initial without completing the act. So we also so what's the mistake? Yahweh, Kidarka Siro, Shemo Kidarka Shari. They said, oh, it's only Kidarka, that's also here Shemo Kidarka ultimately is going to be that's the mistake. It doesn't make sense. Huxley, Mishkevesha, Yahweh Kidarka Osir, I'm sorry, Mishkevesha. What's it? Interestingly enough, the Torah refers to omissions, it uses Mishkeveh. Mishkeveh is plural, which means that there are two halakhically recognized acts of Biyah that are both legitimate acts of Biyah, Kidarka and Shalokidarka. So to make a distinction between those two, ultimately again, what is making a mistake in it is the love of the Torah, which we were said, so what they're saying is like this, it's Kidarka, even initial means that answer. Shalom Kidarka, the might be the Asavara Shaya. If the Shalom Kidarka, then ultimately is only completing the act, that's also the initiation of the act, ultimately again is going to be water. Alright. I feel you don't know. So to make that same mistake with general Hakos Liga, not just a person, I love the only Kidarka, rather than reality, and making a mistake is covered. So the other Ha'ara, shut the government ultimately around the mistake is about Ha'ara. Is initiated Biyah, and the third one is only applies to the bona fide Biyah, and not Shomer something that we do. So it's trying to show how the case that we get with the Mishnah is a mistake about a particular explicit. What about the elevator market? The mistake they make is that only going to become a Zara. The mistake called the name so far. Okay, so that's an example. So the mistake only going to become a Zara again because it says called the name so far. That's the mistake when you become a Zara whenever she has a Zebus flow, whether it's by there by now. Good, yes. Shiny. To these cases, the cases make a mistake in detail. And I like to say, a non-explicit detail. So I said, you Shabbos, but I want to just wonder. So here's an example one. They said there is Shabbos, but you're allowed to carry an item from one domain to another. You must what? That night, Hotzah Ksiva. Hotzah, the prohibition to transport an item from one domain to another domain of Shabbos is explicit. He says, Hotzah Masam Yibachechet. So it's an explicit lesson. So how can you stick that as how has a government that's liability for this? The only Hotzah Udasa Hachnasa Mutter. It's interesting. Say ultimately again with solve, which means so much as another strong fish say it's going to be awesome. But after that, some reverse of that is more good by saying, coming out some across with that zero, motion is solely shut. Or they say, for example, transporting line is awesome, but handing something or throwing something is water. So again, an example of where they're mistaking of details. Yeah, that's what comes on that buncher. So if you finish the one, it says, Abodizar is also the down is mutter. What? It's like, right. I'm the stack of a hot seat of the soup, no stack on there, it's an explicit person. Don't bow down to another guy. The army, he has serious stack of the Akinaka, about Hoshiloki Daraka, Shadna. They say ultimately what is bowing down, Passer, but that's a normal way to worship the idol. But if you bow down to the idol, that's not the normal way to worship it, it's more good. So that's the example, also what's the example, it's Baal Bar. How do you go and worship Baal Bar? Right, it's an all-time crowd, favorite. Like you get the king of the idol. Right, so let's say you bow down to Baal Bar, I would have thought that I walk on my saw, you're a potter. So that's the same thing. There's no serious back in that. Certain forms of worship are also for all forms of idolatry. Bowing, right, prostrating yourself is one of those. The Lord says, everybody said, no, there's not going to be like the back and also. This thing you should have my life. It's not going to be like you should have my life. Shout. What the other thing it was, it can only form prostrational bowing is also, right? But ultimately, again, the non-full frustration of bowing is not also, which is a mistake. So the Lord said, that would be an example of how that's so it's a bottom line. The Lord is accepting this idea from Mishnah, but the only time that thing is how that symbol is playing. So it makes a mistake regarding a detail in a mitzvah. What kind of detail? A detail that it's when you ID, it's not explicit, but a mistake regarding explicit. They're trying to uproot a mitzvah in its entirety, ultimately no hard hammer dominancy. The entire website, dominant things. Where does it? Encourage you to slow. So that the following, you got this, but not the following. Let's say he's asking. There's no Malacca place. Malacca Polish is plowing us. And instead, there's no Malacca off of the church Shabbos. Now, what is that organization? They can come with this. They can only just speak. On the other hand, one of the things we have this 39 Malacas. I always said that 38 Malacas. Right? But you're just disagreeing on this detail. So this is called constant detail limits. Right? So therefore, I never should be stuck with the time of it and say, well, oh, Duma came in the Kadisha, called it the Kadidas, so it's or what they're doing with this society is they're uprooting an entire Malacha. So maybe uprooting an entire Malacha is called uprooting an entire mitzvah, and therefore there's no power of the mitzvah like that. So it's interesting, Shaila. So on one hand, they're agreeing that there's Shabbos and that there's Malacha. They're just disagreeing on one detail, i.e. one Malacha. On the other hand, you can say no, they're going ahead and Halacha L'Maisa. They're going ahead and Halacha L'Maisa uprooting an entire Malacha. Maybe that's called uprooting an entire mitzvah, and therefore, no power have a fellow in that sequence. Let's analyze Tzitoshma, huge meaning with our Rothschild, no potter, and going back to Mishnah's case, there is supposed to know and if you have issues with Shemesha, you don't ultimately partner. But I'm not. Hamyon, Shemesha, but they uprooted this entire detail of the Mosai. The Mishnah said when Basic uproots the entire mitzvah, there's no parallel going that sequel. We're trying to figure out over here is what happens when you uproot the entire detail that is part of a bigger mitzvah. So the Shemesha the uprooting this entire mitzvah. Shemesha, the community condition in Europe is also never again. We saw before, we were making a statement regarding a detail about Shemesha, not saying Shemesha is Rothschild. You should this for Torah, about a multi another part of Torah again, based in Paskin. There is Shabbos. This Shabbos for Torah to carry something from Rishos Halav to Rishos Archisiach Slavik. That night, how do you know it's all Korean? They're going ahead and they're uprooting the plants of the whole saw, which was a window. Also, now because you answered it already, more than against it, you're saying you're allowed to throw something, allowed to hit something, to make you think about the detail. Touch tomorrow. You can show us how come about the staff of that content, right? There is about these are now down the water, but I'm not. How do you staff of that content? They're uprooting the concept of frustration. So you say, once again, I'm talking about patient. No, you answer that. They're uprooting making a mistake regarding a detail, a frustrational detail they're making a mistake about. So, let's say, ultimately, the word doesn't answer it, right? So now, Rabbi Yossi's kasha is a very interesting idea, which is here, basically asking, there's no plowing on Shabbos. So what is that? Do we say they're making a mistake regarding the detail of Ruchal Shabbos, right? And therefore, I think it's parallel government that people want to know, they're uprooting higher than Ruchal. So therefore, that looks like the uprooting higher than Mitzvah, and therefore, no part of other than that Mitzvah. So let's say, environments will have Hashem, and they will answer this. So where it says, right next to that, Shabbos B'Shvias Nahal. It's very interesting. That's the case of Paskins. Shabbos doesn't apply to Mishnah either. Shabbos doesn't apply to Mishnah either. So first of all, we'll see why I didn't say that. So we realize that the night of I had to drug out what we feed them to this. What we feed to this. So we stay regarding the following class. The Chorish, the Katzer, is Shmos. So the Pasuk said, we're looking again. Chorish means plowing, Katzer means harvesting, and Shabbos is not the Chorish Shadi to Shabbos. So we ask them like this: when there's plowing, there's Shabbos. And he's not going to have Shabbos. No, when there's no plowing, there's no Shabbos. When there's no plowing, when there's no plowing, Shmita. So ultimately, again, so that would be a mistake. So the basket, there's no Shabbos during the Shemitah there. So we have to keep it in the kind of like Shavuot, because it says nothing. So we see like this, on the one hand, look, as much as you're in the Rachel Shabbos, during the Shemitah there, but they're upholding Shabbos, right? During the other 6 years. So therefore, if this is called this detailed, not upholding the mitzvah, even the fact, how do you the Shvi is called, he doesn't look funny. On the other hand, uprooting Shabbos for the entire year, it's called making a mistake regarding a mitzvah in its entirety. And therefore, no problem with the mitzvah. Radina Tashma, no Mishnahs, they have a lot for them to get it to the people mitzvahs, or people mitzvahs, suppose listen to this. They have a false prophet, right? And the Rabbi comes along and he prophesizes to uproot the mitzvah. And the Rabbi comes along and says, I prophesy, I heard the word of God, and there's no Lord without prohibition or idolatry. Jesus, for that's a capital offense, death penalty. Death penalty, ultimately, again, listen to this. If people mix us, what happens if it comes along ultimately again, and he upholds part of the mitzvah, and he negates part of the mitzvah? The Shimon over Potter, the Shimon says that it's Potter. Let's go Potter, when it comes to idolatry. Even if he says today, like Fridays you're not going to idolatry, but the rest of the week you can't. Ultimately, again, to give you what's it with the Mishmah? Any Shabbos Mishis, if people put us or kill these from Mishmah, it goes away from here. You see from here the Halakha of Esau, when you play around, or when things get starting in detail, that is a lot more a particular part of a mitzvah, even if that part represents something substantial that is still ultimately mistaken with detail and not an attempt ultimately again to uproot the Torah in its entirety. Instead of also working backwards. Halakha ultimately again, what we see that's not therefore, the case over here of where a person says, there's no Shabbos or Shmita, that's considered to be mistaken in detail. By extension, the Rothschild's case, basically it's an erroneous psak, and they say, Halach Lamais again, there's no Malach of Chodesh, no Malach of Valley, that is considered to be a mistake in the detail of a mitzvah, not enough rooting of a mitzvah, and therefore there is parakam of David Yatsida. Instead of us like, bring this all together and turn it down to positive. Halach Lamais, what is the parakam of David Yatsida? Ultimately, again, only when the basically makes a mistake is something that is not explicit. If it's explicit, as evidenced by the fact that even the tzaddikim agree with it, no power of the tzaddik. Right? Furthermore, there's only liability when they seek to uproot a detail. But ultimately, again, if they seek to uproot, and that's if they make a mistake regarding the terms of this and its totality, no power of the tzaddik. In these cases, where again the patient is making a mistake regarding a unit of a mitzvah, even though it's a significant unit, as long as the mitzvah that we got told remains intact, they will be liable to buy out of the mitzvah. Basically, a mistake, and one of the members of the realizes it's a mistake, but I'm going to tell it out there. I was actually, by the way, this is very exciting because you don't always see it like this. The dramatic consciousness, the progression of the Mishnah is dramatic. Right? One, basically made a mistake, no one knows about the mistake, individual acts. Mishnah 2, basically makes a mistake, basically realizes the mistake. Three reverse, and ultimately what they don't even know. Mishnah 3, basically makes a mistake. The other effort mentioned, and one of the members of the Bezdin themselves now realizes, this is a mistake, and 3 sound no, not that. That's wrong. Guys are wrong. Or for that matter, again, Bezdin passing and rating out Bezdin. Yeah, Bezdin, having the court, what's with that? What's because Ojaya Ataman here, Olakzer, Olisin, Osaka, or there was a member of the Bezdin who was a convert, a Manzer, and a seen also with converts, or something. Or say we're going to see culture, how you learn about your soul, that you couldn't find the church. I wasn't going to talk about this, but all of these individuals are not allowed to serve on a Sanhedrin. Like these are disqualifications. You cannot serve on a Sanhedrin if you're again, if you're a Manzer, if you're in a sin, or your soul of the Gentile keys. So again, it was essentially was a disqualified member of the Bezdin was Halacha, and then Zepater. So essentially, if the Bezdin rendered it sad, so it's speaking still there. But ultimately, again, case number 1, it's a member of SAC, but before the SAC was formalized, or it was formalized, and what the member said, you're wrong. So there's only an awareness about the erroneousness of the SAC from the beginning, ultimately, again, in that case, or for that matter, again, Halacha L'Maisa, there's a disqualified member of the Bezdin. In these cases, Bezdin will not bring up our Halam Dalam in that situation. It says over here, and it says over there, just like Ita, ultimately, again, this is in the case of capital cases, just like Ita refers to a unit, a body that is perfect for adjudication of cases. So to be here, like I am of that seaboard, or to be the seaboard where every one of the cases is fit for or to be a case. Says the Gemara, no, it's not in Jesus' name. So the big thing is with the Psak, and the range member of the case was not there. The Psak ultimately again, there's no problem of that seaboard. So the says, why not? To really know that from our church, just like the time very strong, if they not all the holy without chance to be both multitude. What is that said before? That things in the business regarding the explicit people. So explicit that even the significant of communicate. Why are they popular? If they should hide in the having room for what we do. Because they should know. They should not acknowledge and they do not do so. Same thing. How do you adjudicate a case without the ranking sage? Adjudicating the case without the ranking sage is like that when we mentioned in school. Obviously, you have a ranking sage. Why do you have it? Because he's the smartest guy in the group. Don't think of yourself. Don't think you are the smartest guy in the room. Like, it's usually someone smarter. So ultimately over here, there's an optimistic. How do you go ahead and everybody and asking about it? Do they shine on the room longer? So now, so sitting in session without the faith is the same thing as making and restricting an explicit halacha. All of them represent best languages, there's not how long government at sequel. Never shut it or never cut it. That's not really law. So say you have a hustle, I was saying, stop over for tables. Alright, so I don't know what the quality was of that button. So quite because we're gonna get it really unique growth, even if it's as a little slot. Again, we made it. Okay, let's get it now. We'll see the pages that had on a little bit. The print gets bigger. Tremendous as well. That's got to help you with. And good job, this. Everyone's doing. Good job, this everywhere. Good job, this. Thank you, guys. Good job, this everywhere. All right, so we'll say good morning or good morning. Let's begin. So first of all, our shir sponsored this month by Paul Catholic College. Memory of Solomon, right? Poet Sarah Bassagam, Shmuel Ben Zakaria, and then Shabbos Hanali, the family of Kama, and all of Mishpacha for this sponsorship. Also, by the information about the units of Sarah Shmuel, Baskin Yaman Halevi, aka Rabbi, who's Yonson Forces this past week, over the American party, Shalom Hanali, at the family of Kama. So with that, let's begin a lot to take that. Fine, we are on Valley Public League by the Michigan. Second class mission on the down. 2, 4, 6 of our different values. Hopefully by now you managed getting into the sentence. How do you see the beauty of it, the intensity of it, a little different kind of color than what we're normally used to. But something very exciting nevertheless. The second mission of Horu Shogun, but also called like how Shogun. It basically mistaken erroneous ruling, and Cloudy Swell acted upon this ruling to showcase as well as Cloudy Swell did not realize that ultimately something was wrong. They had done something wrong. They're being empowered. So ultimately, again, they bring the power of government. This is a special cover that's brought when Cloudy Swell unintentionally follows an erroneous ruling of the disease in Cloudy Swell. What happens is they purposely gave an erroneous ruling. What Cloudy saw the king was showing, whereas Cloudy saw didn't realize that's a little bit correct. So I love that the Kispo Sira. So once you see this, what this essentially means is that the Kispo Sira is another way of saying a personal purpose. So this gives almost like where the intention, the erroneous ruling of the reason was intentional. Cloudy saw was shogi. So in that case, there's no power of government activity, but just personalized the regular purpose. Show you for us this if the basin wasn't shown, but the people knew basin was wrong, but they still intentionally violated it. And that is no problem. So there's no power handle of dominance. Because as we see, power handle of dominance is only when everyone is showing. That's number one. And of course, there's no personal liability, there's no contest, because contest is also only brought in the case of shogi, and in this case, Cloud and so on. The word goes like this. Shogi gave the us so we can proposition as follows. And it basically never would be shown. Cloud Israel went ahead and acted in the how they able to open again and they are mother. They are mother. The power out of the principle. How show you that we can incorporate this. And it was showing the basic that it works. What's that mean? That is high. What what's the case of showing the basic of it? Shahoru based, which is in the water. So basically, also had this case where you're basically asking mistakenly that he lives with water, and it's highly will be sugar. And that's what happens. I have a piece of sugar, a piece of sugar. My caleb, which is the sugar, is very bad sugar, gets mixed up. Though, and I end up eating caleb. But remember again, my intention wasn't to eat caleb. What was my intention? My intention was to eat Shuman. But yet I ended up eating the caleb. So what's that? So the first thing was, I'm sorry. But also, so the other case of Shogi Tumya Dimisi, which sounds like based on what the Mishnah said, that should be a case of where I should be covered ultimately again in my liability by the Pesach basis, to which the Gemara says, that's the case. If Shotah, if I yet again, ask that very question over. The toleration is even for us to show again. Tell us if we show again about us. So what's which the Gemara answers don't infer anything from the discussion. Rather, the Mishnah was just for was Mishnah symmetry. So the Mishnah began by saying Shoke. Since the beginning said Nizik Ba'asu Shogigan, therefore the Sefer just wrote Shogigan Ba'asu. What's the takeaway from this Mishnah is that in order to be chayiv in a hard of government at Seaboard, in order to be chayiv ultimately to that government has to be Shogigan on the part Shogig on the part of Bezdin and Shogig on the part of Klal Yisrael. Bezdin must be mistaken, must be Shogig in their delivery of their erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael must be Shogig in their reliance on Bezdin. Everybody is Shogig, and ultimately we can bring the power of that. Says the Mishnah. Koru Bezdin, Klasu Kalakala open it up. So let's say it's a Bezdin delivers, they're only to stop. And what happens? All of Klal Yisrael, or for that matter, in the majority of Klal Yisrael, acts on the psak. So we'll say, what's that? The Viyan Har, the Viyan Har. So we're doing a Har Hal of the Viyan. So we're adding another qualification. That qualification number one is that the base has to be the Shogeg, Klal Yisrael has to be the Shogeg. Next qualification I will say is that there must be the Kol HaKal, which we'll discuss what that means, or either the entire Klal Yisrael or the majority of Klal Yisrael has to act based on the mistaken of these. If that happens, also you can bring up power. If it happens to be that the mistaken ruling was regarding Abu Zara, then Abu Zara, the power is sold. So ultimately, again, we'll say for this Abu Zara, it's not just the power, but there's an additional son as well. And Rabbi says, he says, good base Shvat and the B and good base part. He says the following. That ultimately, again, if every constitution or all the shvatim sin, the she brings their own power. So again, it was the same case. Ultimately, again, based on delivered an erroneous ruling, the tribes act, Klal Yisrael acts on that ruling. That the Yehuda comes along and says that each shevet must bring their own power, hell, and dominant. The being your base part of the again, mistake was with Abu Zara. That each shevet must bring its own power as well as its own seer for 12 part and 12 seer. What's the hand without it? If Shimon says, you your part, or by others to come Shloshasar part. So listen to this. You will see it. Power to start the whole shevet, the shevet, power to start in the base. Read the built on that he says, let's say, that for power of the Tzibur, each shevet brings their own, and what? Based on this one. So, for example, I want to say in a normal case, so there would be 13 parim, one for each tribe, and they would bring their own. If it was Abu Zara, it would be 13 parim and 13 seed. So the Gemara says, "Koru Bezdin, Ba'asu Zayin Shvat and Obrubad." What happens in Bezdin, the ministers that are erroneous ruling, and 7 tribes. So also mention the festival. 7 shvatim. Obrubad Albiyah. So what's it? Or for that matter, the majority of Klal Yisrael. What's it? In this case, remember again, we're collecting it's either a tribal majority or a clerical majority. Tribal majority is why the 7 of the tribes go ahead and follow the erroneous ruling. Or when it says Obrubad, or the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, even if it's less than 7 tribes. So now look, it's the being power. So say here it says that Allah as long as that either a tribal majority or a numerical majority of Klal Yisrael following the erroneous ruling of Bezdin, that triggers the power of them in that situation. And Yehuda says as follows: Yehuda Omer Zayin Shvatim Shecham, the being Zayin part. Yehuda says if 7 of the tribes sit, and each tribe brings its own power of them in that situation. And Yehuda always holds that each tribe, each shevet brings its own power. Furthermore, it says something amazing. He says, what about the other tribes who did it better than God? But being out they had power. Ultimately, again, it was like the tribes who didn't sin bring a power for the tribes who did sin. Why? He says, Shahab English Shalofatu, but being Because ultimately, again, even the tribes who did not sin bring a par on behalf of those tribes who did sin. Rabbi Shimon says, Fesfarim, the Babalas will call it Fesfarim, the Fesfarim. Har Bisar the Shevet, the Shevet, Har Bisar the Bit. Because Shimon says, only the tribes who sin go ahead and bring a carbon. Or Rabbi Shimon has, he said, based in brings a carbon. So the tribe will bring its carbon, based will bring its own additional carbon. Only based shall Acham and Ashlag, the Asher and Achim. Was actually very interesting. What happens if the High Court of one of the Shvatim outside their own court? Let's say one of the High Courts of one of the Shvatim asking the Romans, delivering a wrong outside, and that Shevet acted on that Psak. What's that over? Also Shevet Kayim, Ushar Kol Shvatim Kil Rabbi. So the goes over saying that Shevet followed its wisdom is Chayim for a part, but the other Shvatim are part. The Chum say no. In Kayovan Ella al Moroya al Ella al Harios. The Harios based in our God. So we'll say the Chum say no. And I'm definitely that Sarah will say it's only brought if there is one based in the universe of a religious group. That's the High Court, Sanhedrin. Shene Emar Kaladas Sra Yishku Velo Adas also Shene. So I'll say interesting to that some of these things Adas Sra is actually referencing the Sanhedrin we going to see. So the Chum dispute the Chum say that the tribal court goes ahead and the religious group. It is because by both the Harha of the Tzibor, only the Sanhedrin issues that are Israel. Ten rabbis will say, now have a fundamental three of my focus issue to analyze this now. Ten rabbis. Yadu Shor Tau Mahom. What's this case? Let's say these didn't realize that they had issued an erroneous ruling, but what? They did not, they didn't realize, but they don't remember what the wrong Psak was. Look at the first Rashi in the Gemara. Rashi says, Yadu Shor Tau Mahom. Roma Holudays, which are the book of the Tzas. Also, Kala Peva of Shop, you feel it all down. Davi Had Shividas myself, Bilbad, the Had Bahora, the Ahaka Yadu Shor Shlokurai, and the Shetor Mashor, the William in Ala Hulu, or Ala Dam. So, this case, they didn't realize that they made the erroneous ruling, they just forgot what the erroneous ruling was. So, they don't either, they didn't forget, you just can't remember which one. In the interim, what happens? Rabbi is considered both of these things. So the Shabbos says, what do you accuse? So Yaakov, you might have thought that they be high hell of that Sibor Tamlomar, they go to Hachatas. Because it says that the sin became a law. The law should go to a It's not just enough to people sin, but rather again for a high hell of that Sibor, what they do. It has to be specific knowledge as to what the law actually was. Asher Chacham. So we'll say that, and then it's a lot more nice. In order to trigger the hard of government and see more viability, there has to be clarity as to what the law of Psak was. Basing themselves, basing said, listen, you don't remember the law of Psak, but what? You don't know what the Psak was, and then that cannot trigger a hard of government and see more viability. Asher Chacham. Chatush Eshvatim, Yavim Shnei Harim. Two tribes, and they had it. So we'll say they bring two party, Shlosha, maybe in Shlosha. So we'll say two tribes three tribes made a mistake. So they're going to bring three party. Oh, over Ella, Fatush, maybe in Shnei Party. Fatu Gimel, maybe in Gimel. But maybe it's not tribes. Maybe ultimately again two individuals. An individual makes a mistake. He also brings the bar hell of them that's support. Therefore, again, the verse says, Tamalomar, Hakal Chai. The whole Chal, so verse, the whole Chal Chai. What's the name of the verse says? It does only the Chal. He brings the bar hell of them that's support. Never going to up. But what does it mean, the whole Chal Chai? Kitzon, Chotush Nishmat, the Shnei Harim, Chotush Zayin, the Zayin, Ushar, will say, therefore, in order to this, if two tribes sin, each of those tribes bring the Harhal of the Nazi. Similarly, if seven tribes sin, so seven tribes bring the Harhal of the Nazi. And furthermore, Sharshvat, Shalom, Being hard part. So it's ultimately again, and even the tribes who did not bring a par on behalf of the tribes who did sin. Shall hug and be an the Captain Cow, the Hakim Al Kol Kahal, the Kal Tireh. So it's like, this is number one, number one, that there is individual tribal liability, that if a particular Shevet goes ahead and commits or a erroneous sacrilege, that Shevet cannot have a government that's because who this Shevet is, that called Shevet, the Shevet Ikri Kal. You also remember again, the operative word by Harhel government at Seaboard is Kal. Torah says there's only by when Kal follows an erroneous sack of gazing. So my focus is going to be what? How do you define Kal? That usually defines Kal as a Shevet. So if an individual Shevet follows the erroneous sack of gazing, in Shevet's Hakudah, they have to bring a lot of government. That's part one. And in that, even the tribes who did not sin bring a parallel of government or for what? For the tribes who did. For the tribes who did. That's how you do the Shita. The ultimate Siddur where it says the Chayim Akol Kal Bakal B'Rekika. So read the ultimate quote and the ultimate nice second. And the tribes who sinned go ahead and what? Bring a parallel of government at Seaboard. And the tribes who did not sin bring a power for the tribes who did sin. Each Shevet is always 12. It's always 12. So Rabbi Shimon says, Zayin Shvatim Shechatu. Listen to this. V'di'en Zayin Paru, Beis Navid Al Yidei Kal. Shene'emar Lemata Kal, V'ne'emar Lemala Kal. V'akala Amar Lemala Beis Navid. Afkala Amar Lemata Beis Navid. Once Rabbi Shimon says, a little bit different. Rabbi Shimon agrees with who did that what? In that when an individual Shiva sins, so that Shiva brings a powerful of government at Seaboard. But you adds in one thing in his views on that. He adds in that when a Shevet brings a par, who else speaks about Alosai? The base. The base thing. What he disagrees with is where the previous model, the non-sinning Shvatim, will also bring a par on behalf of the Shvatim who did sin, but yet the Raisi and Rabbi Shimon disagrees with that. So Rabbi Shimon's model, the Shvatim who came together so they were bringing a par, plus the base who delivered the erroneous stuff will also bring a par. That's Shita Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Meir says, Zayin Shvatim Shechatu, based in the Ayidei Par, Bain Turi. Rabbi say, last thing is Shita Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir holds that Halacha L'Maisa is only the base who brings the par of government at Tzibor, never the Shita. Shutting told to bring the bar only see Ramirez Zion Shatim Shechadu was in a Ramirez model. The only time you bring a bar held up in the is when there's a majority of cow Israel. So again, how we define majority is two possibilities: either 7 tribes or numerical majority of cow. Either way, Ramirez says is that Allah the whether it's majority or less the same. It is only based on the bar of government at Tzibor, not the Shvat. Not the Shvat. Ne'emar Kala Mato, Ne'emar Kala Mato. Kala Amalamata, Beis Kala Amalamata, Beis Belotzit. But Shimon also says, Shmuel, so he also says, what does he say? Shimon also says, Fakim Shisha Shvatim, Eirubo Shakah. If 6 of the tribes say, and they represent the majority of Klal Yisrael, or Zion, or 7 tribes say, even though what? They are not the majority of the crowd, nevertheless, the entire. So as Shimon also comes along and says, he's coming to define what is majority. He's the majority depending on one of 2 forms. Either 7 tribes, even if they're not the numerical majority, or numerical majority, even if it's not 7 of the tribes. So I'll say first point by Amar Mar, we know that that's what Oshia Dwafo. We'll say furthermore, we're going to be seen advice above. If the only thing you bring up higher up than the Tzibur is good, when the basin is explicitly clear as to what, has to be erroneous will be delivered. However, if the basin is not sure that the erroneous knows, you know we did something wrong. Just what? We don't know what. You know, you don't bring a car hell on the production. My time, we'll say, who is the influence the Abinah says this. So the Gemara says, I'm not going to put up the Lord Rabbi Eliezer. So I'll say before we get to who we know it's like, tell you it's not right. Not like Rabbi Eliezer. This man, I'm Rabbi Eliezer, I'm not sure. In Chil Chayiv, knows Afro Chayiv. So say that Eliezer is coming actually in different case. Rashi points out he's talking about the case of the second species, but a person is actually an individual. I'm not sure if I eat chila or I'm not sure if I eat nosa. So Rabbi Eliezer says at the end of the day, I can go ahead and drink a chatas wine. Because it was like the carbon for eating chila or for eating nosa is the same. It's a chatas. So Rabbi Eliezer says, who cares whether you know you ate chila or you ate chatas, as long as you know what? You ate something. Right? If you eat one of those items, then I can bring a chatas because at the end of the day, it's the same liability for both. That's Rabbi Eliezer. Points out over here that Allah says that Yeshua says that at the end of the day, if you don't know the exact nature of your liability, then you are not kind. So our Mishnah will say the right does reflect the other. Even if the beast doesn't know what the erroneous meaning is, we'll say as long as we know what. As long as we know that they permitted something whose intentional consumption would what? Would be high price. As long as we know that we did that, then what does it matter if it was Hela, if it was this, doesn't make a difference. So obviously our Brisa does not reflect the view of Rabbi Eliezer. Rashi, Rabbi Eliezer, no, he could even shiny stuff in this city. Could be part because he was a little different. Why? Because the Pasuk says, Asher Chata Allah. Because also the Pasuk says that based in Israel or to say, that Pa'al of Dominancy, what is that Pa'al of Dominancy is triggered when Klal Yisrael does something to share Chatu Allah. So was it. So there's a specificity. Articulated in the Pasuk. Asher Chatu Allah for the specific sin that they committed upon it. I also now we have to say, but 1 second. Also now we have to say, Asher Chatu Allah. I'm sorry. Also now we have to say, Asher Chatu Allah. Bless you. Only one in the part from this essay, but also there that person is coming to teach us something else, which is what? That one cannot be chayiv if you fatos, if they are responsible. So this essay means that I was involved in a totally different activity that inadvertently resulted in the commission of an applicant. In that case, everyone at this essay, everyone will agree that halacha I am not chayiv fatos in that case. My time again. So we'll say, so now we're going back. So now what we have over here is the various shikos concerning under what circumstances what we're again is a parallel of that seaport for us. Remember again, Shiva's Rabbi Huda is that the 12 Shvatim, each of the Shvatim brings their own power. Now that's what Rabbi Huda said, what he would say, that even the Shvatim didn't sin, bring on behalf of the Shvatim who did sin. What's Rabbi Huda's Shiva? I can't read it. Kasabar, Arba, Kahoriksi. And says the word cow in some form appears 4 times throughout the parsha of Maral Gamdanasi. Right? It says cow, hakahal, kahal, hakahal. So what do I use these 4 cows for? Chad the Kaibal, cow. One is each and every one, and each and every shade that is chayiv, and each and every shade is called a cow, is called an assembly unto itself. That's one cow. The chad. Rothschild is the rice and tolerant account. Was it simple teaches me that parallel to is only brought away when the beast administers the ruling and it's the tzibor who acts on the guy of the Gurira. Was it worth teaching about was saying the halacha of myself, even the shvatim didn't say, bring your little drag the law, bring a korban on behalf of the Shvatim who did so. The fabulous Shemet Sha'asa Ba'oraz. I will say ultimately again, what is the teaching about the fact that if one of the was a the fellowship Sha'asa Ba'oraz Bezin, he is not saying that the Mastis and Horu Bezin Sha'afna Shvatim was an Buddha, even if one of the Shvatim acted based on the Psak Halacha of his own Bezin. The Chad Reb Shabbos says that's a so we will learn out all of the shivas from the 4 times the 4 colors. Rabbi Shimon's model. To lots of colleagues, it says the word cow 3 times. Hakahal, cow, alcohol. The alcohol also because was it a he doesn't touch the fourth cow. Why? Because that fourth cow appears in the phrase Me'ene HaKal. It was obscured from the eyes of the cow, which means it can't be mistake. He said that one you can't touch one because that's just an expression. The Me'ene deprived of. As most people often say, the matter was hidden from the eyes of so and so. So what's the answer? So Kadda Kainal called Kal and Kal. So one Kal comes to each. Then each chain that has his own liability for contribution. Each chain, Nehemar the Matakal, Nehemar the Malakal, it says Kal over here. It says Kal over here. Malava means the Makal. Just like we'll say, it has to be in the Kal. I've kind of based in the Makal. So over here, we're only fighting the what? If it's the high court that ultimately goes ahead and administers the Sakala. Then there, Kal Hakal, Lodarsh, those hair doesn't touch the saddle, doesn't touch the cows. Therefore, they'll concentrate on how they see. He violate, therefore, ultimately, again, he leaves the two cows out of his wife. Never the matter cow, but I'm on a cow. Now, Mala Haran based in the Lord Seaboard, after time based in the Lord Seaboard. Was it he teaches it to teach me what? That just like earlier, also the cause of her to base it not the seaboard, so to here is referring to base not the seaboard. So what's remembering again? What's Rabbi Meir Shita? Rabbi Meir Shita ultimately is that who brings the power hell of Never at seaboard? It's the base. It's the base. The base brings the power, not the populace. Therefore, you learn that out ultimately here from the execution. But if Shimon alone, you might kind of verse Shimon alone is logic. See, Baya, Evening, Ha'ita, Alma, Sit, so what's that here? On one hand, it also says as follows. The Pasuk says, the Haven is that limiting or exclusionary phrase. So the Gemara says that. You see that it says, remember the Ruba is Midutono. So what's that one hand? It says, the thing that becomes obscured from the eyes of the congregation. So it sounds like, again, even a small minority sin. Yet it also says, Kala Allah means what? Everyone says. So which one is it? Remember, the Ruba sounds like it's only grown, but not the fruit. So it's Hachi, it's a Hatsuba, and Shakal. So it's even Shemala says the following. If 6 of the tribes committed the Avera, acted based on the erroneous Pesach of the Sanhedrin, and they represent the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, or sorry, Osai Abba Ishen Shakal, where 7 of the tribes follow the erroneous Pesach of the basic, even though what? They are not the numerical majority. Nevertheless, side of it. What's it? That is similar to the the lights the company was the rich in order for the power element obligation to be triggered. The Pesach halacha has to be given by the base, but the action has to be taken by the cow. Says, what do you know? Like I'm telling you, but I the other part of the Pasuk says, the Hayah is a Ine Ha'ita Veston Shkada. The rest of the Pasuk says, and repeat from the eyes of the congregation as Skadish Shkada, the matter was committed to the river. Rabbi says, in the Kala Akishkada, there is the Pasuk from the Kala Akishkada, that the entire nation act in the river. Because the Rahman divided up the hand, even as the Shkada, what he just said, the first Pasuk, Sahaba Hajjah, I would have thought that even just the minority of the population there's a high level of that support. Rahim see the Kala Akishkada. Therefore, the Pasuk says that the entire nation is in the river. Because of the Kala Akishkada, as the point is of the Kala Akishkada, and the Abu faith in the Abu Ruba, and then the front, Allah for the nice thing, has to act together with this woman. Rahim see, Bahman, Yehya, Ethan, and Kala Baha, keep see behind the crowd, Bawa, the Kala. Was it the context of nothing on anything. So Shalom to teach us that this halacha applies whether people are delivering or learning between Marabot Zara or about anything else for which they would need to do. Because like the only thing to show effort, because what they should say, if it's based on one of the tribes, based on one of the tribes, delivered in a erroneous way. So I'll say again, that does not trigger Harha and the has to be the Sanhedrin. Says the Bible. Shevet Akam Yehuda, Baraz is not Odo, Mia, Christ, Shash, Olo was listening to this question. What happens if you have 5 Baraz is not Odo? Sorry, Shevet Akam Yehuda, but so what happens if one tribe based on the Psak of Sanhedrin? So one tribe acted, but it was the Psak of the Sanhedrin. What's the other again? What does it mean with the whole? The Yuta holds that each and every tribe brings its own parallel government. So what happens in the following situation? One tribe acts based on the erroneous psak of the base level. Maestro Shar Shivato Ogo. So it's very good. This model. Remember, also try to also what? Bring on behalf of the tribes that do. So one tribe committed in their base of psak of Sanhedrin Noble, to the other tribes bring for that one tribe one. Do we say the only time that the other tribes bring a covenant of Osai's land is when you have 7 tribes? You have the majority of the tribes who committed in the reverse in case of the sacrifice. That's when we say that what? That the tribes who didn't sin, you have to bring on behalf of the tribes who did sin. However, again, but again, one tribe, I remember also if I do this model, if one tribe sins, remember also if I do this whole model is one tribe is also called a cow. So if you do this model, you can have if one tribe follows the psak of the Sanhedrin called the psak, they are going to bring a parallel of government in that sequence. That will happen. Shaila is, do the other tribes have to also bring on behalf of that much? I've never said before, if I do this model, you always have 12. So not necessarily, remember, here's what we do then. We know when there is a majority of the tribes, then what? Then all 12 bring. Now the Gemara is asking us, what happens if one tribe sins? So we'll say, what do you know Rabbi one tribe sins? That tribe, one tribe is called the cows, that tribe brings a power halakha of the Nazi. But that we know, that's what this, whether that's halakha is allowed to see. But that should be Rabbi Yehuda. All the other tribes bring on behalf of the one as well. So we say that only time that the rest of the tribes bring these members of role of the Shvatim who sin, and even the ones who didn't bring, Allah Fatshim the Mega below, but nobody, there's only one tribe. Obviously, it's not a role that the other tribes do not bring. Listen, if you look at the model essentially is one for all, right? One for all and all for one. But once one of the Shvatim bring a power of government, that's your right definition, that unites tribal liability for all the Shvatim. So we'll say that's the Shvatim. Says we have Tashma. So what did they do? What do you try to do? So Parachah did one time. Shimon says, absolutely. The Mishnah says, what do you bring? Parachah, one part. The Shimon a part. The Shimon says, 2 parts. So what's the case then? If you want to say that if there's 7 tribes to say that Shimon can be part, we'll say that Shimon, what's Shimon? Shimon says that not only do the Shvatim bring their own part, but what else? Based and also, so we're talking about a case where 7 of the tribes to say, so Shimon's knowledge should be 8 part. 7 of the tribes, one for everything. I love the publishing of that one. Rather, it must be done. We must be talking about a case here where one shade that is sin. So what's the case? Tonight, which, if the Shimon is that relying on its own faith, then the Shimon less so. So we'll say that's the again, if they rely on the mistake of thought is a mistake of group given by their own base, and then what? Then Rabbi Shimon will say that these don't have government that's in that case. Rather, it has to be what? That it's talking about the erroneous of the Sanhedrin, the Tanakama money. And we'll say, who's the thing of the Tanakama? Meaning that how you were buying. The second one is that they're requiring the charge of the shot to propound on the Tzibor. I don't love Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi had to say Rabbi Yehuda. If you don't check out the shade of that, and what's the case? The case is where one shade that is safe. So we'll say, so what's the therefore, what do you see from that? The sounds like that according to the Yudah, where one Shevet sins, who brings the Har Halav David and Tzipor, that's one Shevet, and the other Shvatim are not activated in the situation like that. Yaakov asking, what he said here, they go Shechatu Shisha, Shvatim, they Ruban Shalkal. What's in what he said here is where six of the tribes, six of the Shvatim sin, but they are the numerical majority. Shimon ben Elazar, it was a effective Shimon ben Elazar, the sign of Shimon Elazar, goes the first by line. They Shmo, I'm sorry, the Shimon of Shmo, Katu Shisha, they Ruban Shalkal. There's six of the Shvatim sin, and they are the numerical majority. Oh, Shiva, Abba, Shimon, Ruban Shalkal, so seven sin. Right, they're the tribal majority, no, they're not the numerical majority. They're being tied. Once I look at it, they bring it back. So the Gemara says, Tashma, and you go there, he says as follows. Shifet sha'osa ka'oraz people. Was it? Did the Shifet act based on the instructions of its own tribal basis? So what's that? Also, Shifet Tayyip, Ushar Kalashot, so we'll say what? That Shifet is Tayyip, but all the other Shvatim are Pater. U'ba'araz based in Argono, after the Shar Shvatim Tayyip. We'll say, but if the one Shevet act is based on the instruction of the base of Rabbi and what? Even the other Shvatim will be Tayyip, Shemamina. So we'll say, so Allah Qur'an is the Allah Qur'an is the let's use the word. So first of all, according to Rabbi, it appears that there could be a field or a hard hat of government at Siva even when it's based on the Psak Din of the high court that Shevet. But according to the Shevet is following the erroneous instruction of its own high court, then that Shevet will bring a fire of the government of Siva, but what? Not the other Shvatim. But if one Shevet is acting on the instructions of the base in Agadol, then, according to Yehuda, that Shevet brings a fire and what? All of the other Shvatim are out of trust. So it turns out that in Rabbi Yehuda's model, indeed, when you have a great Shevet, after the room place of instruction of the Agadol, all of the Shvatim end up bringing the fire of the incredible. I'm going to Rashi. That's the Islamic people. Rashi is the Jewish business supported by a Mishnah as well. But also Shevet Al-Pihem. Right? The Pasuk says that particular Shevet actually based on their words. Also Shevet Hayim, who shall show a call shot of Judah. Tell me then that only that one Shevet is Hayim. That the other Shvatim are part of. That's nominally, but there's no shot of Judah. Mishnah didn't need to say that the Shvatim are part of. Hatana Osa Shevet Hayim. If since the Mishnah says that Shevet is Hayim, I would have understood that one. The Chayvon the Tana Osa Shevet Hayim, the name of the Tana, Shashot. What's it? Once the Mishnah says that Shevet is Hayim by definition of the Arshot Rabbaner, Allah Mashmalan, the Behoraz based in the Shashot. Abba Behoraz based in Agadol to do Shashot and Hayovim Shvavika. Rather, also, we keep it back to Mishnah. That it's only in the case, ultimately, again, where Shevet is following the instruction of its own base. That Shevet will be Hayim, the other Shvatim will be Keturim. But if a particular Shevet is following the erroneous ruling of the Sanhedrin at Gadol, then once that Shevet has to bring a Har Halav and spread it what? The other Shvatim must do so as well. The incredible Shevet of that. You want to know. So again, whether or not the Pasuk that I look at the race of remains to be seen. But at least now we understand that Shittas Rabbi Yehuda will say that first of all, a number of novelties. Number one, that according to Yehuda, that even if one Shevet follows the erroneous ruling of Beis Din of the Sanhedrin, it has to bring a Har Halav government at secret. Why? Because each Shevet is called a Tal. Not only that, but once one Shevet has to bring the Har Halav government, then what? Every Shevet has to bring. The only exception to that rule is if it's not a ruling of the Sanhedrin Gadol, but it's a ruling of the high Shevet. In that case, if the Shevet is following the high ruling of its own high court, then what? Then that Shevet has to be a korban, the other Shvatim will do that. Very sort of about collective responsibility. Actually, the Arbos, if I know, Shevet Echad, someone else makes an Agadol, this is good. What happens if you have a Shevet Echad, Shevet? Sha'asa Moraz makes an Agadol. Was it followed the Psak Halacha of the Sanhedrin? Sanhedrin can't deny the road he's ruling, we have to follow it. So that Shimon, me, my source, what's now we're transitioning from that to Shimon. What's the number again? What would you prefer to Shimon? The chief is like Shimon was, that Shimon holds. He holds on like Kiva. He says, yes, each Shimon is called its own cow. Each Shimon must go ahead and bring its own part of the government at seaboard. And furthermore, again, or I should say, when the majority brings, they all bring. He also adds that it also brings its own part. So as Rabbi Huda had 12 as the maximum, Rabbi Shimon has 13 as the maximum. So the Shara Zon says as follows. What happens if one Shimon acted on the Tzaka the Sanhedrin HaKodesh? According to Rabbi Shimon, nice. So ultimately, again, what happens to that? It's nice to know. What's the level of liability in that particular case? The Gemara says as follows: Tashma, what do you bring? Parachai, bring one part. Shimon already came out. Shimon says two parts. The Maya what's the case? What's the nicest case? If you want to say that it's a case where 7 of the Shvatis and Shnei Parim, but two Parim, Shmoda Parim. So we'll say 7 Shvatis and according to Shimon, then what? You would have 7 for the Shvatis and 1 for the Sanhedrin. Ella the other shit of that one. Rabbi have to say it's a case where what? One of the Shvatim said, we'll say, what's the case? If you want to say the shade is based on exactly have its own basis. Maybe Shimon less like Shimon less like. We'll say if Shimon does not think that there's any liability on the tribe, Shimon follows his own basis. One time Shimon says liability is right, but if all signs are double. Ella Barat is not double. Rather, it's the rest of the Sanhedrin. It's good off. Kama, what's the Kama? Either they are good for like, so they're whole, everything around the sea, but either when there's an American or tribal row, so Ira, Yehuda, Shah, the Rabbis, so Yehuda, have you those that once even one shape and what, then the rest have different as well. Allah, Aman, and Shimon Allah. What's it rather than it must affect you and Shimon Allah, it's the same as part of that. Tashba, the say, you all have to know Chayim, Allah, Al-Mullah, is not right. The Chum was like, that's the only time you bring a part of government that's for his wife. His wife is an Allah for the night second and probably besides Allah of the Sanhedrin record. My Chachal was in Mother Chachal. He came ready there, twice as there, Rupa Boy, and they're hold that you can be a tribal of the majority. And the Rabbi Shimon, by the act of stand out of the most, that it is Rabbi Shimon, which the Gemara says, ultimately on the ground. See that this is correct. Rabbi Shimon, Shevet Echad Ikut Halmanavit. Let's listen to this. So we'll say, common denominator between Shimon and Rabbi Yehuda is that, so we'll say, the difference is Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Yehuda. So, okay, so we saw the difference between them. What they both agree on is as follows: that even one Shevet is called a Kaf. Even one Shevet is called essentially Klal. It's called an assembly. Where did we get that from? To which the Gemara says something amazing. In which the Gemara says, Shevet Echad Ikut Halmanavit. Amri Chsev Vayamot Do Shabbat Mikal Yehuda Yerushalayim Yocha Chatzar Hashem Yotzar Chatzar Nisa Shabbat Hadasha. Was it the pasuk said that Yehoshaphat stood Mikal Yehuda Yerushalayim. He stood in front of the assembly of Yehuda Mikal Yerushalayim, opposite the base Shabbat Hadasha, literally again the new house of God. What is that? The ninth Hadasha. Amar Yochanan Shemit Shut Divine. Was it means that this was the place where the Kaddish, I think it was an old Kaddish. Rabbi to Julio on Kanis the Machal Ladina. Was they had to see the under Yosh. They went ahead and they made a bragging movement, which was what? And then Julio was a Julio was someone who went to the mikvah that day, but still requires head of Shemesh. Still requires the sunset for to become power. So it has to be that if Julio get the Machal Ladina. So we'll say, well, what's the point of it? What do we going to see that Yehoshaphat is standing in front of seemingly one tribe, which is Yehuda. And what does it call Yehuda? What is called Yehuda? A cow. So the Gemara suggests you see here, Shimon and Yehuda happened here, that even one Shevet is called a cow. To which the Gemara says, Maski for Rabbi Yaakov. Yom Hashem Yerushalayim. Yerushalayim is different, I'll tell you why. So Habinami B'Yam. As we'll say never again, Jesus is like Yerushalayim. All the other areas of Israel, they were predominantly occupied by one tribe, which Yerushalayim was a people of Yerushalayim was actually occupied by two tribes. Right? That inhabited, right? Yerushalayim was inhabited by two tribes, right? By Yehuda and the Yonah. So maybe the reason why the Navi used the Rosh Hashanah is because there were two tribes. But that means not necessarily a raya that one tribe constitutes. That one tribe constitutes a common. Which the Gemara says, "Elo Amar Bachaba Yaakov." You're right. We bring another raya. It says that Yomer Henry Matracha B'Sicha Yisaticha Mikahal. Who says to Yaakov, I will make you fruitful, I will multiply you, and I will make you to Kahal Amir. I will say, now this was said to Yaakov right before. Man is Yomer Le'Akisha. There was a who is born in that home. So Baruch who says this to Yaakov right after the birth of one of the tribes. So you see from here that what? That even the birth of one tribe is called Kal, Shramina, Magikam Rachman, is what the Torah is saying. Ultimately, again, who's going to be born to you right now? Another cow. So you see here, ultimately, that's what you will say. That even one ship is called a cow. Maybe perhaps this representative was the Yaakov. Maybe God was saying something different. You're about to give birth to the young. Now you're going to have 12 tribes. 12 tribes is called a cow. Which doesn't make sense. Why does that make any sense? 12 tribes are called the cow, 11 tribes are not called the cow. Rather, the Gemara says, no, it must be, you see from here, that even one tribe is called the cow. It's supposed to say Gemara and you're going to stop over here for today, but the Gemara ultimately has to I say, right, so you see over here that what? That the nice, again, even one tribe is called the cow. So the Gemara is bringing different Tetris sources. Either ultimately again from Binyamin, the fact that the birth of the Yamin is called the birth of a Kahal, or ultimately again from Yehoshaphat. That Yehoshaphat is standing, and when he addresses Shevet Yehuda, that is called Kahal. So it's not over here. There's a Shevet pick up. I'll send out the schedule for tomorrow. Shabbos both times. That will be that's a Shevet. I'll send it out later. And the other right. All right, so we'll say good morning or good morning. First of all, our share this month, right? On Catholic College, in memory of Solomon Poet, College Sarah Basadron, Shmuel Ben Zachariah, and their Shabbos and their Aliyah family in Kama, and the College Mishpach for this month's speech. And also by the Rogan family, in commemoration of the yard site of son Shino Basil Yaman Alevi, aka Grandma, whose yard site was this past week. Over the very California shovel have the Leon and the family. About this like that, there are lots of things that we find here up on the initial section of the down 2, 4, 6 lines up and letters. So we managed to get into the second studies. You see the beauty of it, the incredible intensity of it, a little bit of a different kind of feeling that we're probably used to. But something very exciting nevertheless. It says in the show, Horubi Shoki, but also called like how Shoki. He basically made a mistake in erroneous and Cloudy Swell acted upon this movement. The sheep as well, or Cloudy Swell did not realize there will be something as well. They done something about it. Be in touch. So ultimately, again, they bring the power of the that's this is a special part when Cloudy Swell unintentionally followed the erroneous ruling of Yazidi also showed you what happens if these and purposely gave an erroneous ruling. What Cloudy saw the cat was showing it, whereas Cloudy saw didn't realize that the ruling was incorrect. So the halacha is going to be kispos. So also we see this with this sentence is that the kispos is another way of saying a personal katos. So in this case, we say where the intention, the erroneous ruling of these was intentional. Cloudy saw was shogi. So in that case, there's no power of the that teamwork is just personal by the regular conference. Show you in the Austin is very good. if the basin was showing, but the people knew basin was wrong, but they still intentionally violated, then the halacha is potter, then there's no problem. So there's no power halacha number that's zero, because as we see, power halacha number that's zero is only when everyone is showing. That's number one. And of course, there's no personal liability, no chatos, because chatos is also only part of the case of shogi, and in this case, probably so we're the Gemara goes like, shogi is the husband already. So we can confirm the Mishnah as follows: that if they delivered their woman to shogi, the Klal Yisrael went ahead and did the basis, are we able to do it? Ultimately, again, they are potter. They are potter. No matter how long that is. How shogi did the basis? We can infer from this that if it was shogi doing the basis, that if it was, what does that mean? That is high. What did he say? What's the case of shogi doing the basis? Shauru based in the potter. So basically, also had this case where they're basically asking mistakenly that they were this potter. It is highly over sugar. And then I was like, what happens? I had a piece of sugar. My favorite, my sugar is very bad, it's very bad, gets mixed up. Brothel, and I end up eating chayla. But remember again, my intention wasn't to eat chayla. What was my intention? My intention was to eat shuman. But yet I ended up eating chayla. So I say, what's that? So then runs legal. I'm sorry. So I say, there would be a case of shogi dunya diminisi, which sounds like based on what the Mishnah said, that should be a case of where I should be covered ultimately again in my liability by the Pesach Bezdin, to which the Gemara says, that's the case. If Shotah, but yet again, if that's the case, it can be inferred from the Mishnah. Yeah, why does Rabbi ask that very question? Toleration is again for us to show again. Fellow said to show again for us. It wasn't which the Gemara answers to infer anything from the discussion, right? Again, the Mishnah was just even for was Mishnah symmetry. Simply the beginning of the Mishnah began by saying, Shogeg. Since the beginning said receiving about us, Shogeg, therefore the simple just from Shogeg about us. What's taken from this Mishnah is that in order to be chayiv in a government at seaport, in order to be chayiv ultimately to that the government has to be shogig on the part of Bezdin and shogig on the part of Klal Yisrael. Bezdin must be mistaken, must be shogig in their delivery of an erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael must be shogig in their reliance on Bezdin. Everybody is shogig, and ultimately the part of government at seaport. Says the Mishnah, Horu Bezdin. Also, let's say the basin delivers, they are erroneous Pesach. And what happens? All of Klal Yisrael, or for that matter, the majority of Klal Yisrael acts on the Pesach. So we'll say, what's that? We'll call the V'yim Har. So we're being a Har Hel of the Pinat. We're supposed to do adding another qualification. That qualification one is that the basin has to leave a shogeg, Klal Yisrael has to leave a shogeg. Next qualification we will say is that there must be either Kol HaKal, which we'll discuss what that means, or Ruban, either the entire Klal Yisrael or the majority of Klal Yisrael has to act based on the mistaken meaning of this. If that happens, what's the thing of happen? If it happens to be that the mistaken meaning was regarding Avodah Zarah, then Avodah Zarah will be entire distorted. So ultimately, again, for this Avodah Zarah, it's not just the Harvard, there's an additional sun as well. And you says, so very he says, Shvat with the base part. Was he says the following. But ultimately, again, if every particular situation where all the Shvat is sick, so every single Shiva brings their own power. So again, it was the same case. Ultimately, the base delivered an erroneous ruling. The tribes act, causes will act on that ruling. And the Buddha comes along and said that each Shiva must bring their own power and double in that season. But being a good day is part of the season. And again, if the mistake was without Sarah, then each Shaven must bring its own part as well as its own sphere, the 12th part and 12th sphere. What's the name without it? The Shimon says, we do a part of it, but by others become Shlosha Sapar. Let's listen to this. We'll give us here. Par Vistar the Choshevet, the Shevet, and Par Vistar the Base. She has an interesting sheet that he builds on it. He says, there was an album is that for Har Halav Tzibor, each brings their own, and what? Based also brings one. So, for example, let's say in a normal case, so there would be 13 parim, one for each tribe, and these would be for own. If it was Avodah Zarah, it would be 13 parim and 13 spears. So the Gemara says, Horu Bezdin, Va'asu Zayin Shlat and Hokuban. What happens if Bezdin, that Bezdin administers an erroneous ruling? Then seven tribes, what's it mean? Seven Hokuban of the end. So we'll say, or for that matter, majority of Klal. We'll say, now in this case, remember again, we'll have two different utopia. Is either a tribal majority or a numerical majority. Tribal majority is when seven of the tribes go ahead and follow the, or the Gemara says, or the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, even if it's less than seven tribes. So that look is the power. This go up to the power to start the regular. So let's say here it says that Allah makes up as long as you have either a tribal majority or a numerical majority of Klal Yisrael following the law that triggers the power of the that's the Yudi says as follows: Yudi Omer Zayin Shvatim Shechatim Rabbi Zayin Party. The Yudi says if seven of the tribes sin, then each tribe brings its own power of governance. Because it's very Hebrew Shekasa. The Yudi always holds that each tribe, each Sheva, brings its own power. Furthermore, he says something amazing. He says, what about the other tribes who didn't bring it to the road? They had power. Ultimately, again, it was like the tribes who didn't sin bring a power for the tribes who did sin. Why? He says, because ultimately, again, even the tribes who did not sin bring a power on behalf of those tribes who did sin. Rabbi Shimon says, Fesmarim, Fesmarim, the Fesir, Arabisar, the Shevet, Arabisar, the Beit. Rabbi Shimon says, only the tribes who sinned go ahead and read the Karmel. But Rabbi Shimon has this on the side. He said, Bezin brings its own Karmel. So each tribe will bring its Karmel, Bezin will bring its own additional Karmel. Who Bezin shall have from the Ashlag, the Mahasa Osa Shevet Abiyah. What happens if the High Court of Shvatim, which the Shvatim will have their own court? Let's say one of the High Courts of one of the Shvatim passed in the wilderness, delivered a wrong Psak, and that Shiva acted on that Psak. What's that law? Also, Shiva to Chayiv, Ushar Kol Shvatim killed in Rabbi. So the Yehud goes over and say that Shiva to follow its basis is Chayiv for a par, but the other Shvatim are Pater. The Chacham say no. In Chayav Ella al Holoya or Ella al Horios. So except the Horios based in Agod. So we'll say the Chacham say no. Han had a definite Tzibah was saying it's only brought if there is one base who delivers a religious rule. That's the High Court, the Sanhedrin. Shene Amaki Chavadas Yisrael Yishku below Adas also Shene. So we'll say interesting to the Chacham is saying it's Adas Yisrael. Is actually a reference to the Sanhedrin of the Lord of the Sea. So the Chacham say that a tribal court goes ahead and delivers a religious rule. There is no liability for power of governing that keyboard, only the Sanhedrin issues that are voted as well. Ten rabbis will say, we now have the formula of the three mathematics solution. We're going to analyze this now. So, ten rabbis. Yadu Shor told Mahom. So, this case. Let's say these didn't realize that they had issued an erroneous ruling. But what? They didn't realize, remember, what the law of Psak was. Look at the first Rashi of the Gemara. Rashi is Yadu Shoru Tomashu. Lomar only is the book of the Psak. Also, Allah came back to show him 11 and down. That we had to see this myself. Dilbad, the Fad Bora, the Akaka Yadu Shoru Shalokurai. And the Shekel Mashoru, the even though the Kenala, Hila Oru, all Allah down. So, this is this case. Basically, realized that they made the erroneous ruling, they just forgot what the erroneous ruling was. So they know either we committed a failure or down. We just can't remember which one. So we can figure out what happens. Probably saw consume both of these things. So the Shabbos says, what do you do in this kind of case? So Yaakov and Chayyim, you might have thought that there'd be a parallel on the Tzibor Tabalomar, and goes, Hachatas. The Pasuk says that the sin became known. not just enough to know that people sin, but trying to again for a part of whatever that people wonders don't have to be. There has to be a specific knowledge as to what the Rodi's son actually was. Asher Chaki. So we'll say that, and then it's halacha l'maisa. In order to trigger the part of that more liability, there has to be clarity as to what the Rod Sak wants. If Basin themselves, Basin says, listen, we don't order the Rod Sak, but what? We don't know what the Sak was, and then cannot trigger a part of that more liability. Asher Chaki. Chaki Shnei Shvat, Nevi'im Shnei Parim. We tried. Went ahead and see. So we'll say they bring 2 parim, Shlosha, Nevi'im Shlosha. So we'll say if you tried 3 tribes, made a mistake. So again, they bring 3 parim. Oh, Eino Omer Ella, Chatu Shnei Yefidim, Nevi'im Shnei Parim. Chatu Gimel, Nevi'im Gimel. Or not, but maybe it's not tribes. But maybe ultimately again 3 and 2 individuals. An individual makes a mistake. He also brings the bar hell of that support. Therefore, again, the verse says, Tamalomar, Hakal, Hakal Chai, the whole file. So, verse, the whole Kal, the Kal Chai. Well, so therefore, the verse says, there's only the cow who brings the power of that support. Never in Ayah. But what does it mean, the whole Kal, the Kal Chai, Kitzon, Chotu Shnei Shvat, the Nevi'im Shnei Parim, Chotu Zayin, the Nevi'im Zayin, who Sharsh, so we'll say, therefore, in order of this, if 2 tribes sin, each of those tribes bring their parallel of the Nasiba. Similarly, if 7 tribes sin, so 7 tribes bring a parallel of the Nasiba, and furthermore, Ushar Shvat and Shalom Hati, Rabbi, Hagidin, and Par. So ultimately again, and even the tribes who did not sin, bring a par on behalf of the tribes who did sin. Shafidu Inu Shalom Hati, Rabbi, Hagidin, the Kafir Kal, the Chayim Al Kol Kahal, Kal Divirek. It's almost like this is the Shita Refuga. I think the Shita was that it's twofold. Number one, that there is individual tribal liability. That if a particular Shevet goes ahead and commits or follows the erroneous Psak of the that Shevet is a parallel of government at Ziva. It looks like there are Yehuda's Shita is that called Shevet, the Shevet Ikri Kahal. He holds, remember again, the operative word that parallel of government at Ziva is Kal. Torah says there's only liability when the Kal follows an erroneous Psak of Basin. And my focus is going to be what? How do you define Kal? That you defines Kal as a Shevet. So if an individual Shevet follows an erroneous Psak of Basin, and Shita said, they have to bring a parallel of government at Ziva. And that even the tribes who did not sin bring a parallel of government at Zibor for what? For the tribes who did. That's how you do the Shita. They don't see if again, Gemara says, the Chayiv Akol Kal Bakal Divarida. You the ultimately move to the local again. The tribes who sinned, go ahead and what? Bring a parallel of government at Zibor. And the tribes who did not sin, bring a power for the tribes who did sin. Each Sheda. There's always 12. So Rabbi Shimon says, Zayin Shvatim Shechadu. So this is what it is. Rabbi and Zayin Parim, Bezin and Bin Agidei and Par. B'ne'emar lemata kal, b'ne'emar lemala kal. Ma'kal ha'omer lemala Bezin and lemala kal. Afkal ha'omer lemata Bezin. Shimon says, a little bit differently. Rabbi Shimon agrees with Rabbi Gidin that what? And that's when an individual Sheva sins. So that Sheva brings a parallel of government at Sifra. But he adds in one thing that is reasonable. He adds in that when a Shevet brings a par, who else brings a parabosai? The base. What he disagrees with is where Yehuda's model, the non-sinning Shvatim, will also bring the par on behalf of the Shvatim who did. Yet the Maestro of the Shvatim disagrees with that. The Shvatim who committed Yadera, who committed Ramad and erroneous stuff of the Bezdin. So they were bringing a card. Plus, the Bezdin who delivered the erroneous stuff will also bring a card. That's Shita Rabbi Shimon. The Herod says, Zayin Shvatim Shechadu, Bezdin, and they how you bring a card, bang to it. They must say, last thing is the Shita Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir holds that Halacha L'Maisi is only the Bezdin who brings the power of government at Tzibor. never the shake. Shutting don't bring the power. Only, see, Ramirez says, Zayin Shutting Shekadu, Muslim and Ramirez model. The only time you bring a power hell on the Tzibur is when there's a majority of the cow, majority of Kali Israel. So again, how we define majority, we see two possibilities: either 7 tribes or numerical majority of the cow. Either way, Ramirez says is that Allah, so when there's a majority who has sinned, it is only basically within the power hell of the Tzibur, not the Shvatim, not the Shvatim. Nemar Kalamata, the Nemar Kalamata. Akala Amalamala based in the Tzibur. Afkala Amalamata based in the Tzibur. The Sherman Alazar, Sherman says, Mishmo. So Nimros, what does he say? Sherman Alazar. Fatu Shisha Shvatim, a Ruban Shotai. If 6 of the tribes sin, and they represent the majority of Klal Yisrael, Ozayin, or 7 tribes sin. Afam Shisha, in a Ruban Shotai, even though what? They are not the majority of the cow. Nevertheless, in the being part, so also Shimon Rav comes along and says, he's coming to define what is majority. He's the majority to take on one of 2 forms. Either 7 tribes, even if they're not the numerical majority, or numerical majority, even if it's not 7 of the tribes. So I'll say first point one. Amar Mar, we know that Chatas will Shinago. I'll say furthermore, I don't want to be seen the price above. That the only thing we have higher than the Tzibur, right? Where the basin is explicitly clear as to what has to be a release to really be delivered. Otherwise, the basin is unsure that the abode is good. The basin knows we know we did something wrong. We just thought. We don't know what. We don't know what. We'll say, who is the opinion who said this? Who is the opinion who said this? So the Gemara says, I'm going to become a rabbi, the Lord Rabbi Eliezer. So before we get to what we know it's like, I'll tell you it's not like. Not like Rabbi Eliezer. This is not Rabbi Eliezer, Marshal. In Caleb Achol, Chayir, no Sir Achol Chayir. So the Eliezer is coming actually in a different case. Rashi points out he's talking about the Jews in the second species, where a person is actually an individual, sure if I eat Caleb, or I'm not sure if I eat Nosa. So Rabbi Eliezer says at the end of the day, I can go ahead and bring the chatas. Why? Because it was like the carbon for eating Caleb or for eating Nosa is the same. It's chatas. So Eliezer says, who cares whether you know you ate Caleb or you ate chatas, as long as you know what? You ate something. Right? You eat one of those items, then I could bring the chatas because at the end of the day, it's the same liability for both. That's Rabbi Eliezer. So let's say Rashi points out over here that Allah Yeshua says you're potter. Yeshua says that at the end of the day, if you don't know the exact nature of your liability, then you are not kind. So our Mishnah will say clearly, or the Bryce doesn't reflect the view of Rabbi Eliezer. Because it was Rabbi Eliezer, even if the Beis doesn't know what the erroneous meaning was, we'll say as long as we know what, as long as we know that the permitted was the intentional consumption of what would be high cards. As long as we know that he did that, then what does it matter if it was still if it doesn't make a difference? So obviously our Gemara or our Brisa does not reflect the view of Rabbi Eliezer. Rashi says, if you think Rabbi Eliezer, no, he could even Rabbi Eliezer. Why? Shani up in the city. Could be part of the because he was on a different why. Because the pasuk says, Asher Chota Alem. Because also the pasuk says that base name is Chayiv for or to say the parallel of the is that parallel of the is triggered when Klal Yisrael does something Asher Chotu Allah. So we'll say, so there's a specificity articulated in the pasuk. Asher Chotu Allah. For the specific sin that they committed upon it. I also only had to say, 1 second. Husband only have to say, Asher Chotu Allah. I'm sorry. Plus, I'm only have to say, Asher Chotu Allah. Oh, bless you. Call me by the part of the assassin. It was a there that person is coming to teach us something else, which is what? That one cannot be hidden. Pathos, that I'm assassin was an assassin means that I was involved in a completely different activity that became vertically resulted in the commission of an advocate. In that case, everyone is an assassin. Everyone will agree that Allah said that I am not hiding in Pathos in that case. Right time to everything. So I'll say, so now we're going back. So now what we have over here is the various shivas concerning under what circumstances ultimately again is a parallel of doctrine at sea for us. Remember again, Shivas Rabbi is that the 12 Shvatim. Each of the Shvatim brings their own power. Now that what we say, that even the Shvatim who didn't sin bring on behalf of the Shvatim who did sin. For example, the street of the Kasavar are born from holding seed. And Buddha says the word cow in some form appears 4 times throughout the parish of Mahalal Gapasipur. Right? He says cow, hakahal, kahal, hakahal. So what do I use these 4 cows for? Chad the cow. One is teaching that what? That each and every Shevet is chayim. That each and every Shevet is called a cow. It's called an assembly unto itself. That's one cow. The chad, the Lord Klima the nice color the cow. What's the second one teaches that Paran of Zimmer is brought to life when these administers the ruling, and it's the tzibur who acts on it. Bechad Librira. We'll say, what is teaching me about Brira? What's Brira? We'll say, the halacha l'maisa, even the Shvatim didn't sin, bring Brira Levin to drag them on. Bring a korban on behalf of the Shvatim who did sin. Bechad l'shevet she'asa b'horaz b'tzim. And we'll say, ultimately, again, what is the teaching about that if we'll say, it is time to say that the Masisa Horu Beit Sha'ach Shvatim was an Yehuda, even if one of the Shvatim acted based on the Psak Halacha of its own business. The Shah Reb Shabbos said that's a so Yehuda learns out all of the Shivas from the 4 times the fact the word cow is Rabbi Shimon's model. Talasa Kalik see it says the word cow 3 times. Hakahal, cow, hakahal. Me'yakahal, or Gidikro. Listen, if he doesn't actually the 4th cow, why? Because that 4th cow appears in the phrase Me'ine HaKahal. It was obscured from the eyes of the cow, which means he can't made a mistake. He said that one you can't actually why? Because that's just an expression. Vidari Ish Me'ine Deklanga. As most people often say, the matter was hidden from the eyes of so-and-so. So we'll say, how does he last? We said, the cow. So one cow comes to each. That each Shevet has its own liability for following the Psak and Bezdin. Utrei Hashrim, Ne'emar the cow, Ne'emar the Malakal. It says cow over here, it says cow over here, Malala, Bezdin, Makal. Just like we'll say, it says over here that Bezdin has to be with the cow. I can't Bezdin, Makal. So we'll say over here, we're only fighting with what? If it's the high court that ultimately goes ahead and administers the Psak Halacha. And here, cow, Lodarsh. Was a mayor doesn't dash the settle. He doesn't dash the cows. Therefore, therefore, ultimately, again, he needs the 2 cows that are required. Never the matter cow, never the malakal. Now, Mala Halon based in below the seaboard, Afghan based in below the seaboard. We'll say he teaches it to teach me what? That just like earlier, I will say the cows are going to base in the seaboard, so Toby is going to be at what's Rabbi Meir Shita? Rabbi Meir Shita ultimately is that who brings the power head of that seaboard? It's the basin. It's the basin. Basin brings the power, not the populace. Therefore, you don't say out ultimately get no fixation. Shimon allows you my time up. What's your Shimon allows his logic? Sit via Ida. Allah doesn't sit in it. So we'll say, can I remember one day, Shimon allows says his fathers. The Pasuk says, Vaya Ida. And he understands that Ida limited or exclusionary phrase. So the Gemara says that. You see that it says, Kilachama Bishkaka, remember to Ruba Tolo. So we'll say, I want him to say, if the matter comes obscured from the eyes of the congregation. So it sounds like, again, even if a small minority sin. Yet it also says, Kilakala Bishkaka. Kala Allah says, what? Everyone sins. So which one is it? Remember to Ruba Tolo. Sounds like it's only growth, not the field. So it's hockey. So Asukah, they were Shakal. So I say that Shas is teaching the following. If 6 of the tribes committed the Avera, acted based on the ordinance of Saka the Sabbath, they represent the numerical majority of tribes. People, or I'm sorry, only Zayn Abba people Shakal, or 7 of the tribes followed the ordinance of Saka the Sabbath. Even though what? They are not numerical majority, nevertheless, kind of, they are kind. Was the evidence that Shimon there the Rothschild the rights to the public was the original there though in order for the The psak halacha has to be given by the base, but the action has to be taken by how, which the Gemara says, what is the Rabbi? But I value the Pasuk says, "V'hayah kime'ine ha'ivra ve'astal yishkata." And thus the Pasuk says, "It will be from the eyes of the congregation ve'astal yishkata." The matter was committed to the Rabbi says, "The Chala Adishkata." There was the Pasuk from the Chala Adishkata that the entire nation had to be delivered. Once you have any folks that because of that one divided, and even ve'astal yishkata wouldn't just say the first Pasuk. So how about I would have thought that just the minority of the population is a higher level of next one. You can see the Chala Adishkata. Therefore, the Pasuk says that the entire nation has been delivered because of the Chala Adishkata. And therefore, it is a Chala Adishkata. And the Afdi is the Bahadi Ruba. I made a thought that I love the remains of the business has to act together with this other side. You see, Pagyan, yeah, even that's not a struggle. You see behind it, you try about it. There was a different kind of trouble. So also doing so shall have been able to teach that this halacha applies to the people who live in the or about anything else for which they were based. For the fact that all the bases shall have was already regulation. So it's based on one of the tribes, delivered in a erroneous way. So I'm saying again, that does not trigger how I love class. Has to be the second. Said the Bible. Shame and after that you do or God's peace that order. Mia, nice, sharsh, much more was this discussion. What happens if you have to find or God's peace that order? Sorry, shape and after that you do so what happens is one tribe acted based on the Psak of Sanhedrin. So one tribe acted, but it was the Psak of the Sanhedrin. So again, what does it mean to the whole? The Yuta holds that each and every tribe brings its own parallel of double heads. So what happens in the following situation? One tribe acts based on the erroneous Psak of the base member. Was very good at this model. Remember, also tribes not to also what? Bring on behalf of the tribes that do. So one tribe committed Nadia based on the Psak of the Sanhedrin level, to the other tribes bring for that one tribe one. We say the only time that the other tribes will come and will say Islam is when you have seven tribes. You have the majority of the tribes committed to the sin based on the second of these. That's when we say that what? That the tribes who didn't sin have to bring on behalf of the tribes who did sin. However, again, about five shades, like what people know. But again, one tribe, I remember I was saying that this model, if one tribe sins, remember, this whole model is one tribe is also called a cow. So if you put this model, you can have if one tribe follows the Psak of the Sanhedrin, the erroneous Psak, they are going to bring a parallel of number in that sequence. That will happen. The Shaila is, the other tribes have to also bring on behalf of that bunch of receipts, and before that you this model, you always have 12. So we do not necessarily remember, here's what we do know. We know that there is a majority of the tribes that want that all 12 bring. Now the Gemara is asking us, what happens if one tribe sins? So also, what do you know if Rabbi when one tribe sins? That tribe, one tribe is called a cow. That tribe brings a power hell of the else. But that no, that's what this. Whether that's halakha I have to see. That's what all the other tribes bring on behalf of the one as well. Should we say the only time that the rest of the tribes bring is when there's a rove of the shvatim sin, and even the ones who didn't bring about that should be the regular below. But if there's only one tribe, obviously it's not a rove, and the other tribe does not bring. Model essentially is one for all, right? One for all and all for one. But once one of the structures bring a power of the net zero by definition, that right tribal liability for all the structures. So that's the strike. So what do they do? How do they what is in front of the tribe? So part of the big one part. Shimon says actually Mishnah says money would be one to bring. Part effort, one part. And Shimon Shnei part. And Shimon says two part. I'm asking this, what's the case here? If you want to say that it's where separate tribes sin, that he shouldn't come near boy. So what's saying that case for Shimon, what's she misunderstood? If Shimon says that not only do the Shvatim bring their own part, but what else? Basin also brings. So we're talking about at least for seven of the tribes sin. So Rabbi Shimon's knowledge should be big part. Seven of the tribes were for next thing. I would become the Shem and Ephah. Rather, it must be one. We must be talking about a case where one of the Shem is sin. So what's the case? Tonight, if the Shem made a mistake and it relied on its own thinking, then the Shem will less like, right? So we'll say that's the case. Remember again, if they're relying on their thinking, the mistake we're talking about is a mistake in moving by their own base and then what? And then Shimon will say that these not how I have done the next in that case. Hello, loud, or Raz based on that. Rather, it has to be what? That is talking about the moment of the Tanakama. And I was thinking the Tanakama, you mean Rabbi there, are we replying? The second one is Rabbi there requires to charge of the shots that provide them the Seaboard. Hello, loud, Rabbi, you have to say something. If you go Shachot and Shane of that, what's the case? The case is where one shade that is sin. So what's the therefore, what do you see from that? It sounds like that according to God, where one shade that sins, who brings the high halal up for that support? That's one shade that, and the other shubatim are not actively in the situation of that. Are we all come ask you to know what? So here we go shechat shisha shvatim vein ruban shal kal. What's the case? So here there are six of the tribes, six of the shvatim sin, but they are the numerical majority. And Shimon ben Elazar was a effective Shimon ben Elazar. Signs up, Shimon ben Elazar was the first white line. They Shmo, I'm sorry, Shimon from the Shmo, Katu Shisha, they Ruban Shaka. If six of the Shvatim, and they are the numerical majority. Oh, Shiva, Abba, Shimon, Ruban Shaka, they're seven. Right? They're the tribal majority. No, they're not the numerical majority. They're the entire. Was it Allah? It is a different apart. So the Gemara says, Tashma, and you know there, he says as follows. Shevet sha'osa ba'orat b'yidah. What's that? You can Shevet active based on the instructions of its own tribal nation. So what's now the also Shevet Tayyip, Shar from the Shvatim too. So what's that? What Tayyip? But all the other Shvatim, who ba'orat based in Akodo, Abdu Shar Shvatim Tayyip. Oh, it was but if the one shape acted based on the instruction of the base and what? Even the other shvatim will be tayyib, shvatim. Most like, so Allah knows, what's the difference, by the way, it appears that we feel for a car has over that zero, but even when it's beyond sucked in of the high point of that shape, but according to Yehuda, if the Shevet is following the instruction of the court, then that Shevet will bring a fire of the government to not the other Shvatim. If one Shevet is acting on the instructions of the base in Agadol, then according to Yehuda, that Shevet brings a fire and what? All of the other Shvatim are activated as well. So it turns out that in Yehuda's model, when you have any kind of Shevet acts erroneously based on the instruction of the Sanhedrin, all of the Shvatim and the British are incredible. I'm going to actually, that's another thing, but actually the treatment is supported by a mission as well. But also Shevet out the end. Right? The Pasuk says that particular Shevet acted based on their word. Also Shevet Tayyip, who shar shal kalashan. They're telling them that only that one Shevet is Tayyip, but the other Shvatim are talking about that. He's nominally shar shal. The mission need to say that the Shvatim are talking. Hakana osa Shevet Tayyip. Since the Mishnah says that Shevet is Tayyip, I would have understood that part. The Chayman B'Tana osa Shevet Tayyip, the Veil B'Tana shar shal Tayyip. Once the Mishnah says that Shevet is Tayyip by definition, I know Shvatim are wonder. And the Hakana Shmalan, the Behoras based, who the shar shal Tayyip. about the Hamrod, Vision Agad, to Shan Shvatim Chayovim, Shvavina. Rather, also keep back to the Shvat. That it's always ultimately again where a Shevet is following the instruction of its own days, that Shevet will be Chayiv, the other Shvatim will be Turim. But if a particular Shevet is following the erroneous ruling of the Sanhedrin Agadol, then once that Shevet has to bring a parallel of that's more than once, the other Shvatim must do so as well. The incredible Shevet. So again, whether or not the person that I look for myself remains to be seen. But at least now we understand that Shita Rabbi Yehuda's Rabbi said that first of all, a number of novelties. Number one, that according to that even if one Shevet follows the erroneous ruling of Beis of the Sanhedrin, it has to bring a parallel of number in that secret. Why? Because according to that, each Shevet is called a Kala. Not only that, but once one Shevet has to bring a parallel number to what? Every Shevet has to bring. The only exception to that rule is if it's not a ruling of the Sanhedrin Agadol, but it's a ruling of the High Court of that Shevet. In that case, if the Shevet is following the high rule of its own High Court, then what? Then that Shevet has to bring a carbon the other Shvatim. Very strong. Shabbat collective responsible. Amos, if I know Shevet Echad Shazavaras based on Agadol, was this to this? What happens if you have a Shevet Echad, one Shevet? Shazavaras based on Agadol. Was it followed the Psak of the Sanhedrin? Sanhedrin handed down the road in school. You have one Shevet who follows. So the Rabbi Shimon made my zero. So now we're transitioning from Rabbi Yehuda to Rabbi Shimon. What's the number again? What we should do is Rabbi Shimon. That's Rabbi Shimon has. Rabbi Shimon holds. He builds on Rabbi Yehuda. He says, yes, the Shevet is called its own cow. Each Shevet must go ahead and bring its own part of the that's important. And furthermore, again, when one brings, or I should say, when the majority brings, they all bring. He also adds that the base also brings its own part. So if Rabbi Yehuda had 12 as the maximum, Rabbi Shimon has 13 as the maximum. Shows what as follows. What happens if one Shevet acted on the Psak of the Sanhedrin Agadol? According to Rabbi Shimon, nice old law. Let's say, so ultimately, again, one happens in that case. What's the level of viability in that case? Gemara says as follows: Tashma, what do you do? Card after. Bring one card. Shimon over Shimon. Shimon says two cards. The man says, what's the case? What's the price's case? Shiva. If you want to say that it's a piece of verse 7 of the Shvatim, and Shnei Parim, what is the two parim? Shmona Parim. So we'll say 7 Shvatim sin, according to Shimon, then what? You would have 8, 7 for the Shvatim sin, and 1 for the Sanhedrin. Ella the Chana Shevet Echad. Rabbi had to say it's a case where what? One of the Shvatim sin, move in mind. We'll say what's the case? If you want to say the Shevet sin, based on the Psak, of its own basis. Rabbi Shimon less like slave. Let's say Rabbi Shimon does not think that there's any liability, but it tries where Shimon follows its own faith. What kind of Shimon says his liability is right? It's right. But if I was saying Nagodol, how about Rothschild Nagodol? Right? There's the Rothschild Nagodol, Sanhedrin. This Bira, the Kama Hunter, what's the use of the Kama? They are how the light was in the whole everything of how the see what either when there's a miracle or tribal a row. So Rabbi Yehuda, Shah Shatanan, so I was saying, Rabbi Yehuda holds that once even one shape brings the once, then the rest has to bring as well. Elohaman and Shimon Alazim. Was it rather again, was it like the wasn't the Sanhedrin? Tashba, the Chacham say, we all know Chayyim Horan Keith and Agod. And Chacham say was like that the only time you can have power of government is for his wife. His wife is in a local event second and following the Psak Halach of the Sanhedrin Agod. My Chacham was the weather Chacham. Even when I say it's in there, Rukabai, a variable that should be a tribal or numerical majority. And the Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi had to say on the website that he is Rabbi Shimon, to which the Gemara says, ultimately again, see that this is correct. Then we Rabbi Shimon, Shevet Echad if you have another. Let's listen to this. So I will say, counting on the between Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Yehuda is that, so we'll say, the difference is Rabbi Yehuda. So, okay, so we saw the differences together. But what they both agree on is as follows: that even one Shevet is called a Kama. Even one Shevet it is called essentially clouds. It's called an assembly. Where did they get that from? Where did they get that from? To which the Gemara says something amazing. To which the Gemara says, Shevet Echad Ikam Ben Adam. Amri Yitzir, Vayamot Lo Shafat Ben Al Yehuda, Yerushalayim. Nocha Chatzar Hashem, Ye'ilotzer Chatzar Beis Hashem HaChadasha. Was it the pasuk said that Yehoshaphat stood the Kal Yehuda Yerushalayim. He stood in front of the assembly of Yehuda, the Kal Yehuda Yerushalayim, opposite the Beis Hashem HaChadasha, literally again, the new house of God. What is that? HaChadasha. I'm going to be able to teach you about it. Because it means that this is the place where we're Kaddish. Like the English was always Kaddish. Well, to whom you is the last of the and I see that under Shabbat, they went ahead and they made a private group, which was what? That it's fully almost a fully almost someone who went to the mikvah that day, but it still requires Harav Shemesh. It still requires the sunset first to become covered. So it has to be fully on the Makalav. Because I said, well, what's the point of we learn to see that Shabbat is standing in front of singly one tribe, which is Yehuda. And what does it call Yehuda? What is called Yehuda? A cow. So you must just see the Mishnah that we will have here that even one shayvet is called a cow. To which the Gemara says, "Man skip the Rabbi by Yachid, Dilma Sheni Yushalayim. If Yushalayim is different, I'll tell you why. The Habitnami Binyamin, because the Muslim remember again, he was especially like Yushalayim. All the other areas of Eretz Yisrael, they were predominantly occupied by one tribe. Yushalayim was the most exact. Yushalayim was actually occupied by two tribes. Right? The inhabited, right? Yushalayim was inhabited by two tribes, right? By Yehuda and so maybe the reason why Yehuda used the Rothschild time they were two tribes. I mean, that is not necessarily a raya that one tribe constitutes a cow, which the Gemara says, I'm going to back up by Yaakov, you're right, you can bring another raya. It's said by Yomer Eli, in the says Yaakov, I will make you fruitful, I will multiply you, and I will make you to kahal public. Now this says Yaakov right before when Man is Yodel Le'Akushai. The Lord said, who is born at that moment? Yamin. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu says this to Yaakov Avinu right after the birth of one of the tribes. So you see from here that what? That even the birth of one tribe is called, Kal, Shlamina, Holikam Rachman. There's what the Torah is saying. Yisyalu B'cha Hashda, Kal Aprina. Ultimately, again, who's going to be born to right now? Another cow. So you see from here, ultimately, that's what the Lord is saying. That even one shape is called the cow. Probably the Shradha of God and Kim Abi called it that. He grabs this weapon strong with the Yagov. The king is silent. Look up, he's not with the Abi Gudei Shradha, this cow is cow. Maybe God was saying something different. You're about to give birth to the Yamin. Now you're going to have 12 tribes. 12 tribes is called the cow. Which doesn't make sense. Why does that make any sense? 12 tribes are called the cow. 11 tribes are not called the cow. Rather, the Gemara says, no, it must be, you see from here, that even one tribe is called the cow. Suppose that the Gemara ends, we're going to stop over here for today, but the Gemara ultimately ends this book. I say, so you see over here that what? That the mice, again, even one tribe is called the cow. So the Gemara is bringing two different potential sources. Either ultimately, again, from Binyamin, the fact that the birth of Binyamin is called the birth of a cow, or ultimately, again, from Yehoshaphat. That Yehoshaphat is standing, and when he dresses in Shevet Yehuda, that is called Kahal. And once we stop over here, we'll pick up tomorrow. I'll send out the schedule for tomorrow. Shabbos both times, that will be that's a show. I'll send that later. Sorry, Joel said good morning. Let us begin. And I think all of us is what it should contain. Our annual conference for those who don't know Israel. Discuss themselves levels for sponsors for the one that I'll bring over. The show experience Abraham and the Ashby consider Hazel, Bass, Valley, and the whole transition to about problems from as we do with public body units. Ishmael Douglas from Spanner and Ali from the Scott Ali, the cover, the Yako, on the Rafa, of the sponsors that begin with Ishmael Spanner, and the Chinese on the Rafa, and that's what sponsors know, and the and then they have this fun and little burger gets in bed and has long to from Rafa, the American Amazon, all of the shops on the families in the Kama, all those in the first everything we call for the Israeli Spanish, the messages, some of the Colorado so successful, the whole amount of saving. Because in that, let us begin. We have a ridiculous amount of people to do today. Just like it, but we are going to answer Hashem, get it done. We are always get it done. That we're starting. I think we're starting like in a second. We're starting on days on days. Days on the days. And we are taking on the Yetz Hashem. Yetz Hashem. My Rabbi, how will see the actual? My Rabbi. Yeah, my Rabbi. So let's remember again. We began, this is about 5 times of the bottom. So my Rabbi. So let's see again, the statement of the name of the Shmuel that we said. So Rabbi Yehuda, like Rabbi Yehuda said, these words of the Tanakh, Rabbi Yehuda, only nothing shall someone was in Kai. And all things looks as similar again. Our Kai Mishnah, reflecting upon which means again, how about for myself? I'm not for my and I got that 21 seconds right. Which is some lines in the packet. Come on. That's embarrassing. It's complicated. It's tablets from the top of the 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. What's going on? All right. I got this. Okay. Right. So, remember again. Oh, the next show. What was that? Okay, so I know that. All right, we got this. I got this. Someone from you guys, after push out the shit, so it's online. He said, what happened? On the days. Now I get it. Okay. Right. So this says as follows. Now, what it is about days that came, that means the guys. But he went ahead and he said that how long will I say? It's a very small. So remember, if you have someone who can own the basement, or ultimately be a city in a galley of basement, well, how long will I say understands that the basement is absolutely sticky. But it's interesting. He still have the contract unit. How long will I say that part of the height of the house, right? So remember again, reliance on the basement ruling only applies to someone who doesn't know any better, because it's full trust in the basement, which makes sense for a regular person. But the nice says someone who understands how long the license doesn't have that exemption. You say that tomorrow, right or not, you don't know. No, you see, you don't know. I'll go ahead. I'll go ahead. You don't show that as I show that over. So, you might be examples of this. Like these individuals that show as I show that over. But actually points out to people, Sean, you're the show that they come on it. So, how you really know about it. So, these individuals themselves were not that good. But it's sad. There's no sort of that personal attention phase. It was always like a slack in comparison with the tradition programs, right? There are always waves of students who were there. In case the next thing individual students, so these were individuals who themselves were not judges, but I welcome the race side, they were for raw. They're for raw. Therefore, I welcome the race again. If you rely on their erroneous statement of the things, they would be personally reliable. I'm not right. Come keep so what's like a got dog keys. Yeah, something like that. So much Shimon has that. But Shimon is so good. They think that the belief in rules that feeling is motor. They know that it's wrong. They know that it's a wrong answer, that it's a wrong sound. If you need to rely on that side, that they feel it, that's amazing. that's intentional violation. وبالتالي was on using their logic, وبالتالي how the sector so some assets to myself over the reduction of the actual higher or loss is the project individual considering over its like structure. It is so under the instruction of the sponsor. It's one of the case, all of the shift never occur, the no never act applied shift hours in the business represent. Ask American news water, and one of the members of the military advises that the police is all negotiate with the right about negotiate as like, or for example, someone's there at the family who's 54 or 50 judges and ultimately he relies on the opposite water. You might have such a person as a Kamalova, that's so some access. Not in Kamal, some answer high. So, listen. Ultimately, is high. Ultimately, instruction of this partner system. How it is like this. You can just let instruction of this. How does this shit? So, let's say this is as a hustle. So, let's go asking what it is. So, what is the case of a couple who relies on their own sack of things? Right? Ultimately, again, knows that the case is wrong, but ultimately it is so-called shocking. What is that case? So I said, this is fascinating. So I go, you know that the usher, he knows that it's usher, he knows that the word is usher, the guy tried to watch this, and it's for the shmor to break the chocolate. If you tell the mitzvah, you shmor to break the chocolate. So I said, this is quite interesting. What the shogeg will do, shogeg will do this. How the thought of those are the things there as well. But what he's not sure about is his biblical obligation to listen to the words of the rabbis. He thinks to himself, oh, if that biblical obligation applies in this situation, it's clear that the rabbi would outlaw. That's the shocking of this case. So again, fortunately, it's not easy, it's not easy. It's not intentional, it's that he was also giving us like this, that one like so. It's an supposed to Chazal. So perhaps if it's supposed to Chazal, but ultimately it's even they're wrong. And by the way, it's not a crazy assumption. What does Rashi say? The concept of Sasha, you have Rabbi Shed, you have people small. Rashi says, do not hear from the words that they tell you by Gillette. What is Rashi? Those are going to tomorrow. I think we're all men. Our young shoes small, not small shoe. Even if the reason tells you that the right is left and the left is right. So what could erroneously glean from that? That even if the Disney tells you that Chilud is mutter, but you know that Chilud is usher, that you should still listen when you can't still listen. Again, much more long ago, not that far. Not that far. And therefore, again, such an individual would not be shooting for personal liability. If it's kind of happens, but that is still called a shogeg. Right? It's still called a shogeg, and not a shogeg regarding Chilud, but a shogeg regarding ultimately the mitzvah to listen to Chazal. Let's go like this out. Well, I talk about small height. So this is very good, which is like here's the rule. Any person who is actually outside of his own volition is always going to be high in chatos. When we're talking about cases of short, it's high to be high in chatos, which is combined by ability for inadvertent commission on the certain areas. So again, if he acted on his own volition, he's going to be high in chatos, acting as a result of his instruction. What about the chatos? So some of the things that's in the only things that the other should know, since the use for Chazu ahead, so you know, it says, some of the things that we give example of that. If the gospel feelings look good, and then we'll say what happened. They realized that they made a mistake. So what did they do? So they went ahead and they recanted the Chazu ahead. But what's the rest of the happen? But we've been engaged in the party and sacrifice. So we've been learning that things that possible that Taylor is awesome, but we can actually do that here. So I think it's not good, but you do not hear that he recanted themselves. He acted on it. So it says something else. So it says, how the heck is that going to go? Not how the heck is it going to go. You must be right. First, the Mishnah went ahead and first the Mishnah says the case, and then we should just espouse the case. Well, good. I'm going to finish one. Okay, so you got that. That's just that's all. I'm going to finish one. Right? So very nothing to that. So we're going to say like this. All of this up until now, right? So we're going to have this one part of this. wishes. When it basic aspects and makes an erroneous psak, erroneous ruling, and an individual relies on that ruling and acts accordingly, the individual is potter. Personal liability because he acted ultimately again under the instruction of things. That's what they're acting. Now, I'll say, up until this point right now, we have assumed everyone agrees that's comes up with these individual. This is the episode, they have to do that. That's what we do. About fucking a couple say, look, which are somewhere else, basically, chai. The Chabad Omer becomes natural. Natural. When an individual acts, even though he's acting under the instruction of the Israel, at the end of the day, he is chai. There is personal liability even when you act under the instruction of the Israel. And therefore, again, just for a plug this in, David says, Chila is Reuben. Reuben goes out and purchases himself a nice safety piece of chila, right? And that's the bird. For Chila, they say, liable. Not us, because again, it's showing. It's not easy to show it, but it's something liability. Or it says, okay, let's all get this. Now, this was essentially what we have over here. Individual acts based on some base that he is other, but how much say he is chai. So finally, who is a designer in that mesh after that Mishkada Asosa, how you immediately supposed to look at this face in that mesh after that there are essentially three really words in those places. Therefore, what does this teach us? Also, if you answer no time, that's crazy project. If you have to know, you should be to get ready to tell us, you do so based on exactly the reason you project that's secret. That's ultimately what you do. Adapted at the meat couch hunting, Kayode invading the bean out of the game of sources what's going to happen over the course of the next step is that we're going to be kind of going back and forth two concepts. This idea of our Mishnah that makes the passing the ultimate again over the wrong use of that mutual act on it is the liability for the individual practice or not. There is no just looking at that. That is also another concept which is how the hell are we going to see what which means basic issues that are rolling is psak and the majority of the congregation. I will discuss what congregation is. The majority of the club Israel acts on that step. Then that requires another sin offering. Who's bringing that sin offering? Is it the base thing? Is it club Israel? That's what we're going to see. That's what we're going to see. So that's the image jumping to what we were just designing it. I doubt I over you can catch up on only minority club Israel sins based on the road to soccer based. I love it. I love it. So the club Israel you have to bring the chatas. Why? She based in the being on the day and time. So interestingly enough, so it's immersing with here that if only a minority club Israel sins based on the soccer based. Minorities they have to bring the chatas. Why? Because since it's a minority, there's no power of the government. So again, club Israel is not covered by that covered. Because they're covered by that covered, everyone has to bring an individual chatas. Long culture, and the other say, we're going to see this is something right now. We're actually looking at the building, the bottom building, and see that. Long culture, you do it. But if you get the majority of club Israel saying, all of them, they should be hunted. You would have thought that therefore they should be hunted from the individual chatas liability. Why shall I be using it? Because how you get it hard? Because the basic is going to bring up high level government and seaboard. Wow, okay. So it says, watch this. Rabbi said, it's a thought that when there is a high level government and seaboard, ultimately again, the individuals who would be under the chatos, Kamash Mamar, the Ha'aretz, the nation of the individuals must always go ahead and address their personal kabbalic liabilities. Therefore, the Rabbi said, even when the government is being brought, they must still bring their individual chatas, which shows you what? That even when there is liability on the part of the case, and the individual is acting as a result of the structure of the thing, that's no kabbalic liability. So that's how that works. So it says, when the individual acts under the instruction of base, no personal kabbalic liability, no chatas. Rabbi said, no, even though you acted under the destruction of the base. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. There's no personal client liability from the cut. It's incredible. So you learn that just learn how they actually provide it, which is even though the shitty that's mixed up. And we're talking about it, that individual just acted on the only volition. Without being frustrated, and just made a mistake. Things that should love are if you didn't group of sound, and things that I did time. Ultimately, again, the obvious things that they do it was Shalom Baras basically you might see Shalom Baras. Basically, they're a pastor, just talking about a situation or just maybe a lot of people just made a specific mistake. So I can say this personal liability. However, I was the other case for the case in up in the Rothschild side. The whole shit, that's my sincere. It's about when the class is Amahara by the allocation of Kantos, the most of shit, that's my so that comes or minority, even the majority. Here we're going to stay. Let's not get all these things for the state. What are the people from sacrifice? So we find that she has also. I will allow of those things to say no. How she thought the machine was myself, when the minority cloud as well sins of their own volition. Mistake. Not a sacrifice, maybe a mistake. However, only with the event at the Chatos, each individual, why should you even be? Are you being parent or wrong? Because it's not bringing a parent head on the next word or all officers, all in Chayavi, all in Chayavi, your phone lets you shots and she does my swim to it. You might have thought therefore the majority climb Israel, commits not there, the shit that's myself of your own volition. The old movie again, they should be part of shine these in the being, I'll lay them. I'm a moment, I'm a RS stop in the wrong. I want to myself. So ultimately, again, I'm a RS even when the majority says, ultimately, when the majority says, there was not a Rothschild, you went from Sam. Ultimately, again, I'm going to pop up. You guys, as Rabbi is going to say, come on, no, he will face it. Maybe more than that circumstance. You are might be kind of like a group of you, but that's the reason why you majority to get this sense of liability. Life as well, you have to go wrong, it must be because the minority goes ahead and acts on the side of the beef. Ultimately, again, is with liability as a result of ruling. And the other very shut on the nothing is like shooting this face up. And the Sophia had the alcohol, the kid of the shitty this face up. So let's go ahead first, look at the case. From minority. That's what we kind of shooting this face, so acted on their own position. And then we find the case ultimately identified for the majority, wrapping the shitty this face. I will not, with the law that had the amir in affecting the shitty this face up. In fact, again, for the fact that we're not looking for a case of mute, of minority, who are liable for their own actions, with a salt mahada, we would be doing the shitty this face up. Shmanina, mute, when a minority ultimately acts as a result of the destruction of the things, they are going to be shy. However, just not receiving them, and we guys another example of the titles. The Shalom Baruch should best myself, ultimately, again, I recognize the act even out of sacrifice. Ultimately, again, I will be tired of titles as well. And I use stuff in that same level, so I can find out the bottom line is what I'm just trying to highlight what Rabbi said. But he need to help us to understand that which we thought was fully agreed upon in the Mishnah is in fact subject to machlokas. Here's the thing that was here one piece of information I want you to hold on to as we go through this the whole that somewhat complex journey. There are fundamental machlokas and if an individual acts as a result of an erroneous psak of the basin, is he chayav a carbon katas or not? David said, Caleb is mutter. Ruben said, great, always wanted to answer. Goes out, eats Caleb, finds out David was wrong. If he Ruben is showing that is accidentally, is he chayav a katas or not? Nobody can say such things there. Had Ruben accidentally conceived it is a Caleb or within Amachot, carbon katas. Here, Ruben, interestingly enough, facing the psak of the chips and make mistakes. Facing Rabbanon. Sorry, Rabbi Uda? No. The individual is shielded from personal liability when he acts as a result of the psak of the Rabbanon? Yes. Just remember that my focus. That's going to be my focus for today. When I see it play out in a number of different ways. The mother says, good. Teraz tam to wspomnienie śledzące powie, to wywołuje swój konstantny śledz, which means that actually was in the night, must have about a higher person than you would say much about it. Because in a cup, it was just the opposite. So you must much chosen to don't you know, because who is the one who opened with the actions of the production, that's like the name of the arts. Yeah, but so you decide that you don't really say, well, say that, but people, Zeus, Thomas, or if you show you. So again, also the projections of the results for us over the 3 years and 36 of the productions of the and for the example, should be race or over the mission, I should say, and the Amorites to have the guys and their possibilities. At that time, Homer, not as much as like the leader. Perhaps I can't get fully fetched with the kind. No cow, Chicago, so let's say again. We're jumping back down to power head of something. So we're not going to miss Sutra. But again, power head of the Nazi, which really means power, a full offering. How about that secret? Some of the piece of information has been hidden or obscured from the congregation. Represents a situation that we think we should be eroding some sun, and the majority of problems rely on it. Okay, so now watch this. You kind of wrong caution, but the majority of problems will see these are you bring power. So basically, let's say that according to this version, basically is what brings the power of the government at sea. The individual doesn't bring it. Basically brings this carbon on behalf of club. This spell. You know, and let's say now watch this. You can get this, you know, to this. However, super we can see things they know. Okay, get ready for this. So we'll say, my focus number 2 that I want you to remember. When you please the power of the government at sea, right? So basically, you should release majority of counties are applied on it. Right now, provided by ability, high ability, but who brings that carbon? Watch this. It's not. But you know that. So let's say, well, let me just say it's outside. The Rabbanon say, but ultimately again, it is the things again who brings it. Rabbi, who is going to say, cloud is something. It's Seaboard works. Now, how do you have what is that? It's Seaboard like there's one pile for cloud smell. There's multiple parts for cards, so that would be a secret. Just again, that's not focus number 2 to kind of keep you understand. Here we go. But you get fascinated. You know that Shiva, let's say I know on the dollar 3A, something like that. It's not like you know that. Shiva short and Shikatu, the healing sign part. So if 7 tribes, now we'll say, well, no, what does 7 tribes represent? 7 tribes represents majority of tribes. So that interestingly enough, not necessarily numerical neutrality, but tribal neutrality. We're going to talk about that exciting things to come. I don't know if that's rich and stuff. And so, so the way say, right, 6 tribes, right? So 7 tribes go ahead, you know. So let's have a whole. Again, we'll say this all show. Zion part. Rashi points out we have look at Rashi. Last time on Rashi, Zion Shvatim. So how we roll the Shvatim. That is the majority of the Shvatim of problems. So the big Shiva part. So it's interesting. So one car per Shivet. And some of the middle, the Shivet has a good cow and a little basic. So listen, there's a lot of actions happening over here. First of all, in that you can see that it's the people who bring the power, not the things. And it's also interesting to see that according to the law, each Shivet is considered its own cow, considered its own congregation, and therefore each Shivet must bring its own power. Not whatever Shmuel, so the Rabbi there. He's the one to Rabbi there. So okay, so what's that? So therefore, right now what we are is we have 2 more folks in Rabbi Yehuda and the Rabbanan. Number 1 is the Mishnah. The Rabbanan said ultimately again that Rabbi Yehuda says the individual should be front person right away, but the Rabbanan said something basic. Rabbanan said no to the Rahel. The Mafuk is still to the Baal and the Natsivor. The Rabbanan say basic reason. Rabbi Yehuda says probably something. So I'm not really sure. So the Rabbi there, he's right there. The Prophet said, "Nothing shocks about us based in time." So it's interesting enough, but nothing says if not that the Yehuda was instead of the Shabbat from there. But here is what it says ultimately again, the individual is shielded from personal liability when he acts on a new advice he makes, or it's not going to be. But the company say ultimately again that he's high. You must my name, my what is both saying that we go, all of us, basically asking that he with his mother, and Ruben went out, and or individuals went out, and it's a little closer from the name says you butter, and ultimately again it comes in a Japan. Man us, so I said, what it is mean? Who is good? Who's performing this hate? Because if you look at Rothschild and Rabbi, Shakespeare says, hold the us. They Paskins and I'll just use Taylor as the example. So I understand that the Paskin is the like this. Who went out and did also, it's not singular, it's not a whole lot, but it's whole lot of suit. They do this. Even with things, so let's say it again. If it's based in the Paskin and based in who went out and then after the Hitler, so my time is up on a ultimately, so once again, this is how long government has so ultimately, say if it's the big thing that has and the big thing that went down into Hitler, then why would be liability for power that long government has that time your home is the lawsuit. You would have thought like this. The biggest thing went ahead in the past, the biggest thing themselves acting on their own side. You don't want to tell them. You want to put it ultimately would be liability, right? On the moment, so I like how it's high of government that civil liability. On the moment, us no high of government that civil is only raising passings and clouding acts. I said, telling the cow, while God pleaded against it. The action is on cloud Israel, and the psak is on the base. In other words, this is a synergistic partnership and commission of sin. So ultimately, again, business delivering the ability women and cloud Israel on the ones who are acting on it, which means that there is the issue of women, and the basic on the ones that act on it, they might be practiced like that. But ultimately, you can still tie that with government. It's not you have to say, only based on a suit of how. It must be that ultimately, again, based on possibly, and what happened, and what happened. And halacha l'maisa, halacha the majority of cloud Israel acted upon it. So that's the case. My company really looked at why would I say that the partner from high element government that's the kind of case of high element government. And a lab, holy days, and rather was what happened. Holy days, got a suit how. But what happened over here? Days in past and that came with his mother. A minority club we saw came along and after that side. Okay, so now we'll say watch this. So what's it for you? Here's my focus. Nice coverage of the trust about us being the partner. One opinion that they're old. They're when individual on both sides. You consider the individual up until what point in time, to the majority. Right? In other words, there's no difference between minority from Islam and ultimately again an individual. It's the same thing. So again, I'm not going to waste up when an individual sins, when he made a hold, when he does something for himself in the business, he's being better. And my son, if I'm going to make hold, you can trust about us based on how you love it. One individual act based on the instruction of the business, it's still going to be fighting a personal class. So I'll say, this is what my focus. So again, we'll just again, before we said my focus was that we do coming now again, you might suggest that with nothing is suggesting that it's going to be made. But it's the same but not focus. So I'm going to put the elbow for up the space. He said, put it out, not a chance of what else is important. Natural. I said, everyone agrees that when the individual is on the second reason that he's going to public, he does not have personal liability, no campus liability in the case. Alright, so what's my focus on it? This is fascinating. And look, these did not actually know the SIBO coming from. This is incredible, boys. So let's check back now. Fire up that SIBO. So remember again, when do you agree fire up that SIBO? When do you agree fire up that SIBO? Who brings it? My focus, good. No problem there, right? My focus is that the SIBO ultimately again is good. So just keep that in mind. Right? And when ultimately again, when do they bring it? Now here's the thing. When do they bring it? What has to happen? The majority of the body Israel has to say based on the erroneous psak of the faith. So he's not going to say, watch this. What's my focus over here? And the thing is not going to for the first piece is count towards the calculation of the majority of comes from it. That's what I said. Let's say, and again, so let's say with the piece, the majority of comes Israel sin. Without the piece, It's minority. It's a big difference, right? There are a lot of things. So that's basically sums, in the calculation of majority. So you go, 900 is natural people. One of the things says yes. Over 70 natural people. One of the things says no. Find out my focus. I will say, we're going to see, like I said, this is not the paradigm of government that sequel. The good news is when we get there, we're going to be so much of that information. It's going to be a huge place of God. You might talk about stories, all of these are also how, pretty much all that. That's what most of that. The majority of clients went ahead and committed together. My talk on the shouldn't be the other see what I see, all things I see. Wow. Wow. So it was like there's a third thing that I shouldn't. So up until my focus, one thing it says, Congress brings the power. Other thing it says, Basic brings the power. And then there's a third thing that says, everybody brings the power. Ultimately, again, the basic brings the power. Congress brings the power. Paul's family, Levi's name, Shayla Joseph, these egos. What's other possible? What's my focus? We're just trying to figure out what is the brilliance of my focus or area of focus like this. Whatever I will say, every shipment had their own point system as well. What happens if the sheep, the entire tribe, acts based on the types of the halakhic instruction of their particular base? Someone says, in my chacham, we're in a chacham, you need some shipment, Shazam, always a shipment chayim. So it's very interesting. Shipment went ahead and acted under the instruction of the shipment will be chayim. Can we buy it? But they go, Shechatu Shiro, no one's going to go so much this. Very interesting. Shechatu Shisha, then you go Shakal. Oh, Shiva Ababisha and Shakal. What was this about? It's still part of the Pesigo. Let's say you have a situation where 6 tribes claim that they are the numerical majority of Israel, or 7 tribes sinned, so you have a tribal majority, but what? They're not the numerical majority. What happens there? There must be some money. The shouldn't have been a lot of the Samuel, the show was only Shmo, not the hot of Shisha that you shall call, and Shiva Ababisha shall call Kayobe. So what's actually a Pascal of the next one? You see this later on, that for establishing majority of the establishment in one of 2 ways. Either numerical majority or tribal majority. One of those 2 will create the majority of the period for how of government at Sequel. Say, fine, what's the fascinating part of that? That's all say. Takeaways over here, takeaways, still say my focus. Whether it's like a leader, or then still say my focus. Individual acts as a result of the state of the individual liability for context for that, my focus. That's our overarching my focus. Along the way, we're picking up a lot of other pieces of information and some my focus as well. And I want to give it is it probably spelled? Is it both? What constitutes a majority? Tribal majority, numerical majority, or both? Again, just keep all of these things in mind as we go there. These fascinating things. I'm about to unless you get into it. Svara, give me some wild Gemara. I will say, so remember again, for parallel level that sequence, what do you need? What do you need? Majority. However, numerical majority, tribal majority, if the pattern is only the majority of parties served as a result of an erroneous reading of days. Coming on that, Rashi says, the majority of Jews is only calculated by the residents of Eretz Yisrael. Jews are the ones that are not counted in this calculation. Shemar, why is that Shemar? By Yas Shlomo Ba'is Elias Echad. So after Shlomo, they said the name of people like this. The Holy Spirit, how God, and with the explosion of Shlomo, was a large assembly. And all Hamas had not come inside. From all Hamas until all the Egypt, which essentially are the territorial borders of Israel. The theater of Shivasam, they celebrate for 14 days. What's that saying? Maybe it's because Israel, how God of the Hamas had not come inside Babylon. Because I understand. They understand that all the parties are taking celebrated worship. But why is it they have to say how God, a large assembly, large congregation, and then keeping the borders from the Hamas up until the side? Why did that? Shmamina wasn't much this. How do you think Mikal, Havahana Mikal. But it's only the Jews of Eretz Yisrael that are called Kahal, that are called assembly of Israel. The Jews outside Eretz Yisrael are not called Kahal. So let's say this is an incredibly and overwhelmingly striking Gemara. You look at Rashi, just in fact, it says, "Hara Hara Yisrael Eretz Yisrael, Hashem Yisrael Haaretz, Eino V'Chem." It's very simple. It's a little bit of an abrasive statement. And again, the Jews are Chutzlaritz. Only not from the town. Not from the town. Also, not from the town. Chutzlaritz. So let's say, so this is a fascinating halakhic concept as well. Rabbi Yisrael, when you say Kahal Yisrael, is made up of the Jews of Eretz Yisrael. Jews are Chutzlaritz, still one of the Jews, but we do not count towards part of Kahal Yisrael. To give them what's interesting for this purpose, so we have a part of the majority is only calculated based on the Jews who live in Eretz Yisrael, not the Jews who live in Eretz Yisrael. You see a lot of different examples of this. For example, but in Eretz Hashem, Rabbi Yisrael lives in Eretz Yisrael. So you see that there are certain things that only the Jews in Eretz Yisrael count towards the totality. Well, it's an overwhelming thing for us to calculate is you feel this. You feel this. You feel that you're in Eretz Yisrael, you always feel like you are part of something. That's it. The most wonderful thing. Even aside anything else, even we don't want to come to Eretz Yisrael by definition, Shema feels I'm part of something bigger than myself. The greatest challenge of Chutzlaritz is that ultimately, again, we're proud Jews for having a part of something beautiful, but that feeling, you can have that feeling of you are this partnership and work that hard to do it. But that feeling of Kahal, ultimately, again, it's something that is not felt in Chutzlaritz. To hear us, Yisrael is only Eretz Yisrael. That's what we felt there. Strong, vibrant, beautiful things, right? You can find an interest in the outside of Eretz Yisrael. But Kahal, Yisrael, only Eretz Yisrael. Let's go back to it. It says here, Shita, what's the piece? So Shita, and looking at this map, to highly tilted direction of that. I got a lot more to say, by the way, from that. How this one is as well, but absolutely no fun. So I'm going to show you, we'll come back to it. So we're looking at this map, let's listen to this. So this is very interesting. Let's say at the time that Rabbi Yisrael sinned, it was a majority. But by the time we get around going at it in Hebron, it's a minority. So how does this happen? Rashi says people died. People said it's no longer an American to China. Otherwise, they're not much like the Rashi says, Shita, rather than it's not to become Shogun, anything. Also, wrote Kalaf here. It's kind of a happy card. The most people are happy. Actually, it's not to share us. It's a very interesting case. So at the time when they asking it, and the people committed the idea, it wasn't a majority. Now, at the time, the actual bringing of the carbon, it's a minority. People driving. So what's the halacha? So Shita, we're not Rabbi, let's not like this. Rabbi, you often do this, Rabbi, what happened was like the opposite. Leave possible. Ultimately, again, a minority sin, but now when you get to and ultimately, again, the Psak Halacha, it's a majority, so we must just what happened in the night. Keep reading to Shem Rabbi, and Shem doesn't possibly be like Machayim. Rabbi doesn't possibly Chata, Patri, so what's an interesting the fact that